so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
HCS Mexico Regional is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Welcome to the HCS MX Regional Finals live from Mexico City. We've already had an exciting first day of pool play, and today it's only going to get spicier because we have two open bracket teams who are looking to make a bit of a Cinderella run and a few upsets along the way. And we're also going to be shuffling things as we get into the championship bracket to find out who are those teams, who top two teams in their pools are going to be heading into the winners bracket and who's going to be falling down to the elimination bracket. Now, I don't want to just hear from all of my expert analysis, our casters on the desk. I want to hear from you guys at home as well, and you guys can get involved in the conversation this weekend by heading on over to social media. I know you love to get involved and to tell us how you feel and how you think about all of the action that's unfolding on your screens, and you can do so now. Hashtag HCS Mexico City 2022. It's a long hashtag, but you guys can type. You know how to do it. Anyway, my name's Lottie. I'm going to be hosting this weekend, but I'm not alone. I do have two incredible casters and analysts by my side on this desk. I have Onset and Bravo. And gents, I'm really excited about day number 2 because we get to see a little look into the open bracket teams to see how they're feeling, see if they can shuffle things up, see if they can make a bit of a run and an upset as well. And as we bring my two esteemed colleagues into the conversation, I'm excited about, day number 2 here at the MX Regional Finals. LATAM region is on show, and Onset, looking at across the board of day number 2 here, how are you feeling about some of our teams?
Well, I'm very excited for day number 2, and as far as the teams are concerned, I think there were two serious standouts that we saw yesterday, and it wasn't any surprise who those teams were, right? We had Cintanegra, they looked exceptional in their pool, and then you had Pittsburgh Knights, understandably looking just as exciting to watch, and certainly what would be an exciting matchup a little bit later in the bracket if we see the two teams progress would be those two teams getting up against each other. But for the rest of the teams, there was a few surprises. There were a few series that went a little bit heavier one way than I would have thought. So today, for those teams, it's time to put that right.
Yeah, 100% it is time to put that right. And Bravo, as we peer across the roadmap, just to remind everyone at home what we have coming up in this season, of course, competitively. You know, my eyes are kind of going to Orlando, and I think a lot of teams here have their sights set on that too. You know, top 3 qualify for Orlando. It's the world stage, and it's the storyline we're setting here, because it would mean an awful lot to 3 of our teams to make it onto that stage, to show the world what they've got.
Yeah, huge opportunity for 3 teams here coming from Mexico City to find themselves in Orlando. It's a historic city for competitive Halo, of course. It's the only city with LAN in the actual name of the city as well. We've been in Orlando, Florida for many, many years, and it's awfully fitting this year that it's major number 3. It's really the last stop before we hit the World Championship Finals.
It certainly is the last stop as well, and I'm excited to see where teams start to end up by the time we get to Orlando. Let's talk about the format, though, of course, of our MX Regional Finals. Yesterday, we saw pool play. We have 2 groups of forces, 8 teams competing and have qualified for pool play. We have top 2 of each pool heading into the winners bracket of the championship bracket. We also did have all of our seeding coming into this one as well, but our bottom 2 teams from each of our pools are actually unfortunately going to be in the elimination bracket, which means one thing, and that's go hard or go home. And then our grand final, we do have a reset bracket. It's going to be a best of 7, so our elimination team, when they find themselves rebounding back up to go into that grand final, they will have to reset the bracket in order to win the event. But there is a lot on the line, of course. You know, we're playing for a lot of money, a lot of pride. We're playing for placement into Orlando as well. But we do have both of our pools to talk about and all of our results as well across the board, because pool play yesterday got a little bit interesting. Honestly, I had a little bit of a surprise watching Timbers Esports kind of falling short numerous times. I was expecting a lot out of them. And as we peer out the pools on set, you know, 0 for 2 in Pool A. I really feel like Timbers Esports, after significant changes, honestly, getting players stolen a little bit from them as well. I think they were trying to definitely make that top 2 in their pool, and they've fallen a little bit short.
Fallen a little bit short for now, for sure. But like you mentioned, a lot of team changes. You have to wonder what the practice schedule was like coming into this event, and maybe it's something that was lacking, and there's a few things they needed to go over and a few games they needed to get the rust off, so to speak, and find their little bit of chemistry that was maybe missing. So Wes kind of summed up pool play yesterday for some of these teams by saying it doesn't really matter too much about your performance in pool play if you can bring it a little bit later on when you're in those big bracket games. So for Timbers Esports, a tough first day, but you'd rather have a tough first day than a disappointing second one. So we'll see if they can bounce back today and kind of improve and impress us a little bit more than they did on day 1.
Yeah, 100%. I'm also staring at Pool B, Chosen Squad as well coming in. Seeding-wise, looking pretty good for them. Unfortunately, hasn't settled too well as well into their pool. So looking at some of our open bracket teams actually to come in and start to capitalize on these opportunities that are laid out in front of them. And we can see if some upsets happen today. Talking about upset, I'm pretty upset I'm not competing in this tournament, because have you seen the prize pool? My goodness me. $50,000 on the line, and I gotta say, you know, this is a first for the LATAM region. This is the biggest prize pool we've ever had here, and Brav, you know, looking at what these guys are competing for, first place, 20k, that's a life-changing sum of money for a lot of people, especially in their careers, as well as qualification on the line. Everything's up for grabs.
It's huge. I mean, a lot of these players will have watched, grown up watching, you know, the old days of Halo where you saw 20,000 on a check in North America for a regular event. So the fact that they now have that same dollar amount on their checks at the end of the event is pretty special. I think it's a really good indicator of the progress that this region has had. You know, the HCS wouldn't be down in Mexico City if the region wasn't filled with energy, filled with passion, and filled with talented players, right? It's a big prize pool for them. As you said, it's the biggest in history, and I think the players on the main stage, they're not forgetting that. I think they're going to remember that this event is going to be a big one.
It certainly is. I'll tell you what, it's already turning into a pretty big affair. We've got 52 teams. That's the most turnout we've ever had in the LATAM region. And we also had a glimpse of the interior of Mexico City in the arena. And you saw that crowd. It was stacked. We love to see that turnout. So it's getting very, very energetic in Mexico City right now, and I'm definitely here for it. I'm also here for the schedule. We have a lot to talk about, a lot to get through. You can see the main stage action unfolding right there live from Mexico City as the stage is getting set up, and we love that. A big shout out to our talent, our family who are over in Mexico City live right now. But we do have an epic lineup for you guys today. As you can see, we do have a little bit more pool play to get through. Alta Esports versus Cinta Negra. Alta coming in from the open bracket, as well as Cinta Negra a day versus Knights also coming in from the open bracket, trying to take down the Titans of LATAM. We got Alta Esports versus Cinta Negra Nubis, and then of course our last 4 matches of the afternoon and evening will be filled in accordingly as we do get into the champ bracket as well. So you guys actually can catch all of the action in so many different places as well. We've got youtube.com, we've got Twitch, we have 2 different streams on Twitch as well. If you're Spanish speaking, then make sure you head on over to the Spanish speaking stream as well. Or if you fancy it and you just honestly a huge fan, open all the tabs. Why not? Just go for it. We do have that capability with technology in the day. So let's talk about Twitch drops though, and why you should have all your tabs open. I'm not saying it for nothing. You guys can get your hands on free stuff right now in game, including the Hammerhead Squadron for your Scorpion. You've got armor coatings available as well, and the best part is so easy to get them. All you have to do is watch the streams for an hour. You can also have the exclusive boots on the ground weapon charm as well to have on any of your weapons in game, and all you have to do for this one is tune into the grand finals tomorrow for an hour. Literally the easiest weapon charm you've ever made in your life. So make sure you guys are doing so and getting all of the streams open so you can grab all of those Twitch drops as well. We do have the first match of the day to get talking about. Honestly, I'm really excited about this. We do have our open bracket team coming forward here, going up against Cinta Negra, Alta Esports. Let's talk about it, folks. I mean, I'm excited about open bracket teams, especially when they kind of come into things with a pretty clean sweep in the open bracket. And honestly, I think that's important to set you up for confidence, set you up for victory coming into this. You know, Alta Esports, looking at them as a whole, you know, this team are going to be hungry. They're looking to make a bit of a statement here, and they're going to have to do so against Cinta Negra because based on what we saw yesterday, they were looking pretty hot. So when it comes to open bracket teams for yourself on set, what do you look out for?
I'm looking out for confidence. I'm looking out for momentum, and they've certainly got the second part on their side, right? As you say, just storming their way through the open bracket to find themselves in pool play. And you're looking at this lineup, you've got Atenuiz, you've got Zauron, you've got Grimsty, and you've got Paradise. A lot of those names, if you watched a little bit of Latin American Halo over the last few years, will certainly be familiar. So these aren't players who are unfamiliar to the big stage and to playing in these kind of tournaments. So for Cinta Negra, this is going to be a test for sure, especially first match of the day where maybe, you know, yeah, a little bit sleepy still from the night before and all those kind of things. So that if you're going to catch a team off guard, it's got to be first match of the day, and I hope that Alta Esports are as ready for this as they possibly can be.
Yeah, very, very true. You know, for obviously generically as a whole for this series, Brav, you know, Cinta Negra looking at Alta Esports, how are they feeling about this first match, knowing that it's an open bracket team coming in? Are they going to be feeling confident? Are they going to be like, look, boys, we can't get complacent. This is a chance to work on some things. Or is there a genuine chance here for a potential upset, do you think?
I think an upset's going to be a long shot. I'd love to be proven wrong there. I'd love to see Alta Esports come out of the gate and prove us wrong here, coming in with the 7th seed up against the 3rd seed. I think Cinta Negra, we're going to learn a lot about them in this series, right? As Mark said, this is still going to be a test, and we're going to get a lot of information about this Cinta Negra squad and how they might look this weekend. Are they looking like the team that will absolutely challenge the Knights for a championship, or are they maybe a team that has to work hard to make sure they get top 3? That's like a little bit what we're going to get information on from this series.
Yeah, we certainly will be getting a lot of information based on how this series goes. And yesterday they looked pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie. We'll get into kind of the details about that and what we could kind of, you know, pinpoint in terms of what they're kind of achieving on the main stage here. But the first thing they're going to have to achieve today is a win against Alta Esports if they want to make sure they're smooth sailing out of their pools into that winners bracket. Let's talk about Alta Esports in general and this team that we've got in front of us. You know, on set, what do you want to see out of these guys going up against Cinta Negra? What's going to be really, really important for their gameplay to kind of convince you that, you know, look, hey, if they don't win it here, they definitely have a shot at going into that championship bracket and making a serious run?
I mean, they've got to be playing as a unit. It sounds like a very simple thing to say, but when you sometimes play against a high-seeded team and, you know, you're one of those players who's looking across the stage and thinking, you know, this is going to be a tough series. I want to kind of impress a little bit on the main stage on the stream. And sometimes you might try and make a little individual play that maybe you wouldn't have against a team of your similar kind of standards. So those kind of things are very easy to kind of take your eye off the ball with as a player, and you've got to make sure that you're doing what you normally do and what brought you the success in the open bracket. You can't fall into the traps of trying to take a 1v1 and thinking, oh, I've got an opportunity here to put this player on their back. It's all about just minimizing the risks that you're taking and making sure that you're playing as a unit, you're baiting and switching, all the basics of Halo, and you need to get them working quickly in the series, because from how Cinta Negra were playing yesterday, if you make a mistake, if you make a solo play, they will pick you off. And then you're just at a numbers disadvantage. We know how difficult it is on Halo Infinite to get anything done if you don't have enough battle rifles on the map.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with all of that as well. And I think something just to add to that as well, Brav, that can actually get overlooked, I think, a little bit, especially by viewers and fans watching. I know it was certainly, you know, when I first started out, is communication, how important that is for teams who don't have a huge amount of experience, especially in a LAN environment, or going up against another team that, you know, really are kind of heads and tails above them in terms of qualification or seeding, whatever it may be. How important comms really are. You can have all the skill in the world. If you guys are really disorganized in terms of what you're trying to achieve as a team, that can be detrimental.
Oh, it certainly can here. And look at the other side of the stage. Sintanegro ready to take the stage. You could see they're pretty excited to be here on Saturday. They're feeling good after the games yesterday. You're looking at Johan, Guardian, of course, Mahiko.
My guy.
And
That's my
Nasty
guy.
Bullet on the stage. Pretty impressive games yesterday from this squad. But to get back to your question, Lottie, it's a great point. And I think what we're going to need to see is fantastic comms from both teams. And, of course, Sintanegro maybe with a little bit more experience in terms of their comms. But you can learn a lot about the way that teams communicate. And to be honest, the only way you build those comms is just reps, right? And luckily for teams, you can really build those comms reps online. That's not something that's exclusively built at LAN. But you do need to understand when you're on the main stage against a much higher seeded team, an arguable tournament favorite, what comms do you bring to those matches and what do you not? You can't flood the voice channels, and you can't just call out every single thing that you might want to or you might need to, because you have to understand that there's a lot of priority and what needs to be called out, especially in Halo Infinite. There are always more important kills in this game, more so than maybe any other Halo title. There are more important kills than others, and they need to be prioritized appropriately. And when the voice channels are getting flooded in the wrong ways, that can get really messy. That's where teams start to break down. So you really bring up a great point there.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's just about finding that perfect balance right on the stage. Talking about balance, and somebody who has found, I think their kind of balance, their one with their weapon, is Johan yesterday with Sintanegro.
Oh boy.
I mean, unbelievable stuff. We saw some ridiculous score lines, I think, from this Sintanegro roster against Chosen Squad yesterday, really not giving them a lot of breathing room. But Johan, I actually put down my note, Shockmaster. I mean, his shock rifle kills were just unbelievable. This guy didn't slow down. You know, Onset, what makes this guy so special? What is it about him that, you know, I think a lot of viewers at home need to watch out for today in this series?
The ability to make an individual play is always something that I keep my eyes on. It's when someone picks up a weapon and has the opportunity to do something, that they make it happen, right? And that's the best thing that you can ask for from a player, to have that confidence that if you can see him in the feed hitting one shot, you know that there's probably gonna be a couple more players damaged off the back of it. So Johan was really impressive. I gotta look to maybe adjust the nickname though, because as you know, I'm a big wrestling fan, right? And Shockmaster. If you don't know who the Shockmaster is, go and put it in YouTube, because it was a character who was debuted, and his first thing was meant to be this big scary monster, right? And he walked out and fell over the stage, and like his helmet came off, and then he was never seen again. So I'm going to adjust Shockmaster to maybe the king of the shock. Okay. Right? Okay. If you're okay with that, but I don't want to kind of taint him and, you know, curse him a little bit with the Shockmaster name, because it's probably not one that, if you know wrestling and you're as old as me, then you probably want to have
knowledge of wrestling coming through there, just naming him the Shockmaster. Well, I'll tell you what though, he was pretty shocking yesterday. That is for sure. And you know, I think diving a little bit more into Sintanegro right now, because you know, I love the underdog story. I really do want Alt Esports to come out of the gates hot, really give it their all. But I really am also closely looking at Sintanegro to see how they do handle different situations and different types of pressures. And I think this pressure is more so just really trying to create something out of this series and take something away from it. And Sintanegro, for me, I just want to see really good organization skills. I want to see some movement. You know, yesterday I feel like they were able to kind of, you know, walk around like at their own playground in this series and just have fun with it. I want to see a little bit, you know, more of substance coming across for this team. But speaking of that, we're ready on the main stage, folks. We're ready to get into this match. So I'm going to head on over to our casters. We got Clutch and Gaskin on the mics to start off our day number 2.
Thank you very much, Lot. And we've got another exciting series for us here, Clutch. These are two teams who kind of know each other very well. They played each other in the MX Super. They are under different names now, under different organizations for some of them, but I think we know roughly what to expect from this series, just judging on how they performed previously in that Super. But a fantastic chance from Alter coming through the Open, unbeaten, to now take down potentially one of the biggest teams that we have in this tournament, Wes.
Yeah, depending on how they play against Centenegra here in this series, I mean, that's going to tell us a lot about this pool and what the real opportunity is to progress through it, right? It's not necessarily about beating the #1 team in your pool all the time. You kick it off with the #1 team. You kind of learn where you stack against them, and based off their performance yesterday, Centenegra looking very strong. If Alter Esports can make this series competitive, you like their chances to at least compete with the rest of the pool throughout the series or throughout the rest of the day, and that's a big opportunity, because when you are that open bracket team, you come in, you create a couple upsets in pool play, it can do dividends when you get into that bracket.
Well, there's the series layout on your screens then. Plenty of exciting game types coming up. Are we going to go the distance, or is this going to be another one of those pool play matches where we see a team just absolutely swipe the other aside? Certainly Bravo was talking about it. You've got a higher seeded team now. The expectation would be that Centenegra should win this series, but Alter Esports, I mean, they came top 6 during the Super. They are the same lineup from the Super as well, no changes, whereas this Centenegra roster is kind of a formed team between several other players that we have seen in the previous Super, kind of half of what was Timbers Esports. You've got a few from other places as well. You've got to remember, the Timbers Esports back then, they placed top 2 in the Super, so they'll be looking to try and make a statement here. But here we go. Streets to begin with, Clutch, and I'm very excited to kick off today because we had some amazing matches yesterday, and I'm sure that today is going to be equally as good.
We did have some amazing matches, and a lot of them were on Streets. Dan, we saw a tie 50-50 in the Slayer. We saw a 50-49 in another Slayer. So this Streets map, it's given a lot of showmanship here to our broadcast so far. So hoping for another close competitive match as we kick off game 1 of this series. And for Alter Esports, the name of the game is going to be that set of rockets that spawns in the bottom middle. It's going to be the Bulldog shotgun, the thrust as well. And if you can control some of the power, maybe you can have an opportunity to take this game 1.
Into game 1 then, the Mexico Regional Finals kicking off in day number 2 here. Pool B, so we're still in pool play for now, but of course bracket play later. So make sure you have that stream switched on. Of course, drops still available as well throughout the day, but already you can see a nice start here from Centenegra, pinning back Alter Esports, and they've got ball control.
Great job to get all 4 dead. It's a 4 clean sweep for Centenegra. They got ball in the back of Tram, Stalker rifle in the hands of Johan. And if it's anything like his shock rifle play, it's going to do work. He finds himself a double, staggers the pressure from Alter Esports once again, and this is exactly what Centenegra fans wanted to see, some consistency out of the young guns.
Oh, and Johan's just going on a tear at the moment. Stalker rifle and Bulldog. Some would dream of it, but unfortunately does go down. But look at all the ball time that Centenegra have been able to rack up here. Rockets also in their control. Alter Esports just at the moment off spawn haven't really been able to get back together. They're constantly kind of frantically panicking across the map, and Centenegra are taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, so far so good for Centenegra fans, being able to use the Stalker, the Rockets to just gain almost 50 points already. Daniel Blink in this first round, it's a blowout. Centenegra starting as hot as I've ever seen an oddball round start, I would say. This is a dominant performance from them, and honestly no surprise with how well they were playing yesterday.
59 on the board. 3 dead once more for Alter Esports, and Centenegra are looking to really try and continue that form that you were talking about, Wes, and try and put themselves within that conversation of grand finalists. I think that at the moment Pittsburgh Knights are the heavy favorites. A couple of these Centenegra rosters really have shown that they are going to put some competition. Both this Centenegra roster and the Centenegra X roster, they have been the 2 standouts for me outside of the Pittsburgh Knights. So I think they are going to certainly try their best to disrupt the top spot, but for now they just have to beat what's in front of them, and right now they are definitely doing just that.
They've done that all weekend long so far. Pool play has been something to watch from this team, and like you said, Dan, I mean, PK Knights, they're going to be one of those teams that we know is pretty much solidified in the finals, right? It's all about asking who is the second team that's going to make it to that grand finals at the end of Sunday. But this Centenegra squad, they know that they're one of the few that probably have the potential, the skill to go the distance. Can they compete with PK Knights? That's a question we'll have to ask later on, but for now, the road that they're paving, it looks like it's one that could be headed to that grand final spot. And right, with Johan Magico popping off so far here in the first round. 75-0, a dominant scoreline. Johan picking up the Bulldog. Gonna try and coordinate with his team, get the ball into a safe spot, continue to build on this lead. And Alter Esports, I mean, Dan, you talked about it as well. Not a pushover team. This team placed top 6 at the Super. Absolutely incredible, the performance we're seeing out of Centenegra right now, and it's because they've been able to control all the power with another double with the Rockets.
Double once more. Could have lined up for a little bit more, but the ball is going to be stopped, and Alter Esports are going to finally put some points on the board, but I think it's probably going to be a little bit too late here in round 1, but never say never. Centenegra now on the push are going to have to try and break through. It looks like they've already done so. Managed to steal the ball away, and Centenegra are going to be able to take round 1 here in a very emphatic fashion. And as you say, Wes, Alter Esports are no pushovers. They've been together for quite some time now. That chemistry, that synergy is already going to be there. But it seems like this new Centenegra roster are really clicking at this event.
Hey, you blink in round 1, it's over. If you're Alter Esports, you got to figure out a way to start a little bit faster here at the tournament. Game 1 is going to go into Centenegra's hands very quickly if you're not able to weather the storm here. They weren't able to do so in round 1, but a much different start to round 2 as they get a few kills here. Guardian is going to be knocked to no shield, and oh my, the kill. Before being taken down, he's able to play his life, and that's a massive play from Guardian as well. But the rest of Alter Esports, they're here to trade some damage out, and they potentially could get out to an early lead here.
It's a 2-on-2. Tough situation when you have to go up in a 1 versus 2, but that's some confident play from Paradise. Needs a little bit of help. In the end, it's just a 1-for-1 trade. I think when you are in a 2v2 like that, you ideally want to be together or at least in the same vicinity so you can clean up those kills. But unfortunately for Alter Esports, they are caught out 1 by 1, and Centenegra can start scoring some time. But as long as Alter Esports can start getting some kills on the board here, Clutch, I think that they can maybe gain a little bit more confidence. Certainly round 1 is not going to do that for them, and certainly if Johan has another Stalker rifle, it's going to get even harder.
He's so clean with it too. The second we hop on board with the screen, he lands a double. He's got the Bulldog in his back pocket. Ton of information gathered from the PD spawns over towards Caution, and because of that, you're seeing Centenegra rotate this ball into Tram. Johan just trying to anchor this Bulldog shotgun position, and as he's able to stay alive, it's just going to mean Centenegra is able to rack up more time.
2 dead. And now Alter Esports, they've got to try and get that ball out of Tram. It's got to be a quick push before the spawners come up, and you can see Tenuous is doing his best to try and speed things up. They force the play at the very least so they can stop Centenegra from scoring, but now it's about what you do in this situation, because not only have you got to prioritize the ball, but the Rockets are going to be spawning as well.
Yeah, this is a crucial time for Alter Esports to get a few slays, and unfortunately it's going to be Magico that picks up 1. 2 go down for Alter Esports, and that's going to make their opportunity to get these Rockets so slim, Dan, that this is where it could get ugly once again. 36-1 is the score for now. As these Rockets come into play, you can guarantee Centenegra have them in hands. What are they going to be able to do with them? And if you're paying attention to the scoreline now, how quickly does that jump up to 60, 70? And does that lead start to put so much pressure on Alter Esports?
It's the confidence that we're seeing Centenegra push here, whereas they are not fearing Alter Esports whatsoever, and I guess that's probably the best way to play at times, especially against a lower seeded team. Don't allow them into the game, pummel them into the ground so that you can gain as much confidence and kill any sort of momentum that Alter Esports had from that open bracket yesterday. Remember, Alter Esports did not drop a map throughout the open bracket, but now here in pool play, it looks like they are very close to dropping their first map of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the farther they go undefeated, the more difficult teams are going to play, and as they get into this pool play situation, they just happen to start off with the #1 seed in their pool, or at least the best team performing as of yesterday. And this Centenegra team, we can talk about how good they've played so far, continuing to play that well, and Alter Esports, maybe not the best representation so far of how strong of a team they are. We know what they're capable of, and although they started this series off slightly slow, we'll see if they're able to rebound here, at least towards the end of game 1. You want to build some momentum, Dan, and we're seeing a little bit different of a score line, but I'm not sure how much of a difference it's going to make as Centenegra continue to find slays in their favor.
Yeah, I can see this changing, Wes, when, you know, the Stalker rifle has just been firmly in the hands of Centenegra. A lot of it, Johan, but even Magic had it as well at one point. Alter Esports have not been able to get much weapon control at all, whether it be the Bulldog, whether it be the Stalker rifle, even Rockets have not been in their hands. But now we finally see a chance, right? They've got a setup. This is the first time they've really had the Bulldog to work with. Rockets are coming up as well. If they can get all these goodies, maybe they can make a comeback.
They got to get some kills, though, and unfortunately, Magico did just pick up those rockets bottom middle. It's up to Zalron to try and make a play. He's got the shotgun, can't do more than just find one, and unfortunately, when you're the last guy alive surrounded by Centenegra members, you got to figure out a way to make a play. That play, it was shut down. Magico is going to lose rockets. This could be the opening pick for Alter Esports. Trades are coming through. They're going to be able to at least stall this one out for a little bit longer.
There is no way Alter Esports should have been able to be even close to successful with that push. Centenegra had absolutely everything. Rockets, Bulldog, Stalker Rifle, they were all set up. Magico maybe overextending a little bit with the rockets, but they're still getting the slays. 2 more have fallen for Alter Esports. Ball time still firmly in the hands, but 3 are dead, and Centenegra are going to have to play it, so Alter Esports keeping this game alive.
Keeping it alive for now, and that's important, Dan. Just spending more time in game 1 to warm up, to consciously get in the mindset that this series could be a long one, and that's exactly what Alter Esports fans want to see here. It's not about potentially coming back because this is a massive deficit and starting to try and amount that comeback. It's about building confidence going into game 2. Onset talked about it in the pre-show about how what you want to see from these open bracket teams is that level of confidence, and in order to build confidence, you need to get a few kills under your belt. They've done a much better job here in round 2.
3 dead, 4 dead on the side of Alter Esports. And even though this round 2 has been better, perhaps that is going to be the final nail in the coffin here on Streets Oddball. Only 8 more seconds required, and Alter Esports are pinned back. They are trying to escape. They're going to go through bottom middle, it looks like, but with 1 already falling, this should be the final pieces of the puzzle. There it is. Centenegra will take game number 1, and Alter Esports' unbeaten run will come to an end with their map score. But, of course, still a best of 5. They still could get back into this series, and who knows, Wes, maybe Stronghold, maybe Ball on Streets just isn't their strongest game type.
And I don't think Alter Esports woke up today and thought today was just going to go undefeated like their open bracket run did, right? I think that these guys know exactly who Centenegra are. Like you said before the match started, these guys are very familiar with each other. Johan, Guardians, they've been popping off all weekend. No surprise that they continue to start off hot. And look at the ball time from Nasty Bullet as well. It really has been an impressive performance in the multiple times we've been able to watch Centenegra at this point. And if you're Alter Esports, when you're looking back on game 1, at least you can fall back to we had a much better round 2 performance than a round 1. We saw kills up in the 16 kill mark, Dan, towards the end of that game if we're able to see the stat. But what was important that stuck out to me was round 1, everybody on Alter Esports ended with 4 kills. And for the fact that they were able to amount to 12 plus in round 2, that shows you promise that, hey, maybe we just started slow. It is early on Saturday. It's very likely that you just weren't ready for the amount of pressure and the amount of heat that Centenegra were going to throw at you.
Yeah, I think that when you come into pool play as an open team, I think you're completely right. The expectation is not necessarily there to have that same success, especially in this matchup where, you know, you may feel like this is one of the better teams, if not the best team in the group that you can potentially be facing. You're more likely going to have a better run against the likes of Chosen, for example, who really struggled yesterday. The likes of Timbers, for example, who struggled yesterday. I think those are the games that you really want to be looking forward to and warming up to. And maybe this is going to be a chance for Alter Esports just to get a feel of what it's like to play on the main stage, play in pool play rather so than the open bracket. I'm unsure whether Mexico is the same as North America, of course, but in international competition, usually open bracket is Xbox. And then once you get onto the main stage, it is going to be PC in all of championship bracket. And there is going to be a little bit of an adaptation time. There is going to be a little bit of a change here or there. So if that is something they're going through, that could maybe be why game 1 wasn't this most solid one for them. But as we do look back at some of the replays, Wes, I do feel like Centenegra looked very polished, and a lot of it was because of that Stalker Rifle.
They've looked polished and they've looked dominant so far throughout this tournament. I like your point about having to switch between the PC and the Xbox too, Dan. I know talking to Munoz, a lot of these guys actually play on Xbox at home, so that change alone can be very, very different. The red reticle can throw you off at times. Like, where is my exact range with this sword, or where's my exact range with these weapons? A lot of those values are still there, but you're not you're subconsciously thinking if they're there, I guess, if you're not seeing it. So a little bit difference on switching platforms. Higher FPS can honestly throw players off. I know Baby J used to rage about his PC running too smooth back in the day, so I used to kind of roast him for it. But good times, good people, and we'll see if everybody's able to adapt, because I mean, at the highest level, you do want to be playing on the highest product. You want to be playing on the best machine possible. You just sometimes take a little bit of time to get used to it, and especially if you're getting onto the main stage in front of a crowd for the first time, there's a lot of different factors that are starting to add up into the equation of how you're able to perform.
Yeah, and I think that we saw round one, you know, they didn't look comfortable. They looked a little bit all over the place. But round two, they started to get back into things. And maybe that could be one of the reasons. Maybe a platform change could be a significant reason as to why they didn't play too well. But we'll have to see as we go further into this series. Of course, a best of 5, so still plenty of time to work with. But going into a Slayer now, you'd imagine that this should be a little bit more comfortable for the side of Alter Esports. You're going up against a team who are very well drilled, very well practiced, so naturally objective games are going to be good. So we'll see whether the Slayer can be a little bit better for them here.
I think the Slayer typically does go better for the open bracket team a lot of the times in these situations. And if it's anything like round 2 compared to round 1, we'll see a much more competitive game 2 than we did game 1, I would feel, overall. But for these guys on Alter Esports, you need to take a deep breath, take a sip of water. We're seeing one of those steps be performed here. You have to assume to breathe in as well, Dan. And as we get into game 2, it's going to be a live fire Slayer. We're going to see that S7 sniper top middle, and we saw a few plays being made yesterday by Drift with that weapon. And I already know that this MX region, they're known for their ability to hit some ridiculous snipes, go crazy with that S7. So I'm very excited to get into this second game.
Well, what we saw Johan do yesterday with the shock rifle, and as Onset was calling him Shockman or Shock Dude, something shocking, I don't know, it was weird, but some sort of wrestler was what he was called. But now he's got the sniper rifle. Right now this is going to be a different weapon entirely, but still the same kind of tendencies, the same kind of skills that you're going to need to be able to be that accurate. So I am excited. That's who I'm going to be looking out for in this game, is Johan to be popping off with that S7 sniper that spawns top middle, of course. Can Alter Esports, though, show us a little bit more here in game number 2? I fear if this is going to be a one-sided affair, then maybe we're starting to look at a potential just 3-0 sweep once more. But if Alter Esports can start to make something here in these early stages, get off to a hot start, then they can really start to give themselves a chance in this series.
Yeah, this could be a 3-0 with how well Syntenegra are playing. But that's no disrespect to Alter Esports, I don't think. I think Syntenegra looked so dominant in this pool yesterday that you almost expect them to be in the finals at this point, playing up against PK Knights. There's a couple other teams that may have something to say about it, a couple other Syntenegra teams that looked very strong that may have something to say about it. But for now, Alter Esports, they have their hands full. They need to figure out a way to make this one confident. They're close in order to build some confidence. And unfortunately, the man of the hour, the man of the day yesterday, Johan, you said he popped off with shock rifle, and S7's a very similar style weapon. You want to put it in your best sniper's hands, and I think that's exactly what Syntenegra have been able to do early on.
The no-scope's not as easy to hit, but we did see plenty of players hitting a lot of important body shots yesterday, and there you go. There's a body shot right to the shoulder to ensure that that kill was easy picking. 6-1 already. There's another body. Doesn't finish it up with the BR. Doesn't want to get too confident here running into grenades, but you can see that Johan just wants to support his team here.
Ooh. Flying out. No shield. No problem. Hits the body shot. Unfortunately, he is taken down, but great damage. Great no-scopes for Johan right there. He's not able to award himself a kill with that, but the amount of pressure already from Syntenegra, it's being felt from Alter Esports. They do get a couple of kills in their favor. They get a couple of slays. Eliminate the pressure, eliminate a Magico, and that's a beautiful shot by Intinuous there. In order to release some of that pressure, make this game a little bit highly contested, and 7-11 is a much better start for Alter Esports. Although they fall behind, they've at least dealt with the map control early from Syntenegra well.
Yeah, I think that Syntenegra were guilty of what so many teams are when they have such an emphatic start, is they pushed a little bit too aggressively. They could have held their ground a little bit. I know they had the overshield, they probably could have collapsed onto Alter Esports a little bit more successfully if they had been more patient, but it doesn't matter too much to them because they still have a 5-kill lead, make it a 7-kill lead, and they've got the sniper rifle back in their hands. Overshield is going to be in their hands as well, so this is starting to run out of control once more. Can Alter Esports do exactly what they just did off those green spawns, though? Can they get a successful push down here? No, it doesn't look like they can because now Bullet's hitting the body shots.
Bullet putting a bullet into the body of Alter Esports there. It's another 3 down, and the second Grimsty was able to lose that S7 and the heat wave to the members of Syntenegra. You knew that the power, the shift and control was going to go into Syntenegra's hands, but how far can they run with it? Already up 20-10. What was once a very highly contested 7-11 game at the start is now blown wide open by Syntenegra. The pressure's starting to be felt, the aggressiveness. You can see it clearly on screen. Johan wants to pick up the pace. He wants to set the tone. He's doing just that. That's another 3 dead for Alter Esports.
Those dastardly cats up to no good again. I can hear them.
It's Poppy.
Oh, it's Poppy this time. Maybe just trying to make a ruckus. She wants attention because she says, hey, what are these cats doing in my house? But speaking of being in someone's house, Green was the residence of those players, and they got swiftly evicted 25-12. And Syntenegra are starting to make a mockery of this game. Alter Esports just not really able to get back into things ever since we saw that incredible kind of passage of play from Syntenegra where they were able to control both the Overshield and the Heatwave.
Magico's got 10 to his name. 10-2-3 right now. Unbelievable performance in a Slayer. Those statistics do so much work for your team. He's able to turn the 11th in his favor. Another 3 dead for Alter Esports, and Syntenegra just in cruise control right now with all the map at their disposal. The snipe in hands, and with 7 bullets, let's see what Magico can do. Ooh. He finds one onto the elbow, knows that there's another player by Green. Can he hit the no scope? Hits the body, finishes it with the BR. It's clean as a whistle there, and Overshield coming up, the rotation coming through.
Nice shot again. I've always wondered the expression clean as a whistle, because how clean are whistles, realistically, with all that saliva and bacteria? Oh! Gotta be cleaner than that. Killing Frenzy. And also some incredible shots coming out from Magico here. Forget how clean the whistle is. This man is filthy right now.
Filthy, absolutely disgusting. Hasn't missed a bullet, I don't think, with the snipe. Maybe one, but every one of those bullets that he did hit, they were felt by Alter Esports. It's felt directly in the score line now. Up 19, 38-19 it is. And with 11 more kills to go, they're up 20. You have to think Syntenegra are cruising to a 2-0 victory here.
Very rare you see a comeback of this magnitude, especially on live fire when it's so easy to get those trades. So many passages you can take just as a 2 to try and isolate some players that may be roaming around the map. Alter Esports pretty much have to stick to a 4, but of course then you're vulnerable to grenades. Unfortunately, there's not really any opportunity for them to get back into this game, even with all the goodies, especially when Bullet is continuing to stay alive, continuing to do the damage, somehow still has a double, somehow still alive. And he, at the moment, is just running through them. It's a triple, and you can see he's desperate for more.
Now he wants the over. Can he get it? The assist is coming through. The teammate takes the over from him. Another kill. It's a killing spree for Bullet as well, as he puts his 14th of the game on the board. 2 more to go for Syntenegra to take the series lead to a 2-0 fashion, and a little bit of a hesitation there will allow Alter Esports to get a few kills to release some of the pressure, but it's just a matter of time. And how do you like your steak then? Because 48-25, 49-26 now, and with 1 more kill to go, Syntenegra can be able to punch this ticket.
All 4 are dead. For Syntenegra, Alter Esports may be trying to deny the steak dinner at the very least, like a waiter taking it away from us when we were in Italy. But there we go. It is going to be the confirmation. 2-0. Syntenegra are going to be able to find their victory once more. And Alter Esports, unfortunately, I think they may have just hit a bump in the road here. They dominated the open bracket, undefeated, but now it's a different kettle of fish when you're in pool play, when you're in championship brackets. Syntenegra are the real deal, and they are showing us that is evident more and more each map we see them play.
Flex is on the side of Johan there in the graphic, and very confident in this play as well. I mean, just absolutely dominant performance. It was even Johan bottom fragging in game 2, but it doesn't really matter. Everybody on Syntenegra has been clicking all weekend long. And the more we get an opportunity to watch this team play, Dan, the more I'm starting to think that this team is the real deal. I've been watching a lot of Guardian and Johan since the end of Halo 5. They were playing every single weekend in the esports arena tournaments, and they started to progressively compete at a higher level. And you would watch them play against some of the higher stakes North American players, and continuously they just inch by inch maybe didn't win series, but they would take a game, they would make games close, and all of a sudden they would start hitting shots that you were very impressed by. It's no surprise that that hard work, it's continuing to be put in Halo Infinite, and it's continuing to pay off at this point, starting to look like they're hitting a stride here in their young careers.
And considering Johan was on the Cincinnati roster that finished top 8 back at the MX Super, he's really enjoying his time now with this new blood, this new difference that he's been able to put together with the old Timbers Esports members. And of course, Guardian rounding it out as well. And I do think that you're right. You know, I think when the likes of Pittsburgh Knights, the likes of Timbers and Cincinnati X all look at this squad, they say, okay, well, there's someone else we need to be worrying about in this bracket. Pittsburgh Knights are not the only team that could be pummeling us into the ground, because from what we've seen so far from this Cincinnati roster is that they are ruthless. They will constantly be able to be the aggressors, look to try and dominate those spawns, and they punish you for it. As we look back at some of the replays, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of snipes in here.
There's one right here, I promise you. It was the one highlight I feel like we've seen from Ultra Esports throughout this series so far, and just about every S7 bullet been put to use here in this series, and that was something that I kind of touched on. Something that really impresses me from the MX region all up is their ability to hit snipes, and that's quick scopes, no scopes, you name it. These guys can do it. Look at this, another 2-piece nugget meal for the frenzy here. Magico absolutely popping off. And Dan, I think there's something to be said as far as we always ask ourselves in this MX region, who is going to be that team that really steps up and starts to rival the PK Knights as they've been on this dynasty run, as they continue their legacy as the top team in the region. Well, typically when those teams do find a rival, when someone does step up, it's because you get a veteran that maybe looks like a Magico, looks like a Bullet that's been replaced, that's played with those PK Knights players for a long period of time, and then all of a sudden they're forced to put their own team together, find some young guns, find some individual skills like a young World 2, a young Snakebite. And I'm not saying Guardian and Johan are exactly those two players' embodiments, but I think that there is opportunity here for the amount of individual skill that Magico has been able to put around him. And if this can manifest into something special, will we see the Centenegra rise and compete against PK? I think this weekend's going to be a long one for these Centenegra boys, and if they're playing late on Sunday, I would not be shocked.
And with how the seeding works, fairly certain that Cincinnati would not meet the Pittsburgh Knights until a winners bracket final. But certainly their other competition for me would be Cincinnati X, who absolutely demolished Timbers Esports yesterday, may I add. So the two Cincinnati rosters have really been standouts for sure. CN Nubis maybe not doing as much as the other two, but I'm sure they could certainly make a statement as they get a little bit further into the bracket as well. But King of the Hill Recharge is where we're going to be heading for the third and maybe final game here, Clutch. And from what we've seen, I think it's highly likely that this is going to all end here. But I will say King of the Hill sometimes does throw up some surprises.
Yeah, you say maybe. I'm going to close the door on this book pretty early, I think. Ultra Esports, I mean, no disrespect by them, but with how well Centenegra is playing, I think it's almost written in the stars that this series is going to be closed. This pool play round for Centenegra is going to be closed, because I think that they're looking to make statements here in pool play. They've done just that on Friday, and they have their last pool play match here and now, and they look just as dominant as ever. And if we learned anything about this Centenegra team on Recharge yesterday, is that you cannot allow Johan to get that shock rifle in hand, and I have a feeling he's going to find his way to it fairly early and fairly often in this game 3.
But Wes, are you closing the door or closing the book? Because you said you were going to close the door on the book. Does the book have a door?
I'm closing both, Dan. The door is closed, the book's closed, the script is written. This series, if it doesn't go in Centenegra's hands, I'll shave my head. I'll say it here and now.
No, don't make that mistake. I made that mistake once in one of the most improbable positions, the most unlikely scenarios, and I got it wrong.
This is the difference between you and I, Dan, is that like when I make predictions, when I see things in Halo, is like I'm typically right, you're typically wrong. So you say unlikely scenario, and that's like telling me like Sentinels is going to beat Op in the finals or something.
Well, you're a confident man, and for your hair, I hope that you are right. But for my personal preference, I hope that you are wrong, and I would like to shave it myself with a Bic razor, get some shaving foam on there. Little skid.
Let's retract that though. You threatened to shave your head, and then I've never seen you bald, and you sound like you lost the bet. So
yeah,
what's going on there?
It was a kind of throwaway statement that I made once, and
there's no such thing as a throwaway statement.
Oh no, it was. It never should have happened, and honestly, still to this day, I cannot believe it. And I made that mistake once. I'll never make it again as a commentator. But you have now made that. So I'm hoping we see the biggest comeback of comebacks from Alter Esports, so you can eat your words and shave your head. But maybe I'll give you a pass because I didn't.
It sounds like you're supposed to shave your head at some point.
I probably will. Most likely going to be instigated by Onset because he's been trying to get me to do it for about 2 years now, and he is getting bigger every time I see him, so it's getting a little bit concerning. King of the Hill recharge though, as we bring it back to the actual game rather than my hair and Onset and his largeness. This is going to be a chance for Alter Esports to maybe try and disrupt the kind of perfect setups we've seen from Sintenegra at the moment, and you hope that maybe Sintenegra will be a little bit more unpracticed because it's one of the newer game types. But I think at this point, Wes, most people have got it down now. I think it's been out for a long enough time. It's well practiced, it's well drilled that Sintenegra should still be comfortable.
Yeah, it's no longer that new game type where you're trying to figure out what the base meta of it is. It's more so, what are some things you can do to throw off your opponent knowing what the consistent meta is? Can you set the bar as far as determining what the meta will evolve to is the big question. It's a lot to ask for some of the lesser known teams, especially in the MX region. I think you'll see a little bit more of that influence in potentially like a Ryan Noob team playing in top North American play, where they'll show you a little bit of a shift in strategy, a shift in setup. But right now we're just looking for the basics to be done. And speaking of the basics, kills coming through. Johan with the shock rifle. You can almost write this script itself.
Confidently jumps out, but he will jump to his death because of it. Again, there's the aggressive nature, there's the confidence coming out from these players. Perhaps could have just hit those shots from where he was standing and then backed off, but when you are in a position like this where you are absolutely dominating another team, those things kind of go out the window, and also you fly out the window to make sure you try and pick up those kills. You almost feel like you have to, but early on, Alter Esports have lost a couple of players. They did manage to dip their toe in the hill for a little bit of time, but it was very quickly taken and stripped away from them. Sintenegra start to score some more, but this hill is always a tough one. Very scrappy. You got to be constantly aware of those spawns. Are they going to be pushing you from that top elevator? Are they going to be dropping down? Where can they bank nades off? There's a lot to think about.
Good kills on the side of Alter Esports early on. A little bit different of a storyline than we've been able to say in the first two games at the least in this series, and a couple of hairs on my head starting to get a little nervous. Nothing too much, but we'll see what Bullet has to say. He's found the shock rifle for now, and lots of player weak in the long haul. That's an easy kill for him to pick up. Good damage, good cleanups all series long from Sintenegra, and I like the choice to switch over to the battle rifle once you miss that initial shot with the shock rifle. Unfortunately, maybe not the best positioning. He pays for it with his life, and this hill, it's been highly contested, over halfway for Alter Esports. So Sintenegra, for the first time, going to have to play from behind in just about any situation, but with this camo in Guardian's hands, they should be able to minimize the damage here.
Yeah, he will try and make his way around so that he can go for a little bit of a backstab here. Does get spotted out, but will at least secure the kill. And unfortunately, no one there to clean it up from the rest of Alter Esports. That's what's important when you have the camouflage. Try and isolate those fights. Make sure that you're not easily traded out, and then you can continue to put it to work and damage your opponent. But it does look like he is just going to be a nuisance at the moment, and Alter Esports are probably going to lose this hill purely off the back of this camo play.
Yeah, great play by Guardian. So patient to find the easy back smack onto the first. Makes the second kill that much easier. And when 3 go dead for Alter Esports, the last player alive, he's getting bullied in long haul. The repulsor comes through. The shots did not, though. And Grimsty showing Johan he's got a little bit of something to say. about the series being over for now, but as I say that, Centenegra do score that first point. So although Grimsty gets his one-on-one win, unfortunately it's at the cost of them losing the first point.
I think if any of the hills were going to go in the way of Alter Esports, it was probably the bottom middle one. This hill, however, is far more structured. Centenegra have already set up in it, but the sword can definitely do some damage here, and he manages to connect with one. Should be two. Oh, he jumps back out! Oh, the challenge from Magico! He absolutely disrespects the sword guy.
Yeah, I was thinking, what in the world is he doing challenging there? He actually hits the shot, though. And Magico feeling himself right there. Johan on Magico's screen with the sword, and now all of a sudden all the slays, because that one shock rifle kill comes through, go in the hands of Centenegra for a moment, but a good job by the last few players on Alter Esports to pick up a few kills, get back in the hill, and a much needed stronghold point here. When you have sword in this long haul, Dan, this is a very powerful position to play from Grimsty's point of view. Can he find a way to get a kill? Can he lure Centenegra into the hill to pick up a sword kill to swing numbers in his favor?
Just need someone on the sneaky nades to be watching for you, giving you that information. You can see they are already there, and now Centenegra are going to be making their way through, and they should get sliced and diced here. But oh no, the assassination comes through. And unfortunately, Grimsty not able to get the sword kill. Perfectly timed push, probably slightly fortunate from Centenegra, but again, Alter Esports just being punished in those final moments.
It's one he's going to want back for sure. The second point, it's secured. Centenegra off of those few slays. They take long haul control. They take the point in their favor. And now, as we shift our mindsets over towards the elevator control here for the third point, it's almost a must needed point for Alter Esports to stay in this series, because when you go down 3-0, Centenegra will be able to start playing the clock as well as the points here. And when it moves to Turbine, it's a very difficult hill to try and gather quickly right now. So Alter Esports, these slays, they're important. They get a couple of them, but they need a couple more in order to potentially get some hill control and get right back into this one.
I was going to commend the positioning there of Guardian, but eventually he does just get pushed by too many players, and now it's Bullet's chance to dominate the elevator area. Should be a double kill, will be a double kill, and it's going to be more points being scored as they get closer to that 3-0 that you speak of, not just in this game, but also a 3-0 in the series is going to be waiting. And I think that the shaving of your head is not going to happen today, but maybe another day. Who knows? We'll start to place that bet a little bit more often, perhaps. But 3-0, Alter Esports now on the back foot very firmly, and they're going to really struggle to get back into this hill.
Yeah, this tunnel hill, it's typically pretty chaotic. Ammo is coming up, and Bullet, he's already scored the third point, found himself in the fourth hill, and Centenegra not going to make this one any longer than it needs to be, it seems, as Johan does get taken down. It is Alter Esports with the camo and the shock rifle in hand. Big question for Zalron is how are you going to play this one? You got to figure out a way to impact these battles that are going over by the hill. You're kind of blocking the pipe spawn as well, so the elevator spawns are going to be where Centenegra find themselves coming back onto the map, and Zalron needs to impact this push, and unfortunately can't quite hit the shot onto Johan there. His teammates are going to be able to pick up some kills, and now Zalron forced to jump in the hill himself. Some great plasma grenades. They insta-explode Magico as he falls down, tries to compete for that hill, and this is all of a sudden looking like an Alter Esports point. And Dan, if you believe in curses, I think you may have just started one here.
Hopefully. I'd love to see them get back into this one, if I'm honest. We will see them just ever so slightly pushed out of the hill there by the grenades from Centenegra off spawn, but Alter Esports only need maybe 5 or so more seconds to be able to secure their first point. But this is where Centenegra can start to play the clock, as you say. They can delay this. Sure, Alter Esports may end up getting this one, but as long as they can eat away at that time, then I would imagine that Alter Esports would struggle to get any further than that. But as I say, that Centenegra are already getting into the hill. They've got a sword, they've got a shock rifle. Magico has the game in his hands right now.
Yeah, this is where Centenegra can show us something special, right? If Alter Esports break this hill one time, they're going to score the point. Can Centenegra do what it takes to stop that from happening and actually end this game on a high note? This would be a massive win for them. They've got to get the player out of the hill, but no. Magico with the sword out, he can't close the distance. Because of that, they're going to lose multiple members over towards the repulsor. A good repulsor is going to knock one off the map.
No way.
Somebody, it's going to be Johan, just made the play. to end the series potentially, all 4 depth for Alter Esports, and that's going to do it. They're able to end this series not only in a 3-0 fashion, but on a very high note. They're able to get the slays. They're able to hold the setup they need. And Sintenegra showing you that they can do it all. And that gives me just one more bullet point, Dan, to show me that Sintenegra are the real deal.
Those final moments there, Johan just sending one player off the map with a repulsor and then holding his ground, getting the melee in. Wasn't even a trade in the end. And we saw so many individual plays that really made a difference in that series. I think back to the challenge with a shock rifle from Magico as well. The back smack onto Grimsty when he had the sword. They really were game-defining moments, and you have to feel for Alter Esports because they gave it a bloody good effort in that one, but just not going to be working out on this occasion. And they will go down 3-0, so after dominating open bracket, 3-0ing everyone they played against in the open bracket, they now get a reality check here in the pool play. And we'll see how they manage to move on against other teams. As we look at some of the stats, maybe we'll get to see the kills and deaths here and see just who were those standout players. Hey, there we go. 21 kills for Johan. He was able to really kind of rip through the entire Alter Esports roster, not just with kills, but 14 assists as well.
Yeah, we've been talking up Johan all week, or all weekend long, but I really do think it is all of the Sintenegra squad that's playing at a very high level. Every single time we switch to one of their point of views through the series, they were individually popping off, hitting some good shots. That gives you hope, right? There's a lot of individual skill on this team. Has Nasty Bullet and Magico put together the squad that they think they have what it takes to take the entire championship this weekend? It's a big question going forward, but they've done their job here in pool play. They not only win this series 3-0, they do it in dominant fashion. They not only win their pool 3-0, they do it in dominant fashion, and that's everything you could ask of from the Sintenegra squad here early on. On the side of Alter Esports, Dan, this is their first match in pool play. It's against the #1 seed, or the best team, I would say, in their pool. Maybe not the way they wanted it to go, but there's plenty of time, plenty of opportunity to rebound and still end yourself in a pretty good position when you go into bracket play.
And Sintenegra now will take that 2nd seed overall, of course, because they beat Chosen Squad, who were in their pool. Or the artificial 2nd seed, should I say, as we go into bracket play. And that means that we will be unlikely to see them face against Pittsburgh Knights until the winners bracket finals. Depending, of course, how results go elsewhere. But with the Pittsburgh Knights and what we saw previously, you'd expect that to. There is confirmation then of the first 3 maps that were played and the 2 maps that were not. It's a 4-0 on Recharge to finish things off here for Sintenegra. And Alter Esports, unfortunately, will bow out of this one, going in a kind of disappointing way, but at the same time, I think that it's important for them to just kind of look at that and say, okay, we've played against one of the best squads in this tournament. We got a little bit of a reality check, but now we've got to try and find a result here against the teams that are a little bit lower seeded in this bracket. As we look over towards the replays, however, I'm sure there's going to be some fun ones here. Wes.
The highlight reels, they were all Sintenegra throughout the entire series. Game 3, you saw signs of life from Alter Esports at times, but not enough to get some of the objective done, and that's the case. You can see the 2 clear differential levels of where these teams are currently at. Alter Esports just not playing at a very premium level of Halo right now. This is one of the signs that gave you hope for Alter Esports fans. Grimsty with some nice shots onto Johan, but that was about the only time we saw Johan miss the entire series. And
here we go.
When a player misses just a few shots, boom, it's not enough. Unbelievable shot there from Magico with the shock rifle as well. The sword coming into play. And I actually love the way Bullet plays this situation. Just great shots all around. Maneuvers around the pillar to take as little damage as possible. And while you're playing objective while slaying like Magico was, I mean, good things are going to happen in Sintenegra. Good things have been happening for them all weekend long, and especially throughout Pool B.
So Pool B is wrapped up in terms of the winner. We know that Sintenegra are guaranteed to be the winners of this group, but of course plenty still to be decided. Alter Esports are going to have to play against both Chosen Squad and Sintenegra and Nubis to try and take either 2nd or 3rd spot. On the other side in Pool A, of course, we still wait for games to be played there. The Knights still have to play against Sintenegra X, which I do think is going to be a very big game in that group. As for Timbers Esports, they're going to have to try and stop the open bracket team of Sintenegra A Day coming through and ruining their day. But certainly these pools are looking fun, Wes. And even though we know our winner of Pool B, Pool A looks like it has a lot to still be said.
A lot of games left to be played. Pool B, the winner of it's been decided. Pool A, you can almost bet that the Knights are going to take it. The big question is will Alter Esports or Sintenegra a Day start to take some of these other series, right? It's not all about beating the best team in your pool. It's about, can you create some upsets to give you a better opportunity in bracket play? But as we close the door here on the winner of Pool B, let's send it back to Lot and the desk. Let's see what they have to say about the series and potentially what else they may have in mind.
Thank you so much, Clutch and Gaskin, for that one, and a fantastic cast of that epic 3-0 for Sintenegra. To be honest, Onset Bravo, we kind of expected that one. We were kind of teeing it up to go that kind of way, and what we really expected to see and what kind of story could really come out of this series, right? Especially for Sintenegra and for Alter Esports and what it means for them. I think right now for Sintenegra, it just means that they are continuing to be super, super dominant. I mean, the score lines that we saw in that series layout across the entirety of this match are beyond dominant, really. I mean, unbelievable. They didn't give Alter Esports really a room to breathe. Onset, what did you make overall of this squad and really the trajectory they're going on, especially when they meet maybe some more fiercer competition?
I've got a kind of a comparison with their playstyle here that I'm sure that Andy's going to enjoy. I'm sure that Wes is going to cringe a little bit, but it's going to be, when I look at Pittsburgh Knights, and I'm going to use the example Pittsburgh Knights because they're kind of like the bar, right, for the region. They remind me like the final boss, right, of Halo 2 era, where they're quite organized, the way they try and play. You know, they've obviously got set strategy and what they try to execute, and then they've got some individual flair on top of that, which kind of, you know, we're going to call them the final boss. And look at Sintenegra, it's like the Carbon, you know what I mean? It's like kind of like all guns blazing, like flying out, like challenging, and being a little bit disruptive in the way that a lot of teams might try and approach the game. And I think that's a very interesting comparison for when those two teams actually will meet at some point in this tournament. With how they're playing, you would imagine they will. For Sintenegra, I think that's the playstyle I'd continue with, though. Just that aggression, the continual, like, challenging fights, just taking fights when you get that first shot advantage and just trying to show that individual skill and allowing that individual skill to carry them through some of the tough moments in games, because they're not missing too many shots. I mean, go back to that game that we saw on Live Fire. I mean, whoever picked up the snipe was just hitting everything. Like bodies, if it moved, it got hit and it got taken down to no shields, if not into the death screen. So it was a lot of fun to watch, and I think that they are going to be a lot of fun to watch, whoever they play against.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that sentiment. I mean, I've got to ask though, Brav, did you enjoy the comparison?
I'm glad you asked, and I think Mark will know, pardon me, as I clear my throat before I comment. Mark will know I'm quite strict on when I will, go with the flow on 2006 MLG Halo 2 references, but I think this one passes the test. I agree with Mark's breakdown, and I am the strictest when it comes to any comparisons to that day, that age. But I do agree. I think we're going to see, right now, we are certainly on track to see the epic battle that Mark has teed up with those two play styles between these two teams, like we've seen all year long, especially over the past 3 Pro Series as well, between the Knights and Sintenegra. That storyline has continued, and we said we were going to learn a lot about this team from that series. I think we did, and I think the final point in King of the Hill really sums it up, because as we take a look at the crowd here in Mexico City, fantastic audience here, and I gotta say, we're bummed, of course, to not be able to join everyone in the room, because the energy at Mexico City events is always incredible. But to talk about these two teams once again, we said we would learn a lot about Sintenegra, and I think we did. That they are super on the same page in the way they're playing this. And I think, as I had started to say, is that last point in King of the Hill really sums it up. Just when you think that they aren't about to 4-0, they come back, they get control of Repulsor Tunnel, and they end the game 4-0 to close the series out 3-0. I think that's pretty convincing. They could have let that point go. They could have just reset up for the next one, but I think that tells you about just how hungry they are.
Yeah, and you're totally right, I think, in saying that as well. They definitely could have let that point go. And I think actually a lot of teams probably in that same situation might have honestly let that point go and started to think about the next hill and being very comfortable with a 4-1 victory there on that final map. But just shows you, I think putting into the works. And like I said before we headed into this as well, I wanted to see something out of this series from Sintenegra. I wanted to see how they handle pressure. Maybe they put themselves in that situation to be like, look, what if this goes 3-3 in a situation with Knights maybe later down the road? Can we turn this around? Do we have the capability to make very small marginal comebacks like that to finish out a series? And right now the answer is yes. I mean, I'm excited. I think another thing I noticed about this Sintenegra roster was the fact that it isn't just on the back of one player just popping off and getting tons of kills. Yes, Johan was absolutely incredible in that final map, but we saw the likes of Guardian getting major slays there in the openings of that Recharge King of the Hill, 14 and 4 at one point, really solidifying things for his team objectively. Saw Magico turning up in the Slayer on live fire. I mean, insane. So I think the fact that, you know, a lot of these kind of individuals on this roster are showing the limelight, are showing us what they're capable of this early on, is pretty amazing. So I'm excited to see them go through that championship bracket and see what they can do. I tell you what though, folks, it is time for a break, because coming up next we do have another series on the cards for you. It's going to be Sintenegra a day versus Pittsburgh Knights. It's going to be absolutely amazing, and it's our chance to see where Knights stack up against one of our open bracket teams and how they're going to fare heading into the championship bracket. We'll see you guys right after this.
So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the HCS MX Regional Finals. Now, before the break and in the replays, you just saw that Cinta Negra took on Alta Esports, our open bracket team, popping up into the pools, and they did sweep them 3-0. It was a pretty epic series just to get to know both of our teams and find out where they're at currently in day 2 of our regional finals. I do have Gaskin and Clutch joining me on the desk as well. Gents, we have another series to talk about here as well, and we're going to be seeing a pretty epic team, the Knights. We love seeing the Knights. They've been so dominant all season long, and now they're finally at their own regional finals at LAN, and they're going to be actually taking on Cinta Negra a day, which they've actually come through the open bracket, so it's another open bracket team going up against the Titan of the LATAM region. Gaskin, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, this is an interesting one for Cinta Negra today. They took down Team Cruelty in the open bracket, and those of you who are watching international competition will know Team Cruelty played at Kansas City, or at least that was the team name. Maybe there's a couple of different players, but that is certainly going to be a great confidence booster for them coming into kind of pro bracket and pool play here, knowing that they beat one of the teams that has been out to the international competition. I do feel like this might be just one step too far now going up against the Pittsburgh Knights, but that doesn't mean they are not going to give it their all here, because we saw yesterday the Pittsburgh Knights, they put in so much time in the warm-up. Like, they didn't want to have any sort of banana skin situation whatsoever. So both of these teams are going to be trying 110%. which will mean that we should get some exciting plays happen.
We should hopefully get some very exciting plays and hopefully a very exciting series as well. And Clutch, looking at Pool A, where we're at the moment, Centenegra a day coming up, having to go up against Knights, this is going to be pretty tough. Knights 2-0 so far in the pool, have taken down Timbers Esports, have taken down Centenegra X, and now a day, they're trying to have their chance at this. This is going to be a really tough one. Have you got any advice for this team?
Yeah, I'm not sure any words of advice can really help them against the Knights. It's going to be a tough one, right? It's always tough when you watch that #1 seed in a pool play the open bracket team. I feel like we do it so often. And so often do we just see an absolute slaughter on the side of the first seed in the tournament playing that back end. But it's really not about winning this series. I mean, it is for the players, but from a perspective of like an analyst or a commentator, it's what we're trying to learn as viewers of the series is how good does this team stack up against the Knights is the big question. Do they make these games competitive? Can they play at a high level is the big question. If they can compete against the Knights, that really bodes well for their opportunity for the rest of the tournament. But we'll find out exactly how competitive this match will be.
Yeah, we certainly will be finding out that very, very shortly. And as you can see, the stage is getting set up currently with both of our teams on the main stage. You can see the audience as well, live from Mexico City. We've got to say, the lights look absolutely amazing. We love the red and blue. Absolutely gorgeous. So, yeah, fantastic stuff having the live event in Mexico City. Let's just talk about the match as a whole, though, as well, because, of course, this is going to be a big one here for Centenegra a day, coming in out of the open bracket, fighting their way through, looking pretty good and clean in terms of the journey that they've been on as well. And as you can see here, we are into some of the action right now into this afternoon. We've got Centenegra Day versus Knights. We've got Alta Esports versus Centenegra Anubis coming up as well. And then, of course, we have our championship bracket. And you guys also can join in all of the action, all of the fun as well with our Twitch drops that we have for you guys. We also have so much to deliver your way. Action. We've got all stuff that you can have in game as well, just by watching the stream, just by watching the MX regional finals. You guys can get your hands on so much. We have our Hammerhead Scorpion, our armor coatings for you guys, tuning into twitch.tv/Halo or twitch.tv/Halo_ES. It's as simple as that, folks. You can also earn the boots on the ground weapon charm as well tomorrow in the grand finals, and all you have to do is watch for an hour. That is it, an hour of your time. Open the tab, get your hands on all the goodies for in-game in Halo Infinite. But folks, bringing us back to what we're going to be watching on our screens very shortly, we do have Centenegra a day versus the Knights. And kicking things off, I want to talk about the powerhouse of the LATAM region, and that is the Knights. They have been outstanding thus far in their 2022 season. They're looking to make a big impact. In fact, they've also made an addition to their roster, and that has also made an impact. And we kind of talked about Palo yesterday. And Gaskin, how do you feel like he's fitting in? Because against Timbers Esports yesterday, not only was he playing well, but he made some pretty clutch moves in terms of the series that kind of, I think, showed us that this squad could be a potential great one going forward for the rest of their season.
Yeah, I will say that certainly the initial boxes have been ticked, and the Pittsburgh Knights are looking good with Pelu. I don't feel like they've had a true test yet, so it will be when they go up against maybe some of the bigger and better teams that I can assess Pelu's addition a little bit more so than the previous successor. But I do think that the Pittsburgh Knights should dominate pools. They should be 3-0ing everyone comfortably. If they're not, then there's always going to be that worry, right? There's always going to be the worry of, is this change? Should it have happened? Is it something they're going to go back on? But if they have the success, if they go undefeated, if they manage to win this tournament, they'll be looking in a really good situation going into Orlando.
Very, very true. I think, with Knights in particular, I'm excited to see what they can deliver against, I think, a much bigger, more competitive team as well. I think this is obviously this series here against, Centenegra a day. It's going to show us a little bit about them, but just not a whole lot right now. I mean, the fact that yesterday against Timbers Esports, the first three strongholds clutch was 250 to 28. That is wild to me, considering we thought it was potentially going to be a really close series. What are you looking for in particular when it comes to this Knights roster? What can they deliver, do you think, for you in particular for the rest of this LAN event in this series?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to learn anything about the Knights in this series. I'll be honest with you. They're going to beat down this team is what my prediction would be. They have so much talent on their team, and like I said, it's a number 1 seed versus an open bracket team. Typically these get ugly, especially when we thought a team like Timbers was going to put together a great performance against them, potentially push them to a game 4. None of the games were close, so I expect PK Knights to get their stats aligned and have a good time in this series. They're going to use this potentially as the warm-up instead of the free-for-all this time around into the rest of their Saturday. I am looking forward to the Knights playing against some stiffer competition throughout the tournament, but for this to be a competitive series, it would have to be almost a miracle, a act of God, I would think, from Sintenegra a day.
Yeah, I think we just saw Sintenegra today a moment ago, and speaking of this team, here is the series layout, here is what they're going to have to go through in the gauntlet it is. Gaskin, if there's anything that's kind of popping out to you in terms of a map and mode here that really could be a little bit of a crutch for the Sintenegra a day team to really kind of hold faith onto when it comes to this series?
I guess with Oddball being the first map, if the Pittsburgh Knights are playing in a way of like just running around trying to get kills, there's always the chance you can get that scrappy time and then maybe get lucky with a setup, but that's about all I'm clinging on to, and that is a stretch. I'm ready to be surprised. Certainly we didn't see the same kind of dominance from this Sintenegra roster that the Alter Esports roster had in the open bracket. They didn't go undefeated. They were dropping maps, so you'd suggest that arguably a weaker team from Alter Esports. So that worries me when they're going up against the best team in this tournament here. So I think that we're looking at probably a 3-0. I think we have to call it a spade, but I'm excited to see whether we can see some flashy plays and whether something can happen. Never mind, it's not Oddball. It's going to be Aquarius instead. It's going to be Capture the Flag.
Okay, there you go. A little bit of a reshuffle there for the series layout. Yeah, indeed. I think, I think honestly, right now, just to get you guys excited at home, this series is going to be exciting. I think Knights are going to be taking this one as like a little kind of a chance to make this their playground, to have fun with it. Yesterday, we saw Tapping just slaying. He was absolutely frying. We saw so many different things from this Knights roster that were really exciting and things to kind of hold on to and look out for coming into day 2. Drift as well with the Shock Rifle 2 was pretty exceptional as well. So really excited to see what Knights deliver today. Anybody in particular clutch for you that you're looking at as a focus on for this Knights roster maybe needs to step up a little more? I know they're all frying, but individually, is there somebody you want to see their turn kind of shine today?
Now, I think all eyes are on Pelu throughout the weekend. How well does he perform? Does he show us that he has the individual skill to keep up with Drift, with Tapping, with that? So I think those three are pretty solidified in their greatness here in the scene. I think there's always been a question as to the fourth at the Knights roster. Is he going to have what it takes to keep up with the other trio, I would call them? And I'll be watching Pelu all weekend long. If he can have another consistently good series here, that would be a great start to his Saturday.
Yeah, it certainly would be a great start to a Saturday. And tell you what, it's going to be a great start for this series because we do have two wonderful casters on standby to take us through all of the action. We have Bravo and Onset. Let's get into this Knights versus Sintenegra a day series, gents, and see what's on offer.
Your wish is my command, Lottie, and we will go into this series and we will get straight into business as soon as we can. We're just waiting for the games to go live, but it gives me a chance to ask how you are, Andy. You've been sat on the sides for a few moments. You had a coffee. You feeling good? You ready for the series?
I have had a coffee, and to be honest, Lottie said everyone at home is going to be excited for this series, and it got me really excited for this series, and I'm excited to jump in as well. CTF Aquarius, as we mentioned yesterday, one of our favorite game types and a great way to start off these series, and to be honest, it should be pretty smooth sailing for the Pittsburgh Knights, but it will be an opportunity for them to show the main stage and also, of course, everyone watching at home what they're made of.
Yeah, and I think there's three game types at the start. Arguably, the first four game types are some of my favorite that we have in the rotation at the moment. You've got Slayer Recharge as your second game type, where you can start to slow things down a little bit. Maybe if you're a Sintenegra a day and go for some picks and try and kind of just disrupt the way that Pittsburgh Knights want to play this. And then, of course, we go into some King of the Hill, which might be a little bit more difficult for them to do. But I want to get your opinions on what you've seen from Pittsburgh Knights so far. We haven't seen a huge amount of them, but when we have seen them on our screens, it does look very, very clear and abundant why they are where they are in the region and how they are performing at such a high level consistently.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing from them. And I think a lot of people have said it on the desk here. I think, Mark, you're one of them who said it as well. This is not just a team that looks great in Latin America. This is a team that's ready to challenge the rest of the world. And I think that's what they have on their mind as well. Certainly the most recent team change would suggest that. And I just love what I'm seeing from them in terms of the confidence, the way they play the game. And guess what? Here we go into our second match of the day to end some pool play for these guys here at the Pittsburgh Knights. We'll see what they can do up against Cinta Negra AD.
Well, let's see if, like you said, Knights are going to play with the confidence that we saw from yesterday, and I'm sure that they would love to do exactly that and pick up yet another 3-0. And when you are that dominant in a region, I'm sure that one thing that's probably in the back of the minds here of Knights is, can we win this tournament without dropping a map? That certainly would be some feat, regardless of who you are and what region you are playing on. And for now, it's going to be Cinta Negra AD who we're going to be watching some POV from. It's going to be Riches, who's bottom middle, taking a few shots from Tapping Buttons. I think that was trying to challenge, but for now, it's all about staying alive, just biding your time, get those shields back, and I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have loved what they've seen from the Knights all year long, and it's an exciting time for this region, exciting time for the Knights players. To be honest, a lot of North American, European fans, even Australia and New Zealand fans will have heard of the Pittsburgh Knights week in, week out, show after show. Guess what? The Pittsburgh Knights are still undefeated as we see a flag run starting here. And now it's an opportunity for us to learn more about the Knights, right? This is their home stretch. This is their time of year where they can win their regional, secure that spot to Orlando, maybe even put on a show at Worlds. And as quickly as we say that, the man himself, Tapping Buttons, will bring in the first flag.
Not just tapping buttons, but running flags as well, like you say. And I kind of like the abbreviation to Tapping B. I think maybe he's evolved
that's
to
badass.
level.
That's
yeah,
next
right?
level. I like Tapping B as well.
Tapping B. We're going to go with Tapping B then for the rest of this.
It almost sounds very inappropriate, which I like as well.
Yeah, it's officially Tapping B now. You've convinced me. That's all it took. The closer we get to the line, the happier I am.
Yeah, certainly. Apparently him too, as we'll stay on board with his POV, and they're going to be happy with the slays that come in. He's actually going to go ahead and spawn kill from the fridge, which will mean his longtime teammate Atso will be able to bring this flag home.
Yeah, Cinta Negra AD, unfortunately, already lost one player, and a lot of damage being done by Tapping Buttons means this is a pretty comfortable run in, even though there's a couple more players just to deal with on that overextension on the car side. But Drifty is just rotating in behind a teammate to make sure that kill does get dealt with, and that will be complete base control and map control after the cap going to Knights.
Nice little move there from Atto as well. You might have noticed the drop slide off of the flag block there to make sure the flag went in, even though he had pressure from Jen and he was flashing when he capped. So to be honest, little things like that are the excellence that we expect from Knights when you hit the little bit of extra movement techniques and can certainly pay off. Ooh, and Drift gets surprised there at the connector. Certainly did not expect to get taken down, but it looks like it will be Acendrado that will take him down and now control top mid.
Always got to be careful when you're flashing and you're capping. But for now, it's going to be Cinta Negra AD who are actually putting a little bit of pressure on. They got that flag out. They got about halfway. However, a counter cap opportunity is now coming in. A couple of plasma grenades might just buy enough time for this return to come in. And you're seeing here an opportunity for them to cap. Tapping Buttons has picked up one on the P side, which means the spawners should be on the P side themselves. Gets a touch on that flag as well, just to cause a few more problems. Cinta Negra AD have got that flag back, but they've lost 2 players in the process.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see exactly how they play this. Like you said, 2 down, might be 3 in a second based on these straight stairs being taken down. That will be 3 dead for Cinta Negra AD.
And a touch comes in on the flag from Atso. Excuse me, from his teammate, it looks like it is going to be Atso, who picks up that flag, throws it up into the window. The catch is a little bit wonky, but second time of asking and they get the job done. So Cinta Negra AD putting some pressure onto Knights there, but a few clutch plays, a few clutch kills, and a counter cap that got just picked up at the last second before it was returned, results in a 3-0 lead for them now.
I like that play from Atso. It's minor, but when you miss that first flag toss, you really need to continue trying to get the toss. It can be awkward, it can be clunky, but to be honest, trying to drop the flag and either go straight stairs or all the way around thereafter is almost always going to cause trouble because you have 2 out of your 4 teammates taking damage in that scenario. So you really need to force those flag tosses up. I'm glad Atso and team stuck with it. That will now bring them to 3-0.
Tapping B, hitting some nice shots. And now going to be moving through the gen with the camouflage. One of these players, he just seems to have the timing on those flanks, just always in a position to find that first shot. There's another example of it, and he only needs 4 a lot of the time. And there, again, the perfecto coming in from Tapping B.
Gotta say, Tapping B really does feel like the next level, right? Good. Because everyone remembers, I mean, Tapping Buttons burst onto the scene really as the first meaningful pickup during Halo 5 from an international region to a North American major organization, right? On Evil Geniuses, for those of you who don't know the Tapping Button story, for him to come from Mexico to get picked up on Evil Genius's North American roster was an enormous deal. And I think since then, we haven't heard too much from him, aside from, of course, dominance in Halo Infinite, without a doubt, on this Pittsburgh Knight squad. But it feels like now, with the name Tapping B, this is kind of round 2 for him. He's here to make a point.
It was like the Charmander has gone to the Charmeleon. I wonder when the Charizard's going to come out. Maybe we're going to just see it. Maybe it's just going to be tapping soon, or maybe just tap B. Who knows? We'll have to find out as the time progresses in front of our eyes. But for now, it's a bit of a mid-map battle that's going on. I've got to give a lot of credit here to Cincinnati today. Unfortunately, as I do, they fall 4 dead, as sometimes is always the case. But this hasn't been an easy ride so far for the Knights.
Yeah, here's Pelu on your screen here. Haven't seen enough of Pelu, to be completely honest, in this game. Absolutely love what this guy's been doing, and he'll pick up 1 in the back of the base, make it 2 for the killing spree as well. He'll get that flag run started, and one thing I was going to say is generally when the Charizard comes out, it's not Twitch appropriate, so not sure if we'll be able to actually see that from his side, as Pelu's going to run this flag back straight stairs, and it's going to look all too easy here for the jump.
Done all the heavy lifting, done all the work himself, brings this one home. 4-0 is the score, and now Knights find themselves 1 flag cap away. Just looking across the stats, and I mean, you can just take your pick of the litter at this point. Every single player on Knights is almost double positive at this point. It's looking extremely, extremely good for them, and Pelu at the moment just seems to be fitting onto this team like a glove. And that's one thing when you make a pickup, you want a player to come in and just fill the roles you require him, and it looks like Pelu knows exactly his job.
I mean, it's a terrifying roster, right? When you look at the players on this team, and then you think of what Pelu has done, both with these players so recently and even off of this team, right? Pelu's just a scary name here. 2v3 momentarily, now 2v2 on the map, as Drift will run what could be the final flag of the game.
Support as well from Pelu, but they need to pick up a couple of kills here. Atso is trying to do that with the heat wave. He's going to pick up not just 1, but that's 5 in a row for him for the killing spree. And now it's just about making sure they secure these final kills. But there is a player top P who's causing some problems. That's going to be Riches, who's really, really slowing this flag run down. And once again, Knights having to work extremely hard, and Cincinnati a day not going down without a fight.
Yeah, they're trying to hold the gen, but Drift is going to get some very, very good damage here, which should secure at least 1. And let's see, it looks like the flag will reset, though, so they'll have to work a little bit harder for this flash flag to come in. 5 minutes, though, on the clock, so they should have plenty of time, without a doubt, to do so.
Drift working well with the rest of his team as well, just commanding this car side. And then there's a couple of players trapped in back base towards where this gen is and where Drift finds himself pushing. So that looks like where the run will be coming in if they do manage to pick up these kills. There's one of them from Atso. The second one is right in front of Drift here. He's got the help again from Atso. The teamwork here from Knights on display for everyone to see.
Oh, this is the Atso and Drift show. I mean, these guys have been Bash Brothers for such a long time. Look at that. Imagine pushing Gen and they don't even take any damage, either of them, on that engagement with the player that was trying to slide out. Not going to happen. And amazing stuff here. Now you're going to see Atso on your screen bringing what should be the final flag of the game home, but they'll have to deal with a pull at the same time.
Yeah, they will do. And I was a little bit interested in the decision to actually run this one pink. It seems like it might work out to get this final flag if they can just get this return, but Riches is there again causing some problems. Someone's gonna have to jump on that. Pelu says, run that flag in, I'll send it home. But there's still one more player to deal with. One way to deal with him is with the heat wave, but no! Wow! There might be a last second return coming in here.
Cinta Negra, are they not going down without a fight, and they will actually hang on. And even though that flag was essentially on the stand coming in from the back of the base, they will put up a little bit of a goal line stand to make sure that that flag does not go in, and we will continue playing. Question is, can they get a flag on the board, or are they just delaying the inevitable?
I also want to know what sensitivity a Centrado is playing on, because that looked nuts. That looked like 7, 8, if we're talking like, I mean, I'm not going to try and describe Halo Infinite settings, but you know, old man like me, Halo 2, Halo 3 settings, let's talk about that. Look like a 7 or 8, it was just whipping it around.
Keep in mind, it could be a 7 or 8 in Spanish.
True. Very, very
Slightly
true.
different.
Well, here's some nice shots coming in. The thrust is just going to be not enough, unfortunately, as Atso gets that kill. But here comes another run, and 2 players have fallen here for Knights. So this car side should be open. They should be able to force this past the 50-yard line. But where are the rest of the kills? It looks like Riches is going to be there, but did...
Wow.
LAE's managed to spot out that last player that just snuck bottom car. Tapping buttons in the fight. Tapping buttons has to win it. And just about does, and that's vital for them to even have an opportunity to get this return.
It looks like, yeah, they had one other player that went down bottom Dynamo that they didn't clean up on the side of Cinta Negra a day. So this should be a flag return. There it is. The flag will finally come back. So nice composure from the side of Knights. As you said, that was a must-win scenario for Tapping in the back. He's also going to get a double kill to run, once again, what should be the game-ending flag.
I think you'll find that's called a double muerte.
Very
if I'm
nice.
not mistaken.
Very nice.
Thank you, Andy. Once again, I put a smile on your face twice today. I'm feeling
well.
approved.
That was
Anyway,
well done.
tapping buttons. He's running this flag home. I don't know what the last flag in Spanish is, but I'll tell you it in English. It's the last flag. As unfortunately, you do it.
La última bandera, pero esperar un momento. Here comes the return. And now it finally should be the final flag. It will go in, and it will finally be the flag that goes in. 5-0, a victory for the Knights. But if we're honest, they had to work a little bit hard for those last ones.
And we get to see a triple muerte. Is that right as well?
Triple muerte. Very nice job.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it is on the screen, but you know, I still feel a little bit risky with the accent and that sort of thing. But I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to engross myself in the culture. Okay.
We got 2 more days. We got 2 more days of Spanish-speaking Latin American Halo here. So don't worry. We're gonna take it one step at a time.
Okay, we'll get there. By the grand final, I'll be fluent. I'm sure that's how it's going to work. Tapping buttons, though. He was picking up a lot of kills and a lot of slays, as we would expect. But I want to kind of highlight Atso, because he was doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that game. It seemed like he was running flags. He was getting damage down for his team to capitalize on.
Absolutely. Love what I saw. Like I said, the Atso Drift Bash brothers, this is a long-running duo. These guys have been playing together for a long time, and you could just tell the way they were just clearing out the gen, taking no damage, running that flag. Perfect things like a perfect drop slide on the flag pull to get that flag essentially halfway across the map before he even has to drop. Little things like that look so good from the duo.
I've got a question for you as well. When you see Riches, do you think of Richie Hines? Because I do. I don't know why it is, but it's like a combination of Richie Hines. You know what I mean?
I do see it. I do.
You see it? You see it? Okay, cool. Okay. I'm going to stop putting these on you right now, because I feel like 3 is
I'm having a great time, so you keep it coming.
Okay, fine. Okay, good. I'll keep them coming then. But I mean, again, we haven't learned too much about Pittsburgh Knights. We expect them to win this series, and we expected to win it fairly comfortably, being the #1 seed and being so dominant in the region. But I was impressed with their opponents. I have to say, there was a real fight being put up by Centenegra today in that game, and as we mentioned a couple of times, it wasn't comfortable for Knights. There was a few flag returns. There was a few opportunities for them to score. And if you're Pittsburgh Knights, and even if you're Centenegra on the other side of the bracket, or other pool, I should say, you're probably looking at this series and thinking, hey, there might be a few holes for us to pick up here.
Yeah, even though that was a 5-0, I think it is worth thinking about those final flags not going the way that the Pittsburgh Knights wanted, because it really did come down to either 1 or 2 players that were staying alive in the back of the base, that were maybe getting a last-second flagpole, and it did create a little bit of chaos, and if I'm honest, more than I'd expect for the Knights. Now, people might be saying, that was a 5-0, what are you guys talking about? To be honest, this is a team that we really respect, and we really, I think we think highly of them, and the reason we're holding them to such a high standard is we know what they're capable of. So the reason we're looking at those little things like that in the back of the bases and the flagpoles is just because we're expecting this team to win this tournament. They're expecting to win this tournament and even do much greater things beyond that when we look to the Orlando Regional. So I think we'll continue to keep an eye on things like that, and we'll have to see if they clean up those little pieces or if they continue to be a factor later on in the bracket.
We do exactly the same thing for the European teams that we watch as well, right? You're always looking for those things that will be problems or issues when you get to that bigger stage on the international stage, when we get to the major, and we expect Pittsburgh Knights to be there, of course. So even though it is a 5-0, like you say, and if you are saying what you're talking about, it's a 5-0, you are right at the same time. But there's always that next level, and that's what Pittsburgh Knights are always interested in, making sure that when they get to that international competition, the mistakes that might kind of get away with on this stage against some of these lower seeded teams, I should say, won't be the kind of mistakes they'll make against some of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and to provide further detail there, if this game was like a 5-1 or a 5-2, I think we'd be having a very different conversation, right? This was still a fantastic game from Knights, and we're just looking at these little moments that they have room for improvement, room to clean up. Let's not get it twisted. This team still looks very good. That's a 5-0 win in Game 1, and they should be feeling very good. I expect them, to be honest, to only get better in the rest of the series and the rest of the tournament.
Plus, first game on main stage today, all those little things, all those little jitters, it doesn't matter who you are and how many times you've done it, you always feel that energy, and you always know it's different to have that crowd in front of you, and also different to play on LAN as it is to online, which is something that obviously Knights have had to do all season long so far, apart from when they have headed over to North America. But, I mean, heading into map number 2 now, and with a Slayer in front of us, it seemed like yesterday the Slayer was pretty close as well. So I think for Centenegra a day, and excuse me, there's so many Centenegra teams, it sometimes takes a few seconds for my brain to connect the wires. What exact lineup of Centenegra we are watching. I think they can take some hope out of what they saw in the series yesterday and think that if we can take a little bit of an early lead here and we can put the pressure back on, the Knights are going to have to work, because it was Recharge Slayer yesterday where we saw them have to make that last-minute run or so to actually take that game home.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for them for sure. I think based on the 5-0, it's a little bit deflating, but they have to remember that there were moments where they were really putting the right pieces together. Let's not forget that they got that flag all the way to Dynamo, and then it kind of fell apart because Knights had a really good counter push. So I'm expecting Sintonegra to put up a decent fight here, but to be honest, based on the 5-0 scoreline game one, this could still be something like a 50-40 or even larger of a margin.
I agree. And again, if you're watching at home, to use your phrase, don't get it twisted. We expect Knights to win this next game in some style from the record that they have and the talent that is on this team. But again, Sintonegra today have shown in that last game that there are situations where they have really good teamwork, where they can isolate a few team fights. And on a map like, I would say if this was Streets, I feel like this would be done. This would be dusted. I'd be worried about what the scoreline is going to be, let alone the fact that this is going to be a win for Knights. But the fact that it's Slayer Recharge and that you can play a few corners, you can play a little bit slower, you've got kind of rooms that you can creep between, and you can play with that sword and all these kind of things, right? It's a little bit different for Knights to come up against a challenge like this instead of a map like Streets, where you maybe have a few more lines of sight and that teamwork really can shine.
Certainly. I think one thing to also mention, just as we have a chance to talk about it, honestly, Knights could have also just kind of knew that they were going to win that game and they didn't give 100% on the fifth flag, which does happen. Even with top caliber championship teams, you might just kind of be having fun on the main stage. You're up 4-0 and you're not taking it 100% seriously on the fifth flag, right? Some teams simply play that way and they can still win tournaments with that kind of attitude. So that's something to note as well as we look ahead. And if that is the case, we could see them mop the floor pretty clearly in game number 2.
The good thing here for Knights as well is that we haven't seen any catalysts, which I think is probably the most comparable to a banana skin as we see as Catalyst Slayer that we have in the HCS at the moment, where it's a little bit unpredictable. So it is there at game 5, but we haven't seen it so far for them to have to deal with. I am interested to see how they approach that map as well, because we haven't seen these guys play these new maps yet. We haven't seen them play the new modes as conclusively as some of our other regions, and maybe this is game types that are really going to favor Knights when they get to Orlando, and if they get to Orlando, I should say, because they've obviously got some work to do for sure. So it could be a couple of game types and maps where they really do shine and could cause problems.
Would you say that a map like that might be a big catalyst to a change in a series?
Hey, man, you know what? It might well be, Andy.
I thought so. I thought so. I had a feeling.
Letting this breathe. Just let it breathe.
Yep.
Everyone at home enjoying it. And now we go back into the discussion. Okay, we've got a little bit of a hold up while we get into game number 2. Common theme, right? It's what we do. So you give us an opportunity. Do you know what? I'm going to ask me a question, Andy. I always ask you questions, and I feel like now I've thrown myself under the bus because I've given you the floor to ask me absolutely anything you want to.
Ask you a question. Okay.
Ask me a question.
Let's see. We're talking about game types here as we wait to get into this next one. What do you think is the most challenging map game type combo in all of Halo Infinite? What's the hardest to play correctly?
Ooh, the hardest to play correctly, I think, is probably Live Fire Strongholds or Street Strongholds. Ooh. I feel like Strongholds is so unforgiving.
Yeah.
That like mistakes get punished the hardest. What do you think? That's a good question. I would that question.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I would go Live Fire Strongholds because I feel like you on Streets, it's more likely that you know what you have to do, but it will be difficult. On Live Fire, you tend to have that extra option of we could go for C here, right? You have this little bit of an extra. We could take the extra second to get this other stronghold. However, how is that going to mess up our B push, things like that? So I would agree with your picks, and I between the two, I would lean Live Fire Strongholds.
Okay, well, what's the most straightforward?
Great question.
We've got to play the other side of the coin, right? We've got to have this discussion as well.
Sure,
don't worry about it, everybody. Looks like
we'll
Recharge is ready to go. I'm sure you are hanging on the edges of your seats, wondering where that discussion is going to go, and I'm sure that we could put a paywall up and people would have to put their credit card details in to find out the answer via some sort of content. But for now, it's going to be the content in front of you, and that is, of course, going to be Recharge Slayer. And the good thing, Andy, as well, is that I'm getting a little bit more familiar with what those batteries are saying. And I love the fact that I'd never noticed that as well, that there's a big danger sign over the shock rifle.
We talked about it yesterday.
It's looking to cause some problems.
I talked about the danger sign yesterday.
Yeah, I wasn't listening.
Damn it, Mark.
I'm honest with you, okay?
It's true. I do appreciate the honesty. Here we are, game number 2, folks. Knights with a very convincing game number 1. 5-0 Aquarius CTF win. They didn't do it in the cleanest of fashions, but they did close it out with unanswered 5-0 scoreline. So that will bring us here into Slayer. And Cinta Negra AD actually with the start that I think a lot of fans were hoping for. Now Acendrado on your screen, camo in hand, and they lead 6-2.
Yeah, this is going to be another kill for him. And I want to say that someone's popping off with a shock rifle in the feed as well. So if we could have the opportunity to go over to the shock rifle player after we make... But you know what? Stay here, because we're seeing a super combine, and we're also seeing the camo being taken down. Maybe now is the opportunity to do so, because Riches was hitting some shots.
Wow, I mean, look at this. A nice start for the side of Cinta Negra AD, and trying to get some ticks. You see a little bit of chain reaction there, but good pressure that does come in from Drift on top goal to make sure to take down that shock rifle.
Cheeky grenade from Tapping Button. Look at that kill feed. All of a sudden, it just lit up. Everyone picked up a kill at exactly the same time, and Riches is now last alive.
Oy.
Come back here. Do not try and run. Do not run. This Drift is going to find you.
And what a response from the side of Knights. They went down 6-2 early on, and they bring the game right back. Now they're only down by 1. Let's make it a tie game at 10.
Couple players being sneaky in the pipes, though. Drift finds one. Just tickles the shoulders, just lights the shields up. It doesn't get that kill, but the grenade will do from Atso. Tapping Buttons picks up another. This should be a very, very simple finish here for Drift, and that'll be a killing spree for him as well. Paley's struggling a little bit at the start of this game, but that little run here from Knights means that they're now up by 4.
Una racha asesina here for Drift. A nice little spree, as you say. And 14-11, 15-11. You can't even keep up with the score after being down 6-2 is quite a statement. Drift also has no plans on letting go of the shock rifle. He's had it ever since he picked it up. Oh, okay.
There's another body. Hit the head. Oh, unfortunately, Geometry wins Geometry Wars, and that is going to be the wall once again, just denying it's a nice little clip for Drift, and I'm sure that he's going to feel a little bit frustrated about that one. He's going to get taken out as Elise is going to come up and take that shock rifle back into the hands of Cinta Negra AD, and this is where they did manage to rack up a few kill lead early on. It's pretty close between the two, still 4 kills the difference. And now you're going to see a little bit of a slowdown in the gameplay, and understandably so here, excuse me, because 2 players on the team has fallen. Ouch, that is going to hurt.
Nice little tap there from Aya, just playing that perfectly on back C. Knows that maybe they can force that angle on the fadeaway jumper as players from Knights were going to be coming up the stairs. And like you say, they've kept the game close, but to be ooh, and that back whack from Tapping B. Maybe the B stands for back whack. He's going to grab that shock rifle and maybe change things, because that's now a 7-kill lead.
Could stand for back smack. He could stand for boo, because that's exactly what he did coming up behind that player. And in that assassination, Atso now is going to use the grapple and changes his mind halfway through, and unfortunately gets taken down. That's going to be the sword down as well here, but the lead is starting to extend a little bit here, and Tapping B got headshot opportunity, but can't take it.
Tapping B usually is tapping the right B. He's right there, just a little bit off with the shot, so that kill will get away. But once we said, not too much to worry about. 28-21, still a very comfortable 7-kill lead. And my God, the percentages on the shock rifle kill for Knights are out of control. They're just cleaning up everything, and Tapping gets a little bit of extra damage before he dies as well.
31-23. How quickly this game has changed, and how dominant Knights have started to look. For now, the sword is still in play, and it is going to be inside of that tower. Fortunately, no.
Oh! Look at sneaky
He's going to get taken now, and there's that shock rifle again. Here's the sword player. Don't miss! Oh, you can't let that happen.
Drift creating distance with a chair as he's going to stay alive. Get a double kill. Perfecto también. And comes away with the active camo. All of that off of the distance he was able to create against a sword player. And to be honest, now the game has gotten out of hand. It's a 10-kill lead for the Knights, and this is what we expected to see even after going down early.
Drift is the boogeyman as well. He's got the camo. Can he get 2? No, he cannot, but trades in those situations are absolutely fine. 37-27, and now you're going to see the shock rifle picked up once more. Tapping Buttons escaped, but gets cleaned up, and now, we might have seen a little... It would have actually been a little, it would have been a very big collateral there from the shock rifles. 2 players came off spawn for Knights.
Yeah, trying to get really fancy there with a little 180 towards the whirlpool. You got to respect it. Plasmas are coming in, so forcing them to just sit back and frag. And look at this. It's going to be Pelu just waiting on the doorway. Oh, my word. Fantastic shot, and even adding a little bit of style there with the repulsor at the end. They're going to pick up the 2nd kill, so once again, it's a little bit of deja vu here. Not going down without a fight. They're down by 9. Like that 8, but staying in it.
Have the shock as well. So there's always a chance with a few picks to get this game back a little bit closer. Just creeping up on the score here of Knights. One headshot could be the difference. Paludo's got information on 2 players. Knows there's 2 players bottom elevator, and now the push is coming in. He's trying to capitalize. Unfortunately, his teammates have fallen around him. Nope, they've actually managed to turn that one around. It looks like 3 players have fallen from Cintanegra at Ray. He knows that player has a sword, but also knows he's got no shields. Good comms coming in there from Knights to make sure that they weren't in a position to over-challenge and just give away a simple death.
Yeah, and just like that, Knights will regain their 10-kill lead, 44-34. Do have to give a shout out to Riches here. We'll keep an eye on the stats. 15 and 11 in this game, so he's certainly popped off. But to be honest, there's been a big difference maker on the other side, and the likes of Drift at 16 and 7, and Tapping also 15 and 8.
Big numbers coming in from the duo. Now it looks like Drift is waiting maybe for a shotgun rifle just to put on a show. I can hear it ticking up in the background. Here it is. 2 kills to go. Drift. Bodies 1. Kills fall in the favor here of the position, but Atso's going to close it out. You can see he picked up a double kill in the feed. And unfortunately for Drift, his patience was not rewarded in that particular circumstance with a clip that we can be showing for quite some time. But it's 2-0, Andy. And I have to say, Knights once again, a little bit of a shaky start there on Recharge Slayer, but pulled it back nicely.
Yeah, I would say it's even more convincing victory than their first game. Even though that first game was 5-0, this one felt like, yeah, they went down 6-2 early on, but they never looked back thereafter. And then really, they maintained a 10-kill lead ever since they hit the 34-24 mark, and felt really good about the way they played. To be honest, we were expecting them to look better and better through the series, and that's exactly how they looked here in game number 2. As we'll take a look at some of the stats in just a moment. We'll try to tab over to the next page here rather than the suicide.
I'm going to need your help, otherwise I can work out Suicidios. That's
yep, you got that one.
What you need?
You're going to have average life. They're tu tiempo de vida promedio.
Okay, that's average life. What's traiciones?
That's a great question. Betrayals, perhaps?
Betrayals?
And there'll be 0.
Well be. What's Racha Maximina de
That's going to be your max killing. That's going to be your max spree.
Okay.
There you go. Wait, puntos.
Oh, we got damage.
Un momento.
Damage disparados acertados.
Nice job. Very nice job.
That's damage dealt.
Done.
Yeah.
And the other one is disparos realizados. Damage taken.
Let's talk about the precision from Drift though, because 67.15% is pretty crispy.
I mean, I never have 67% accuracy. Amazing stuff there from Drift, as you say.
I mean that in the best way, by the way. It's because you fire so many shots.
I shoot. I lay down the shots. 50-36, by the way, which I'm pretty proud of to say that I was expecting 50-40 or something slightly more solid, and I think that's exactly what we got.
Well, apparently we're being corrected. Apparently it was shots fired, shots hit. So
okay, perfect. Makes a lot more sense.
And of all things, it's Wes who's corrected us, which is embarrassing, to be honest with you. But
yeah,
thank you, Wes. Yeah. We thank you for keeping us on our toes and keeping us honest. So thank you, my friend.
I was going to say, there's no way that was the numbers were so low. I'm like, I know Slayers are fast games, but how can this be damage?
Yeah, it looked a bit weird considering that the damage was we thought that the damage dealt was actually lower than the damage taken, which would make no sense. We're better than that. That's all on us.
None of it made sense ever.
Yeah, let's look at the replays though. These will make more sense than we do. So let's see the start. This was a great start though, 7-2 the start. And we did see some super combine action coming in from Acendrado with that camouflage as well. Unfortunately, he exploded just moments after that. But I love this shot from Drift. You know, last player's alive. I know where he is. I'm hunting him down, and he found him just trying to sneak through that tunnel. Unfortunately, not longed for the world.
Nice little taps here. And by the way, early on, keep in mind, the game's still 17-21. You're seeing some really nice moments here. Drift also, once again, with the fadeaway to make sure he does not get sliced or diced. But keep in mind, early on, Cintanegra, they definitely put up some good, pressure. They had points on the board. They were early on leading, and then thereafter only down by a few kills. But they kind of let it get out of hand, and I think Knights just did what they do best. They got the picks that they needed. They got the damage they needed. They didn't try to force anything, which I was really impressed by, right? It's easy when you're up by 10 to just start to force things, and maybe you start trading 1 for 2 towards the end because you can get away with it. But we didn't see that from them in that game, and that will now lead a 2-0 series lead. 5-0 in the first one, 50-36 in game number 2, and we will go to what could be a series-ending King of the Hill on Streets.
Yeah, this could well be a series-ending one, and this could be a very tough game for Cintanegra Ade to try and wrestle away. I think if you're looking at Slayer Recharge, that's probably your best chance. And we saw some of the crazy shots they were hitting with the shot, but it still wasn't enough. So now that you've got King of the Hill, you've got a little bit more organization to deal with. Knights are going to be able to lock down some of those setups, and you would expect the next time that we see this series layout, only for it to be dressed all in Knights colors.
Yep, black and gold, I think, is what we're going to see here. Certainly that would be the expectation. I think Santa Negra Ade has a lot to be proud of at different moments in these games, more so the second one, if we're honest, than the first one. But to be honest, it's been all Knights all the way, which is, I think, what not only the Latin American community would expect, but the global community who's tracked these guys all year long and what they've been able to do in Halo Infinite so far. They're going to look to make this a very quick 3-0.
I kind of want to see a little bit of Slayer Catalyst. I don't know why. There's that kind of like crazy part of me that wants to see it in this series, just to see what would happen. But for now, we go to Streets, and King of the Hill is going to be the name of the game. Now, this is a game type which is certainly the top echelons of competitive Halo, become an interesting one with teams, you know, locking down certain hills and then looking to slay out towards the end on that bottom mid hill if it does get to that point with 3-1 scores or whatever it might be. But it's also one that you can lock down and win in a 4-0 fashion if you get that job done before that bottom mid hill even becomes a factor. But for now, let's talk about the game in front of us, not what could happen, but what is going to happen. And Atso is going to start off with a double muerte.
Very nice. Interesting there to not grab the rockets. He went to them and then went to the L to pick up the double instead. That will be 4 dead, so regardless, it was perfectly played for the side of Knights. They will also come away with the rockets in the hands of Tapping B.
Well, this is going to be a difficult break if ever I've seen one, because you've got Tapping B standing in the hill and standing there with rockets. He manages to pick up one great opportunity for him to flank behind these last 2 players as well. Fires that one into Music, but not the notes he wanted to hear in return there. Rich is putting some good damage down again. Rich has been impressive so far.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad at all. I think they were able to make sure that they made the most of that. Here, now they're getting trapped in tires and maybe still in PD. It will be 3 dead, and actually, Aziram will be the last player alive for just a moment, and he's not able to do much here, and that will mean continued time on the first hill for the side of the Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, looking at that bar at the bottom right now, it's about 2/3 of the way, slightly overfilled and closing in on that first point on the board. And this is probably the hill you would imagine that Santa Negra Ade would be able to contest the most competitively. For now, it's been all Knights. Oh, however, Rich is again impressive with a nice 4-shot.
Which is, once again, as you said, not the first time we've seen him with an impressive play in this series, and now just going to hold down Music, and now they're going to start to put a little bit of time on the board, but they really can't afford more than 1 break here.
I mean, if you ever needed something to get you fired up, it's 8-bit version of the Halo theme tune in your ear as you crouch in that corner. And off the back of it, gets the kill and looks to move on to get some more. But for now, the only thing that we really should be concerned about is how close that bar is getting to being filled. And with Tapping Button sat here now with the opportunity for him to embrace the 8-bit music that's going down in his ears and our ears as well, that's going to be 1-0 on the board here for Knights.
I was going to say, with a name like Tapping Buttons, has there ever been a more map-appropriate place for the man than the arcade? He's going to pick up another one before he gets taken down, and he'll be 3-3 here, but already 8 assists on the board. That is 4 times more than anyone else on Santa Negra Ade.
Oh, Drift with a little bit of a shaky rocket there, but also a lot of confidence, maybe too much confidence, to challenge that second kill. But this is going to be such a difficult break. The Tram Hill is a difficult one to try and take apart. Rich is going to be in the position to maybe do it. I thought for a second he was going to get the timing for the second assassination to come in, but not to be. And now Drift has to deal with his teammates just flying in and flooding towards that Tram setup. You can see the score at the moment. It's actually going to be ticking up in the favor of Santa Negra Ade as they have control.
Nice little drop that comes in there from Drift with a little bit of AR and then a quick drop thereafter to the BR. The assist category tells the story for me. There's 8 assists total on the board for Santa Negra Ade at this point. Once again, that's as many as Tapping has, and then in addition to that, they have 9 more. So the team shot has been on point. That has led to a very comfortable and easy first point, and they also lead on the second hill.
Oh, Pelu gets a double out of that as well. Managed to just about time the second beat down to make sure that he came away with a 2-for-1 trade in the kill feed. Centrado now with the Bulldog in his hands. Just tries to traverse across. Maybe just got a little bit too focused on a call out from a teammate there. And now he has the opportunity to use that Bulldog, but he's not going to get the chance. Always keep that thing out when you're moving through the tires. It's the perfect weapon to have in hand.
Yeah, certainly there. He gets a little bit of a sandwich and did not want to be the middle of it, but that will be the end of it. But look at the time here for Drift. He'll just jump right in. Only a few more ticks to go in what should be a very fast second hill. He's just going to YY his way in celebration. That will be 2-0 in favor of Knights. Now only 2 more hills to go.
Now we move over to the PD Statue Hill, and Drift is going to have a wonderful flank here. Oh, but he's also going to have a very aware player in front of him, and that's going to be a very important kill just to stagger spawns, but it looks like Knights have already managed to get control of that PD spawn. So vital to hold down to make sure you're close to that hill and that you can continue to put pressure on. And speaking of putting pressure on, look at the pressure from Tapping Buttons at the moment. He's all the way up the map, just flanking or attempting to onto those tram spawners and causing more and more problems.
Ooh, and Atso throws a rocket into Laundry. Eventually that will be an assist. He's able to pick up one with one rocket left. Finds two on the Bulldog. We'll pick up the first one and look for even more, but very good damage. And unsurprisingly, it's almost 50% on the third hill as well for the Knights.
4 dead as well here, so that's going to tick up from 50 to around 75 in just a few moments' time before Sintenegra Ade can even get across the map, and it's looking like a more difficult thing for them to do than you could possibly imagine at the moment, because Tapping Buttons is once again causing problems in behind enemy lines. However, that's left the lane open, and looks like Ali is trying to move into a position to make them at least feel a little bit of pain for getting maybe a little bit too aggressive. But again, Knights more than aware of where that push was coming from. They collapse onto it, and now they're just moments away from going up 3-0.
Yeah, moments away indeed, and 3 dead all at the same time. We talked about just how coordinated this team is. There's only 1 player alive. That's going to be AS right around the caution, then the tires. That will be the 4th dead. Acendrado is your first spawner, and now moments away. 3-0, only 1 hill to go before Knights closes out the series 3-0.
And the difficulty now for Sintenegra Ade is the fact that that hill spawns in pretty close proximity to where the last one ended, which means it's an easy rotation here for Knights. They don't have to do too much as far as spawn control is concerned, just to make sure that they're locking down the side of the map that they already had locked down. And this is where I think we're going to see a lot of hills kind of double up when we get to the top level in North America as well. If you can get that statue hill under your control and you can get a couple of kills on the board as you get the cap, you're almost guaranteed to settle for the next one too.
Certainly, and just like you said, I mean, this hill is infamous for how obnoxious it can be once you are holding. And before we could even start to talk about just how easy it is to hold this hill once you have the control off of the back of that A court, look at it, 75% of the way done for Knights.
Acendrado, you've got to put your cape on. You've got to become Super Acendrado in the next few moments, and you've got to somehow get the Knights out of this hill, but that's easier said than done. And with Knights picking up that final hill, they were always on the way to picking up the series victory, but the 3-0 is what we expected, and the 3-0 is what they delivered.
Very clean win for them, and I think what we hoped for as Knights fans, of course, globally, and expected was going to be them getting even better through the series. That's how they looked, and you have to think maybe that game 1, like you said, just getting a little bit of Saturday main stage shivers out. That will be a very clean 4-0 win, and they will end the series really with not a lot of doubt. And we talked about what Sintenegra might think watching this match and what other teams in the venue might think watching this, and to be honest, Knights look like a team to be feared.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they're looking like their coordination on the King of the Hill game types is looking pretty solid as well. Everyone knows their job and everyone knows their role, and it seems like Tapping Buttons is also trying to play a little bit not over-aggressive. That's the wrong way to phrase it. He's trying to put pressure on to respawners before they've even managed to get halfway across the map, which I think is always a good idea to do if you can get out with your life. So Tapping Buttons certainly trying to do what he can to make it uncomfortable as possible to play King of the Hill here against Knights.
I mean, and that's the last player you want to see if you're trying to play King of the Hill and trying to scrap something together as a player like Tapping Buttons running around the way that he does. We'll see if we can get the kills and deaths on the stats as well. Right now, you're just taking a look here at that first page of the stats screen, but Tapping, really impressed with him, but I think we also got to say, you know, Pelu, Atso, Drift, the entire team looking so good in that whole series.
Oh, 100%. And I've been really impressed with Drift as well. And I mean, everyone, to be honest, is doing their job, doing their role. And that's all you can ask from a team. Tapping Buttons, if everyone on the team is doing their role correctly, Tapping Buttons will always be at the top of that leaderboard, right? He's always going to be in a position where he's picking up kills and he's doing a huge amount of damage. And it seems like everyone doing that means that he can perform at the level that he wants to as well. And I will say, we're talking all about Knights here, understandably so, but Sintenegra Ade, I'm interested to see how they fare in the tournament as well as they move through, because there were some good showings from them in that series of points.
I certainly agree, and I think the most important thing as we see your Pittsburgh Knights roster on screen, once again Tapping, Pelu, Atso, and Drift, they will win this series 3-0. On the side of Sintenegra, I think they showed at moments that they knew exactly what they needed to do, and a handful of times they executed, which is not easy to do against Knights, and I think that shows a lot of promise for them, and looking forward to seeing where they might be able to get through in the bracket as well.
That's a huge backpack, by the way, that Tapping Buttons is wearing. I reckon Dan could get inside of that. Like, it's that big. I want to know the dimensions. Look at the size of that thing. It's huge.
Gotta wonder. That's content I would watch. What is in Tapping's backpack? Most importantly, it's a 3-0.
What can Dan fit in? Which
That's another
actually,
good series.
now that I've said it out loud,
That's a good-
it might not be the best series.
That's another good series. Just like you said, it's black and gold all the way through, 3-0. Sounds like we got some replays ready as well from that last game, and it would be a crime not to take a look at them.
Hey, let's do it. You know what? We're good, law-abiding people here. It's
rude
all
not
good.
to.
Got out of that jam pretty quickly. Tapping buttons once again on your screen. And Riches, I wanted to give him a little bit of love and a little bit of a highlight because there was a few individual battles that we saw him winning. Nice 1v1 wins, and with that shock rifle in game number 2 as well. Certainly he put up some highlights for his team.
He absolutely did here, and just lots of trades, lots of kills coming through. And I think, like you said, just shotgun out for Pelu. That's what you need to do. Sometimes that's a difference maker, and we saw a lot of great power weapon control as well. And looks like we're throwing over to Lottie and the guys.
Enjoy!
We are indeed. Thank you so much, guys. So, look, I mean, we expected Knights to come out absolutely guns blazing. And, really, I kind of tried to push forward the conversation of what can we learn from Knights. We can't learn a huge amount at this point in time, but a couple of things I did notice was, Knights obviously having a pretty easy ride in the series, but I think there's things that they need to clean up on and work on, and I think that's the biggest thing for this roster at the moment. I think objective-wise, looking at that first game, I know they started to heat up a little bit there, Gaskin, but the scoreline is one thing, the objective work and how they got it done is another. What did you make of that overall? What could they clean up right off the bat there?
It's a tough one to call, isn't it? Because I think that they were playing in a way where they knew they were going to win that game. The way Tapping Buttons was just running at everything that moved. Genuinely, it seemed like he was having the best of days, the best of times. Similarly to what we saw him do yesterday as well. I do think they're probably going to have to tone that down a bit. If you talk about adjustments, maybe there's going to have to be a little bit of restriction on their movement here or there. Certainly, you can still play aggressive. You can still chase those spawners. You can still put the aggression on and put the pressure on certain areas. But bigger and better teams will punish you if you are out of place and away from your team too much. So I would say they've just got to be a little bit careful on that stage. But everywhere else, I mean, they were pretty spot on. Can't really make any complaints.
Yeah, they were pretty spot on, I've got to say. I think one thing I also noticed as well is starting strats and Clutch. It's been 2 times now that they've been bested on starting strats in a Slay in particular from other teams, and teams I think we expect them to come out of the gates looking really hot, especially Slay, potential for this team. This roster's so talented. Yesterday it was with Timbers, and, Timbers on Recharge Slayer, in fact, as well. Banked so many different nades. They managed to get split spawns right off the bat. Noble managed to get the shock in his hand. They went up 4 kills. Obviously, Knights being able to come back into that and looking really good. But how badly are they going to be punished if they don't get the start of games right, especially heading into Orlando?
Yeah, it makes you wonder how much homework these teams are doing, especially with there being so much tape on the Knights already out there in the wild, right? Because Knights are the predominant team, they're consistently playing live on broadcast, deep into the broadcast. Their starting strats, they're typically known. If a player has a tendency, like if Drift likes to do something specifically at the start of certain maps, certain modes, those are going to be exploited by teams that do their homework. For them to be a little bit more flexible, for them to take the time to switch things up, I think that that's going to be necessary, but they'll also have that same advantage going into Orlando, to answer your question. But for now, with a lot of these other teams being a little bit less renowned, a little bit less opportunistic to gather tape and watch video on how their play styles kind of will clash and collide, I think that the Knights are going to have to live with that disadvantage, being the favorite, being the dominant team that they are in this region.
Yeah, no, that makes complete and utter sense, and definitely something to be looking out for as well. But I've got to say, they know exactly how to win a series that we've seen it a couple of times now. In day 2 in our pool play, it's no different. Knights 3-0, topping their pool currently, looking pretty good, and looking pretty good for champ bracket as well. So incredible stuff from Knights, and an unfortunate result, of course, there as well for Sinta Negra a day, trying their best coming out of the open bracket and honestly making a little bit of noise there. There were a couple of things that we can definitely take away with us as they progress through this weekend as well. But folks at home, I think we're going to head to a quick break as we take a look at the main stage right now in Mexico City. Everyone is getting ready to go for our next series, and it's going to be Alta Esports versus Sinta Negra Nubis as well, which is going to be absolutely epic. So I'm really excited to see what these teams are going to be delivering, especially in their pools. And I think, going into championship bracket at the end of the day, before we head to a break as well, Gaskin, looking at what we can expect from the elimination bracket and some of our open teams who haven't quite had the hot start they were hoping for in terms of upsets. Elimination bracket is where it's going to be a really, really tough journey and road ahead. You know, any kind of, in terms of experience, you've casted many elimination bracket matches, you've seen how it's done. Any kind of advice you want to give some of the teams in the LATAM region going into that one?
I've played in more elimination brackets than I care to admit as well, which is a shame. But I will say that, you know, you've just got to treat every single game as if it was a life or death moment anyway, and make sure you're putting in your all. Otherwise, you are going to find yourself dropping out of the tournament. Sure, it's great being in the winner's bracket, having that little bit of a cushion, but sometimes it can be a little bit of a curse. A loser's bracket run is something we've seen many teams be able to achieve, so you've just got to focus up, know that you have to win this game, and we are going to see some close matches down there. I'm really excited to see what happens in bracket play. We've seen we've seen a lot of stomps on stream because we've seen kind of the best team in the region against an open team, but now we're going to start to see teams a little bit closer going up against each other in these next rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we are waiting to move on to our next series, Clutch, I got to ask you, I'll put you on the spot just a little bit. The only time I'll do it today is we've seen 2 open bracket teams now so far play on screens, yes, against different kinds of teams. One against Sintenegra and one against Knights, both very good teams in this region. Alta Esports, Sintenegra a day. Who do you reckon is our better open bracket team?
I don't think we saw the best from Alter Esports earlier today. I know that they probably were playing against a team that was going to win that series no matter what. I got cats everywhere, by the way, so if anything falls or anything chaotic goes on, just tweet at Ricky Hines, but it's absolute zoo here. But Alter Esports, for sure, I think is the better of the 2 teams, and I think that they're going to have a real opportunity to show us what they have in that elimination bracket. I think that if we are looking at a team to go on a little bit of a run that's already probably in that lower bracket, it will be that team fairly early, because I do think that their top 6 placing from the Super shows that they have potential. I think they have a little bit of individual skill, and they were just a little bit outclassed by one of the top 3 best teams here at the tournament.
Yeah, indeed. I'm excited to see what our open bracket teams will deliver and see exactly who's catching our eye a little bit later on today as well as we do progress through. Tell you what, folks, though, I was teasing it earlier. It is time for a break. Go get some water, go get some food, settle down. We have plenty more action coming your way for day 2, and we'll see you guys right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part.
in the replays, you saw Knights versus Cinta Negra, a day and Knights. My goodness me, did they sweep the floor? You could call them the janitor of the LATAM region because they just have their brush out and they're just sweeping lots of teams under the rug at the moment. So exciting stuff for them, especially as we head into the championship bracket. I do have Onset and Bravo joining me, fellas. What a day number 2 is turning out to be. We're seeing some of the best in the region going toe-to-toe with some of the open bracket teams looking to make that Cinderella story happen. Hasn't happened yet, though. No major upsets currently on the cards. Onset, how's your day going, man? How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm having a great time. I really am. I've had some fun today. I've had 3 statements that I've made been endorsed by Bravo, which honestly, I didn't think that a full sweep would be possible, but honestly, I'm enjoying myself. We've seen the best teams doing what they should be doing, which is winning series 3-0. And now we get to some fun games where we see some of those tighter teams, the tighter seeds going up against each other. Maybe some game 5. I think we're going to see a game 5. I'm going to call it right now.
Oh, I'd love to see a game 5. Let's actually take a look at the pools, though, as we dive into some of the action we have had already today. As you can see, Pool A looking pretty good for Knights. 3-0. And Brav, honestly, wouldn't have expected anything less from these guys right now. 3-0 in their pool. Anyone surprised you, though, apart from Knights, in terms of the kind of results that have come across the board for Pool A?
First of all, great to always be chilling with you guys by the pools. It's a fantastic summer pastime. Having a great time doing it. I guess the big surprise is Timbers Esports being 0-2. I think we've talked about that one over the course of the weekend. Cinta Negra X, of course, getting that extra game. They're going to be feeling good about that. I'd say that's the only thing on the board that has really surprised me, but still lots to play for, of course, after pool play.
Yeah, there certainly is lots to play for sure. And I'm excited to kind of see the result there for Cinta Negra a day. They're 0-2, but they do have another game to get through as well. And I'm wondering if Timbers Esports can push their way through that and get that 1-2 scoreline heading into championship bracket, because that would definitely boost their confidence, I think, heading into the rest of the weekend as well. Pool B looking pretty good as well. We got Cinta Negra with 3-0. So it really is going to be that clash of the Titans between Knights and Cinta Negra so far in terms of the storyline we're building here and kind of the book we're reading from. It clearly is those two going toe-to-toe. Now, looking at our schedule, we do have a lot to be kind of filling in here, but currently we are sat on Alta Esports versus Cinta Negra Nubis. We're going to be filling in the blanks, though, folks. We will have an updated schedule for you a little bit later on as we do round off pool play after all of our open bracket teams have had their chances as well. And then we're going to be getting into that championship bracket gameplay, which is my favorite, if I may add to what I'm saying here, because I love championship bracket. There's so much on the line, and we're going to be saying goodbye to teams as well. But you guys at home, you're all winners. Do you know why? Because just for watching the MX regional finals, you guys get your hands on some Twitch drops, and I've seen it on social media, I've seen it on Twitter. You guys ask for Twitch drops all the time. If there is a series to be had, you already know we're hooking you guys up. You guys can get your hands on the Hammerhead Squadron. It's our Scorpion coating there, as well as our armor coatings too. Just watch the streams, twitch.tv/Halo, or the Halo_ES stream as well. You can also earn a Boots on the Ground weapon chant to have on any of your weapons in-game as well. And all you have to do to get this absolute bad boy on some of your guns is to watch the grand finals for an hour and just tune in, and you guys can have all of those goodies in our Twitch drops as well. But let's head into kind of the business that we're getting into today, and that's another series. And we are seeing Alta Esports versus Cinta Negra Nubis. Now, we've seen Alta Esports play a little bit earlier on. Not the result they were hoping for. It was pretty tricky. And I've got to say, Cinta Negra Nubis, when we actually saw them play as well versus Chosen Squad, they were looking pretty good. My question on set right now is, between Chosen Squad and Alta Esports, what are you feeling? Are we in the same kind of level of skill and gameplay here for Cinta Negra Nubis to go up against, or could we be looking at a different result, do you think?
I think they're going to give them more of a test, to be honest with you. I think Alta Esports have got some names on this team who have got a lot of history in the region. You've got Gambino, who's been around for quite some time now, in and out of some of the top teams that have been in the LATAM region. So if you're looking at the names on paper, you would expect this to be a much more difficult game for Cinta Negra Nubis, but I was impressed with Cinta Negra Nubis. I know that Andy's very excited to watch this series because his favorite player, Chico, is in the games as well. So maybe we'll see a little bit of a Chico bounce again. Who knows? We'll have to find out.
That is very true. That is very true. We're going to get into Chico and his bounce a little bit later on. Let's talk about Alter Esports first, though, and talk about what these guys have to do to really make an impact here against Sintonegro Anubis. We've actually seen how good Sintonegro Anubis are. We saw that on day one. We'll take a look at the series layout as well as we talk about them too. But, you know, it's really exciting to see Alter Esports have another chance to make a name for themselves. And Bravo, when it comes to this roster, what do you expect out of them based on what we've seen so far?
I think we expect big things, right, from this side, and also, to be honest, Sintonegro Anubis as well. Both these teams, by the way, Chico Bounce, household name after day one. Absolutely love this guy, absolutely love the whole team, but it sounds like we need to look at the maps right now.
We do.
We certainly do need to look at the maps. We have the series layout for you guys on here. It is the best of 5. Of course, we are in Pool B as we are rounding off Pool Play, and we're starting things off with Strongholds on Streets. Now, believe me when I say that I have been listening to you boys talk. I tend to do that from time to time when I am
we
working.
apologize.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I forgive you.
It's a risky
but I did manage to actually hear that Stronghold Streets seems to be one of the hardest combos that we do have in the game. And Onsa, I believe that was coming from you, apart from obviously live fire Strongholds as well, but Strongholds and Streets. What is it about this, and in terms of what we're looking at in here for Sintonegro Anubis, do you want to see really come out of the gates to show you that they're a strong team?
Well, firstly, I will say that that's an opinion piece. That isn't based in fact. But I would say that it's one of the toughest to control just because of how punished you can be in a triple cap on this map. And you can push in, but it looks like we're ready to go into game, Lottie. So I'm going to let you throw over to the guys because well, you can see game's here.
Yeah, the game is definitely here. Clutch, Gaskin, I'm throwing over to you guys to get into this next series of the day.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Lottie. We are almost ready, as you can see the map fly through. It is going to be Street Strongholds to kick off this series. And I think, Wes, this is going to be an interesting one because I don't think we've really been able to see the best of Sintonegro Anubis. I think the games they've played so far on stream have perhaps been a little bit too easy for them. Is this going to be a test, or are we going to see them manage to knock down Alter Esports, who, remember, came through the open bracket undefeated previously, but have not had the best of days in pool play so far?
No, not the best of days, but still a massive opportunity here and now to take down Sintonegro Anubis, and we saw success from Sintonegro Anubis yesterday. So will they continue that? Chico Bounce has 2 to his name. He was going off yesterday, so definitely a player to watch as this one goes underway. But in the meantime, Stalker rifle in hand, unfortunately, immediately ripped out of his hands as soon as I say it, and Chico Bounce and squad have the Bulldog shotgun transferring over C as well, so it is going to be an AC hold for now from C and Anubis.
The Chico Bounce, a dance move that originated back in 1984 but has managed to carry on through to present day, and certainly I hope it is going to be on display once more on the main stage. He really did put on a show yesterday for us when he was going up against Chosen Squad, and it looks like once more we're seeing Sintonegro Anubis show what they're made of here. B and C already in control, A being contested. This is a really nice start for them.
Love the use of the jump there on the pizza ledge. Able to get an easy flank, reset C, get an easy kill as well with the Bulldog. Can he land the BR shots as well? Thrust in hand. The thrust was good, the shots were not, and that's going to cost Chico Bounce his life. Maybe not the same Chico Bounce we were seeing from yesterday because he didn't miss much when he was on stream, but Alter Esports, they do a good job to get out of a bad situation there because it looked like it was going to be a tough one to get out of.
Yeah, this is certainly better from Alter Esports. They now are going to be scoring, trying to stay alive at the moment before these next set of rockets spawn up as well. But unfortunately, when Chico Bounce is hopping around the map, it's not easy to stay alive. And now the push is naturally going to come through here from Sintonegro as well. And there's going to be a few players down from Alter Esports. It's actually going to be 3 dead Paradise, last remaining player. Rockets are going to be in their control. That was timed to perfection. Okay.
Chico had the Bulldog. Now he's got rockets, doing a good job of just focusing on sandbox control. Let's see. You can put these rockets to use. I love the fact that he understands that player is a melee away from death. He's able to pick up that kill, save the rockets, but there's a player hiding right beside him. Doesn't know he's there though, but that's all I needed to do was play that situation patiently, Dan. And Chico, even in that single situation, showing you that he's willing to slow it down. He's willing to let the game come to him. That was all 4 dead for Alter Esports. And we saw a lot of conscious decision making, the ability to dictate the pace from seeing Anubis right there.
And if this game does carry on going the way that it is currently, I think there is a clear divide between the kind of top 6 teams in this region and those who are just that little bit below. Seems to be a large gap, but I will say, Ultra Esports, they're not going to go down without a fight. And even though they are struggling a little bit in map number 1 here, they just need to get that little bit of a passenger play to give them confidence. But Chico Bounce trying to ruin any sort of confidence on a killing spree right now. And he is absolutely flowing through this map.
Absolutely. Him and Dr. Sabrio over there. 11 to his name, 9 to Chico's, and they've been the slaying dominance for this CN Nubis roster. Can they keep it up, though, is the big question. They built themselves over an 80-point lead as of now. And Ultra Esports, you wonder if they're going to wake up today, because after that slow start, we can chalk it up to main stage early jitters and getting the rust out. But if they're not careful, they're going to find themselves out of this tournament very quickly without a rebound performance.
And I will say that all the Sintenegra rosters we've seen on main stage have been very impressive.
They haven't lost.
There's been, what, how many? 24 Sintenegra teams so far in this tournament, I think I've seen, but they all look great. And I think that Sintenegra's, their recruitment policy seems to be on point at the moment. Maybe they just make sure they recruit the best teams they can so that they can have their best performances on main stage. But Ultra Esports really struggling once more.
Vegas was taking odds. Will a Sintenegra team win the tournament or not? And it was split down the middle because there's so many representations for Sintenegra here. But still, you got to favor PK Knights in the field there, I think. But for now, Sintenegra as a whole, the organization, all of their teams, undefeated on the live stream so far throughout this tournament. So if that's the case, we're going to see continued success from the Sintenegra. My apologies. Team
It's a
so
tongue
far.
twister. If you say it too many times, and if
It's
there are too
hard,
many
it's
teams,
not easy. And being from the south doesn't make it easier, and Grimsty not making being captured easy either. Somehow gets displaced behind 2 players there. Probably shouldn't have gotten either one of those kills. Ends up getting a double, and we'll see if Ultra Esports can swing momentum here and now.
Nice shots. Stalker rifle hitting. Melee doesn't quite hit though. But that will be all 4 dead for Ultra Esports as Sintenegra Nubis get the reset, and now they can look to watch the spawners over towards A. And if there is no spawners, you realize they're at C, so you have to very quickly capture A, which is exactly what they're doing. So nice play. It's pretty basic at this point, but they seem to know exactly how they want to be maneuvering their way around this map as he gets another double.
Even better there, they're able to force split spawns. So they spawn 2 over at C, spawn 2 over towards the cafe. They make slight work of the players towards the cafe, and now if you can deal with these players capturing B, you should have numbers in your control or in your favor. It would be much easier to keep control, to continue scoring. You got 188 to your name. You do lose B in the meantime. They can't quite capture C, as we see Sintenegra Nubis taken down there, and Ultra Esports starting to fight back. But Dan, is it too little too late?
You don't have to imagine that, yes, it is a bit late, and this is just a period of Ultra Esports securing rockets, managing to just punish Sintenegra and Nubis a little bit. There would have been a huge difference if they had got that extra little bit of time in that C stronghold, but alas, Sintenegra just need to reset, refocus a little bit, because they are getting a little bit carried away with their pushes. A lot of individual 1v1s they're taking at the moment, which does naturally happen when you are stomping another team, but they've got to be careful because Ultra Esports are slowly trickling their way back into this game.
Yeah, nice stick there. In a situation you probably weren't ever going to trade a life in. The Plasminated's going to do its job as long as you're accurate with it, and Ultra Esports trying to fight back up to 77, but unfortunately they are going to lose A. They have Bulldog in hand over here towards the tire situation. It's going to be Zalron. He finds the first pick. This should be B being transferred over as well, but unfortunately Zalron just too chaotic in that moment. Didn't quite understand the enemy angles that they had on him. He gets taken down. Kills are going to be traded back and forth, and as long as you're able to overextend towards A while the enemy takes C, Ultra Esports will be able to continue to score, but these players in B, they need to make sure they don't capture that. They get the kill, they take the reset, and once again Ultra Esports do a good job of flipping the map.
I will say Grimsty is having a really solid game at the moment, and he was arguably one of the standout players for this squad earlier on when we saw them on main stage as well. So if he can start, you know, bring a little bit of this momentum and maybe allow the rest of the team to try and match his energy and the passion he's putting in right now, then there could still be that potential for an upset and a comeback at the moment. But with 2 players falling, one of them being Grimsty, this is where things could very quickly turn around. But I will say, Ultra Esports are doing very well, whereas at kind of rotating and out-rotating Sinta Negra. Oh, see, now it's happened to me. Sinta Negra. Now they have managed to upset them as well with their rotations.
Only Andy has mastered the Spanish language here. For the viewers at home, take it easy on us. It's a little bit harder than you would think. But speaking of harder than you would think, this comeback is going to be a much harder for Ultra Esports, as this is already up to 223 and counting for Sinta Negra Nubis. Rockets are in hand. You need to put both of these to use, you'd have to think. He does get a kill, but unfortunately forced to take his own shield with it, and that's a trade going in their favor. But his team able to capitalize on that. Take 3 down. Chico Bounce was the last player alive. He gets taken down on screen, and that's going to be Ultra Esports with a trip cap in effect here. How long can they keep it is the question.
Good pressure onto A as well. Grimsty can get a great spot and utilizing the thrust to at least finish off that kill. Unfortunately, is not going to be able to get the reset because it doesn't matter though. A teammate does the job for them. So this is the time for Ultra Esports, men. Use this momentum. Keep the pressure on the spawners. Don't allow them to get away. If they try and rotate through to A side, just make sure you've got people who can watch it, take that fight, because that scoreline is getting closer for Ultra Esports.
It's Paradise is the first one to go down, and you never want to lose numbers in this situation, especially with so little room for air. You got to get over to B. You got to get these slays. Good shot from Zauron once again. Teammate finds one as well, and he's able to get the reset on the B. You got to get this shotgun to work. Unfortunately, opts to use the BR. Fortunately, though, for Ultra Esports fans, he's on a killing spree now. Zauron starting to step it up. He's matched Grimsty's energy like you asked him to, Dan, and just like that, they're right back in this game.
The energy is there. The shots are starting to connect. Zauron knows that this Bulldog is very important as well, so I like that play. Retreat, get back into B, and then try and put that Bulldog to work when you do get pushed. This is a difficult angle to try and hold, but he doesn't get spotted out by the Tires player. And that is an awful, awful situation for Sinta Negra and Nubis. They did not check their corners properly, and because of it, Zoran will punish them. But unfortunately, elsewhere, Rockets win in the hands of the Sinta Negra squad.
I mean, Zoran did his job, getting a double in a 1v2 situation. That was big, even with the Bulldog shotgun in hand. You gotta wonder if the rest of Ultra Esports can now do theirs. Rockets are still just being a nuisance, and Chico Bounce, the player to watch on this Sinta Negra Nubis team. He's the one that secured those Rockets, put them to use, and now they're going to continue scoring. And not much time on the clock left in this one, Dan. You have to act now if you're Ultra Esports.
10 seconds. It's going to be a quick push off spawn, but it has to be a perfect one. 2 players have already fallen as well. Zauron is doing exactly what he can as the last remaining player, but with all 4 going down, Sinta Negra Nubis and Chico Bounce make some noise on the main stage, as they know that is going to be game number 1 secured here for the red side.
Look at the energy he's playing with, standing up, dabbing every teammate. You can tell how bad wants this, the emotions through these players, the moment, you can feel it. Chico getting loud, not only in game, but out of game. And that's what you love to see. These players need to embrace these moments. This moment, this weekend, it's so big for these guys. The biggest tournament in the MX region history. So much money on the line. Families, friends, they're all in the crowd. You know they're watching. You want to make them proud. And Chico Bounce, he's been doing it so far throughout the weekend. And he's going to let his team feel the energy. And we talked about it throughout the game, Dan. That energy, it can transfer from player to player. It can aspire a team. It can inspire a team. I'm sorry. And when a team starts to vibe off of one individual's energy, good things happen.
Just waiting to see if we're going to get any kill stats. But if earliest to go by, we may
Are these not the kill
there.
stats? We'll have Onset let us know later.
I think he'll know. I think that even though Onset's math sometimes is questionable, this man, he's got his head on a swivel, and he would have learned from that mistake. As we all do, because we've all been there. Sometimes when you try and read Spanish, it gets you. It gets you when you least expect it. But wow, that was an amazing attempt at a comeback from the Ultra Esports squad. You can see there the accuracy from them as well. And I will say that Ultra, they looked good. Grimsty, even though I said he was, the standout player, accuracy wasn't the best, but he was getting those kills. He was at least doing the damage.
Yeah, sometimes you can look into accuracy as well as how well a player is playing, and sometimes you can, just depending on the player's play style. Some players like to pre-fire angles, some players like to shoot a little bit of warning shots in a sense, and then some traditionally don't. But as we made our way over to the Bajas, I'm gonna assume that's kills in Spanish, and it was really all of Anubis that was fragging out. I mean, 19 through 23, just 4 kills separating the top fragger from the bottom fragger. And when you have a team that's able to participate like that throughout the process, you know you're going to have success. You know everybody is going to be feeling themselves going into game 2.
What I will say is perhaps this series is going to be a little bit closer than what we expected after the early stages of map number 1. Alter Esports did seem like they woke up, but they just let far too many points get away from them in those early stages. It could have been a case of just complacency from the side of Sintenegra and Nubis, but we will have to see whether map number 2 is going to provide us with a little bit of a different story, as of course it goes over to a Slayer. But as we look back at the replays, it was the Sintenegra story for the early stages, but certainly in the latter game, Alter Esports put on a fantastic show, and I was delighted really, because otherwise it was going to be, you know, one of those inevitable 3-0s, but instead I'm not feeling that way. I feel like they've got a real chance here in this series.
I still think this is anyone's series to win, especially knowing how Alter Esports kind of started off game 1 slow, Dan. They started to pick it up. Grimsty having one hell of a performance. Zalron also picks it up there towards the end. And if they can get a little bit of life out of Paradise and Intinuiz, I think they have a lot better of an opportunity throughout this series. And I don't think that that's a lot to ask. I do expect Alter Esports to pick it up here, because it's now or never in this. And for Nubis, if they can consistently play at this level, the teamwork that they had, the power weapon control that they had, I think that they're going to still continue to find levels of success as well.
Yeah, there was definitely ups and downs for both sides, really. More positives for the side of Sintenegra and Nubis, but enough positives for the side of Alter Esports to suggest that this is going to be a little bit of a tighter affair. But Street Strongholds is a difficult one to navigate. You heard that Lottie and the desk were talking about it, and to open with it sometimes can be even tougher as you're trying to get used to that main stage, get that chemistry back, maybe after a little bit of a break of play as well. But I do think that both of these teams are going to put on a good show for us, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen in this Slayer game. And honestly, I just want to see us go to at least a game 4, because we've had just 3-0s so far throughout this entire broadcast. Yeah, I think we have. So we've not got to a game 4 yet, but maybe, just maybe, this will be the one, Wes.
It's pool play issues, I feel like, consistently, right? When you have these seeds that are clearly built with the most individual skill, especially when we go on a regional case basis. We saw it over in Europe as well. I feel a little bit more interesting series happened when we got into bracket play, right? So as we get into bracket play, the closer the skill gap is going to be between these teams, because we've had the traditional pool play solve where these teams should be seated correctly as far as who they should be playing next to get to the next step in that bracket. So looking forward to more interesting series, and I feel like as we continue to go on this weekend, that's all we're going to have in store for us. Pool play, it's over with. We got bracket play here and now, and with it, the stakes get higher, the pressure builds, and hopefully we see higher played gameplay, because these players have been waiting on this moment for a long time.
And you can see the stage live in Mexico City as well, where this regional is taking place, and it certainly has been, I mean, the majority of the time, extremely full. A nice little bathroom break for some people, I think, just as games and we're in between them. I did just get word, Wes, that Sintenegra are not happy with the amount of time they have on mainstream, and they want more coverage as an organization. So they want to sign me and call me Sintenegra Gaskin, so that they just get even more coverage on this stream. And I think that's probably a good idea. And I tell you what, for the right price, maybe I will get involved. We'll have to see whether that one pans out. But for the game 2 and for it being a Slayer, Wes, do you think that Alter Esports have got a better chance here in this series?
I think they have a better chance, but they're going to have to do a better job of controlling some of the power on the map. And I know that's an obvious statement, but so often did we see Nubis with rockets in hand, the Bulldog shotgun in hand, and very little did we see Alter Esports really in a power position. Even when they had 3 dead, it was it was Rockets going away to the Nubis roster, right? So when you're Alter Esports, when you get 3 kills, you should be able to acquire Rockets. You should be in the position to be able to at least defend and deny Rockets from going into the hands of that 4th player. If they can prioritize the power-ups, the power weapons a little bit better, I think that the score will directly result in their favor because of it. And hopefully they're able to receive that message. I know it was all in English, and I know they're not listening to this broadcast right now, but they know better. And I think that they're very aware of Rockets getting out of hand, getting out of control, and what the momentum of the game will do when you give up that much power.
Now, I thought it was bad in real life when one of those lasers hit you in the eye, but through a screen, it still equally does the same amount of damage. And I tell you what, it's tough, that camera angle. Thank goodness we are back to my face. And I do think that both of these teams, you know, going into the rest of this series, they know how important this is, Wes, because we're in pool play. You know, you're trying to play for that little bit of a higher seed. You want to be able to play within the winner's bracket rather than the loser's bracket, of course, when it comes to the champ bracket. But as a tournament as a whole, do you think that either of these teams are going to be kind of in the conversation? Because we've seen 3 Sintenegra squads now, right? And we've all been saying, oh, well, one of them surely can contest the Pittsburgh Knights. I know we've not seen as much of Sintenegra and Nubis, but certainly they have really shown that they have promise.
Yeah, it's a matter of what kind of a question are you asking. Do I think they have what it takes to challenge the Pittsburgh Knights? I'm not sure. Do I think that they have what it takes to get into the top 6, into the top 4? I think that there is still potential for some of these teams, especially Sintenegra X and Sintenegra to themselves. I expect one of those 2 teams to honestly be playing in the finals come Sunday. But if they continue to play on broadcasts, we've seen nothing but Sintenegra's success throughout all of pool play and even leading into Saturday here and now. So it's very interesting to see how maybe some players do play better under the spotlight. Maybe the Sintenegra has also got a large fan base in the crowd because, I mean, you have so many teams, you have to have so many fans, right? With if everybody's family and friends are showing up and we have 6 Sintenegra teams in the tournament, that's a squad in the crowd that's going to be getting loud for all the Sintenegra teams until they play each other. Let me see. That's going to be an interesting tongue twister for hopefully Mark and Andy to try and solve.
Hopefully. And maybe they will. They're good. They're very good at doing that. They solve pretty much everything, and they also can ruin everything in the same day. But Slayer Livefire, where we're going for game number 2. I'm excited for this one because actually we've seen Livefire already a couple of times this game number 2, and the sniper has really made a difference. And we've seen so many of these Sintenegra players just beaming and hitting those shots. The body shots have been unreal. But I will say, Capture the Flag Catalyst is game number 3. Not seen any Catalyst so far, so that's going to be very exciting.
It's definitely time Catalyst shows up. And what better than the shift game 3, Catalyst CTF. And I think Andy and Mark touched on this earlier today, that this is really one of those map mode combos because it's so new that the meta's not defined. And because of that, we're going to see a lot of opportunity for a lower seed, a less skilled team to potentially win that game 3. And what can that do to a team's momentum, a team's confidence in a series? If a lower seeded team or a team that maybe we think is less deserving to move forward, less skilled, wins that game 3, gains momentum in the series, you win a Slayer potentially right before it, that can do wonder for a team's confidence and their potential in the bracket.
Yeah, a lot of confidence to be gained. And I do think that when we get into bracket play, you know, we will probably quite quickly forget about the pool play matches. Even though we've learned quite a lot about, you know, some of the teams, I feel like the bigger teams have maybe held back a little bit and have maybe played in a way that they won't be playing once we get into bracket play. And I don't think that's necessarily true for either of these teams that we're seeing right now. So excuse me for mentioning maybe the likes of Pittsburgh Knights and the original Sintenegra squad. But here in Slayer Livefire, I'm sure that we are going to be seeing lots of action as we look like we're going to be getting into this one. Thank you guys for waiting as we were getting ready and as the players were getting ready here on main stage. It's Sintenegra Nubis versus Alter Esports. It's still pool play. We go into bracket play after this series. We will know who's going to be finishing where in the pools, and that's when things are starting to get a little bit spicy. Wes, who's your favorites for this game number 2?
I'm going to go with Nubis still. I think everything we've seen from Chico Bounce has been success. It'd be foolish of me to think the Sintenegra team is going to lose on the live stream, at least in pool play. And they've looked good so far through game 1. They did enough to convince me that all 4 players were clicking. I need to see more out of everyone on Alter Esports stepping up here to make me think they have a good chance to take this game 2. And already off to a lead. So Ultra Esports changing the storyline a little bit. Let's see where that S7 is. It's in Grimsty's hands, and he was one of the top dogs for Ultra Esports in the first game. They've got Overshield as well, so they've done everything right so far.
Show me what you got then, Grimsty. I know you've got a sniper rifle, but show me that you can hit some shots with it. 4-4 already. A little bit back and forth in the early stages. No one really doing anything. Okay, I told you they were going to do it. All these players in the LATAM region seem to know how to handle any sort of precision weapon, that is for sure. And he's looking to try and really put some damage now. As I say, that's going to whiff. No, okay, that's okay. That's all you need. All you need is that body shot, and then it can really make the difference. And now the push can come through from Ultra Esports.
Absolutely. All you need is that opening pick. Grimsty gives his team that. They got a numbers advantage that limits the space that C and Anubis are going to be able to play with. And is he going to predict that there's a player already top towers? We do switch screens over towards the Heat Wave. Anthony Nuez, bottom middle, and butchering the pronunciation. I'm pretty sure of that name, but let's see if he can butcher some of the enemy team here. He's got Heat Wave in hand. He fries one. Bottom pillars. Can he get a second? Is a big one to get, and unfortunately can't quite hit that last shot. Gonna pay for it with his life, and a much better start for Ultra Esports overall. 15-8 now. Seeing Nubis look like they're on the ropes a bit here in game 2.
Yeah, Sintonegro Bubis struggling a little bit in the early stages, but we've seen this before from Ultra Esports, right? Where they had a really significant lead in a Slayer, and then they just ended up throwing it away. I think that was against Sintonegro X originally. So we'll see whether it's going to be the same sort of scenario here, or whether they can keep command of this lead. An overshield is not going to be helping them whatsoever. This is going to be firmly now going in favor of Sintonegro Anubis for this next few moments, and I'm sure they're going to be trying to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, let's see how this is going to change the potential current score line right now. They were up 6 when this overshield gets picked up. All of a sudden, it's made just to 4. The overshield's still heavily intact. Speaking of heavenly, it's Heavenly here on screen trying to get impacted into this combat loop. Unfortunately, can't quite get to that player before he takes down his teammate, but good shots onto the second, get him a killing spree. And can he find the triple? He does just that. It's Heavenly with the triple to make this just a 2-kill game.
And he heard the call-outs. He wanted more. But I think you just settle for the triple. You settle for the fact you are back in this game. Another player should go down here, but that's good coverage from Ultra Esports, making sure they're watching each other's back so that they can't too easily throw kills away. But Sintonegro and Nubis need to be careful. They don't do exactly the same thing here. They have an amazing passage of play, a great amount of kills. Then you don't want to get too overconfident and start rushing unnecessarily into fights. Just slow this game down a little bit. 24-21. Sabrio does have the sniper rifle to work with, so you just need to let him do his job. Let him hit some of these shots.
Not really taking an angle where he can use that S7, but he's got the commando out, so wants to push with the team, and I actually like this play. He's not focused on sitting back with the snipe. He wants to play around his teammates, knowing they have an opportunity to push here. He's going to pull that commando out, and now that he's had an opportunity to clear tower, now you pull the S7 out. This is textbook by Sabrio.
15 seconds till the overshield's up. Sabrio wants to watch over that overshield, but he also knows that he has a responsibility to double check on top middle as well. Nice body shot to connect with first. He's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders at the moment, though. Has to go back to the overshield. Another nice body that will at least force the player back. The grenade comes in from the teammate, and that is job done as the sniper rifle player. Gonna have to try and hit another one, though. Grimsty's trying to do it, and there you go. Sabrio showing us what he can do with a sniper. A lot of responsibility, as I said, but he steps up to the plate.
Sometimes body shots are all you need, and Sabrio showing you that those body shots with the S7, they can be so lethal. They can do just as good as the headshot, especially when those kills are cleaned up by your teammates. Like you talked about, Dan, having to back up into that grenade. I mean, he did everything to get his team this overshield, and because of that, look at the score. They've taken the lead here now for the first time in the game. It's 33-31.
It does seem like Ultra Esports have good starting strategies, and in the early game, they are definitely confident in themselves. But the further they get into things, they do seem to struggle. That's in Slayers. In Objectives, it seems like it's entirely the wrong way around. That they struggle in the early game, and then they start to get back into things once the late game comes around. So once they just kind of click a little bit more and they find a little bit of a better pattern, I do think that Ultra Esports can do some damage in the bracket. Just perhaps pool play is not going to be the place for them to really show up right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just been not the Saturday these guys planned out for when they started on the main stage here, and Second series not going in their favor either, but this game's still very winnable for Ultra Esports. They've actually taken the lead here now. Up 1 kill, but they're going to have to close this one out. And unfortunately, Grimsty's just so heavily under fire. So many grenades, and it takes 4 of them, but they finally get Grimsty off that elbow position. And with it, 3 members go down for Ultra Esports. All of a sudden, it's a back and forth affair. These teams neck and neck as they cross the 40 kill mark.
I mean, It Takes Two was a great video game. It Takes Four perhaps is going to be the successor, but I can't guarantee that I'm on the marketing team. But if I am, and I predicted that, well, there you go. You're welcome. 42-40. Syntenegra and Nubis have still got the lead. Overshield's coming up as well. So this is going to be a big moment, and Ultra Esports are down by 3. And unfortunately, that will mean Syntenegra and Nubis will be grabbing that Overshield, and things are going to go from bad to worse now for Ultra Esports. They're trying to kind of scatter away from this OV to try and at least deplete it ever so slightly, but I don't think it's going to work out for them. 46-41 now.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Overshield just paying its control and dividends here in the score. They jump up to a 5-kill lead, and now with only 4 remaining, Sabrio in the kill feed is going to make it 3, make it 2, 48-43. And although Ultra Esports are able to get a couple of kills, there's so little room for error now. And Gorliko, he smells blood in the water. He smells pressure in the house, and he's going to find one. His teammate finds a second. 50-44. Seeing Nubis feeling the energy, getting hyped once again. They're going to take the series lead now 2-0.
Even the coach showing the passion, the desire, the fist bumps come through. They're still celebrating. I love this. They are really enjoying their time on the main stage, just as they were yesterday. As Chico Bounce leads the charge once more with his celebrations. And Goriko, he got those final moments, he got those final kills. And every single player on that roster is proving why they deserve to be here. Just in pool play, but on this main stage. And I think that we're going to be seeing a lot more of them as the tournament goes on. 2-0, job done at the moment. But now you've just got to finish it off, and you've got to finish it off with an exclamation point. You've got to make sure it's a 3-0, just as all the other teams have been doing in pool play. You don't want to be that one team who's let a game slip against one of the open bracket sides, because that is a sign of weakness. We get the kills, and it is going to be Heavenly, who was the standout player on the side of Syntenegra. 16 kills, and also look at those assists from Dr. Sabrio. He really showed us that he is a team player.
And it was really the Overshield control that started that story, completely shifted in the second half. Went in the hands of Syntenegra and Nubis, and because of it, they had every little bit of an advantage they needed to squeak out that win. But as you step back then, and you see the reactions on Syntenegra and Nubis as they get each one of these single game victories, you can clearly tell they don't feel like they're the favorites. They don't feel like they're they're supposed to win this series, because you do not celebrate like they are after games when you feel like you're the better team. You do that when you feel like you're doubted, when you're the underdog. So Ultra Esports, we've seen them have success in the Super. We've seen them have success online. Syntenegra and Nubis, we have not seen that same level of success, but the fact that they are here and now, playing lights out, playing to their capability, to the caliber that they are prepared to do so, it's a phenomenal thing to see, and you can tell that their energy is just pulsing through each of the team members, and it's going to get them this series win if they can get one more game win in the next 3.
Yeah, even though these guys come in, you know, with that 6th seed, playing in pool play, you're completely right. In the Super and previous tournaments, a lot of these guys were finishing below the Ultra Esports roster that they're playing against. And you have to remember, Ultra Esports in open bracket also beat Team Cruelty, the team that went to Kansas City. Like, Ultra Esports haven't had the best of days, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't mean that they are a bad team. I think that the historic side of this squad and the amount of chemistry there is, because they've been together for quite some time now, at any point this Ultra Esports could turn up, and you can see that as well. You can see from the start in that game and from the end of match number 1 that there are pieces to this puzzle that if they start to come together, Ultra Esports suddenly do become a terrifying force. But what Syntenegra and Nubis have been able to do is find their weaknesses, expose them enough so that they can make it work and win those games. It may not have been in commanding fashion, but it certainly has been enough to get over the finish line. We'll look back at some of the replays of that one, and again, it was the Sniper Rifle show. Ultra Esports and Syntenegra both put on a show for us, and some big body shots that were being connected.
Yeah, body shots from everybody, and those body shots were being immediately transitioned into kills, and that's the big thing. When you're hitting body shots with the snipe, do they transition to kills? Are you able to clean those players up? Because the DPS, it's great. but the most important thing is acquiring those skills, especially in the Slayer, to be able to create a numbers advantage, an opportunity to potentially gain an overshield. Heavenly, you can tell how confident he's playing right there. Both players know shield, but Heavenly's going to be the one that's playing aggressive in the situation. And typically in Halo, when you play aggressive, you're going to benefit from it. He's able to land that triple kill, and another overshield in Heavenly's hands as we start to watch the score continue to go and see in Anubis's hands. And that was really the name of the game. It was Ultra Esports gets the first couple overshields, gets control early on. They were able to get the snipe in hand. They were able to do some work with it. But as soon as we see Sintenegra Anubis start to acquire some of that power, start to use those overshields to push kills in their advantage, they were able to take the lead, and with that, run away with it towards the late game.
What we need to see in game number 3 is Sintenegra Anubis dominate. They need a 3-0 here. On the side of Ultra Esports, we need to see them find that same start from the Slayer and the end game from that objective, and then just glue them together to make some sort of weird hybrid strategy that wouldn't necessarily work because it's a Slayer and it's an objective, but you do need to slay to win an objective clutch, so I'm not entirely crazy with my methods here. And I do think that this game 3 is going to be an important one. It is going to be Catalyst Capture the Flag. We can get it on your screen now as we look at the series layout, but with Catalyst Capture the Flag, the first time we're seeing Catalyst on stream this weekend, perhaps that does open the door a little bit for Ultra Esports. I know I always harp on about new game types, new maps, yeah, but Catalyst has always been that kind of question mark, I think, for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and I do think it is one of those map mode combos where maybe you don't have to slay as much as you typically do on the Aquariuses or some of the other CTF maps, right? I think that this is one of the map mode combinations, especially one of the CTFs, where if you get behind enemy lines, all you really need is one set of slays and to have that flag being pulled to get it to halfway, and then all of a sudden you're able to get a capture without having to do too much slaying prowess, too much dominant force. So if Ultra Esports wants to stay in this one, they have an opportunity here and now, but it will be back with the control of the power up, because that overshield is so influential to making those pushes stronger, to allowing your flag carrier a little bit more time before he receives pressure, to just making your shields a little bit thicker, obviously, but it makes pushes into the base so much more realistic, especially when you're pushing through these chokeholds that are some of the doorways that can just be such easily nated by the enemy team.
I will say the logos for all these teams have been on point as well. The Sintenegra Anubis one is amazing, but we're into game number 3. Catalyst Capture the Flag. Very excited for this one, Wes, because I do really enjoy this game type and on this map. Ultra Esports have already been able to get aggressive here and grab the sword, and we know how important the sword can be when it comes to Catalyst.
Look how aggressive he's playing this too. I love this by him. He's out to get Heavenly. Does he get a double in the feet is a question. Paradise, he's made his way towards the overshield, and this is going to be an early flag run for Ultra Esports. We saw the player on screen. It was I'll say it again. Atanuez, one last time. He was able to get that double with the sword, and that's allowed Paradise to get this flag on the run. And this is going to be Ultra Esports for the first time in what feels like this series really having a nice lead and an objective.
Well, they needed. We need to see something different, but now the counter cap can, of course, come through. Grimsty's in a spot to at least do some damage to the players who had pushed up on this base, and he did enough damage that they retreated from that flag. They dropped the flag, they left it, and they're going to reassess the situation, so there should be a comfortable return. And Grimsty, what a play that is from him. Not only dealing damage, but also getting the trade. Amazing start for Ultra Esports. We said that's what they needed. They needed to find that energy that they had in the Slayer in the early stages, but now they just need to build from it here.
And more importantly, they don't risk a counter cap because they were able to clear out some of the overextenders from Sintenegra Anubis there. They're able to slay out, keep a little bit of map control, and with that map control, they're able to continue this one a lead. Now look, they want to be aggressive once again.
Well, it's a difficult angle to take because you never know if someone's going to be hiding around that corner, but great team shot to ensure that that player does go down. You can already see that Ultra Esports are being the aggressive team. They are the one who are looking to kind of push up on the bases and trying to flank round at times. Overshield's going to be coming up in 3 seconds as well. I wonder if anyone's got any sort of eyes on it. Has there been a grapple picked up?
Doesn't look like anybody's in position from Ultra Esports, and as you see, Grimsty try to reach out, check on where that overshield might be. It's in the hands of Sintenegra Anubis, so it was a 1-for-1 the cap to overshield ratio for Ultra Esports at the first time. Let's see if Sintenegra Nubis are able to do something very similar here now that Chico Bounce has made his way into the base of Ultra Esports. He's got a flag on the move, and they had 3 dead momentarily.
3 dead, but that doesn't mean a guaranteed cap, of course. When it comes to capture the flag on Catalyst, you've got to move this flag back together and then retake the fight that's going to happen in your base inevitably. One player is going to be weak. Chico Bounce says, I do not care. I'm just going to absolutely brute force this one in, but it doesn't go in. That is the risk of trying to put a brute force situation in. All 4 go down. Flag will be returned. And Sintenegra and Nubis maybe pass up on an opportunity there that should have certainly been played very differently.
Even bigger, though, Ultra Esports going to have an opportunity at a counter cap here. Grimsey with flag in hand going to try to run this across. He's getting lit up. Can he get it across this sight line? In order to get his shields back, kills and the kill feed are going to benefit Ultra Esports as well, and they're going to turn what looked like a Sintenegra Nubis opportunity to tie this game up. They're going to turn it into a 2-0 lead themselves, and now Ultra Esports looking like a completely different team here on Catalyst.
Fantastic stop of play. Maybe a little bit of a mistake by Sintenegra Nubis. I think they're just going to have to be a little bit more patient with their play when it does come to trying to get that flag back. But maybe that'll be lesson learned. Maybe they just needed that one. But this does seem like it's a far more comfortable map and mode for Ultra Esports. They've got another flag on the move as well, and some great pre-nades coming out from these guys.
3 players from Sintenegra Nubis are now in the enemy base for Ultra Esports. So although Ultra Esports are running this one back, they're going to have to get around the Slays if they want to punch this one in, make it a 3-0 lead. But that's a great start here, as not only a kill gets picked up, but the flag continues. His teammates pick up kills as well. And we're going to see a 3-0 lead. This is a dominant performance here, not only in the captures, Dan, but they're also outslaying them. So a much better position for Ultra Esports here in their objective.
Dare I say it, maybe we're going to see our first Game 4 of this tournament on broadcast so far. And that has me very excited indeed, but still plenty of time for Ultra Esports to throw this one away, because we have seen them throw games away previously. Sintenegra and Nubis will need to remember that, and still plenty of time for them to get back into it as well. 7 minutes 20 on the clock. We've seen caps very quickly on Capture the Flag Catalyst. If you run those top middle in those dying moments, you can get a couple within, you know, about 30 seconds to a minute. But Ultra Esports, they've been able to wrestle back that sword, and they can once again try to get aggressive and look to try and get some more kills.
It is Ultra Esports' game to lose here in Game 3. They want to stay in this series, potentially start the conversation of a reverse sweep, and with a 3-0 lead, 7 minutes is a lot of time. It's plenty of time for Sintenegra Nubis, Dan, but every kill you get, you're starting to look down at that clock, say how much longer we got to hold these guys off for. But as I say that, they're going to try and get a 4th flag on the move, and that's a great start. Gorliko gets 1 and continues the flag run. 2 go down, make it a double here for Teninhuez, and 11 to his name. Ultra Esports looking like they're going to go up 4-0.
Ultra Esports should be winning this map from what I've seen so far. Nothing to suggest that Sintenegra and Nubis know what they're doing here. It does seem like it's one of their weaker game types, and this is why I was excited when I saw it on the series layout, because there is always that opportunity. And Zoran tries to stay alive, does manage to do so for quite some time, and will get his shields back. Yes, he will. So now he can do some damage here, potentially with the sword. They know he's there, but oh, he had to push out a little bit sooner. It was always going to be a back-to-the-wall situation. Now Chico Bounce and Sintenegra and Nubis will run this flag. Are they going to make the same mistake as they did previously, though? Trying to just force it in and not slaying out properly.
Flag on the move, but can they get it punched in? Because there's multiple players for Ultra Esports here, and they're going to be able to hop that return. Sintenegra Nubis just no luck here in Game 3. It's a 4-0 lead, and Ultra Esports with 3 dead surely are going to get this 5th and potential final cap on the move. They're going to do just that. Turns the corner as well, so he's going to get it to at least halfway, and with 1 more round of slays, Ultra Esports are going to have a dominant Game 3 performance.
Flag still moving. 2 players are down though, and Sintenegra Nubis trying to just hold off. Teninhuez is going to have to just hold back a little bit and have to take this fight, and it is going to be stopped. So still goes on and still kept alive here by Sintenegra and Nubis at roster, and they'll get the return as well. 5 minutes still remaining. It is not over yet. Ultra Esports would have been thinking that was going to be game. They were thinking about game number 4, but it looks like a counter cap is highly on the cards here. Chico Bounce and the rest of the squad have to fight out of their base, and at least that's going to be one to start.
More work to do, however, and unfortunately no players in order to help Sabrio out here as his teammates go down. That was all 4. And Grimsty potentially looking to end this one here and now. Flag on the move. One player did spawn towards him, but he's got a little bit of help for his friends, and with that, they're able to get a couple of kills, and this surely is going to be the 5th and final flag cap going in. There's one player in their base to try and deal with. Teammates spawning up on the back flag is always something you want to see, and Alter Esports are going to do it, Dan. They're going to push this to a game 4. You ask for it. They give it to you when it's least expected, and they do it in dominant fashion. 5-0 on Catalyst flag.
I really should have asked about the head shaping before that one started. I feel like I could have maybe got you on that one, but it was definitely a close couple of games that perhaps you wouldn't have doubled down. Alter Esports finally show us what we know they can do. And we saw them in the Super when they finished top 6. Well, they've been slapping this open bracket, and it seems like it's just taking them a little bit of time, and maybe they just needed the right map and mode. It does seem like Catalyst captured the flag. They are far more well drilled than what we've seen elsewhere. As for Sintenegra and Anubis, I think other teams will be looking at that and saying, hey, I hope we get to play them on Catalyst Capture the Flag, because they were in absolute shambles.
Didn't look good. The execution of their flag runs, it was poor. When they got it back to their base, they were unable to get the sways, and fortunately for them, though, you kind of chalk that up to it being new, something you haven't had nearly as much experience on. You've done well in the first 2 games to build yourself a comfortable lead, but this game 4, all the momentum in this series rides on it, because if Alter Esports can take it, you've got to favor them going into a game 5 after that game 3 performance and potentially a game 4 win. The momentum is a real thing, and as energetic as a team as Sintenegra Anubis was in the first 2 games, celebrating and whatnot, you wonder what happens to that energy as things start to not go their way.
Once they start to realize, oh god, this could be the reverse sweep, this could be us getting upset on main stage, and suddenly our celebrations look very silly indeed. But it is another objective game, and for the most part, Sintenegra have been the better side. I do think that was just a little bit of an outlier, but I guess that remains to be seen. If we do get to the game 5, I think you're right. I mean, the momentum will be good, and Alter Esports have been incredible with their starts in Slayer games. They've just dropped off towards the end. But if the momentum is built on top of that and their early game procedures, then maybe, just maybe, the reverse sweep could happen. But they've got to get there first, and it's going to be a game 4 situation for the first time. We you know, Wes, we're used to having game 5s. We're used to getting the elongated series, and it seems like it's going to happen here again today. It's a blessing that we get to watching game 4. And I'm sure everyone at home is delighted that we're not seeing another 3-0 as well.
Did you just curse our potential of getting a game 5? I surely hope not, but
quite possible.
For Alter Esports fans, just know Dan typically predicts things wrong, so we'll see how this one goes. It was a dominant performance here in game 3, though, and honestly, the individual skill starting to pick up. We saw Grimsty hitting some shots, Paradise doing some things as well, and just everybody on the team stepped it up. And something we haven't seen from them in games 1 and 2, Dan, that we did see in game 3 was really everyone participating in that kill department. And when they were all able to do so, how easy did the objective look?
Yeah, the objective just kind of flowed, didn't it? And they can find that same kind of form going into another objective game in number 4, then perhaps they can make life very difficult for Sintenegra. Capture the Flag Catalyst always provides entertainment. It's one of my favorite maps and modes to watch in the circuit at the moment, but I was not expecting a 5-0. I thought it might be close, but boy, that one really did show us what this Alter Esports squad can do, and now they just need to build from that going into game number 4, because when you look at what they achieved in the Super, and maybe what their expectations were after beating teams like Cruelty, for example, in the open bracket, I think that Alter would have been coming into this hoping and expecting to make at least one upset in pool play. And here is their opportunity now. You've got that break, you've got one game, and now you've just got to make sure you get a game 4 so you can at least take this to a game 5. Do you think they have what it takes, though, Wes? Or is this just going to be one step too far?
You know, I think they have what it takes. It's just a matter of can they consistently all play as well as they just did in game 3. But I think if game 3 was a little bit closer, I think I'd be favoring Sintenegra Anubis. But with that being such a blowout win, I feel like momentum is going to shift. Confidence is going to grow in the Alter Esports roster guys. And for them confidence is probably pretty low going into that after being 3-0'd earlier today, losing the first 2 games on main stage. For them to put on a performance like they just did in game 3 gives me hope. But Cincinnati Nubis, if they've showed us anything, it's the maps, the modes that have been in here for a while, that they've been playing since the start of Infinite. They are pretty solid at them, and they have a good understanding of how to play these objectives. So it is going to be a very difficult win if Alter Esports want to get to that game 5.
What do you think went wrong, would you say, for Cincinnati there on Catalyst capture the flag? Because, I mean, they seem to be playing fantastically in the opening 2 games, but then just fell apart in game number 3 there. Do you think it was just down to lack of practice, or was there anything fundamentally you noticed whilst watching their gameplay?
I mean, right off the break, you see how aggressive Alter Esports is willing to play, and that's not something that typically a team that's down 0-2 will do, right? Because you saw immediately a player for Alter Esports grabs the sword, he's on a flank, he finds a double, and they've acquired the overshield at the exact same time in order to get into the enemy base and pull a flag. So everything was going right. Alter Esports really stepped up their aggression, and it kind of caught Cincinnati Nubis off guard. And I'm not quite sure if that's a map issue where maybe they're not expecting players to be where they are yet on Catalyst, because it is so new to them that they haven't really found their flow, their rhythm for the map, especially at the start of games. But ever since that very start, Alter Esports was able to use that aggression, able to use their timings, their positioning to their advantage, and they were always catching Cincinnati Nubis off guard. And as soon as you get that first kill, they did a phenomenal job of flooding into the flag and making sure they didn't have to overslay in order to get flag pulls and potential flag caps on the road. So for Alter Esports to try and rebound here, or for Cincinnati Nubis to try and rebound here, it's all ball recharge. It's one of the basics, right? This is one of the game types I would say pretty much dictates who the better team is in the series. And this is exactly what you wanted to see if you really thought that you were the better team. But I mean, it's something we touched on going into that game 3, Dan, was Cincinnati Nubis, the way that they're celebrating after individual games, they feel like they're the underdogs here, and this is Alter Esports' opportunity to pounce right here and now.
They do have to pounce when we get into game number 4 in a short while, and I think you're right. I mean, oddball recharge is one of those where it usually separates the men from the boys, the women from the girls, whichever way you want to put it. And I do think that with the objective efficiency we just saw on Catalyst capture the flag, then that does bode well here for Alter Esports. But I will say that the Strongholds game, it was the start for me. They really struggled. They just got lost, and that could very easily happen in Oddball. The good thing is now with the new Oddball rules, of course, since Halo Infinite was released, you do get that hard reset. So even if they struggled in round number 1, maybe they could make round number 2 a little bit better, and then, of course, inevitably round number 3. But it has to be that start. I want to see them kind of come out of the blocks a little bit quicker here, show what they're made of, do similarly to what they've just done in that Capture the Flag Catalyst, or if not, similarly just to what they've done in the Slayer. Confidence is what you need. It's very easy to have a starting strategy where you assume you're just going to be able to walk into the things you're trying to gain, whether that be map positioning or whether you're going for a power-up. You've just got to actually play in a way where you know there's going to be a fight, but you are confidently going to take it. And of course, have that support. Don't take unnecessary 1v1s. Make sure that you have teammates alongside you so they can at least clear it up. If not, 2v1 someone so that you both stay alive.
Confidence is what you need. The shock rifle, the sword, and the camo are going to be things you need as well, Dan. And as we saw Alter Esports immediately grab the sword and the overshield, it immediately transitioned into easy kills, an opportunity to play the objective. I expect that to be a very similar story here on Recharge Oddball, where when you see either team dominate the camo story, the sword story, or the shock rifle, typically the oddball points are going to be in that team's favor as well. So you want to see prioritization more on the side of Cincinnati Nubis, since that was such a big problem there in game 3. But they've been doing a pretty good job all series long. It's a matter of will Alter Esports be able to continue that same control story here in game 4 in order to push this to a game 5, because you know how badly those players up there want to redeem themselves for the poor performance that they potentially put on the first 2 games of the series, and then potentially the earlier series today. Cincinnati and Nubis, they've had success on the main stage in front of their family, in front of their fans. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, and this is a massive opportunity. A game 5 up there with that kind of a crowd, that would be something special for these players.
Really would, as we're getting some shots now of those players as they're just waiting to get into this game. And it is an amazing moment to be up on that crowd. I mean, who's been your favorite player so far, Wes? Like, out of any of the teams, I'll let you choose any of them. You don't have to. You can even go Pittsburgh Knights. I mean, that would be the predictable option.
I was going to.
Yeah,
I think my favorite player in this region is Drift. And because he's so electric when it comes to when he gets the S7 or the shock rifle in his hand, I really do think that Drift is one of the least respected players and potentially all of Halo Infinite. I think that when you're talking about tapping buttons, everybody knows that he's the superstar of their league, but when I think of tapping, I immediately think someone standing right next to him, and that's Drift. And these two guys are the lifeblood of this MX region. They are the best players to come out of here. And we talk about Barcode in Australia, we talk about the greats that are over in Europe. Well, Drift is one of the greats, I think, in the Halo Infinite scene right now that have an opportunity to compete with some of North America's best, and he's been able to show you a few opportunities so far this weekend that he's got what it takes. His individual skills as good as high of a limit as it can be, and that ceiling isn't something that players often reach, and it's nice to see someone outside of tapping kind of step up in this region and have that same level of dominance.
Yeah, I really do think that this region is starting to demonstrate that a few of the players are really catching up with some of the international level that we see. And, you know, that's why we saw the Pittsburgh Knights get top 16. That is very much a fantastic achievement for them at Kansas City. And they'll be looking to try and better that, or at least someone in this region will be looking to try and better that once HCS Orlando comes around in a couple of months. Here we go then. Game number 4 looks like it is almost locked and loaded. It is going to be Recharge Oddball. I do think that both of these teams are going to try and play a little bit more of a aggressive approach, so we might not see as much structure as perhaps other teams would play these game types. But I'm also prepared to be wrong, as I am quite often with my predictions, as Wes has said. But already Heavenly's got his hands on the shock rifle.
What can Heavenly do for us? Wasn't the game 3 that Centenegra Nubis thought was going to happen? Let's see if they're able to regain momentum in this series, and just like that, they're going to win the break. Nobody quite on the oddball just yet. No headshots coming in for the shock rifle, and unfortunately, Heavenly, because he can't hit the shots, he's a little late to the 1v1 on Mangler spawn. He loses that shock rifle, and a good job by Alter Esports to keep this one still tied 0-0 for now, even though they're heavily being outslayed.
All 4 were dead. Has Goni Loco got to the ball quick enough? Can he get around the corner? Has to throw it, but unfortunately, the grenade's probably going to be his demise. No, somehow manages to survive. Eventually will go down, but not without at least putting up a situation where the ball gets out and gets to his teammate. But not for long. Alter Esports have been able to get 3 dead on the side of Centenegra Anubis. Should have got some time, but the last remaining player, Chico Bounce, and the rest of the squad doing enough damage in the late stages of that push to really stop Alter Esports from getting the ball.
So far, just a 5-0 lead for Centenegra Nubis, even though it feels like they've done enough to potentially get a setup. A good job by Alter Esports to do what they need to do to keep this one extremely close here at the start, and multiple players from Centenegra Nubis are back blue, and unfortunately just too much pressure from Paradise for him to deal with. And although Centenegra Nubis are continuously getting these kills, you'd have to think the focus on the oddball has to be the priority, especially after the lack of objective they were able to play in game 3. And Centenegra Nubis looked like they were in another position to potentially get some time, and in the meantime, Slays have gone in Alter Esports' favor, and because of that, another camo in this match will go into their hands. And now let's see what they're able to do with it.
Trying to sneak up. Unfortunately, the grenades are going to give his position away, but at least he's been able to finish off the damage that his teammates were able to get. Teniers is going to be now in a position where he can really disrupt this setup and disrupt these boys that are going to be in gold, and thankfully will get that kill. It's always a worrying situation when you have to go in for the melee, then shot fight. Sometimes it can just come down to those instincts, as all 4 dead for Centenegra Anubis, and Alter Esports have now got the setup here in pipes.
The first real setup of game 4, Alter Esports' hands, and somehow, some way, starting to crawl back in this series one step at a time. Let's see how long they can hold this setup. Up to about 20 points right now, and ball carrier is going to have to be able to play this one because teammates all around them go down. 4 dead for Alter Esports. A little bit of a chunk gain there in the points category, but We'll see if Centenegra Nubis are able to capitalize here with these slays with the all ball in hand, because so far, Dan, I'm not liking what I see from their ability to play objectives in games 3 or 4.
No, it is worrying signs, that's for sure. And they really are going to have to pick things up here. But I will say that Alter Esports have been better at playing the ball into areas where Centenegra and Nubis have not been able to maybe capitalize on some of the slays and the all 4 deads that they have had. Whereas Alter Esports have been able to pick up the ball in areas after getting just a couple of kills to get that little bit of extra time. They are only, what, 15 points ahead, so it's not exactly the biggest of leads, but we asked for Alter Esports to have a faster paced start and a more confident start to an objective. We've got exactly that.
32-17, Alter Esports still in control, but Chico Bounce trying to stay alive with this camo does just that. We'll see if Camouflage can impact this game now in Chico's hands. Had a fairly quiet game 3 and a great job by Alter Esports to shut Chico down before he's able to do too much damage. He did acquire 1 kill, but bit off a little bit too much more than he could chew there. Going for a second, especially giving up so many angles onto him. He loses that camo, not necessarily the power curve you would have hoped for on the side of Centenegra Nubis' camo control.
3 dead again on the side of Centenegra. And Alter Esports are going to be able to get this ball into pipes, are going to be able to set up again, are going to be scoring significantly and getting closer to that total, almost halfway at this point. Heavenly will at least disrupt and delay, and it allows Chico to come in and finish things off so that they can stop that setup from happening. But elsewhere, the team are all getting absolutely destroyed.
Just shoot your gun!
As the nades came out, but as you say, he was already one shot. Maybe a lack of confidence there, just use the BR instead.
High risk, high reward of the plasma nades, and unfortunately, no reward. As he's taken down, none of the plasmas were able to stick, and got a little bit of help from his teammate. If he had just shot his gun, would have gotten the kill, and that's going to make this setup for Alter Esports so weak. And just like that, it falls apart. Alter Esports go 4 dead. They don't even get an opportunity to throw the ball bottom middle. And Gorlico now with ball in hand is going to have a pipes control for the first time for Centenegra Nubis.
Not much time left on that clock, as you've mentioned, and if Centenegra Nubis can find a lead and get this ball into a position where they can at least play it, then they could set themselves up for a real chance at stealing this win, away from Alter Esports. But Alter, as they scramble away with that ball, and they are going to be able to chuck it off the map as well. Yes, they do. And so that's going to be a reset, but Centenegra and Nubis are going to be in a spot to at least try and contest it. Alter Esports find themselves falling with their last member. Heavenly has to get this out of dodge, and he needs to be kind of listening to his teammates and where they're spawning.
The kills are about even right now, but Centenegra Nubis just not having the same success. Heavenly didn't know if there was a player in pipes, eats the grenade like you're asking. Where was he headed with that ball? Needed to drop it and slay him because he doesn't. 20 seconds on the clock now. Dan, a 12-point lead for Alter Esports, and the ball is in a very safe place for Alter Esports to try and guard, defend, deny from Centenegra Nubis, and potentially take this round 1.
5 seconds. Who's going to go for it? Who's got the cojones to be pushing for the ball? Well, there's a sword waiting if you even manage to get there, which you will not. Alter Esports will take the first round. And perhaps we are starting to see the beginning of a potential reverse sweep already. But still early stages, of course. Only round 1 complete. That was a far better performance in the early stages of an objective game for Alter Esports. Very different to what we saw a little bit earlier on when we had them in Strongholds. But now they need to take this momentum and they need to carry it through into round number 2. Try and pummel Centenegra's confidence into the ground.
Let's see how they're kicking this second round off. Grimsty. What kind of a play can he make across the map from the ball? He's got a lot of players to deal with over here in long haul. Does he know about them? Unfortunately, he's going to get rocked from the side. Doesn't check his corners, pays for it with his life. And although Zaron's able to turn his 17th kill of the game, it is going to be Centenegra Nubis with some map control. Let's see if they can finally play some objective at the start of one of these rounds.
Gorlico will manage to get the ball away just about. Has his teammates support now to work with at the same time. And unfortunately, it just seems like Centenegra, they just get a little bit rocked. They get a little bit scared, and they're very quick to get that ball out of their hands. But there's a nice big double coming out from Gorlico. That would mean 3 are going to be dead. That ball could be grabbed, but this is what Ultra Esports have done so well, is they've just been able to wrestle that ball away and get it off the edge, but this time doesn't quite work out for them. As I say that, though, extra damage coming out.
They get the kill onto the ball carrier. Unfortunately, Heavenly, he's going to win a massive 1v1 bottom middle, and because of that, he's going to reward his team with some ball time. Another player is above him, so he is forced to play it, but a little bit of a different story here in round 2 compared to the start of round 1, Dan. Syntenegra Anubis, they get an early lead, no significant lead, I would say, still. So round 2, undecided. Plenty of time left with 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, but Syntenegra Anubis, you'd have to think, with their ability to slay like they are, it's a matter of who's in a position to grab this odd ball and why are we not able to hold a consistent setup. And these questions have to be answered here and now if they want to stay away from a game 5.
Couple of players have gone down again, though. Thankfully, Goriloco just being able to stop that ball from being grabbed, but great pressure now coming out from Ultra Esports once they realized where he was. I will say Ultra Esports have done very well at kind of eliminating those final members of Syntenegra Anubis when they needed to, and also being a lot better at staying alive when they are that last 4th remaining player as well. But Syntenegra Anubis did manage to get some kills shortly afterwards. Now Syntenegra's Chico Bounce has the ball in pipes, and they seem to have a far better setup. Ultra Esports kind of trapped in long haul at the moment.
They smell this player out. It's Goriloco in the corner. It's the trippy corner as it's going in North America. He's taken down. A great job by Zalron to hear that player, to take him down, because that was the first step you needed to breach in this Syntenegra Anubis setup. It looks like we got sword in hand as well, and Ultra Esports doing a phenomenal job of flushing out all the players from Syntenegra Anubis. We're going to be spawning across the map. They got one more to deal with. He gets the kill with the sword, and that's going to be Oddball trying to be rotated towards the elevator, towards respawners, but Syntenegra Anubis coming off respawn, able to pressure that so quickly. Find the first.
And where did the spawner go? Did he just die instantly, or did he just panic and go into control? Difficult to tell at the moment with my feed, but all I know is the Syntenegra Anubis do have the ball, and they are going to be finally showing a little bit more structure in their game, which is what they really struggled with in that first round. Going to be an attempt to rotate this one out because Goriloco recognizes that he is under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing from Syntenegra Anubis so far in this second round, Dan. Much better job of playing the ball when they need to, much better control, being able to capitalize on some of these slays. And speaking of slays, Heavenly, he's got 19 so far, shock rifle in hand. Can he land one? Extends a little bit too far, misses the shot, pays for it with his life, and now another snipe in Grimsty's hands in this series, and we've seen good things happen when Grimsty is able to pick up weapons like this.
Well, they need something, Ultra Esports, in this game. They need a little bit of a pick-me-up. Or just to pick the ball up. This is what Ultra Esports have done again, right? He's the last remaining player, and he steals the ball away, and they get the spawn. Hit the shot! Oh, he doesn't manage to connect with it. That could have been arguably a game-winning shot if you connect with that shock rifle. But Ultra Esports have really kept this ball away from Syntenegra Anubis when they are in a chance and have a chance to set up. Maybe Syntenegra Anubis need to learn something from this and either prioritize that kill a little bit quicker or do exactly the same if Ultra Esports are getting this out.
Sabrio, he's got a little bit of help. He needs a little bit of help. He's knocked to no shields. He gets taken down. Chico Bounce also gets removed from the map. And although it's a 30-point lead right now for Syntenegra Anubis, they go 3 down. The ball gets grappled over into pipes, and if they can take down Heavenly with this sword, that would be a big kill. Unfortunately, they are going to lose a player as this setup gets weakened by that sword player, but let's see if Ultra Esports can get a nice pipe set up. They were able to in the first round, so you have to have hope, but they're being surrounded quickly.
Nades everywhere. Chico Bounce. Maybe bounced a little bit too far, but will be able to bounce backwards to ensure that he gets the damage and makes the short player retreat. 3 are dead for Ultra Esports. Syntenegra Anubis with 1 minute left, and they've got a 20-second lead. It's starting to look like round 2 should go their way to tie us up here in map number 4, but still time for Ultra Esports to get a break on this setup and then try and get one of their own. But at the moment, I think the Syntenegra Anubis have realized that if they watch these angles a little bit more carefully and almost set traps for the Ultra Esports roster, they have been catching them out a little bit more.
Desperate to try and play the objective. You grapple towards the ball. The sword player playing it perfectly. Picks up the easy kill now with probably grapple, sword, ball in hand. Syntenegra Anubis gonna have a real opportunity to push this to a round 3. You know they don't want anything to do with the game 5, Dan. Now all the fans in the crowd probably want it, but Centenegro Nubis want to end this here and now. In order to do so, they need 30 seconds off the clock. They need to get to a round 3, and there's one more player to deal with over towards the long haul. And if they can get this kill, that would be big, because everybody's spawning towards elevators right now for Alter Esports. It's going to make this very difficult to try and get any time early.
As soon as Centenegro Nubis realized that they could let this clock play out, they have just been playing Slayer. It's a 1 versus 1, Grimsty versus Heavenly. And Heavenly is going to be in a position to just chuck this ball away, and it should be the round. And once again, it is because of time. It is not going to be because of scoreline. And it means we're tied up 1-1 going into round 3. Centenegro Nubis, we need one more, and they win the series. Alter Esports, of course, one more, and they take us to a game number 5. I'm certain I know what the fans at home will be wanting. I know what the fans in the audience will be wanting. I know what I want as well. But I think that Centenegro Nubis, you're right. They need to get this one locked down. They cannot afford for this to go to a game 5.
Does look like Alter Esports have won the break this time around. Probably a camo in hand. Centenegro Nubis, though, we're going to have a shock rifle to play around. And as we hop on board with Paradise, he is going to have that camouflage. Can he hunt down this player with the shock rifle? Potentially add that to his kit. It's going to get taken right in front of him, and the oddball is actually going to be his area of focus. But you'll love to see Alter Esports prioritizing the objective immediately when they get the kills, when they flush the players from Centenegro Nubis out of pipes. And just like that, Alter Esports having a pipe set up here could reward them greatly early in this round. Up to about 20 points now and counting. If a couple of shock rifles can connect from Grimsty, that would be big. The body shot's not bad as that player transfers over from Catwalk. Another shot narrowly missed. And the first 2 kills going in Centenegro Nubis' hands are going to mean this Alter Esports setup is not long lasting.
Alter Esports are far better at prioritizing this objective, and maybe Centenegro Nubis need to maybe use that as bait at times with how Alter Esports do just whisk that ball away. If you just watch it and almost wait for that player to arrive, they do seem to arrive. It's a 1 versus 1. Sword in the hands of Grimsty, though. Should be able to get the kill. Uses the grapple just to close the distance. And this is going to be more ball time if he can get away, but he cannot. Heavenly off the spawn with a big grenade. Otherwise, that could have been a deadly amount of time going in favor of Alter Esports.
A favorable spawn there for Centenegro Nubis to deny that ball time for even just a few seconds to remove the rotation opportunity towards the elevator. And as that ball continues to get moved towards the elevator, Centenegro Nubis are now in a position to take that elevator setup of their own. And that's a bit of a blunder from Alter Esports, trying to prioritize that ball and the rotation of it. You need to find a way to get kills, especially after your first carrier goes down. And now with the ball over at elevator, you have to think Centenegro Nubis have a chance to get this elevator set up in motion to crawl right back into this 3rd round. And it is going to be a camo player on screen that just removes a couple of players from Centenegro Nubis off the map, but the help is here. They're able to find kills. Trades across the board once again, and no significant time being met, but Centenegro Nubis seeming like they're able to keep a majority of the control in their favor for now.
I don't like that position from Sabrina as well. Like, sure, he was doing a little bit of damage to the players that were going across Catwalk, but if he was quicker into Turbine there, could have helped his teammates stay alive and perhaps ended up with some ball time. And instead of it, Alter Esports were able to force their way into elevator. Now they've got the ball. Okay, it gets denied because Chico Bounce makes sure one player bounces off the map. But they could have definitely had a little bit more ball time to work with. But it's not be all and end all. They're still within this one, our Centenegro Nubis, and they have now got ball control once more in pipes.
Need to find a way to make this deficit up. So far, we've seen great leads built by each team in their respected rounds that they've won. Let's see if this 30-point lead is going to do Alter Esports all the bit of justice, or if Centenegro Nubis are able to get the kills they need in order to crawl back into this. That was all 4 dead momentarily for Alter Esports as they're coming off respawn. This is significant time back in Centenegro Nubis' hands, and with this time, they're going to be able to nearly tie this one up. And if they can rotate it over towards blue, get ready for a play ball as well. We'll be looking at a highly contested round 3.
Doesn't connect with the first. Is
Like
he going
the
to attempt
shot,
a
though.
second? Can you get away?
Wait a
Runs into
minute.
another player. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. 2 minutes 16 on the clock. Of course, both the previous rounds have ended up with the clock being a factor, and it wouldn't surprise me if it happens again, Wes. So close between these two teams. So much on the line, of course. Even though it's just pool play, this could be the difference between starting in the upper bracket or that lower bracket. I know where Sintenegra Anubis would prefer to be. Shock rifle in hand, but also focusing that objective. You said you liked it earlier from Alter Esports. Well, Sintenegra Anubis, they're doing the same thing, making sure they make the most of this potential time.
Difficult position for Gory Loco right now. He's got shock rifle in his back pocket, wants to slay, but needs to rack up some time as well. He's going to do a little bit of both as he's forced to drop that ball. He hits an incredible shot on the player bottom control. Release a little bit of the pressure. He's got a lot more work to do. He's going to do a little bit more work. Can't quite hit Grimsy, but damage has been done. He's starting to pop off. Gory Loco maybe making the play that sends Alter Esports to the elimination bracket.
1 minute 30 on the clock, 5-second lead. Ball, though, is grabbed by Alter Esports, and they do get away. Gory Loco does manage to get the trade, though. That's big, because he should have never been able to, may I add. But Alter Esports have escaped to blue. Sintenegra Anubis, they need to just wait. They're sending in players one by one, and that is just going to play into the hands of Alter Esports. Again, it's a cross-map angle, though, being held by Alter Esports, which is a risky one. You are putting your team in potentially a 3 versus 4, and just as that happens, the ball gets reset, and now Zoran is going to have to watch over it and help the rest of the team, but because he was distracted, he gets taken out.
Gory Loco with the 40 bomb so far here in game 4. Trying to end this series early. Needs a little bit of help, though, because they're still down 22 points. Alter Esports finding ways to be scrappy with the objective and stay in this series is massive from them. But is it a flaw from Sintenegra Anubis' strategy where they're not able to prioritize the ball as well as they should? Camo just popping up, Dan, so these kills, they're important. They should be able to dictate who's able to control the power-up, the map, potentially that odd ball. And with 50 seconds on the clock, every single one of these kills is going to matter. Gory Loco gets the first, and that's big because he was hunting down Chico Bounce, who secured the camo.
Grimsty, though, again, being the thorn in the side, gets the ball away and plays it into a position where it's going to be difficult to grab here for Sintenegra Anubis. And Alter Esports now just can afford to play Slayer, but Sintenegra Anubis will be able to just whip this win away. No, they won't. Zoran gets a double kill. And suddenly now the ball is in a spot where Sintenegra Anubis are going to struggle to get hold of it. Alter Esports can just watch angles here. 30 seconds, and we'll be going into a game 5 if they can continue to hold like this.
Yeah, and they're in such a good position to do so. Ball's down in long haul, and they have complete long haul control. They've got numbers now as Heavenly and Gory Loco get taken down. It is going to be a couple of grenades, though, that take down multiple members of Alter Esports, and with that, Sintenegra Anubis, they get control. They've broken the long haul setup. The control, it's no more. Alter Esports is going to have to come off respawn and get some slays. And if they do it just once, they'll be able to win this round, this game, push this to a game 5. But right now is the time to do so because 12 seconds on the clock. You want to drop the ball. And you want to slay. Just 10 seconds is all you need.
They throw it over towards the edge just so they can play it and confirm this one. But we are going to be going to a game 5 here between Sintenegra Anubis and Alter Esports. The reverse sweep is on the cards here. As Sintenegra Anubis, they celebrated so much after those initial games. But look at the difference, Wes. A very calm approach on the blue side. Maybe Alter Esports, they feel like they are the favorites in this one as well.
Alter Esports starting to feel themselves, starting to play to their potential. They got top 6 in the Super for a reason. And these last 2 games have showed you everything you needed to see from them. Even though they got outslayed here in game 4, they were able to make it happen. The objective prowess from this team has been impressive these past 2 games, Dan. A 5-0 on Catalyst was something, but this oddball game, the way that they were able to kind of dictate the pace even without a number of slays that you'd think would have to go in their favor in order to do so, that's very impressive. When a team can be that scrappy, they become much more dangerous.
Very dangerous indeed. It was just the amount of times they were getting that ball away, the little bit of extra time they were able to niggle away at their opponents. And unfortunately for Sintenegra Anubis, it was just a little bit too much to try and get hold of. And they now will have to go into that game 5 Slayer knowing that everything on the line now, just 50 kills required, and it could have been so much easier for them. And I'm hoping that we are going to have a very closely contested game number 5 here, Wes.
I'm hoping it's a good one. We'll see if that's going to be the case. 45 wasn't enough from Gory Loco, but fortunately for the side of Centenegra Anubis, they're not going to have to focus on objectives here. Something that they've started to stutter on here in the last few games. 3 and 4 were not pretty objective-wise from that team. Slay's not too bad, though, so they were getting individual kills. It's just a matter of just not being in the right position. And that's something they're going to have to worry about as they do go into game 5. But I mean, we talked about it. When a team is that energetic after game 1, after game 2, when they feel that much presence from their energy, and then all of a sudden they lose it, are they going to be able to get it back? Are they going to be able to recapture that flame for this game 5?
Well, everyone in the crowd was looking excited. Some Centenegra fans as well were in the front row seats, but they're going to need to certainly put their energy out there for the Centenegra squad, who maybe are on the verge of throwing this one away. And where's it's happened again? We've got another game 5. I don't want to say that, you know, it just seems to happen when we're casting, and we just, you know, we seem to have a little bit of that magic touch. But is it a curse? Is it a blessing? I guess that remains to be seen. But certainly,
the blessing for us, it's a curse for whatever.
Centenegra. Yeah,
it's a curse for whatever favorites we cast.
That's for sure. We'll take a look at some of the replays anyway of that game number 4, and it really could have gone either way. And I think that we know that, and the teams know that. It came down just to a little bit of extra work done on the objective side for me, and perhaps Centenegra leaving it a little bit too late in both rounds 1 and 3. They never really got that perfect setup that they were maybe so desiring, and Alter Esports took full advantage of that. As we go into game number 5, suddenly the Slays are going to be everything. All those players that we were talking about who are having big games. We spoke about Grimsty and what he can do. Chico Bounce has been popping up. Gory Loco had a 40 bomb in that game as well. These are the guys that now we're going to be looking to as we go into game number 5 for being those damage dealers, getting those kills, and making sure they can try and push their team through in this final game to win the series.
I think you pointed out great, Dan, is when you start listing names and their great performances throughout this series so far, there's not a player on either team that's been quiet. So right now, game 5, anybody on either one of these two teams could be the deciding factor, could make the game-winning play, could have the performance of their life to remember. Being on that main stage, surrounded by in the biggest tournament in the MX region, this is a massive opportunity, and we're going to see somebody step up. Someone's going to make a play. Someone's going to step up and have a performance to remember. And as a fan, as a former player, I'm very excited for like that opportunity to be given to these guys, because when I look back at my career and players that have retired, those are the games you remember. The ones that it was a big moment. It was on main stage. You remember the lights. You remember all the noise, but you most importantly remember those plays that you were making and the feeling of being the difference maker for your team. And I'm excited to see who that is.
And very rarely do you remember a 3-0 as a player. You remember the 3-2s. You remember those game 5 wins, those 50-49s on main stage, which really, the adrenaline that flows through you. We can look at the map layout now and just see where we're going to be going for game number 5. Confirmation, it's going to be Slayer Streets. We've been here before, Wes. We've been here many a time already in this tournament. We had a 50-50 happen already in this tournament as well. How close do you think this one is going to be?
Well, we saw a 50-50. We saw Centenegra Anubis in a 50-49 as well, I believe, yesterday. So
I mean, at this point, there's so many Centenegras, it all just starts kind of gelling into one.
Centenegras was in a 50-50. Another one of them was in a 50-49, and another one of them was in a 50-26. So chances are in our favor that this one could be close. And the way these two teams have battled to get to this point, would not be shocked at all for this one to go the distance. It really is going to be a story of Rockets, Bulldog shotgun control. We saw game 1 Streets and how that was able to play right into Centenegra Anubis' hands. So if you're Alter Esports, you have to start talking about, hey, what went wrong in game 1 in order to change it around? Although it's not an objective this time around, it's not a strongholds, it's Slayer, you still need to prioritize the right things, and the map control is still going to be very similar.
Well, this one's for all the marbles then, and maybe a chance to finish second in this pool as well could be on the cards for you, depending on how results went elsewhere. But 2-1 and 3-1, it's already an early start for Centenegra Anubis, and they've got hold of the Rockets. Alter Esports just need to slow things down here and not allow this to run out of control.
Sabrio can't hit the rocket, pays for it with a nice instant aid. Alter Esports somehow weathered the storm. What looked like Centenegra Nubis blowing up, blowing the game wide open. The score potentially in their favor. A good job to get those rockets out of hand, and Grimsty with the Stalker in hand needs to do some damage, needs to cut this deficit before it gets too large. It's up to 4 right now. Feeling pressure from the Brute Grenades as well. It's going to be all of Alter Esports in the back of this tram area, and as we hop on board with Zalron, he's made his way out, but surrounded by enemy players. The Bulldog shotgun doing work, and all of a sudden you're starting to see Centenegra Nubis. They know what to do on streets when they have map control.
They had a great start to Street Strongholds as well, did Centenegra Anubis, but Alter Esports did have that comeback. So it's not necessarily over already. Still plenty of time for them to get back into this one. 7 kills is a lot, but it's definitely not unachievable. Maybe Chico Bounce will be able to put them further into the grave here. Whiffs the beat down a little bit as
Just
my
a little.
gameplay catches up, but now we're going to see Alter Esports just try and slow down. You can see they're all trying to gather their thoughts and also gather together. With rockets coming up shortly enough, that will certainly be on all the players' minds.
Name a better duo than Chico Bounce and the Bulldog shotgun on streets, because right now I'm having a hard time doing so. He's run pocket this tournament so far with that weapon in hand. You got to get it out of his hands if you're Alter Esports. It's easier said than done, and right now it's starting to rain as they're fighting for map control. They're losing the battle of Slays, and as one goes down and we switch point of views, the next goes down, and Rocket's in the hands of Chico now. So he's transitioned the Bulldog control into the Rocket control, but look at his positioning, Dan. You can tell, yeah, that Bulldog, that one's mine. He even pings it. He says, you see this? I'm gonna come back for this in just a second. After I shoot this rocket, this one's mine. You know what? I'll take both. Chico, he knows what he's doing, controlling the power on the map. I've said it 100 times, but Chico Bounce in such a good position to push his team past the finish line here in game 5.
He swapped out that Bulldog and BR a couple of times before he then decided on which loadout he was going to go for. Oh, and now he finds a Stalker Rifle as well. He's got all of the goodies he can possibly ask for, but now just needs to stay alive. Oh, great distraction, great bait and switch coming from the team. Wait, these are some big nades. How is he still alive? Eventually he gets shut down. That could have been like the triple of all triples, by the way. But instead it was zero kills. As now the Bulldog is going to be in the hands of Alter Esports, and this is their time to try and get back into things.
This is the time. That round of Slaves was massive from Alter Esports. They get it to a 4-kill game here and now. Make it 3 as they continue to push the pace. The Bulldog now out of Chico's hands. It's into Zalron's. He's going to drop the Stalker. Doesn't even have a secondary. Goes back for the battle rifle. Let's see what he's able to do here. Makes it to this Tires position, but he's immediately sniffed out. Dropped the no shield, and Zalron with 8 kills to his name. You wondered who was going to step up here in game 5. Zalron statistically having a very strong performance. Let's see if he can add to it here.
And the gun buddy on that Bulldog is flapping all over the place in my face. I would much rather a boot gun buddy that you can get tomorrow if you watch for an hour, but Zoran gets the double kill. And now suddenly the comeback looks very much possible here for Alter Esports. They're down just by 2 kills. They've got map control, they've got the power weapons, they've got everything you could ask for. Rockets are spawning at the same time, and Centenegra Nubis are falling apart right here.
Zalron popping off 11, 3, and 4. Zooming in with the shotgun, the ADS. Can't quite find that player, but they've got rockets in hands as well. Paradise puts the first to use, puts the second to his face, takes a player with him, and all of a sudden, Alter Esports in the lead now, up 30-29. You cross that 30 kill mark. This one is highly contested, as we got 20 kills to go for these teams to decide a victor. And map control did favor Alter Esports there momentarily, but a phenomenal push downhill from CN Nubis is going to reward them with the lead once again.
What a fight back from Alter Esports. They just need to make sure they don't let this slip away. Now we get into the latter stages of this game, but we wouldn't have wanted it any other way. Just 2 kills to split these 2 teams. Plenty of time on the clock, so they don't need to worry about that, but they do need to worry about grenades taking that much damage. It's back and forth at the moment. No team really has any control. CN and Nubis do manage to pick up a couple of kills to still keep them in the lead, excuse me here, Wes. They need to be careful because Alter Esports, every time off spawn, are just darting towards them and utilizing grenades to do as much damage.
37-35, Gorlico with the play to stay alive behind the pillar. Re-peeks when the player's not focused on him. Finds another easy kill. Extends the lead to 2 now. As they gain control of PD, they gain control of tower. Are they going to expect a player to be into arcade? Doesn't matter. The Bulldog shotgun, you have to think this is a 1 that Heavenly is going to get. He gets 1, but it's traded out. And all of a sudden, Alter Esports, they lose 3. Syntanegra Nubis on the back of that entry frag. They get the slays they need and in a prime position to pick up this next set of rockets. 10 seconds, Dan. Up 4 kills. Syntanegra Nubis with map control. They have everything to lose.
Atenius pushing out on his own and maybe sacrificing himself, not for the greater good, but for a victory on the side of Syntanegra and Nubis, it has to be said. But Rockets have been temporarily stopped. They need to be picked up by Alter Esports, and perhaps they could be. 42-45. Zoran with the Stalker Rifle has been doing some real work over towards Station. And they are 3 kills behind. Syntanegra and Nubis are close to winning this series, but it is still within grasp of Alter Esports. They have the rocket launcher, they have the Stalker Rifle. Grimsty needs to get at least 1 with this set of rockets.
There's no way Alter Esports get these rockets, right? Syntanegra Nubis had full control, had Bulldog shotgun, everything they wanted to try and get this set of rockets, but Alter Esports have done it. They've secured the rockets, they put them to use. It's a 3-kill game. The push into PD, it's not as successful when they lose a teammate, but on the other side of the map, it's a successful push. It's a split push from the Bulldog Tires position where they get a few kills. And now can they collapse on the last 2 that are in PD? Tie this one up. That would be massive. They lose Paradise. They're able to trade it back. They make it a 1-kill game. Tie it up. 47-47. Alter Esports now with numbers and map control can win this series.
48-47. They now have the lead after being down by 5, with rockets surely going in the hands of CN, but somehow they managed to get it back on board. And now they're going for the push, but there is going to be a kill. 49-48. Bulldog in hands of Atenius. He knows that he's got it done, but
Chico!
no, a teammate gets it. And the reverse sweep happens. Alter Esports stand up and they let them know. Syntanegra were the ones cheering in games number 1 and 2, but now they've been silenced.
Chico gets a double at the end, but he's forced to trade, and because of that, Alter Esports do it. They create the reverse sweep down 2-0 when it looked its darkest. Alter Esports step up and show you exactly why they were a top 6 team in the Super, and they were not going to go quietly into the night, and that crowd has to be going wild right now because that is one of the closer matches we have seen in Halo Championship Series competition. It was an unbelievable performance, a comeback for these Alter Esports members to remember for ages now, as it didn't happen. It wasn't easy. It wasn't pretty at times, but game 5, somehow, some way they were able to change the momentum. And I mean, 50-49, Dan Zoran, 19-8-5. That's an unbelievable performance from him.
Honestly, I thought the game was over when I saw Atenius sending it over towards Arcade on his own, gets killed. But perhaps it was the distraction they needed, because then the Stalker Rifle and the rest of the squad were able to push out through bottom middle. They got the kills, they then got the rockets, and then the rest was history. It's another 50-49 on Streets. It seems like Street Slayer seems to be the place to go for Slayers at the moment if you want them to be closely contested. That is going to be a bitter, bitter pill to swallow for the Syntanegra roster, though, as they were surely looking at an easy 3-0 after the way they played those first 2 games. But then it was after that CTF Catalyst game, a 5-0 in favor of Alter Esports. It really propelled momentum into their way, and we get a reverse sweep in pool play, which will give a chance for Alter Esports to potentially be second in this group, if not guaranteed 3rd, depending on where results went elsewhere. But of course, Lottie and the rest of the gang will be able to talk us through that in a little bit. But for now, there is the confirmation on your screen. Look at that. It's a beautiful picture if you're a fan of Alter Esports.
Oh, that's a tough one to swallow if you're Syntanegra. Noob is up 2-0. You can talk about the mistakes made in game 3. There were plenty of them. You can talk about the mistakes in game 4. There were few and far between successful holds of the odd ball, but in game 5, you're up 4. I think it was 42-38, maybe 40, 44, 40. Rockets are coming up. You got map control. They're all stuck in trend. You have no business not getting the rockets and putting them to work. You got no business not putting a punctuation on this series. And somehow, some way, Alter Esports are able to just compete from a disadvantage, from less opportunity, less angles, less map control. They compete for those rockets somehow, some way, to successfully position themselves to get those. And then with those, this push onto PD and Tower, it was masterful. Although they lose the first player that goes into PD, the two players that push Bulldog Shotgun, they find the first 2 kills. And then there's 2 players left from Sintenegra Anubis on that side of the map. It's a complete onset sandwich from the shotgun, from the tower, from Arcade as well. And those players, they were long gone, and with that, you just felt momentum shift.
Onset does put together a great sandwich, and
He does.
I'm sure that anyone would try and live up to the sandwiches that he does create. But we look at this scoreline, and 4 kills ahead for Sintenegra. They threw it away. As you said, right at the end, they were up by 4 or 5, and they threw it away again. And I genuinely wonder whether it was just that push by Atenius that made them think it was going to be a push over towards Arcade.
Yeah.
And they all kind of committed that way, let go of the rocket control, and then were punished because of it. This was the moment right there. 43 suddenly to 36 or whatever it was. You would have thought that was going to be game. However, Rockets then got in control of Grimsty and the rest of the squad. Look at the collapse onto PD. It was fantastic from Alter Esports, and then the rest just kind of unfolded in a way that I'm sure they will watch back over and over again, because it was one of those moments that they will remember for their entire lives. We know how much gaming means to some of these guys and how much it means to us, and they will stay with you for a long, long time. And I think they're going to be delighted with that one, Wes.
Yeah, the legend of Zaron in that game 5, it will be remembered in this scene. Hopefully it's not the last game 5 of the weekend, but Zaron making the play, stepping up, showing he has what it takes to thrive under the hottest pressure, under the most pressure so far in the tournament. And there's nothing like a game 5. There's nothing like dropping the numbers that Zaron was able to drop in that. 19 kills is one of the better performances we've seen from an individual statistic. And his teammates and his team needed every single one of those to make the difference. And a 50-49 win, when you drop 19, you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, those are going to be the moments that really do stick with you. But it was an amazing game 5, an amazing series between these two teams, and I'm sure Lottie, Onset, and Bravo have a lot to say. So let's go over to them.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, I do have a lot to say, because I tell you what, I love a reverse sweep. I love seeing some crazy action unfold on the screens. And as we bring the desk back in, myself, Lottie, Onset, and Brav, we'll be talking through that absolutely epic 5-map series that we got to see. Finally, the Halo gods, they heard us calling, folks. And we have a little bit, well, look, all right. Okay,
What's
Gaskin in
this?
clutch.
No, get off. This is
Hold on.
No, they get it.
Yeah, Dan
You guys
gets
got it. You guys got
Dan
it.
gets it. No, Wes, watch what Dan's doing right now.
Yeah.
He understands. Lottie, feel free
Lottie,
to
you
fire
keep going.
away.
Sorry. Yeah, Lottie, you keep
I'll
going.
keep going. I'll keep going with my excitement here. I'll tell you something though. I've got to say, Alter Esports, what a completely different team we saw come out of their shells in that Catalyst CTF, and it was really cool to see that. I love seeing the CTF played on Catalyst, obviously one of our newer additions in terms of maps into the game. And it was just like we saw a completely different team. I mean, it wasn't as if it was super close. These guys were objectively just obliterating Sintenegra and Anubis. And I think it wasn't anything really to do with outslaying. It was just the factor of they were more efficient with the objective work, and they knew what they wanted to do strategically. Gaskin, while I have you on the screen with Clutch as well yet again, what did you make of that big switch, that flip we saw from Alter, really coming into their own and starting to really control the objective work? Because it wasn't a map before that you were kind of talking about objectively. They weren't really there.
I mean, they looked really poor at the start of the series, but then suddenly they just came to life. I think that there was a switch. I think that they suddenly just kind of calmed down a little bit. They didn't react to the moment that was ahead of them. I think that maybe the main stage was kind of taken away from their capabilities for a little bit, but they finally were able to adjust to being on that stage, and they made the most of it. What a reverse sweep it was for them. Yeah,
it certainly was such a huge reverse sweep. And I think looking at the other side of it, we want to talk about Sintenegra Anubis as well. It's interesting to kind of talk about what they now need to do to really focus on. And I believe we're actually going to be bringing in Bravo and Onset as well to join me talking about this. And thank you so much, Clutch and Gaskin, as well for joining in on the conversation. Hello, lads. Hello, lads.
Nice to be here. Hello, we've been kicked out. I told you can't get rid of us lot.
Yeah,
they tried.
You know what it was?
We're here.
We're still
I actually
here.
had a bouncer actually in the channel, and you know I told him about my worries about having you two back on the screen. So I was like, look,
okay.
don't let them in unless they pay you pretty well. Like, you clearly guys do have the bag as well. But going
We
back
have
to my
bouncers.
the bouncers got it.
Yeah.
Going back to my point about, you know, Sinter and Anubis as well, because we've got to talk about both sides of this coin here. And I feel like there were small mistakes, and I definitely heard Gaskin kind of talk about that at certain moments. And there was a moment on Recharge where we kind of saw some decision making not really go their way, and it's very small things that I feel like they need to brush up on in order to have a much more effective kind of, I think, presence on some of these maps and mobs, and especially objective work-wise. And Onset, talking about that, is there anything specific you can think of for this Sinter and Anubis to really take them to the next level and be able to finish, you know, a Game 5 series like that?
I think the Oddball was a really good example of the mistakes, and it's difficult to kind of focus on them when you're in the moment, and especially when you look at the stats at the end of the game. It's like, hey, we seem to be outslaying them, like, where's the ball time coming from? But it's not that simple just to pick up the ball, because it was very rare 3 or 4 dead opportunities. It was more about deciding, like Andy was saying earlier, like on Infinite you have to decide what are the important kills and what space can you leave players in for you to then move that ball back to, because you saw a few times they get 2 dead and then the last 2 would be alive at blue, right? And they would push those 2 players, which means then the spawns are going to happen in pipes or in elevator, and whoever's got the odd ball doesn't know where to move with that ball. So sometimes it's about actually leaving players alive for a few seconds and containing a part of the map before you then look to slay, because then you can get the setup, you can get the perimeter of the map, and you can hold the odd ball. And just things like that you don't realize. As I say, in the moment you're like, oh, I've got 2 here, I've killed 2, but those 2 kills could probably screw over your teammates, and one of them is holding the odd ball the other side of the map. So it's a bigger picture thing, I think, for them sometimes. They just have to take the foot off the gas slightly. We saw how good they were slaying. I just feel like that Recharge game was the one that just kind of, it took the wind out of them a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly did take the wind out of them for sure. You know, I really do feel like Ulta really changed the momentum up into their favor, and they continue to do so from there out to close that Game 5 so effectively. We do have both of our pools up on the screen for you guys as well. Now, as you can see, we have Ulta Esports with a very handsome 2-1 currently in their pool, so looking pretty good at the moment, and hoping to finish second in their pool, which I'm pretty sure they have. I think that is the final, I believe it or not, boys, you know, if I'm wrong, let me know, but I'm pretty sure that is the final pool update for everybody. So our next few games, our next 4 games actually will be going into the championship bracket, and I've got to say, Ulta Esports went an incredible job to finish second in their pool. I mean, up against Sinter as well, just above them with the 3-0 clean finish in their pool B. What an incredible effort that really is, Bravo. And looking at the way that they played the second half of that series, how do you feel like they're going to be faring as we do get into that championship bracket?
Yeah, it shows a lot of heart. It shows a lot of life, and of course a lot of resiliency. Unsurprisingly, I think that they're going to take all this momentum. You can't ask for more momentum, right? Maybe you would have wanted a blowout Slayer in your Game 5, but to be honest, I think we're all pretty glad it was a 50-49. I think it's going to mean a lot for them as they look ahead towards bracket play, and we'll take our first look at the bracket right here.
We certainly will. Our winners bracket on the screen for you right now. We have our quarterfinals set up ready to go, as well as our semi-finals for the top seeded into the pools, who will have that slight little advantage where they can sit pretty just for a moment. Ulta Esports will be taking on Timbers Esports shortly. Sinter X versus Sinter Nubis. We've got Chosen Squad going up against Last Chance, and Sinter A Day going up against Team Smog as well. So a couple of changes being made there, and quarterfinals lining up very nicely. And I'm wondering who is going to be meeting who in the semi-finals. You know what? I'm kind of curious, you know, to get your opinion on Ulta versus Timbers Esports and who might be meeting Knights here, because what we've seen from Ulta Esports is actually kind of promising, and Timbers has been a little lackluster. So can we get a mini prediction and maybe why?
Oof.
Full size prediction.
Yeah, that's right. I'll give you a full size prediction, and that is going to be a 3-2 in the favor of Ulta Esports.
Whoa.
And the only reason I'm saying that is because the momentum of a reverse sweep is huge. And if they win Game 1, that will be my prediction. Okay, Game 1's massive in that series, because I think if they win that Game 1, they run away with it. But Timbers Esports, they got to win Game 1 just to bring Ulta Esports back down to earth.
Yeah, that is very true. I would just like to say as well, Gaskin did kindly point out in the bracket that Cinta Negra versus Cinta Negra will play Cinta Negra, whoever wins that. So
You know
it's
what's
a bit of
amazing?
a Cinta Negra mashup. Yeah.
It's amazing. They don't really use the term in other esports, but back in like StarCraft 2 days, you call that a team kill when you have your own players from your own organization playing against each other in a bracket. It's kind of a team kill. And this is the first time in Halo I think we've had 3 Cinta Negra teams right next to each other in the bracket, ensuring that 2 of them will be eliminated by the time we even finish off the day. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, pretty well. I gotta say, I wonder what that does to the kind of like friendships potentially building on the team. I mean, will these Cinta Negra rosters know each other? Will they be friends? I mean, surely in this Latin region, everyone knows everybody. I feel like that is the way in the Halo community in general anyway. So on to like, what's the mentality like going up against this, especially in championship bracket? Because this is where it gets really, really serious. And I think we've lost on set, because I actually don't hear it currently.
We might have
So,
lost Mark.
Brav, I think it's me and you,
It's
mate.
you and I. That's fine. That's fine.
I think it's me. Would you
Mark
like
will be-
to answer that question for Mark?
I would. If there's one thing that let's see. Yeah, Mark's coming back. Don't worry. We do have notification. I think there might have been a PC explosion of some sort. And don't worry. If there's one thing we know, could have. If there's one thing we know, it's that Mark will be right back. But yeah, I think the Cinta Negra guys will know each other. It's always a little bit interesting when you do match up against players from your same org. Even more interesting when you have back-to-back matches guaranteed against players from your same org. But it'll be fun to see nonetheless.
It certainly will be fun to see. Well, I tell you what, folks, as we stare at that trophy to see exactly what is on the line this weekend, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we're getting into the championship bracket. We're getting into our first winners quarterfinals, and we'll see you guys right after this.
I've got you
Why can't anything
under
be
my
simple?
skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin.
gaming of one. Now, can you put this to use? Grenadine applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could decide everything. He misses the beat down, he snaps. Oh my God! Wobbling them wings is an overkill. Formal gets the sword now as a reward.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS MX Regional Finals here and live from Mexico City. Welcome back. I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. We're in day 2, and I'll tell you something. We're into the championship bracket. That's right, folks. We're getting into the real make or break type situations, moments, and series. And talking about it, let's take a look at the bracket. I've been dying to see the bracket all day to see how it was going to be shaped up. I've got Clutch and Gaskin on standby with me to take us through basically what we have for the rest of the day and heading also into Championship Sunday tomorrow as well. I kind of mentioned how excited I am about that first quarterfinal right at the top then, who's going to be meeting Knights on the other side of it. But we've got a couple of different things to talk about here as well. I mean, we've got, you know, our Sinta Negra X and Sinta Negra Nubis match happening very shortly as well, meeting Sinta Negra, which, you know, I see this one, Gaskin, as kind of like the final boss of Sinta Negra, because the Sinta Negra OG roster is the one that is going to be so difficult to take down. And my question to you, my friend, is who would you rather see try and do it?
I mean, as a Sinta Negra member myself, since I was recruited a couple of series ago just to get more coverage for them, I will now be calling them as Nubis, X, and OG, not to be confused with, of course, Optic Gaming, one of my favorite teams. Who do I want to win, though? That's a really difficult question, lot. I think that Sinta Negra X have looked a little bit better and a little bit more secure as a team, and I'd always want to see, you know, the best foot be put forward for Sinta Negra going into the match against Sinta Negra. So I think Sinta Negra X would probably be where I would put my my money. If we were to have to put money down, which I don't really want to, I'm going to be honest.
That is very true. Nobody really wants to put money down on this, especially not when all the money comes from the hair, Gaskin. And I got to say, your hair is pretty amazing. So, you know, don't be betting about shaving that head anytime soon, my friend.
Is that a shot at Mark?
No, it's not. It's just I'm saying Dan Gaskin does have very thick, luscious locks. I feel like they are a large kind of attribute to him. Look at it. Doesn't
If you wanted to say Mark was broke, you didn't have to say all the money comes from hair.
No. Mark isn't broke. He might be broken sometimes, especially his PC. But he ain't broke, I'll tell you that much. But I'm excited about getting into this one, and we can talk about what we have coming up. We will actually be seeing that Sinta Negra X versus Sinta Negra Nubis matchup to meet their final boss, Sinta Negra. And I think this is going to be a bit of a battle, to be honest with you. Obviously, you know, looking at one of them currently, which is going to be Sinta Negra X, I mean, this team has been pretty lights out so far. And I've been quite impressed with what I've seen from them so far. And I feel like they have a pretty big advantage right now on a roster who is going to be a little bit down, maybe in their own heads a little bit, coming off the back of a reverse sweep, being swept themselves. And Gaskin, you know, how are these guys going to be feeling knowing that they have this slight advantage mentally coming into this one, but also potentially, you know, looking to kind of win this entire series in as short time as possible?
Yeah, I think that, you know, the mental game is always going to be a difficult thing to try and navigate because, you know, we've had some weird pool play results. We've also had some pretty solid pool play results. I do think the team that comes into this who has been 3-0ing other teams is going to be far more confident than a team that is involved in any sort of 3-2 or whatnot. So, yeah, this is going to be a hard one to call. I do feel like Sinta Negra X have offered me a little bit more in terms of what they've been able to kind of put forward here. I think that they've been a lot more structured. I feel like they have certainly offered a lot more in terms of their slaying capability and their objective efficiency. So I think that they are my favorites coming into this game.
Okay, like to hear that. And Clutch, you know, Sepstars honestly was a little bit of a standout in the Timbers series when he was playing that one, and Lior was a standout in the MX Super as well. So we know that they have some powerhouses in terms of individual talent on this roster. Is there anybody that you have your eye on the Sinta Negra X's roster for any particular reason?
No, I think they all played well yesterday when they had an opportunity to showcase their skills on the main stage. But it is a young gun in Dolan that I know he wants to get after it. He's hungry. He's tons of individual skill. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings to the table because we saw glimpses of his screen in the third game, but we didn't get an opportunity to really watch him too much. So very excited to honestly watch this entire squad, but I'm looking out for Dolan to pop off especially.
Yeah. You know, I'm looking for the pop-offs as well. And speaking of the pop-offs as well, on the other side of the stage, we know Chico Bounce from Sinta Negra Nubis loves a good pop-off. And this brings me back to my moment yesterday when I discussed the superstition behind, you know, giving the victory hugs, giving the victory crouches, the little mini smacks and stuff, mid-series, mid-game, honestly, not even winning yet. You know, do you feel like that superstition has come back to kind of bite them a little bit, Gaskin?
I think that, you know, when you look at this team, they were very happy to be on main stage and maybe got a little bit too overexcited to be on main stage. And I would never discredit anyone. I would never discourage anyone from celebrating when they win. It's very different if you're celebrating at the other team and you're making a big deal out of it and you're kind of talking trash. But if you're just celebrating, I'm a big fan. But we did see body disrespect in the early stages yesterday. You are completely right. I think they now need to look at the situation and say, hey, we're in bracket play. We're against one of our sister teams, one of our brother teams. And we now need to be, you know, fully focused. Less about hitting bodies, more about hitting your shots, and more about winning those games as well, because they don't want to find themselves in another one of those 50-49s of Game 5. But I'm sure that Chico Bounce will be bouncing on that main stage regardless if they find a victory.
I'm almost certain of it, actually. And look, we know that both of these sides have individual skill. We've seen that come across in many different maps and modes now in different series throughout day 1 and obviously day 2 here as well. My big question is about the teamwork from both of these teams and who is going to have the better form of teamwork. I mean, Cincinnati and Anubis, just off the top of my head and what we just saw moments ago, we know that they have good teamwork. We've seen it in maps 1 and 2 of their series. And we also see them, you know, kind of adjust in that oddball round as well, and being able to take round 2 and have a much better start than they had previously in rounds 1 and 3. So we know the adjustments can be there for the team as well. They clearly have comms and they clearly know what they need to do. But Clutch, who has the better teamwork, do you think, out of both of these rosters in terms of what we're going to be looking at in the series?
I think it's going to be Cincinnati X. I'm with Dan on this. I think, although the great story of Nubis from pool play has been one to remember, I think that they're going to spend whatever time in the rest of the tournament in the elimination bracket after this series. Cincinnati X looked very strong, like strong enough to make the grand finals potentially if they're able to continuously play at that level. I expect their individual skill to allot them a lot of space and numbers advantage, and that's where the teamwork will shine. That's where you'll see those numbers really start to matter. But it really will be a test for Nubis if they're able to take games from the Cincinnati X roster to make this series interesting. And coming off a loss like you guys touched on earlier, it's going to be very difficult to find the energy, to find kind of the refocus that they're going to need in order to stay in the series.
I honestly thought that Wes was going to reply with your question and just say, I think that Cincinnati are going to win this game, and just go all in and just hope that you know which one he's talking about, and that way he's not impartial whatsoever. But certainly could be a way we approach this. When you give us predictions, I know who I predicted.
No, it's true. It is true. It can get very confusing. Honestly, when we came into this segment, I nearly had a brain malfunction trying to make sure I was saying who I wanted to talk about, because it does get a little bit mixy here. And just wait, because it's going to get mixy in the semi-finals too, folks, because they're going to be playing Cincinnati. But let's get into this series now. We do have both of our casters on standby, ready to take the mics from us. We have Bravo and Onset, and gentlemen, please take it away. You're more than capable.
We are capable, we are ready, and this is known as the Cincinnati Showdown. That's all we can really give the title to it. It is what it is. It's the Battle of Cincinnati. It's X versus Nubis. Who do you think is going to win, Andy? Straight away. Who are you going with? I don't want any reasons. We'll get to that in a bit. I want to know who you think is going to win.
Perfect. I'm picking Cincinnati. I think they will take the series without a doubt, and that's something I can say pretty comfortably without any question. Yeah.
Well played, sir. See, that's why you're a smarter man than I am. Let's talk about the series, though, because this is now bracket play, and we are into a position now where not only do the matches matter as far as to keeping your tournament life alive, but you're getting closer and closer to the prize money, closer and closer to those big money matches, which is so important for the players in these regions, and also closer and closer to an opportunity at making top 3 and getting an opportunity to go to Orlando. And I think for all of the players, if you offered them, any of those, you had to pick one of those things that I've just mentioned. I think the trip to Orlando to play at the International, at the Major, is probably the one most of those players are going to take.
I mean, that really is it. I think, like you said, a lot of prize money on the line, more than these players have ever played for in Mexico City itself. But at the end of the day, a lot of the guys and girls on these stages have been doing this for a very long time. And what will mean the most to them is certainly the pride of knowing that they are amongst the best and that they're traveling over, I wouldn't say overseas because it's still going to be within the Americas, but traveling internationally to play on North American soil, which really, has always been the holy grail of the best Halo teams and players. It's going to mean a lot to them without a doubt.
Yeah, let's have a look at the maps then to see what is going to be the battleground for where Cincinnati X and Cincinnati Nubis do end up duking it out. And we're starting off with Bazaar, and it almost feels like we haven't seen Bazaar yet, and it's going to be capture the flag to kick things off.
Have we seen Bazaar on a main stage at all?
No.
Dan, what do you think? Give me a shake of the head or a thumbs up. Have you seen? No, we haven't. Shake of the head from Gaskin as well, and then the shake of the head from Lottie. Wes has left the building. That's not a problem.
Oh, Wes is giving us a
little
wag of the finger.
Wag of the finger. No Bazaar on the main stage just yet. Of course, that's brought to you in part by the fact that we do have one Bazaar game type removed over the last update, so only one Bazaar game type, map game type combo, is in the mix. But we're going to start things off here with that exact game. It's going to be Bazaar CTF.
Well, it's going to be the first time we see it, and certainly the first time these two teams are going to have to experience it on LAN as well. Then we move over to Slayer Livefire, where we have seen both these teams engage in some battle, certainly on Livefire, whether it be Slayer or another game type. And then King of the Hill Recharge is going to be our game 3, followed by Oddball Street. So a pretty interesting series layout, and Aquarius Slayer will close us out. And with how both of these teams are playing, I mentioned how important this game number 1 is going to be, Andy. One team coming off the back of a huge reverse sweep, feeling full of momentum, and the other team, unfortunately, maybe just feeling a little bit slow about things at the moment, but wanting to get back into it, coming off the back of the loss, unfortunately. So let's see how this one goes. I think it's going to be a battle. I do believe we might go to that game 4, maybe even a game 5.
Ooh.
Let's see if that prediction comes true.
You're getting me excited here, Mark. I'm excited to jump in. To be honest, I haven't seen a Bazaar map fly through in quite some time, but we're underway. And who better to start things off with than your man, Chico Bounce?
Chico Bounce. He's already using the name Bounce to use the shot grenades to get some damage down early on, and pretty much a free grab of the overshield. Attempted Ninja going down. Already I'm loving this series, Andy. I see a free overshield pick up, no one contesting it. I see Ninja attempts. I'm in. I'm sold. I'm here for the long run.
I'm sold too. You might have had me, you had me guessing on a Bazaar game 1. I was like, I don't know. But now that we see what's already in store, this is off to a good start indeed. And it's been a tug of war opening between these two teams. Neither team really grabbing mid-map just yet, but with 2 dead, Sintenegra X is trying to make their first move. It'll be a Bulldog bar maneuver. The Bulldog wasn't out, so he's going to have to reset here on pillars.
Good shots, though, coming in from Humgal, and now he's going to be moving through those double doors, or attempting to, but unfortunately, he's going to be slowed down by those dynamos for just a few seconds and has to retreat to the safety of the gates just down by the bottom rockets. The shotgun will come out this time. It'll break the shields, and it'll break the hearts of the player down on the low ground. At the moment, it seems like a little bit of a split across the map. Nobody really having any semblance of control, but a killing spree might just spark that.
Nice little spree from Humgal here, and we'll see if he can get into the flag. 4 dead off of the spree as well. Gory Loco's the first spawner, but that means it's going to be a tree run, and so far, that's good work from the side of Sintenegra X.
Still 2 in the death screen as well, but I don't hear any shots being fired at the moment. I just wonder if those 2 players from Nubis have managed to move through and overextend and cause some problems. There is going to be a problem right on cue, and it's called a frag grenade.
It was too quiet. We knew it was too quiet. Here's Heavenly now on the re. He has to win this battle. But a main stage nerves there means a trade, but tick, tick, tick goes the flag. Grab from Humgal, the hero grab. He's going to bring that up, hit the roof, and bring the flag in at the last second. It's a fantastic last-second grab and a great trade on the double doors to secure the cap. Sintenegra X will go up 1-0.
A little bit scrappy, but effective. They do lose the overshield, though, so even though the cap is on the board, which is always what you're going to take over a power-up priority, now they've got to fight against it. That's one way to deal with it, though. You see the plasma pistol is going to connect as Gory Loco tries to move forward now and do a little bit more damage, but that one little bit of damage is enough for him having to rotate back now and change that initial decision to get some damage down for his team.
Wow, talk about that. I still can't get over that last second touch. There was a single frame left before that flag was going to return. That's absolutely wild, but we're right back into the action, and now it's going to be Sia and Nubis trying to make something happen bottom middle.
Just looking for the kills. They managed to get 2. There's a player still in the bar, so he's going to have to be dealt with. But Rio is just charging through the double doors. His teammates pick up a couple more kills, and this should be a cap, you would imagine. Waits for the overextender, and oh my god, combining with Chico Bounce to put him in the dirt. But still, the flag is not going home, and now there's a counter cap.
It's 4 dead. Sintenegra X tries. This is scrappy. Sintenegra X tries to throw it off of the bar. That was 4 dead. Still 3 dead here. Leor's going to have the rockets in hand as well. Both flags still out.
Leor, double kill. Yes, sir. Double muerte is now my favorite thing to say, as he's going to be challenged once more. A couple of frag grenades go down. He does have a little bit of assistance from the team, but they get that flag back home. Now it's all about that return.
Going to be a flag standoff here. 2 dead for Sia and Nubis for just a second, but both flags are going to be on each side, and like you said, it's going to be a battle for the return.
A little bit of silence. As Luage still trying to move up here, still trying to do damage. And now they're going to be thinking about jumping on that return. They should have the timing on their side to send this one home. It's 3 dead here for Sintenegra Nubis, and that will mean another flag on the board here for Sintenegra X.
By the way, I absolutely love Jeff Steitzer. He's the best to ever do it, but this Spanish-speaking announcer at Halo Infinite is also just badass with the way he's saying everything. Bandera recogida. This guy is an absolute...
Like he's got a massive chest.
He absolutely does. I was worried where we were going there. Dynamo grenades are going to be hitting bottom middle. That will melt the overshield as well.
Sobrio pokes through the front door and gets sent back into the living room for a few moments. As Hrimgale has that flag back through the double doors once more, and this might be the third flag. Not only opportunity, but cap that goes in here for Sintenegra X, who seem to be scrappy, but seem to be effective here, Andy. They're getting trades where they need to. They're locking down certain parts of the map. That means Doyen's going to run this one home. It's 3-0, just like that.
Yeah, nice little run there from Dolan, and I like what you're saying. They're scrappy, which is not always a good thing, right? Scrappy in a game does not always really mean a compliment when we talk about competitive Halo, but here they are. They're scrapping things together, and it has really added up on the board. They've got a number of flags, and so far it's working for them.
The worrying thing for Nubis as well is the fact that they've controlled most of the overshields. So the fact that they've managed to get those in their possession and not really make the most of it and find themselves 3-0 down, you have to worry a little bit here if Sintenegra X managed to get hold of one of those power-ups, and they can do it without. You have to wonder what they can do with it.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more, and they've really dominated this map and game type, showing maybe they're just a little bit more proficient. They know where they need to be, and if you think about it, there's hard to think of other game types, especially CTF game types, where there are specific priority kills, like we were talking about earlier, where you need to know exactly where your last players are, who's still alive, where are the spawners, how far across the map have they gotten. Things like that are so important, and it feels like they're putting together each piece of the puzzle perfectly so far.
Seems like the pushes are starting to find a little bit more coordination as well. You can see multiple players flying forward. That's a killing spree now for Hrimgale. And now he's going to use that grapple to fly in. He's got a Bulldog. Surprise, surprise, boom! It's going to be another one for him. And at the moment, he's currently sat at 16-4. So what a performance this has been.
I mean, what a debut for him, of course. Now that a lot of people are watching, of course, we've got tons of people watching across Twitch and YouTube, and many North American, European fans that might not have tuned into Latin American Halo Infinite just yet. He is putting on an absolute show, and he will stay alive bottom middle as well.
I mean, talk about using the sandbox, right? Gets the flag, move in after the kill with the rockets, and grapples away bottom middle, survives, throws a dynamo nade down, gets damage with that as well. And from the back of this, it looks like this could be yet another flag going in. There's 3 dead momentarily here for Nubis. Unfortunately for them, no one in position to stop this flag. It's 4, just 1 away now from closing out game number 1.
Wow, so impressed here with Sintenegra X, the way they're playing this, and it feels like they've had a 2-man advantage this entire game, which is not easy to do on Bazaar with the way that the slays tend to be rotated. Generally, you have to wait for 2 players to push thereafter. You can slowly make your way across the map, but somehow they've had such a dominant slaying lead the entire game.
You have to say a lot of it's down to this man, although Sepstars is trying to match him stride for stride at the moment. He's on 17 kills, a couple more deaths, unfortunately, which just make the stat line slightly more tainted than Hrimgale's here that we see on our screen. But this man's just doing what he wants on the map at the moment. You can see he's just overextending on the rocket side. He's picking up kills throughout the bar. He's moving the flag. He's having a whale of a time at the moment.
Yeah, seeing Nubis players there in the corner. Not sure if that was a spawner on the Mangbird corner. That was a pretty wild one if so, but regardless, they get out of jail with a push across the rocket side of the map. It will be the first man advantage here with 2 dead for Sintenegra X in quite some time, but right away those will be traded out. It'll be 2v2 and a battle for control with the overshield coming up soon.
Chico Bounce manages to get the cleanup on one player, but just immediately traded out. Speaking of trades, not going to be one there. I thought there was going to be, as Gory Loco now finds himself as last player alive and also first respawner. So that was a momentary 4 dead by the looks of things. There's the little bit of karma coming around the corner when you get the first one that kind of goes your way. The second one didn't seem to.
Yeah, I agree. Leorf knows something that I don't, because I feel like every time I try to hit that, that's a trade, but there's a reason he's on the main stage, and we're here talking about it. Nice work from him on the double doors. He also does damage thereafter in the courtyard as well, but you got to think, for Sintenegra X, they're taking a look at the clock here. Less than 4 minutes to go, 4 flags. They don't really have to apply unnecessary pressure or panic at all. Nice little doble for Chico Bounce again. Bottom middle, and we'll see if he has any gas in the tank to get his team back into this one. He's been a very much talked about player this weekend, both flashy plays and also some specific choice words and antics on the main stage, but so far not a lot to speak of in this first game.
Flashy plays and a lot of passion, I think, is the best way to sum up what we've seen from Chico Bounce so far, and it's what we love to see as well, regardless of what region you're from, where you live in the world. If you're playing Halo on that main stage, it's always something that's going to get you noticed, as now Sintenegra X are trying to just fight for mid-map control as well. It seems like Nubis have finally sort of managed to stifle some of these pushes that have been coming in the last few moments. It's become a little bit more of a mid-map battle. They still haven't really, apart from the one flag that got returned, had any opportunities to get the flag back to their base and really convert. But you have to give credit to their opponents for that. They've really kind of held that halfway line as a maximum line for Nubis to get up to. They haven't been able to break into that base hardly ever.
Yeah, by the way, and also it's been Sepstars who's been continuing to step up in a huge way. He's now 21-10 with Hrimgel 20-9, so just huge numbers from both of them.
Sepstar's got rockets as well, so he's going to add a few more kills, you would imagine, unless I just cursed him. We'll have to see if the spirit of Chris Puckett is flowing through him for now, but it looks like he's going to wait for the overextenders maybe. And if they do spawn there, they're going to be in a lot of trouble because the flag is moving, and anyone who is there is just going to find themselves getting hit with the boom booms.
Never want to get tapped by the boom booms here. Sepstars with those exact boom booms in hand. He's actually got two of them, both booms in the chamber. One is here. He's going to use one. Boom and boom. That's going to be a nice little boom boom double muerte for Sepstars. And what could be really just a victory lap with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Plus 13 at the moment and has some decent assists to go alongside it. So he is doing damage. He is the damage dealer in this first game. And there's another one, another killing spree. It's been multiple killing sprees for multiple players, and Sintenegra X finally get an overshield as well. So it's been a bit scary for them. Unfortunately, Nubis in this game, maybe a little bit of a reset of the where we are in the bracket and who we're going to be going up against. It's no longer pool play. Now it's time for the big boys to arrive, and it seems like Sintenegra X just have their number here in game one.
I think Sepstars just chopped it on bar, and it was grappled all the way through. Look at the distance that flag just traveled. Grappled all the way through the double doors with a beautiful run. Look at how fast that flag run was from the bar to the stand. That will seal the deal. 5-0 victory for Sintenegra X.
5-0 is as conclusive as you could possibly ask for, especially on a Bazaar capture the flag, a game type where sometimes we don't see it go the distance, Andy, and there's not really much to complain about if you're a Sintenegra X fan in that series, because it was almost complete and utter control. It never looked like they really had to go out of second gear.
Not at all. Here's the players on your screen here, and they looked so good in that game. I wish we could get the replay of that grapple, because I want to say that flag was either whipped from bottom middle and then turned towards the double doors, or maybe instead it was actually grappled all the way from the double doors. But that was, talk about just a ruthless run. You think the flag is on your bar bridge, and before you know it, you hear a little grapple noise out of the back left is the only way I heard it, and then all of a sudden your flag is through their double doors, almost in their court. That's a vicious run. In the end, we're taking a look at the numbers here. 25 kills for Sepstars and 10 deaths. Hrimgel 22-10 as well.
Yeah, that's pretty darn impressive. And I mean, you put Luar in there as well, 19 and 14 assists, 19 kills, 14 assists. Yeah. That's pretty damn good as well. I mean, everybody on the team, 16-9. I mean, if you go 16-9 on your team and you're being the least talked about, if you go 16-11 with 9 assists and you're the least talked about player on your team, you know you're probably doing something right as a squad.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. It's pretty rare that we see that heavy of an outslay on a game type like this, but they also put the flags on the board. And I think the one thing to really note is that they started off scrappy, and their game looked better and better as it went on, right? They kind of just were doing everything they needed. It didn't matter the fashion or the style in which they did it. They were simply putting all the pieces together, and as that flag came back home, they put those flags on the board. But it felt like they got more and more comfortable as the game went on. There was a brief moment where Nubis maybe got a little bit of a foothold, but it was pretty short-lived.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it did feel like ever since the flag had to be returned, it seemed like that was the spark for them to go, okay, well, if you're going to get our flag all the way back and you're going to force us to actually have to make a play and return it, then we're going to make you pay for the rest of the game. And from that moment, it just seemed like it was all one-way traffic. And with that kind of performance in Bazaar Capture the Flag, Andy, Wes and Dan talk about how they're lucky with game fives. It seems like we're kind of cursed with the 3-0s at the moment. It's going to be difficult to bounce back from a defeat like that.
It is certainly shaping up to be something along those lines based on just how dominant this first game was, without a doubt. And as we said, really dominant numbers across the entire board. Also got to give a shout out still. Not we were not lacking in the kills category in a huge way on the side of Nubis. If you look at Chico, still 16 on the board, still 14 for Gory Loco. So they still put up sizable fight, but it will be 5-0 in the end. Let's take a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, some of the highlights, and they're going to come from a lot of the POVs of the Sintenegra X players, because they were the ones making plays. Although, oh, there's the last second touch that comes in for that first flag was certainly a nice table setter, we'll call it, for the start of this game, just showing that they're going to have to work hard for that first flag. But I mean, every time we go on a point of view at the moment, you can see where the kills are happening. It's always in the Sintenegra base, and it's Sintenegra X who are on the offensive, and Grimdale just running around at the moment, just cleaning up one shots. Every time we seem to go to his POV, him or Sepstars, it was a killing spree. I'd like to see the stats on how many times they actually went on sprees.
Also, I'm just gonna say, it feels like every time we cut to your Spanish accent, it's getting better and better throughout the weekend. So I just want to applaud you on the pronunciations of Sintenegra and things like that. It's continuing to sound better and better.
I aspire to one day be as talented as you are, okay? And I feel like this is a step towards doing that.
No.
Okay.
Let me tell you.
Should I aim higher?
Yes. For the trajectory of your life, I beg you, please aim higher than me. Okay. This is not the bar that you want to set for your life. You've heard enough stories. This is not where you want to go. You can go much higher, Mark. I've not even heard the stories. I've experienced a lot of them, so I don't know why I maybe have set the bar where it is. But bad idea.
I mean. Dear. But game number 2 then, let's talk about that, because obviously we're going to have a bit of Slayer, and I do worry here. I do worry, to be honest, with how heavy an out-slaying performance it was in that game number 1 from Sintenegra X, that there's even a chance of Sintenegra Anubis being able to squeak out a Slayer. It's always the one we talk about in a series, right? In a best of 5, you get 2 Slayers. Maybe that's the chance you can steal an objective to do something, but maybe that isn't just going to be the case here, because it's live fire Slayer as well. You can have that power weapon in the sniper rifle top middle, and with the way that Sintenegra X just seems to be winning every single individual battle they found themselves in, you can't really honestly face to face, heart to heart with the people watching here at home, wherever you might be, come up with some reasons that Nubis might be able to steal this one away.
Halo fan to Halo fan, it's tough to do so. Difficult, maybe nearly impossible. That said, I would love to see what Nubis has in the tank, right? Do they have some reserves that maybe they can tap into that will give them a chance here? Maybe they've had some success on the game type historically. We'll see if they can do that. And keep in mind, if they just take this one kill at a time, right? That's the beauty of a Slayer. Yes, there are things that are going to push you across the map time and time again. Of course, things like power-ups, power weapons. However, you got to remember that this is a game type that you could slow down, that you could play at your pace, and we'll have to see if they can do just that. Well,
let's see if they can do that. Or maybe they're just going to go with constant aggression and try and get in the faces of their opponents and cause a little bit of a ruckus, because it seemed like they weren't able to maybe execute their initial game plan in game number 1. Let's see if they change it up here in game number 2. It's the second game of the series. It's live fire Slayer, and we're starting off with a man who didn't get too many kills on that first map. It's going to be Heavenly.
Yeah, we'll see what Heavenly can do here, and right away, as you said, he's going to be flying right into cuts and trying to make something happen, and C gets punished for doing so, but it will be a 2-2 trade off of the opening.
Been really impressed with Sepstars and the way that he's been not only positioning himself, but his shot seems to be really, really crispy as well. He's always looking to escape from certain situations. Unfortunately for him there, just doesn't get the full connection with that second burst to take the player down. But you're always looking at individual players, how they move around the map, how they position themselves, what their decision making is, and he, for me, has been certainly one that's been impressive.
Well, look at Gory Loco as well. Gory Loco going to actually grab that overshield. That does get melted, but that will be some extra damage, and that will be an overshield deny for the side of CM Nubis, and will also be a Gory Loco sniper rifle in hand, top middle. Let's see what he could do with the weapon.
That's a call out. There's a player weak bottom middle by the looks of things. Moves up with a teammate instead, trying to keep this height position. You can see they're all kind of playing next to each other at the moment, unfortunately, Nubis. So they've got to retreat. They've got to spread out a little bit. And it looks like Sintenegra and X have decided to slow this down, like you suggested, Andy.
Yeah, Gory Loco, nice play here because you could fuel it. Right? I think anyone who's played enough Halo Infinite was thinking the same thing. Those shots will not connect. People fall top tower off of a vicious Sintenegra X team shot. But I like the rotate initially because I think a lot of people who have played enough of this game were thinking the same thing. When you have 2 players that are peeking sandbags in your sniper's top middle, you are about to get flanked to high heavens off of dummies. He rotates back, but he still gets punished by that great team shot off of Sintenegra X.
It was also about a millimeter away on every single one of those shots from hitting probably the nastiest triple kill that we've seen. Yeah. Every single shot was so close, but just not close enough. But with 20 seconds until the overshield is going to be presenting itself on the map once more, you can see Sintenegra X prioritizing this side of the map to make sure they can secure the power-up.
Sepstars, I mean, even with a name like Sepstars, you feel like this guy's just bound for fame. He picks up another kill from bottom middle, sees another one on the overshield, and luckily going to just scurry away. Try to.
Chico bounce. No bounce that time, just a little bit of a thud as he hits the floor. And you can see still a little battle going on around this power up, but it's going to be a score which is in the advantage of Sintenegra X still, as they do also secure the power up. So this is starting to get like a little bit of a worrying moment. One of those moments in the game where you can kind of pinpoint that this could start to go wrong very, very quickly for Sintenegra Anubis. Unless they take this overshield out nice and quickly. Good damage coming in. No trade, but unfortunately elsewhere a couple of other teammates have fallen. So that just means that overshield, even though good damage was done to slow down the progress of that player, the distraction was enough and the damage was enough for that lead to extend once more.
Let's see what Dola can do here, just patrolling Kedor, which is where you want to be, and he gets all of that first burst with the heat wave. Going to be happy about that one, but he quickly gets collapsed on and essentially mugged and mobbed as he's going to fall there. Needler in hand for Gory Loco. They're going to try another dummies push.
Good damage again from Gory Loco. Teammates are there to capitalize once more, and now you see in that tandem push once again. Trying to force some of these players out. It looks like there's a call out, there's a player back tower, but also there's a couple of players still at nest, and that's going to be Chico Bounce on the flank, and a couple of players do fall here from Sintenegra Anubis. Unfortunately, that means Chico Bounce has got to retreat. He's got to run away, but he has the sniper, so maybe he can make something happen. Oh, he just got absolutely chunked.
25-16 here. The Bounce Man finds himself down by a few kills. Has to hit this one. Does, but he runs into a little bit more trouble over there on Concrete. That will mean Dolan's going to go ahead and grab that heat wave and continue the push here through House.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous, a little bit overexcited, maybe to try and clean up that kill after hitting the body shot. Wayan manages to pick up one with the trade. He's currently sat at 11-4, by the way. Again, the player that we didn't mention because everyone else was doing such a ridiculous job in that game number one is saying, hey, remember me? I'm 11-4. I mean, I haven't got negative yet in this series. I was still dominating. Speaking of dominating, Grimgel with a beautiful shot that earns him a power up as well.
Wow, Grimgel, nice little tap of the toes as well, and he bodies up on sandbags, finds another player who's trying to give him the SK strafe. Didn't matter. Doble muerte for Grimgel, and he's going to keep on keeping on. Beautiful little spree for him. He will now be 13-7.
Oh, he's hitting the slide. He's hitting the slide. He wanted that as well. He was hoping some players were going to spawn over at green there, and he may be able to just whip a shot into a visor and add yet another kill to his tally. Grimgel now 13-7. Another strong performance from him, and you can see with the confidence he's playing with at the moment, and he's just walking around the map. He's walking behind players. He picks up one. He should find two and manages to do so. Another double muerte.
Of course, he picks up another one there. Beautiful use of the repulsor there, and this is just a home stretch for them. And like you said, it has been a walk in the park for Grimgel. Looks like he's playing matchmaking, just teeing up ridiculous shots and doing so much damage across the entire map.
Chico Bounce manages to get one, but at the moment, it's just the Sintenegra X show. They are being a little bit sadistic in the way that they're approaching this at the moment. They are taking their opponents apart, and now we have to start worrying about that steak dinner. I've just eaten, I have to say. It was delicious, but there's always room for steak when we're talking about Halo.
I was going to say, you have to feel bad for the other team as well. Just they're getting torn apart, and beefsteak might indeed be on the menu here in Mexico City. Chico Bounce trying to do whatever he can, but it might be too little too late. Just a few kills to go here.
Few kills to go. I think the result is pretty much carved onto the record books. And now we're just looking for those final few kills to come in. There's one of them. In the closing moments, there's going to be an opportunity maybe for a player to pick up a sniper rifle. Or maybe it's going to be Chico Bounce. He manages to pick up one, maybe two. Chico Bounce coming back for more. Teammate steals the sniper. How dare you?
This is chaos here. For that to be the final moments here, top middle, of teammates fighting over sniper when they're losing by this margin is ridiculous. That will be the game. And it will be 50-32. They don't get the steak dinner, but to be honest, you can't be fighting with your team over who gets the sniper rifle when you're losing 49-30 or so. That's a pretty bizarre thing. Not sure the last time I saw that in competitive play. Regardless, it's another win for CNX.
Hey, I've played some matchmaking with Sherzin. Let me tell you, that man, that's the exact play that man might try and make and go, oh, sorry, I thought you dropped down bottom mid. But never mind. Anyway, let's focus back on the series. And that performance was dominating. And the individual skill we are seeing right now from Sintenegra X, they might be one of those teams who takes home one of those top 3 places and that opportunity to go to Orlando. I've been so impressed with how they've been playing, Andy.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch them play. Love what they've been able to put on the board. We'll take a look at the stats here as well, and taking a look at the highlights. Grimgel 16-10 with 7 assists. Also Doyan now 16-8 with 4 assists. Great numbers once again. And look at the assists from Leor on the other side. Just great numbers.
Yeah, great numbers all round, to be honest with you, from all the players once more. You've got Sepstars going 7 and 5. That's a 7 mark. There's no 1 in front of it. It's almost like I was kind of had a hangover from the stats of that first game. But it's still positive, you know? It's one of those games where maybe he just couldn't find anyone because his teammates were killing everyone before he got in a position to convert.
Honestly, only 2 kills away from a stake dinner. That certainly could have been the case there. And also, I got to say, Sepstar is just rocking the baby service tag as well. I mean, the man's got style. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you, right?
He says, call me baby.
Call me baby.
I mean, that's what he says.
He's got your number, hasn't he?
I think his teammates call him baby. They have to. Look at his service tag.
That's good. If you play like that as well.
I'll call you baby.
I call you baby. Yeah, exactly.
I got no problem with that. You put up those numbers, I'll call you baby every day of the week.
Yeah, I'll call you what you want. If you put up those kind of numbers. We go on to game 3 though, and I do believe, if my memory serves me right, we're going over to Streets, I believe, for our next game. So with the way that the first 2 games have gone, you would say that Bazaar usually isn't a game type that goes to 5. We had a what we'll describe as a one-sided affair in the second game. Streets is one of those games where I do feel like kills can start to get out of hand if you are on the receiving end of a team playing this well. So even though I kind of like predicted the 3-0 a little bit in the previous game, what we could expect after seeing game number 1, you do feel like it's going that way, Andy.
You really do, and you have to think of Santa Negra X, which will be a lot easier shorthand to start calling them the X-Men. I think the X-Men are looking better and better as this series has gone on, and that's scary for the prospects and the rest of the tournament, because when we're talking about bracket play and you have a team that's getting better and better, even against pretty noteworthy opponents, I think it's something that the rest of the teams at this tournament are going to be keeping a very close eye on for sure.
Well, let's take a look at the replays from that last map, and again, it's going to be one-sided. I'm sorry if you're a fan of Cinta Negra Nubis, but it's not going to be too much for you to watch. Maybe just the battle for the sniper rifle at the end, but it was just complete dominance, complete control. There's not really too much to say on the other side of things. There was a few beautiful one play in particular, I think it was from Dolan actually, towards the end, if I'm not mistaken, on the power-up. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, it was Hrimgel, wasn't it? Who made the play on the power-up. That was a great example of how to prioritize certain situations when you're under pressure.
Yeah, it was absolutely nuts. I mean, this man was popping off here, a little repulsor jump to stay alive, and now flies out. This might be at home. I mean, the speed at which he hits that, not even done, right? Pops the Ovi, little tap of the toes, almost pop. Hits that and then wins this battle here. As I said,
just force him.
Someone trying to hit the SK strafe. He has no time for that. He's going to stay alive and then continue to do damage. And look at this little play too, right? Doesn't hit the quick scope, but doesn't panic. There's a heat wave coming. He's going to hit the repulsor, pick up another double, and gotta love what I'm seeing from this guy. Hrimgel has been popping off. Here's a look at your updated series layout. Cinta Negra X is up 2-0.
Got ahead of myself. Streets is game number 4. Sorry, everyone. Again. See? Again, honesty is always the best policy. I made a mistake. True. Now we're heading over to King of the Hill Recharge, where I almost feel like I could say the same thing, to be honest with you, with some of the hills and how you can lock them down. But Cinta Negra Nubis, bottom middle hill. I'm saying first hill is one of the most difficult to control outside of the 5th hill on Streets, to try and lock down and kind of get it in a way which is conclusive, right? Because you have so many spawns that can influence it. It's such an open hill to have to stand in and try and lock down. So maybe they can scrap one away here. And if you can scrap one hill, you can scrap 2. And if you scrap 2, then the game's going to go on a little bit longer. That's where I'm leaving that, okay? I don't think they're going to win still. I've got to say.
I agree, and I think this is certainly going to be an opportunity for them. We'll see if they can just bring the aggression, right? Because they can fly, and that's what King of the Hill offers you, especially when you talk about the first hill. Not necessarily the other hills, as you alluded to, but we're underway. Cinta Negra X is only 1 game away from the 3-0 sweep, and Cinta Negra Nubis fighting for their lives.
Well, it's an opportunity to stay in the upper bracket or have to fight for your lives literally, and Heavenly with a perfect start for them just to get that fire back in the bellies. There you go. You've got player inside a bottom middle hill. You've got a couple dead here on Cinta Negra X. You've got the camouflage. You've got everything you could want apart from that shock rifle. But Chico Bounce has got a big decision to make here. Maybe a little bit overzealous trying to find those kills. And again, this is what I was talking about earlier. Sometimes you have to leave those players, contain those players, just do a few shots, live. You don't have to kill them immediately.
Surprising we didn't see Chico Bounce go grapple and then maybe check Bat Ledge for those kills and then try to get shock off the back of it. I might have been a miscommunication because Chico Bounce, he didn't grab grapple even. He flew straight to pipes, and I'm wondering if he maybe got a pipes call out and wasn't ready for the first player who was full shields. That would explain why he flew there kind of with such aggression and was caught off guard.
Well, now you are seeing Synthenegra Nubis start to control this bottom mid hill, and this is what I was talking about. If you want to be scrappy, if you want to be a little bit, you know, careless with the lives, and you don't mind throwing a few deaths in the column, so to speak, then you can scrap this bottom middle hill. Grimgel has the shock rifle. Oh my goodness, jeez. Just cracks the neck of him, a little bit like a chiropractor. And puts a player into the death screen. Gonna be challenged as well. Not gonna be able to whip round quite quickly enough this time, and GoriLoco now has a chance to hit some shots.
GoriLoco there, sneaky. Coming back up to gold to get that. Ooh, shock rifle in hand as well. He'll tap on Sepstars, pick up the kill on the Mangler door. Stays alive on Glass. That's going to be 3 dead for Synthenegra X. And I think, Mark, you called it. This hill's looking good for Nubis, but they need to close.
Starting to find I'm getting a little bit terrified of myself, to be honest with you, with the things that I've been predicting through the last 2 days. Where does this end?
I'm so scared. You have no idea.
I'd rather anyone else have this battle, genuinely. And it is going to be the first point on the board.
Synthenegra Nubis. Great aggression. Also, what's key is great timing on those kills, right? Even though they lost a player and they don't get shock and the things didn't go their way in pipes, the fact that GoriLoco knew to get that back whack and then connects on Sepstars, does additional damage as well. They get 3 dead. The hardest part of that last hill, everyone knows, is to close it out, right? You can be all the way up until the end, but having to continually send players when you're 2 or 3 dead is so difficult. So to time those kills so perfectly and have presence across the entire map, that means a lot. However, Synthenegra X obviously in control and looking to get that score tally up very, very quickly.
Yeah, this is looking like they've got this completely and utterly locked down. Look at these shots coming in. I mean, the hill player not even been looked at. There's a simple cleanup for him after doing the damage onto the player on C plat, and now it's 1-1 as quick as you could possibly imagine. Blink of an eye, it's done. It's 1-1.
And that gives us a good indication that Synthenegra X, when they were 3 dead and they were spawning Elevator and Whirlpool, there's almost no doubt that they gave up that bottom middle hill and made sure that they got the kills they needed to get that long haul hill. Really well done. And I don't believe that that hill time was interrupted for even a split second. I think that was a continuous hold all the way through, which is very rare to see.
Well, this is a big moment here. If Heavenly can stay alive, we know that you can lock down this elevator setup. He's got a couple players to deal with, but there's the kills from his teammates. They start to arrive, and Synthenegra X find themselves on the back foot. Grimgel and Lior on the death screen. So that means if they can lock down a couple more kills, well, there's one with a perfect. Then Dolan's going to have a lot of work to do here.
Nice job from Sobrio to pick up that kill. It was not easy 1v1 to win. GoriLoco needs to stay alive. Pressure, though, is flying in. That will be 2 dead for Nubis. 3 dead, actually. 2 are spawners in just a second. Good time on the board, though, but they need to get together a very good push here. Otherwise, they could see themselves losing this 3rd hill.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? Even though they have good time, like you say, quite rightly, the elevator is such a difficult hill to break that you only really get 1 or 2 pushes. And it seemed like the second push there from Synthenegra X was enough to give them an opportunity to answer back. At the moment, Chico Bounce is under pressure. Look at the score now. You see Synthenegra Nubis about to go behind. The elevator is being locked down right now. Someone's hit that emergency button. And the same has to be said here about Synthenegra Nubis. They're going to be hitting it because if they don't get these kills, then maybe they'll lose this hill as well. But here comes Chico Bounce. He's starting to cut up his food.
Chico picks up 2. That's 3 dead. Grimgel, last guy. They should... He should have been able to, but Grimgel... He's absolutely insane, stays alive, double kill, grapples up, grabs the sword, and he crushes the dreams of Synthenegra Nubis on this elevator hill.
Gotta kill that last player alive. Got to make it pay. Gotta make it count.
Wow.
And that is gonna be 2-1 now. That is how different the game could have looked if it wasn't for the man on your screen in the moment. Now he's just swinging into town. This man's like a chimpanzee. He's flying around everywhere in the trees.
He really is. He is Tarzan reincarnate. This has been wild. You look at this perfect little... He can't even get there in time. The team's picking up the kills. These guys also playing on a crazy sensitivity. The sensitivities are different in Mexico City, let me tell you.
I've noticed this.
These kids are wild. Absolutely loving what I'm seeing. But is that the dagger? Is that the coffin, essentially, for the side of CN Nubis? It's another hill that they should have gotten that they will not convert on. And now Synthenegra X also 50% of the way or more on the repulsor tunnel hill as well.
I was going to say, if Nubis want to get back into... Oh, my feet. Oh, take my breath away. Sepstars, exactly what you did there, and now Heavenly's going to challenge, and if you've just seen what happened, it's probably not the best idea. A little bit of help comes in from Lior, but, I mean, Sepstars is a superstar in the making by the looks of things here for Synthenegra X.
Beautiful stuff. Look at this, a little more time on the board, and Sepstar's probably going to get this kill as well. Traded out, so there is presence here from Nubis in the back. That will be 3 dead. Dolan's the last player alive. He's on Sneaky. He gets pushed back, so a little bit more time here for CN Nubis. Maybe they can find a way back in this game.
I think the point I was trying to make just before everything went a little bit crazy was if there is a hill after that bottom middle hill that you feel is scrappy, that you feel could be contested, that you feel could be a problem for Tintonegra X to lock down, then maybe the
Chico!
he lands on the platform though. Dolan's not looking. Oh, Chico bounce. Whew, soft landing that time.
Almost gave him the bounce there, did Chico, and now it's going to be more time here. Tick, tick, tick will go the point, and Dolan just staying alive with the sword being absolutely obnoxious. That will be the third on the board. First launch doesn't hit, but not to worry. He's just staying alive in the back of C, but 3-1 now. Only 1 point away. Yes, ooh, interesting. The shots didn't go his way in the end there. Those kills will not be traded out, and will be a Nubis win in the back of C, but regardless, 3-1, 1 point away for Tintonegra X to get the clean sweep.
And it's Hrimgel and Dolan again, the performance from the last game, who are leading the way in kills. Dolan certainly double positive. Hrimgel, he's got 15 kills on the board, but he's also got 14 deaths. So he's taking every fight he sees. He's getting aggressive. A lot of trades coming in for him.
Yeah, certainly just flying at the opponent, and so far it is certainly working with this lead that they have. And ooh, unfortunate for Chico. His nade actually does not get into the tunnel. It just gets just off the side of that Geo. That means Leor's going to pick up that kill, stay alive, and it will be 3 dead for CN Nubis here, and that will be time ticking up for Tintonegra X on what could be the game-deciding hill.
It's going to be an easy kill here for him as well. Just you can see the desperation starting to be a problem here for Nubis. They know that if they lose this game, they've lost the series, so they're starting to get a little bit desperate, starting to flood in one by one. But Gory Loco, that's crazy, living up to his name.
Absolutely fantastic shots, and doing it against Sepstars as well. That is not easy. He also repulsors up to stay alive, has a little bit of sword left in the back pocket, and 1 repulsor yet to play with as well. So this one's not over just yet.
There's going to be another one for him as well. The stick comes in though. It's so important to get that trade with a sword player. He will take that every single day of the week, especially if it's one of those close range battles. And Tintonegra X now get control of that camo, and in all the chaos, securing a power-up can be the difference maker. When everyone else is starting to get a little bit flustered, the heart rate's starting to go up, you can be the coolest man and come in for the backstab. There is one. Maybe an opportunity for a second here down on the bottom elevator as well. There's some nice shots, perfect shots. There's the double. And now Chico Bounce finds himself as last player alive, and he will fall as well.
4 dead, and take a look at this. CN Nubis was on the doorstep of closing out that point. Look at the bottom of your screen, only a few ticks away from making this 3-2. However, now it's going to be Tintonegra X scoring once again, and they want to end it here.
Opportunity to do so, but look at CN Nubis. They're so close. They're so close. It's so tight. They're getting that second hill on the board. And if they do that, of course, we go back to that bottom middle hill, and that can make things very, very interesting. But the mid-bridge is looking a little bit congested at the moment, and Sepstars is certainly doing his best traffic warden impression to clear out those cars and those players who are running across at the moment, just clipping the wings of anyone who tries to challenge, and now they're moments away from closing it out.
A Gandalf impression as well. You shall not pass there. He is the king of the bridge, and you will not be crossing it. Take a look at that, only moments away.
It should be it. You can see just a few moments left, and it will be 4-1. It will be 4-1 as Tintonegra X close out the series 3-0 in quite some fashion. But game 3 was probably the most notable one for Tintonegra Nubis. They certainly put up a fight that first hill. It's amazing what even one piece of objective work on your side in the score column can do for a team.
Indeed, and now as we look at the series as a whole, though, Tintonegra X, they wrote their history pretty clearly here. It will be Dolan, Leor, Hrimgel, and Sepstars advancing on in the winner's bracket in a 3-0 sweep, and that will give them continued momentum through the bracket.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this team play a little bit later on as well. I think they've been really, really impressive. Some of the individual stuff we were seeing from them was really, really at the top echelon of what you can expect to see from a Halo Infinite player. Maybe just lacking a little bit of discipline in certain areas. Again, being extremely harsh and being extremely critical, because when they match up against the likes of Knights, potentially later on in the bracket, they're going to have to be aware of those things. But statistically, Dolan, I mean, overall in that series, he must have been plus 30, pretty close to it in 3 games.
Wild, 17-8 in that last one. And keep in mind, that's a game where his team essentially went even. Take a look at the rest of the stats. That is him absolutely slaying out to make sure that they close that game out. And of course, a team effort across the board, but you can't help but notice those standout numbers.
Yeah, really, really impressive. On the other side of things, Heavenly had a little bit of a struggle in that series. Gory Loco, though, really good performance in some of those moments from him. We saw him hit some nice shock rifle shots, winning some battles with that battle rifle as he was falling from the skies as well. And like you say, Sobrio, 18 kills for him, only 12 muertes to go alongside it. So not a bad performance whatsoever.
Yeah, certainly. I think even though we do see a 3-0 in the series layout and we see a 4-1 here, I do think that the guys on Nubis have a lot to play for this weekend. They need to remember that because they've been a pleasure to watch throughout the weekend so far, and we know we're going to see more of them throughout these brackets. But in the end, it will be a convincing 3-0 for Cinta Negra X.
Convincing is the only word you could really use to describe it. Bazaar was a slaughter. Live Fire Slayer wasn't too far off of it, just narrowly avoiding that steak dinner. And King of the Hill Recharge was, again, just pretty convincing. A few shaky hills, we will say, for Cinta Negra X, and Cinta Negra Nubis certainly gave them a run for their money. But we didn't get to see Streets. We didn't get to see Aquarius Slayer. And we're so far, Andy. Oh, my goodness. So far, Andy. Sorry, I've just had to cast with Dan for a week. We haven't been blessed with a game 4 yet.
We haven't. But to be honest, that's how it goes, right? You and I get the 3-0s, and that's just how it's been as we take a look at some highlights from that last one. And it seems that Clutch and Gaskin do get the game 5s. And to be honest, you know, it's kind of nice to sit back, you and I watch the game 5s. I don't really mind it. And those gentlemen are fantastic at what they do. So they provide a good show for us as well. Speaking of good shows, it was Gory Loco there that helped really control that first hill. They got a perfect timing on the 3 dead. That was the first point, but it was a very different story thereafter.
Yeah, I mean, this was the hill, I think, that kind of just broke Nubis, unfortunately. You know, you saw Chico Bounce go in, but I think it was Lior, right, in this... Oh, sorry, excuse me, it was Hrimgel who stayed alive again and managed to get this double kill, which just slowed everything down. And not only that, stayed alive. He doesn't stay alive here. Players probably don't spawn pipes, can't get into a position to help him. So a huge moment in the game. And Sepstars, again, he just seems like one of those players. Maybe statistically didn't look like a standout, but individually in those important fights, he always seems to be on top.
Yeah, it's great stuff here. Look at Chico Bounce. He's actually going to hit the bounce. Stays alive. Wins the first one against Leor. Almost does it against Dolan as well. This is a great play from Gory Loco, but Leor with the death stick, as you called out. So important to get those death sticks on the sword player whenever you can.
This is a nice shot again, just as well, it was a nice shot, I promise you that. We didn't quite catch it on the replay on the player, just crossing that mid-bridge and almost finding his way into Turbine for that challenge on the hill. But that is going to be the series done, Andy. Another 3-0. Another convincing performance from Cinta Negra X, and I think so far in this tournament, you would have to say, well, in my opinion, I'm not going to say you have to say because I'm not you. Is Cinta Negra X, Cinta Negra, and Pittsburgh Knights are looking like the strongest.
They certainly are, and I think there's been a lot of stories told about these teams over the past 2 weeks and the way that they've met, and also, of course, the Cinta Negra first squad and now Cinta Negra X, certainly giving them a run for their money as well. It sounds like we might have Lottie ready for a little bit of a breakdown in that last series, so we'll get back to her in just a second. Lot, what'd you think? A pretty good series there.
Yeah, I've got to say, an incredible series from Cinta Negra X. You know, the boys kind of called it as well. You know, Gaskin, I asked you who you're favoring here. You said Cinta Negra X just based on what you've seen. And I'll tell you what, your eyes have not deceived you, sir. They certainly were right. What a lights out kind of series we saw from them. I feel like we've kind of had that pretty much day 1 and 2 bar 1 game 5. You know, it has been very one-sided so far. My question is, you know, are we seeing more of a comparison now as they push on through that bracket, coming up against Cinta Negra? Are we going to see a better game here? Is this where they meet their match? Is this where we get some close games?
I think so. I think this is where now we get to the winners bracket semis when the top 4 seeds start to play each other. These games are going to be a lot closer. I'm not going to guarantee they won't be 3-0s because I still think the top 2 teams have the potential to play that lights out, that they could make it a bit of a sweep. But certainly these should be closer games. They should be a little bit more exciting, more palatable for the viewers. But really, Cinta Negra are probably looking at that performance from Cinta Negra X and saying, are we still going to be the number 1 Cinta Negra team from what we've just witnessed? Because all tournament long, Cinta Negra X have demonstrated that they have what it takes to compete with the top. So I think it's going to be a very exciting winners bracket semi.
Yeah, I certainly do think it's going to be very exciting. I'm really hoping for a very close matchup here. I'm hoping that this is where we see a big clash, just in terms of, you know, the viewership, fans, what we want to see. We want to see something exciting and close. Clutch, you know, looking at this Cinta Negra X roster and what they've kind of produced and doing that direct comparison, you know, let's say Cinta Negra were watching in the wings and they are looking at what to expect. You know, what can they pick apart? What potential problems, small little mistakes, mishaps can they pick up on?
Yeah, I'm not going to focus on the problems as much as I'm going to say I think it's going to be a realization as far as, hey, we're going to have to bring our A game here, right? Because I think if Cinta Negra X has shown us anything, that they look strong. And a lot of different facets. They look very strong. Individual skill, teamwork, execution on strategy as far as setups and taking advantage of opportunities that the other team is now like giving you. I think if Syntenegra is going to take anything away from sitting back in the looms watching that series is, hey, we need to come focused, and any opportunity to defend the Syntenegra title, as we'll call it, the championship, it's going to be needed, because these guys on Syntenegra X, they've been playing pretty lights out all weekend long. The Syntenegra original squad, the OG as Dan's going to call them, is a very strong team themselves. But I mean, in my opinion, as long as Andy and Mark don't cast this is going to be a bash, and these could go the distance.
That is very true. They have cursed. Majority of the series that they've been casting, they have been 3-0s. Speaking of results, speaking of 3-0s and series, let's take a look at the bracket right now and see the updates that are coming through with all the results that we have been getting, of course, here, day 2 of the MX Regional Finals. We do have Syntenegra versus Syntenegra X after that 3-0 clean sweep from them in their quarterfinals. We're waiting for results to come through for Alta Esports versus Timber Esports as well, which we'll see soon. We have our elimination bracket matches happening very shortly as well. Chosen Squad versus Last Chance, Syntenegra A Day versus Team Smog. So currently only have the results of the game we just watched, but I do think that mini championship of Syntenegra, the pride in place, that's going to be an exciting one for sure as we get into the winners semi-final as well. We need to talk though about a power performance, and it is our AMD power performance, and it is going to be Sepstars from Syntenegra X. This guy was popping off, in particular on CTF Bazaar, where they did get that 5-0. He had 25 kills. Oh my god, this guy can be absolutely insane, and as you can see, the growth is definitely there. I mean, the growth in damage is absolutely insane. Gaskin, what did you notice about Sepstars so far in this tournament and why he's so good?
I think considering Sepstars came into this tournament after kind of making a change and arguably being dropped from his previous team, there was always going to be, it was going to go one of two ways, right? Was he either going to flop, or was he going to suddenly turn into a new beast and be inspired by that team swap? And it really does seem to be the latter. He has been explosive throughout this tournament. You can see how his KD has improved, his damage has improved. It's almost like that was the fuel he needed to turn into the player that we've seen today. So I'm really excited to see where he goes and where he can take this squad throughout the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, me too, definitely. I think, looking across the squad as well and looking at superstars, excuse the pun, with Sepstars, we do have quite a few of them on Syntenegra X. I mean, Lior, he's definitely one to know. We saw him have a ridiculous game also in that Bazaar CTF where he had a ridiculous amount of assists, and you can see the team kind of dynamic coming forward there with that. But we also had Dolan in that final game as well, 17 and 8, huge numbers from him. And we talk about X Factor players quite often here in the Halo Championship Series. Do you think Syntenegra X Clutch have an X Factor player?
I honestly don't. I think these guys have all stepped up at their own individual times, and it's going to take that in order to create upsets against the OG Syntenegra squad, against a team like PK Knights. It cannot be done by an individual. It will not be done by an individual. These guys are going to have to all be playing at a very high level. Fortunately, they've shown that they can do that. So it's a matter of consistency. It's a matter of being able to keep up once the pressure starts to add, once the pace starts to get a little bit faster and the better teams start to compete. But so far, so good for Syntenegra X. I think that all 4 players show that they are capable of playing at the next step in the bracket.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, before we head to a quick break, wanted to talk about the other half of that series, which is, of course, Syntenegra and Nubis. We haven't mentioned them yet. And, I was actually expecting a little bit of a closer and tighter series, a little bit more fight from them, especially with players like, Chico Bounce and what we've seen in terms of their confidence coming forward, especially in day 1. And Gaskin, do you have any words for them as they kind of progress through the elimination bracket and look into, going a little bit further and trying to make a run still yet?
Keep bouncing, keep enjoying yourselves. Like, when you get back on that main stage, you can make up for the losses that you've had. Don't worry about it too much. I think that it's very easy to kick yourself, but I think they'll know they were beaten by the better team in that situation. Maybe they should have won against Alta Esports earlier and they would have had a slightly easier bracket, you could argue. But now you've just got to focus on that elimination bracket.
Yeah, indeed. And I got to say, stop fighting over power weapons in the last second. Focus on getting kills. That sniper battle at top mid on live fire. was kind of gnarly. It's kind of crazy.
Gnarly.
But I'm excited to see them come back and bounce back into action here at the MX Regional Finals. We're going to head to a break right now, folks. But when we come back, we're still progressing through our championship bracket, trying to get some more results on the board. Stick with us, and we'll see you right after this. Promise.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part
against the sword now as a reward.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS MX Regional Finals. We're joined by Onset and Bravo. My name is Lottie. I am hosting all weekend, and I'll tell you what, we are getting through this championship bracket one way or another, folks. And we're on to our next winners quarterfinals, which I'm really excited about. We did have a little bit of a gauntlet where we had Sintenegra X proving themselves once again up against another Sintenegra team. Nubis, unfortunately, falling short there, but they will be facing Sintenegra, the OG, as Dan likes to call them as well, a little bit later on. So excited for that semi-finals, but we move on to the bigger picture now, which is our next series, to find out who's filling in those gaps for us on the scorelines. Onset Brav, are you excited about the match that we have coming up next? It's going to be Alter versus Timbers, and they're going to be meeting Knights in the semi-finals, which is going to be, I was going to say, a bit of a pain in the neck for one of these teams. It's going to be a real tough kind of opponent to come in and face to, but I got to say, what an epic start, you know, to meet them in the semi-finals against Alter or Timbers. What are the odds on this series, do you think, Onset?
Well, first of all, I'm going to say I'm in a state of permanent excitement.
Hell yeah, we're excited.
There's a Halo tournament on. Of course we are, lot.
Oh, yeah.
Secondly, I thought for a second it sounded like you'd lost your mind, because with the amount of Sintenegra team, you got it perfectly right, by the way. You didn't. It just made me laugh, because you were like Sintenegra X. Unfortunately, move against Sintenegra, and then there was Sintenegra, and I was like, what is happening right now? But you got it right. You nailed it. And on to your final question, which was, is it going to be a tough test for the winner of this next game? My answer is yes, because Knights have been really impressive.
They have been really impressive. I also feel like this is a really good matchup, though, in terms of a warm-up for this potential semi-final coming forward here as well, Brav, because Alter Esports obviously just completing a reverse sweep. We love to see that. Thank you. And then, obviously, of course, we've got Timbers Esports, who really have been under a bit of fire so far this kind of first few days. You know, they haven't really been performing, in fact underperforming, to be honest, in terms of who they have on their roster. Obviously changes that have been made to this team as well. You know, I think we expected big things just based on what we've seen in the MX Super from this actual organization name, and it just hasn't been delivering. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great series as well. And I think this is the story of two similar teams on a similar path, right? Timbers and Alter, I think we as fans want to see big things from these organizations and all these players, without a doubt. And I think the players themselves will be the first to say that the weekend hasn't gone the exact direction that they maybe had wanted so far up until this point. So the fact that they are sitting right in the top left of that winner's bracket is pretty interesting. And I think, granted, they're going to be really proud that they're here, right? They made it out of pool. They made it out of pools into the winner bracket, and this is where they're going to sit. However, I think they both know they need to step up in a big way if they want to, first of all, beat one another, but second of all, have any chance against the Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, 100% with you there, Brav. And let's talk about Timbers Esports right now. Let's face them. Let's let them face the music, excuse me, and talk about really what's missing with this roster. You know, they fell to Knights, they fell to Sintenegra X, you know, both two really good teams. However, Timbers Esports, they want to show that they're also a really good team. Onset, for you, what is the missing piece of this puzzle right now?
It seemed like they just had a lack of a clear game plan on how they wanted to approach game types yesterday. They were sort of playing a little bit off the cuff, and you can't afford to do that when you get to a tournament. We mentioned some of the team changes. I mentioned that also some of these players have played together previously, but they need to work out how they want to approach certain game types and get on the same page, because individually we know what these players can do. But they were tested yesterday by just teams who looked like they had a little bit more organization and were able to pick them off one by one to give them a numbers advantage. And Alter Esports, full of confidence. I mentioned this earlier. There's nothing better to come onto the main stage and play again after you just probably put in the performance of a lifetime for these players. That reverse sweep is something that will live in the memory for quite some time. And Timbers Esports, they're going to have a test for sure. And this could be a very tough tournament for them if they do not pick up this win. That would have been multiple losses already at the tournament, something I don't think anyone would have expected.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And you know, looking at this roster just a little closer as well, Timbers Esports, Nugget, Strikey, Noble, Gambino, some notable names here as well, Bravo. And, you know, we're looking at kind of the teamwork, the dynamic of this team as a whole and kind of, you know, the problems that they've been having. But what can they do well? What have you noticed about this squad that really, when they put it together and it works, it really starts to pop off for them?
Yeah, some elusive and shadowy characters on that team too, if you ask me. Yeah, based on what we're seeing. But I couldn't agree more with the way that we've seen them play so far. Keep in mind, if you watch the Mexico Super, right, a lot of these guys were on the Legends Never Die roster, and the fact that we then saw them as Timbers thereafter. Excuse me, the Timbers at the MX Super prior to that. Legends Never Die, and of course we've seen so many great things from Gambino. I just don't think they found exactly what they need to in terms of maybe the timing. I think is the biggest thing for them. There's different ways that teamwork issues can manifest, and I think in Halo Infinite it tends to be a timing issue. Even if you're doing the right damage, engaging just a few seconds too early can really put your team in a bad spot. So you really can't say enough about how you have to be completely on the same page in Halo Infinite, because all it takes is a few seconds too early or too late and your team push will not be successful.
Yeah, 100%. I think organization is going to be so important to the roster. And as you can see, the roster in front of us right now as well. And yeah, look, less shadowy individuals on the Timbers side for sure. We can see them in all their glory here. And they're looking for this win. They're looking for something to bring that confidence back onto this main stage, because they've got quite a big day ahead of them. They have quite a big day ahead of them tomorrow as well if they want to make a big run here. And I think in terms of Alter Esports, we've seen some really good stuff from this team. I mean, a reverse sweep, and I think a lot of people can kind of talk about reverse sweeps as like a 50-50. It's like, oh, well, maybe the team at the beginning lost momentum and they just picked up the pieces again. Not quite. Alter Esports had such a big turnaround on Catalyst CTF on set. I mean, what an incredible victory that was to start turning things around and push the momentum in their favor. And it just felt like their objective work just got so much better from that point on. So, you know, Alter Esports, what are you expecting to see from them this series?
I think the game number one, this is the series I was talking about the importance of game number one, right? Because if Alter Esports keep going with that momentum that we saw from that last series that we saw them on the main stage, where everything just starts to click around that game three, like you were saying, all of a sudden they found a rhythm, they found the 1v1 ability, they found everything they needed to pull off the reverse sweep. If game number one goes their way, then there's no reason to change the way they're playing, no reason to think about what they have to do to counteract a new opponent and how they might have to fight back once again. For Timbers, it's the complete opposite story. They've been in such a rough spot for the majority of this tournament. Pool play didn't go their way, and now you find themselves going up against a very hot team who are coming into this series with nothing to lose at this point. If they don't lose that game number one, they're going to be questioning themselves immediately. So it's so vital in this series that whoever gets that first game on the board gets it on the board and gets it done in some way where they have the confidence to move on through the rest of the series as well.
Yeah, without a doubt, I think it's definitely going to be vital. I think series layout is going to be very important for this one as well. I think as well, when talking about Alter Esports, something I really loved about this roster and what I saw in the second half of their series going up against Sintonegro Anubis was the fact that they had controlled aggression, but they knew when to turn it on and off, and they started becoming a lot more aggressive within that Catalyst Slayer. You know, we saw Sintonegro Anubis actually start to overextend quite a lot and actually produce a lot of momentum for Alter Esports. They knew what to do with it, and I think, you know, that's one of the big things, you know, about the game, Rob, is having these moments, being given these moments and opportunities, and knowing what to do with them and how to use them correctly. And I think Alter Esports kind of woke up and started doing that in their series.
Oh, totally. Couldn't agree more. And it goes along with what we were saying earlier as well, just the fact that you need to all be on the complete same page. And I think there are times, it's rare, but there are times in Halo Infinite where you do have to slow things down. And I think if you look at a game like Halo 5, it was really a hold forward 99% of the time game. Halo Infinite's maybe just a little bit less than that. There are times where you do need to slow down. Let opponents spawn. You don't have to be flying at every single second, and I think the teams that can distill that down and find those differences, those nuances, are certainly going to be the ones that find success.
Yeah, certainly will be. And I'll tell you what, somebody who is finding success, Zaron, on set, he was really slaying, helping so much and significantly with numbers for Alter Esports. You looking at him as the X factor of this team, or have you got something else in mind?
Well, if it goes to a Game 5, then certainly he is the legend of Game 5s. Wes was saying that his story is going to be paraded through the streets of Mexico for quite some time. We'll have to see if that happens again, but there's going to be pressure on every player. I think you get to that point in a series now and in a tournament where you're playing someone of a similar standard and you can't afford for any player to have a lax series. It's great if someone pops off, but everyone has to do their job. You can't afford to carry a player through a game, let alone a series. So everyone has to perform. I think that Zauron probably found and learned something about himself in that game 5 that players have to go through to grow. It's that you have the ice to go in for those final kills and put in a performance like that. And if you can do that, and you can have your teammates look at you as the guy that's going to perform when they need you the most, it's a great position to be in. But it also adds a little bit more pressure on his shoulders. So for Ulta Esports, I think try and take the pressure off of Zauron. Try and perform yourself. Try and make sure that his job is as easy as possible to do.
Yeah, 100%. I think it is going to be a lot of that team impact and kind of what individual skill can kind of also take the pressure off, if that makes any sense. And I think sometimes all it takes is, you know, one teammate to start popping off, getting numbers, slaying just a little bit, creating those openings to take a little bit of pressure off. You know, Halo Infinite is such a big numbers game that when you don't have numbers on your side, it starts getting a little bit scary. That is for sure. It starts getting so scary. So when it comes to Timbers Esports, who have yet to have numbers, unfortunately, within their series, it has been really tricky. And, you know, being able to kind of combat these issues and these problems has to start now for Timbers Esports. I think it's so imperative that they turn this around. It's going to be difficult. Ulta are going to be feeling themselves. They're going to be feeling extremely comfortable. We're actually currently waiting for everything to get set up on the main stage. As you can see, some of our players are warming up, making sure everything is good to go. We're just making sure no tech issues are coming forward. But I am excited about this series. I want to quickly ask Onset though, do you think this is going to be close? I think today I've kind of been hoping for close games or predicting potential close-ish games, and it just hasn't really happened. But Timbers versus Ulta, what do you think?
I think it's probably two of the closest skilled teams we've seen to each other so far in this tournament. You can take it on. I always say, like, online gives us an indication of how teams are playing, right? But LAN is the true test for everybody. Everyone's on the same connection. Everyone, all of the online shenanigans doesn't happen. So you've got players who on LAN at this tournament have shown me that they're a very similar skill level and seem to be teamwork wise around the same as well. So I think Ulta Esports, if you came before this tournament started, I would have said Timbers win this series. But with the way that Ulta Esports have been playing on that main stage, I do think it's going to be close. And I think that they're going to have to really work hard, Timbers, to take this series home. And it wouldn't be too much of a surprise for me to see Ulta Esports actually take this one home. Also, shout out to Nick Harrison there on the stage from 343. Wonderful human,
great
guy.
Nick. Amazing.
Hero.
Absolute hero, absolute legend. You know, looking at everything as a whole, and with the schedule coming up, we actually do have filled in the gaps of the schedule, which is great. I haven't seen this yet.
Yeah, let's take a look at this.
We're looking at this in real time, people. We do have Timbers Esports versus Ulta Esports happening, getting ready on the main stage. And then we have Cinta versus Cinta X, which is going to be the battle of the Dan Gaskin, newly appointed something in Cinta. Not sure what his actual role is there, but it is something significant. He is also going to be paying a close attention to his favorite org here in the LATAM region. And then we obviously do have a final game of the night, which I didn't actually manage to see on the schedule, but I tell you what, it's going to be a banger. Looking at everything overall though, Brav, I kind of want to bring this conversation in while we're waiting, is how much of a big deal this is going to be to this region.
Yeah.
You know, I've kind of bigged it up from the beginning, and rightly so. We have so many teams here, the most we've had ever in the LATAM region. This is the biggest prize pool we've ever had, and not only that, we have so much on the line in terms of qualification. Going into Orlando, the first season of Halo Infinite, you know, how important is this for our LATAM teams, and how much do they want to win this tournament? Because, you know, I feel like the passion is there.
I'll tell you a quick lot, because I hear there's a little bit of a break on the main stage coming. I mean, this means so much, I think, to every single player on these stages. And what was cool to hear in the pre-game interviews and then the pre-tournament interviews is there's a few players there, especially Elio, who's been here before. They're like, we understand what's at stake here. We're going to enjoy every single moment. We're only in this venue for 4 days. And they're going to make sure that they make the most of it. But keep in mind, this is the beginning of the story, right? They're going to get a lot of cash prize here. They're going to get their spots to Orlando, and they're going to look to go to Worlds after that. It's a pretty wild next few months for these teams.
It really is, and honestly, just so much more to invest into these series while you're watching, just knowing exactly what is on the line and how badly these guys want it. And I'll tell you what, I really badly want this series to start. So I'll tell you what, go get a drink, go get a snack. I'm going to take us to a break, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have some action to show you guys. So we'll be back in a few.
I
Goblin them wigs is an overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
I've got you under my skin.
no importa realmente el resultado, simplemente hay que dar un buen espectáculo y hay que intentar hacer el mejor trabajo posible.
Y llegar al campeonato o al regional, pues normal, no es la primera vez que juego esto.
Pues un poco nervioso porque sientes como que todas las miradas en ti, entonces lo único que yo espero de mí es hacer lo que siempre he hecho bien desde mi casa, venir a jugar aquí y hacerlo bien como lo he hecho ya. Lo importante es que aunque tú llegues más alto o llegue a convertirse en un trabajo, lo que haces un poco es que siempre lo veas como algo divertido y que te apasiona.
La primera vez que jugué Halo fue, digamos que de forma casual, desde que se dejé el juego allá por el 2001, pero compitiendo fue allá por más o menos como el 2012, 2013 fue mi primer torneo.
Estaba con mis primas, me enseñaron un juego que se llama Halo 1 y desde ahí pues me enamoré de la serie.
Creo que todos desde que empezamos a competir o a conocer esto es a donde esperamos llegar siempre. Está bonito, chido.
Mi mejor anécdota es en un torneo así de Halo 4. Íbamos 4-4 en el score. Me aventé un overkill, no sé dónde me aventé el overkill, regresé a la bandera, me la llevé y todo el mundo estaba gritando mi nombre.
La mía fue en un torneo, que también fue un LAN, donde nos enfrentamos contra un equipo que era algo fuerte. Nadie se esperaba que en ese entonces el equipo con el que estaba les ganábamos y ganamos 3-2 por nosotros. Eso fue.
Pues la mía, sinceramente, yo creo que es esta. Llevo tiempo compitiendo, pero un torneo así de
En el 2016 llegué a ganar la primera regional que se llevó de Halo, el Halo World Championship, el primer torneo, y el hecho de que el Chosen ganara ese torneo, nos ganáramos nuestro pase al mundial y todo lo que conllevaba eso, jamás voy a olvidar ese día, jamás voy a olvidar la experiencia de estar hasta arriba en el top y de que pues como el sueño de niños se haya cumplido.
Pues la verdad se siente muy emocionante y me siento inspirador.
Pues para mí la verdad es como que fue un sueño, entonces en este primer Halo que me dedico competitivo y llegar a estas instancias pues, muy emocionante.
No es mi primera LAN, ya llevo compitiendo algunos años y me emociona mucho volver a competir. Volver a estar ya en escenarios más profesionales aumenta la emoción y pues tenemos que darlo todo el día de mañana.
Me acuerdo que mi papá vivía en Estados Unidos y de vez en cuando nos mandaba juegos y entre uno de ellos venía el Halo, el primerito. Entonces lo jugué y me enamoré de ese juego.
Mi mejor anécdota es en finales de Halo 4. Llegamos, digamos, siendo los rivales más débiles y terminamos siendo los campeones de ese torneo de Halo 4. Torneo muy largo, pero esa es mi mejor experiencia. O sea, poder ser campeón nacional ha sido mi mejor experiencia.
Yo creo que va a ser la más reciente competitivamente. Fue cuando fue mi primer torneo.
Tengo muchos, pero mi favorito fue mi primera LAN, porque no conocía a nadie y yo ya traía amistades en el fútbol. Entonces, conocer a todas estas personas, como que sabía que tenía un amigo por un juego. No me esperaba algo así. Creo que ha sido de mis mejores experiencias.
Pues la verdad se siente muy emocionante y más que nada inspirador.
Pues para mí la verdad es como que fue un sueño, entonces en este primer Halo que me dedico competitivo y llegar a estas instancias es muy emocionante para mí.
No es mi primera LAN, ya llevo compitiendo algunos años y me emociona mucho volver a competir. Volver a estar ya en escenarios más profesionales aumenta la emoción y pues tenemos que darlo todo el día de mañana.
Me acuerdo que mi papá vivía en Estados Unidos y de vez en cuando nos mandaba juegos Y entre uno de ellos venía el Halo, el primerito. Entonces lo jugué y me enamoré de ese juego.
Mi mejor anécdota es en las finales de Halo 4. Llegamos, digamos, siendo los rivales más débiles y terminamos siendo los campeones de ese torneo de Halo 4. Torneo muy largo, pero esa es mi mejor experiencia. Poder ser campeón nacional ha sido mi mejor experiencia en todo.
Yo creo que va a ser lo más reciente competitivamente. Cuando en el primer torneo.
Tengo muchos recuerdos, pero creo que mi favorito fue mi primera LAN, porque no conocía a nadie y yo ya traía amistades en el offline. Entonces, conocer a todas estas personas, como que sabía que tenía un amigo por un juego, y no me esperaba algo así. Creo que ha sido de mis mejores experiencias.
Siempre es como un reto porque obviamente el nivel es muy alto y pues yo que vengo desde los lugares de infección en Halo 5 y fuga, pues es como un salto de nivel muy grande.
Después de que inviertes tanto tiempo a algo y luego da frutos, o al menos tienes la oportunidad de intentarlo, pues se siente bien.
Mis papás me habían regalado el primer Xbox y en unas vacaciones vino un primo y trajo su Halo. Y ya nada más lo veía jugar a él porque pues nada más teníamos un control, pero pues, el juego era, pues, no lo sé, era increíble para mis ojos, ¿no? Era revolucionario.
Antes nada más era salir a disparar y a ganar tu gunfight, y ahora es aprender toda una rotación, los respawns, bastantes cosas que están en el juego.
Una vez que estábamos esperando a Cepsa y de repente empezó a llover mucho y no escuchaba nada más que su lluvia en su micrófono, y aún así le ganamos un equipo era un equipo muy muy pesado en ese entonces. Fue como divertido que entre risas y el juego pues los ganamos y fue divertido.
Hoy estamos aquí compitiendo y vamos a tratar de hacer un buen papel.
De Halo 1 empecé a jugar así con mis primos y mis amigos, y ya después desde ahí ya pues me gustó.
Mi primera vez que tuve interacción con Halo fue en el Halo 1 por culpa de mi hermano, y desde ahí ya empecé a jugar en todas las campañas, hasta posteriormente matchmaking en Halo Reach.
Digamos, yo soy de Colombia, entonces los conocí a ellos como hace 5 años. Primero jugué en contra de ellos y ya después a los años pues, me uní al equipo de ellos.
Una regional que íbamos a jugar en el 2017 y nosotros no podíamos jugar porque éramos menores de edad. Como 5 días antes de ese evento nos dejaron jugar y la ganamos, y no habíamos entrenado nada.
Pues que me diera pick-up un team de Estados Unidos. Es que los entrenamientos son contra gente mejor, entonces pues uno aprende más.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Halo Mexican Regional. HCS is starting to heat up here in Mexico City. Alongside Wes Clutch, of course, as we'll be taking you through this next series. It will be our 5th series of the day, and we've got another winner's bracket matchup here, Wes. And this is looking like it's going to be a spicy one. Timbers Esports versus Alter Esports, an open bracket team against a pro team who's maybe not performed so well so far. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Timbers didn't have a great day yesterday. That's the big question here. Is this Timbers just slipping up, maybe not being as prepared for LAN, needing to find their footing in the tournament, or is the names on Timbers maybe not as intimidating as we once thought? Are the players maybe not up to snuff? And questions to be asked going into the series. Alters Esports is obviously a team that came on the back of the reverse sweep against Centenegra Nubis, and they look good doing so. And how far can they ride that momentum is the other question you got to ask. So I would still favor Timbers here coming into this series with just the names and the status in the scene alone, but that only lasts for about a game, Dan, maybe even a spawn in the first game before intimidation factor is removed out the window. So we need to see some life out of Timbers Esports, and we need to see it early in this series.
Yeah, we need to see something different, that's for sure, because Timbers Esports did not look like the squad we were expecting. However, when we look at the MX Super, that was a couple of months ago at this point, these two teams, they kind of finished in the same spot, right? 5th/6th. That's where these two guys both found themselves. I know there's been a slight change in this Timbers Esports roster when they were previously on a different side. They were previously Legends Never Die. But this is going to be our series layout on your screen, similarly to the one you just watched in the previous winners bracket quarterfinals. We've got Capture the Flag Bazaar to start us off, Slayer Livefire, and then you can read the rest, of course. Wes, Capture the Flag Bazaar to start things off. Do you think that favors either side, or do you think it's just one of these that's going to be an absolute slugfest?
You know, it's tough to say. Bazaar is like such a specific style, and when it comes to the map mode, especially CTF on that, so it may come down to just a personal preference of the teams. But I mean, we watched Alter Esports have a significant advantage in the Catalyst CTF the last time around against that Centenegra Anubis roster. It was a 5-0, it was a clean sweep, and they looked efficient in their objective play during that CTF game. So if I've learned anything about Alter Esports is that, hey, maybe CTF is the mode that they look forward to in these series. If you're Timbers Esports, you got to get off on the right foot as well. And a lot of these guys like Nugget, Gambino, Noble, I mean, those guys were pretty solid at Halo 5. I know that they've been playing at least a couple of Halos up until this point. And when you say that about players, you typically look for the CTFs to be that renowned game type that they can go back to, that are the basics of just about every Halo throughout time. CTF is pretty much the staple mode that determines the better team, so they should have good fundamentals as well.
They should, and it should all be looking good coming into Halo Infinite, but shoulda, woulda, coulda, and we have seen that things have not necessarily been the same way in this tournament as they were back in the MX Super and, of course, back in Halo 5. As for Alter Esports, you could argue they've been overperforming now, considering they came through their pool 2nd place after coming out of Open. When we saw them on main stage, first of all, like, they got 3-0'd and we were like, oh, okay, maybe this Alter Esports, you know, they were an open team, they slapped the open bracket, but they're going to struggle a little bit. But no, they blew through the rest of their group, and now they find themselves as one of the higher seeds coming into this, and arguably the higher seed in this game. Even though they are the blue team, they did perform better in their group than Timbers Esports did. So we'll see whether that will still have them as the favorites coming into this series or not. In terms of kind of players to watch, Wes, is there anyone you're kind of really focusing on? Because there's a lot to choose from. Everyone's kind of been playing pretty impressively out of these guys.
I think when you're talking about both of these teams, I'm looking at Gambino to really have a great tournament. And so far, we haven't seen too much out of him. But for him to have experience playing with the PK boys, you have to think that that experience can roll over to the rest of his career, right? He should know how to play with a high-level team, and can he bring that kind of high-level knowledge and pace and strategy to the rest of this squad? That's the big question for me. So far, we haven't seen it, but my eyes are going to be focused on the Gambinos of the world, the Nuggets, the Nobles, the guys that have been around for a while. Can they continue to push kind of their careers in the right direction, or is it going to be those new hungry players that come up and on the side of Alter Esports that's going to create upsets this early in the career and this big of a moment for them? That would be something special, because like you said, coming out of pool play undefeated, that was phenomenal. Second in your pool, that was probably the end goal, especially with some of the better teams that are in these pools. And then finding yourself in winners bracket, if you're able to get this first win, it just does so much for your weekend.
It certainly does, and you start to think about dreaming of Orlando, because you got to remember this is their first target for a lot of these teams, getting into that top 3 so that you can get Orlando guaranteed. And of course, winners bracket finals would be that top 3 guaranteed. So even though there's a couple of steps still to go, you are very close if you are getting a victory in this series, and it looks like we are almost ready. Thank you for bearing with us as everything was getting ready. We're into the first game of this series, Timbers Esports versus Alter Esports. It's Bazaar Capture the Flag, and if anything is to go by from the previous series, this is going to be an absolute burner.
Absolutely. On board with Nugget to kick this one off. The battle for Overshield is underway, and Nugget, he's blown up. Rockets going in the hands of Alter Esports, it appears, and with those rockets typically can go the Overshield, but those rockets, they got put to use. It does look like Overshield goes into the hands of Timbers, so trades across the board as far as the early power of the map, Dan, and that Needler just not enough to melt the Overshield player. Strikey's going to have the advantage for now.
I do like that he picked up the Needler, though. A lot of the times it gets ignored by a lot of players, but it does destroy people if you use it correctly. As a killing spree for Strikey in the early stages here. And he is starting to show what Timbers Esports are truly made of. Because I feel like Timbers, we've been giving them a hard time. Because admittedly, they played pretty poorly when we did see them on main stage. But now it's their chance in winners bracket, in bracket play, to show us why they should still be in the question as one of the top teams in this tournament.
Yeah, I still think that they're one of the top teams. It's just a matter of showing up and getting comfortable, right? I think we know who these Timbers Esports players are. They've been around the MX region for a while now, and I would be shocked to watch them kind of fall through the tournament without their names being heard at least once on the main stage in a positive light. So no surprise, Strikey's already got 9 to his name. If he keeps this up, he's going to drop a 60 burger by the end of this one. 10.5 minutes left, and he's slaying like it's a free-for-all. 9-0-1 right now, and you'd hope eventually Timbers Esports can push that into some transition into the objective. Unfortunately for them, the flag is returned. The battle at their base, they do end up winning, so Alter Esports going to come off respawn. Timbers Esports going to have control of the map now with Overshield coming up shortly.
It's always the frustrating thing about Bazaar. You get that flag so far across the map. One of your teammates has got literally 9 kills. He's been destroying everything, yet you still don't get the cap. Alter Esports do find themselves 3 dead again, though, and it's going to be another Overshield to work with for Timbers Esports. I'm just going to start calling them Timbers and Alter. I'm going to forget the Esports bit because it's actually annoying me that I've said Esports this much, and I just said it one more time.
It's pretty tough to say, I'll be honest. It's like I was thinking about that in our last series. Centenegro was another tough one to say, but then you throw an entire name at the end of it. Anubis X OG. I don't really. Centenegro can have their own OG, I guess, but I'm down for the Timbers Alter conversation here. And Grimsey, he's down bottom middle, no shield, in a lot of trouble. Trying to stay alive, does just that as rockets are coming up. You want to play your life. 10 seconds. Dynamo grenades in hands. Dynamo grenades out of the hands. Can't find too much damage though, and unfortunately for them and the rest of Alter, they're going to go down, and it's the wrong time to be going down. Dan, rockets coming up are going to be so influential on potentially the first cap of this game.
They're going down and they're yelling Timbers yet again, and now we'll see whether Alter Esports can try and do something from it, but
that was too easy.
Not 3 are dead. If you set me up, I will hit it out of the park every single time.
Every time.
They're waiting for a little bit of coverage, I think. Ambi, you know, he's looking to see if anyone is going to be spawning down towards Rocket area. But it looks like he is not going to enjoy his time. Instead, he probably needed to push with the team. He was hoping they were going to be able to get out with a flag, but they were not able to do so.
No, not able to do so. And Gambino, he's just a tad late to be able to help Noble out because they're kind of staggered pushing into the base. They get taken down, and Alter Esports, their defense is standing strong for now. Another trade's going to benefit them, honestly, as they have further resources to additionally impact the battle for Overshield. It looks like Alter is going to have the advantage this time around. And if there's anything we learned about Alter versus Nubis earlier in the tournament, Dan, it was when Alter didn't get the power-ups, they weren't having much success. But when they were able to start acquiring some of those power-ups, that's immediately when it transitioned to objective. Is this the moment where we see them on the offensive time for probably the first time in this game?
Great shots coming out from one of the Alter members, but unfortunately not coming to anything. And okay, at least you're able to finish that kill, and now Alter can start running this flag as well. But you need to protect this flag runner. He has to stay alive, which he does not. Great defense here from Timbers. Your first job is to make sure that that flag is stopped and does not get far enough that it can still be ran. And even though Atenius is going to stay alive here, this flag looks pretty dead.
Yeah, you need some slays in order for this flag to advance any further, and just not in a real position to get those slays. Speaking of positioning, though, Noble behind enemy lines, he's sniffed out. Respawners by the thrust, they take him down, able to pick up a queen kill there. And unfortunately, Timbers needs to coordinate more of a push before they're going to be able to get a realistic flag run going down, because I feel like so far, Dan, they're getting some slays, they're getting some map opportunity, but it's individual pushes that are really starting to punish them. And for how long can they hold off the pushes from Alter? Because Zalron, you know how when the series went longer and longer, the more of an impact he started to have. That game 5, he's still riding Cloud9 from that. You know he's confident right now on LAN, and Timbers, they need to figure out a way to stop that confidence from overwhelming them in this series.
Timbers are out slaying Alter at the moment. They just haven't been able to capitalize from any of their aggression. They haven't been able to get a flag, and it's Alter who are looking like they're in the ascendancy, and they're the ones who are moving this flag. It is running, but 2 of them have been taken down. And even though the last member is desperately trying to keep this flag running, Timbers surely should be able to stop him. There's too many bodies, but these last 2 remaining players are doing what they can to at least move it as far as possible. If you can get it into bottom middle, you are going to be in a good spot, but that's why there were no members trying to stop the flag. Overshield and Rockets were spawning, and I think their Timbers were prioritizing those first. They've been able to secure them, and now they can start doing some damage with them.
Yeah, it's a big moment in this game right now with Overshield and Rockets coming up at that 6-minute mark. You want to control some of this power. They're able to find one. Not able to get the Rockets, but the return will come through. The Rockets forced to be used on the player attempting to return the flag. And therefore that kind of a power curve in the match is immediately erased due to just a return, a reset of the map and control of it right now. So a highly contested first half of game 1 between Timbers and Alter, and if that shows us anything that's in store for this series, Dan, this one once again could be going the distance. The last time around we saw a 50-49 game 5.
Well, Onset said he feels like these are the 2 closest teams in terms of skill level that we've seen go up against each other so far, and he may not be far off it considering how close this one's been so far. Gambino tries to get that flag out, but immediately has to stop because 2 of his teammates have gone down, and even though he'll try and get the kill, which he will manage to secure it, this flag is going to be in no man's land once more. Someone needs to be able to try and get a touch here and try and get this flag moving. But I don't know if they're going to be able to. No, they're not. It's a return, so Gambino has to go back to stage 1 here, which is pulling the flag again.
Step 1, then step 2, then step 3. That's usually how it's done, Dan. And you try and skip those, and unfortunately, you'll still be looking at a 0-0 score line. But Gambino doing some good damage onto a thrust player, onto a second. That's created the difference in the numbers that Timbers now have in the enemy base. And they're gonna have this flag on the move. It's the furthest flight they've had of the game so far. With a couple of kills, this one's looking even better of an opportunity, but you got 1 player in your tree to deal with. Fortunately, you got a teammate in Strikey with the Bulldog in hand, able to be right there and to potentially keep that flag on the move. And yes, it is going to be in the base, and this will be Timbers jumping up to a 1-0 lead here momentarily.
Yeah, a great attempt from Alter to try and stop it once more, but Strikey played it patient enough. The plasma pistol will do enough damage, but not enough to actually get the kill. But certainly that overshield was whisked away there very quickly indeed. And Alter, who were thinking they would have had enough rhyme and reason to push with the overshield, now have to take a consideration. Do we actually go for this flag? Nuggets in the base, and the last remaining player will also let him know, say, here I am, and here's some extra shots into the body.
So now Timbers in the lead for what feels like the first time we've seen Timbers in the lead all weekend long. Was not the Friday they wanted, but Saturday, there's a reason we say not only is it a new day, but when bracket play starts, that's when your gameplay matters even more. Dan starting to showcase a little bit of the skill we know these guys are capable of. It's Strikey leading the pack with 23, Gambino shortly behind him with 20. Only 1 cap to their name, so the deficit for Alter to try and overcome, still not too much, but with time starting to dwindle down, you start to get worried. It's under 3 minutes at this point.
Honestly, when we saw this roster originally, I had them down as top 3, if not even top 2. Judging from the Legends Never Die roster that I thought looked really good, then you add Gambino to that, it seemed to all add up on paper, but when it's actually been in practice, it's not necessarily been as good as expected. But if they continue to build chemistry, there's no reason why they can't get into the upper side of the conversation of all these teams. Gambino will try and take the fight here on truck, but he'll lose that one. Grimsty is just waiting for those dynamos to try and put them in effect. Did get 1 out, but unfortunately it was a death nade, and Timbers Esports still find themselves very much in the ascendancy. They've got all of the control of the mid map right now. Only 2 minutes remaining as well. So Alter, they need to be thinking about trying to get a flag on the move soon.
Got to get on the offensive in order to get that job done, though, Dan. And Timbers has done such a good job so far throughout this first game of forcing Alter to play a majority of this game on the defensive side. Grimsty, as we hop on board with him, he's found an overshield, and this could be what we were waiting for. This could be what the doctor ordered, what the Alter fans want to see here and now. They got to push It's successfully going to result in a flag run, but not only that, 2 are going to go down, and you still have half of an overshield to work with. Respawners are for sure going to be on your side of the map, Dan, so you're going to have a numbers advantage as well. And because he has that overshield, he's able to make it through the double doors. He's going to be running it up, and there shouldn't be anybody here to deny this from being a tied-up game, and there we have it. Alter Esports with a minute and so on the clock. They're able to tie this one up.
And even though Timbers have about a 15 kill advantage when you look at the slays, Alter still are able to get a flag through and tie this game up. 1-1, 1 minute remaining until we go into overtime. But Timbers, they are pushing into the base. They're getting the slays. They look like they want to get this one done before overtime. Spawns are happening down towards the Bulldog area, so they will be able to get this flag into the middle of the map. But what's happening elsewhere? Gambino goes down. He will at least get a trade onto Paradise. But if the slays come through, if this goes through the double door, it should be an easy enough cap. But he has to double back. He knows there's someone there. And now the nades are going to come through. This is going to be absolute hell.
Yo, these grenades are doing so much damage. There was 3 players for Timbers that hit by 1 grenade in front of the double doors, Dan. And as this player in the back of the base bought enough time is the question. It was Grimsey trying to do everything for his team, and I do believe they've gotten the return. And with that return and 13 seconds left on the clock, you can best believe this is going to overtime. But what an unbelievable stop by Grimsey and the rest of the Alter team in order to get that return. It looked for sure like Timbers Esports was in a position where this one could have been over in regulation.
Overtime is looming. The pie chart ticking down. I don't think anyone's going to be in position to grab it, though, even though there is an overshield available. And it means that we will go to OT. And I do think that it's what it deserves, this series, already with how close the one was. I know that the slaying did go in favor of Timbers, but Alter, the way they were able to just whisk themselves across the map, be able to stop those flags consistently, they have made it such a hard time for this Timbers roster.
Wasn't easy, but Alter find a way in the last closing minutes to tie it up, find another way to stop the potential game-ending flag run from Timbers, and right now it's an even footing, a complete reset of the map, and it's going to benefit Alter as they get the first 3 kills of overtime in their favor to be aggressive with rockets. But Gambino, some perfect shots, shuts the first entry into their base down, gets a nice nade onto overshield as well, plays his life almost perfectly here, and now he's going to be able to re-engage with the shield.
Gambino, as he stops them and denies it. Double kill as well, and he has single-handedly just stopped an entire push, an entire wave of Alter. And maybe Alter were a little bit quick pushing in. Do you push in on your own there? Do you make sure you've at least got a 2 because you know the last remaining player is going to be hiding somewhere? Perhaps. But that doesn't mean we should disregard just how good of a play that was from Gambino. 27 kills on the board for him at the moment. They really are slaying out, and they're running a flag. 2 players up on both sides. This is going to be a real chance for another capture here, but you've got to play it correctly, and Grimsty's done well to stop it.
All right, it's a 2v2 situation. That flag's still on the move, though. Nugget tries to get the grapple on his way, but he gets taken down. The flag is going to take the corner route towards the Mangler spawn. Down below, and Strikey, he's going to be able to get that all the way through the rocket side. I'm not quite sure if anyone's going to be able to make it. We got grapple. There's a chance. Grimsty trying to find a way to get an angle, but can't do it. And Timbers Esports are going to take game 1 in overtime. Bizarre CTF, it's off the books. It's going to be a 1-0 lead for Timbers for now, and we're looking at a little bit different of a team this time around when Timbers is on the main stage, Dan. This is something we were looking forward to seeing was the case.
Crowd starting to fill up in Mexico City as well. Not a seat left in the house for this series, and quite rightly so, because Timbers versus Alter was always going to be a closely contested one, as proven in game number 1. It had to go to overtime. Timbers, they did make it a little bit difficult for themselves. Admittedly, I think with all the slays they had, they probably should have won that a little bit sooner, but they get over the finish line. That's the important thing, and Bizarre does go that way sometimes because it can be quite easy to defend your flag. But Alter, they certainly gave themselves the best chance. They had runs as well. They had opportunities to win that game. They will know that. That can be quite draining for a team to put that much energy into stopping flags, into trying to win a game that arguably you are losing heavily in the slays. And then for that to be stripped away from you in those final moments is always going to be difficult. But I think they'll be happy with how they performed against a very strong Timbers side.
Yeah, I think you're hitting the nail on the head there as far as the energy spent there in game one to go to an overtime Bazaar CTF where you were on the defensive side for a majority of the time throughout the entire game. When you talk about the amount of energy you put into that game and you come away with a loss, that can be an exhausting loss, right? Like, it's very difficult to keep energy at the same high level as you came into the series with, especially after a grueling back and forth map like Bazaar, where you're not seeing a lot of success. You're making defensive stop after defensive stop, but it feels like you're having to make so many plays in order to do so. And on the other side, when you come away with a win after that, it can revitalize you going into game two. It can give you the energy you need in order to step up a level of play in game two. So we'll see if that's the case for Timbers here. But on the side of Alter, you want to find a way to rejuvenate yourself, take a deep breath, and understand that, hey, this is going to be a gauntlet of a series with the way that game one went. Let's make sure it doesn't get out of hand quickly, because a poor start to game two, Dan, could crush and crumble a team.
It really could. It could rip them apart. We'll look back at the replays as well of that game one, and I mean, it was full of action. There was constantly individual performances stepping up. I mean, Strikey at the start was absolutely going off. Gambino also had an amazing passage of play where he was able to defend a base almost solely against the rest of the opposition. But there was also moments from the likes of Grimsty, the likes of Paradise, when they showed what they were made of and showed that they could really hang with this Timbers roster, which does suggest to me that this may go the distance. But at the same time, judging by the amount of slaying power we've just witnessed, you would have to try and hedge your bets on it going in favor of this squad once more going into game number two, because no, it is going to be a Slayer. I know it doesn't always work like that, but that's the only way you have to make assumptions, certainly when it comes to Halo. But it was an amazing back and forth game. Wes enjoyed it very thoroughly, and I'm sure that viewers did as well.
Well, if we've learned anything about Alter Esports, is that they're a very resilient team, and even if they're down 2-0 and look like they're on their way out of the series, they may have something else to say about it. So game one obviously not going in their favor, but even if they are to lose game two, then you got to close the door on this team. We've seen a reverse sweep out of them already today, and in dramatic format as well. So very excited to see if Alter can rebound here. But for Timbers, can you consistently play at the high level and get the slays you need in order to punch wins on the board? That was the first win we've seen from Timbers, I believe, and it wasn't pretty, it wasn't easy, but I like the fact that they were able to outslay the other team. That shows you a little bit of dominance as far as the map presence and individual skill for this team starting to creep up, starting to show its head. And what a better time than the first round of bracket play.
Slayer Livefire is going to be map number 2. And I feel like we've seen so much Slayer Livefire as game number 2. It seems to be cropping up time and time again. I know that we obviously are having the same pool of game types in pool 1 and then going into the winners bracket quarterfinals here, but this is exciting. I love seeing the sniper rifle in action, and I love seeing what some of these teams have been doing with the sniper rifle as well. So I'm sure that this is going to be equally as exciting as the previous Slayers we had during pool play. Then we move over to King of the Hill Recharge for game number 3, Oddball Streets if we need it, and of course Slayer Aquarius if we need it as well. Slayer Aquarius, probably my favorite Slayer to decide a series. It really can come down to the 49-49 sometimes, where everyone's kind of turtling around trying to get for that last
Aquarius?
moment. You don't like it? No, you're not a fan?
Aquarius?
Yeah, I think that's the best Slayer.
Aquarius.
No, that's my favorite like game 5 Slayer to watch for sure.
Nah, I want to snipe in my game 5. I want somebody with an opportunity to just peel heads, make individual plays. Aquarius?
Yeah, but I feel like with a sniper on the map, there is the ability to snowball.
All about these, what do y'all call them? The fancy sticks, the
sizzle sticks.
Yeah. Is it because there's dynamo grenades on the map is why you guys like that so much, or what's going on?
Maybe. But it's also, with the sniper on the map, I feel like it can get quite snowbally. One team can really take control. But I agree with you. I feel like maybe, those pop-off moments are exciting. I guess you don't have that possibility with any of the power weapons that are on Aquarius, but I do find that it can be very tense on Aquarius. It can be those.
I feel like it's very fast-paced for sure. It's got that amplified feel to it, where when a team gets control, they're gonna test how good you are at coming off spawn to defend yourself. I'll give you that, but If you can,
that brings back some memories.
Take me back to Kansas City and some of the recharge slayers that we saw, especially when you're talking about the Sentinels Optic games and whatnot, and then Optic versus C9. Like, I think then and there I learned that, hey, Recharge Slayer probably wasn't my favorite game mode as a player, but as a spectator, when the teams are playing at such high levels and the game's and the game is coming down to like a couple of shots are going to determine who's the winner and loser. Give me that every day of the week. That was a very exciting opportunity. And of course, players make the match, but the sandbox always helps. That shock rifle really does create an opportunity for those guys like Royal 2, like Formal, like Frosty, Renegade to really step up and just showcase how much of a talent those guys really are.
They really are. And we've got some amazing talent here in the LATAM region as well as we get ready for game number 2. I miss Bazaar Slayer as well. No, I don't. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Me out. Somebody
I
on
definitely
set, where
don't.
are you?
Definitely don't miss that one. But you know, it's out of the rotation now, so we've got new maps and modes instead. But you know what we've always had? We've always had Slayer on live fire, sniper on the map, of course, and plenty of room to outplay your opponents and lots of passages to try and out-manipulate them and try and get behind them, as already the sniper rifle is going to be the hands of Grimsty here.
Every time we've watched Live Fire Slayer, somebody is going for that snipe off the break. You already know it was going to be Grimsty on the side of Altar. He gets taken down, though. Not able to do too much with it, actually. Doesn't waste any of the ammo, though, so you know it's going to still be impactful. It's just a matter of whose hands it falls into. Meanwhile, Paradise, he's made his presence known. He wins a big 1v1 there. Finds himself a heat wave. It's Zaron with the snipe. He's got 3 to his name. A body shot into house. It's a quick cleanup kill. Can't quite get the easiest kill onto the player no shield in front of him, but ends up cleaning it up anyways. And Zaron, the last time we saw him in a Slayer, he dropped 19. He's got 4 to his name, and somehow, some way thinks that that was a opportunity for a kill. So takes the shot there, but really just looking for a little bit of space to play around with this S7 now.
You know how Pitbull says, Mr. Worldwide, I feel like a Mr. Game 5 here for Zaron as he's now doing jobs in game number 2. Not quite game 5 yet, won't get too excited, but I do think that he is going to be someone to watch the further we get into this series for sure. But he's going to be an early lead for Alter Esports, but we have seen this previously in pool play where Alter had a lead on this map mode, and they did lose the lead very quickly as we got around the 30 kill mark, and Timbers will certainly be looking to try and do something similar.
Close game so far. Alter Esports narrowly in the lead here. On the back of Zaron 6, but more importantly, the map control, the power weapon control has been in their favor so far. They had the first overshield, I believe. Second one's coming up, and heat wave in the hands. What kind of damage can they get? Can they get the kills before the overshield comes up? A trade is good, but maybe not good enough because Noble, he's gonna be the closest player on the map to that position. Overshield respawning. Open for some teammates to get here and help him, and somehow Alter Esports, forgetting about him for just a moment, he does a lot more damage than he probably should have, Dan. That's allowed an easy kill for Gambino, an overshield as well, and then a second kill shows up as we switch to his point of view, and now Gambino with 7 to his name, looking to be aggressive and to entry frag with this overshield.
And you already said it once, Alter Esports struggle when they're not having that power-up control on other maps, and it's going to be even more evident here. We know how important that overshield is to keep control of, and even though there was an early lead for Alter Esports, that has been chewed away at now by Timbers. They're only 2 kills behind, if my eyes do not deceive me, and now that they're going to have that chance to just carry on continuing this momentum.
Noble with a good position here in front of house, able to pick up a fairly easy kill with the heat wave, retreat with his life as well, even more importantly staying alive in a situation like that. And Grimsty wants to stay top middle, but the nades force him to bottom middle as he is able to find an unsuspecting Noble with that heat wave. It's going to transfer hands over to Alter Esports. Now as you take a look at the observer mode, 4 members of Timbers Esports stuck towards the scoreboard side of the map. They got to fight from a disadvantaged position here, and they actually end up doing so with a couple of kills. Strike, snipe in his back pocket, finding a lot of success with the teamwork Wolfpack mentality. He had the BR out for now, but with overshield coming up in 14, he's gonna take the head off of a player. respawning towards the Brutes, and that has given them map control to secure this overshield.
So many times on this map throughout this tournament, we've seen just these little glimpses of absolute awesomeness from some of these guys, and I tell you what, we're seeing it again because it does secure the overshield. As you say, it puts Timbers very firmly in the lead now, and overshield to work with as well. But I tell you what, Alter are just turtling enough to make this awkward. The plasma pistol doesn't connect though, and Noble able to come spin on him, get the 360 and stay alive. That never should have been allowed to happen.
Is that a spin on him or
really
spit
going to
on
be
him?
able to do it. Spit on and spin on, both of them.
I love it. The Royal 2 classic. Noble feeling himself, unfortunately losing teammates left, right, and center. He's going to be the last guy alive, but a killing spree makes up the difference for any lost teammates for now. And I believe it's a 38-35 scoreline. Alter still in the lead, 32-35. I'm sorry, Alter needs 3 to catch this one up. They do not want to fall down in this series 2-0, even though we've talked about the potential for the reverse sweeps they've already displayed here today. You got to get back in the series because this is a different team they're playing against here and now. This Timbers team needs a reason, needs an opportunity to get hot for the weekend, and this could be the series they use.
37-35 in favor of Timbers. Grimsty, though, trying to even things up a little bit as the 36th will get put on the board and just has to try and stay alive here. But Timbers are really successfully cleaning up these one-shots and catching the Heatwave player unaware. And now Noble can look to try and make it 3. It will be a triple kill. And that is going to really put Timbers in command now in this game. It's someone stepping up every single time. It's a little too late for the overkill, but he did just kill every single player on the team.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure he's concerned about the medals, the damage he's doing, the product he's putting out here. It's going to be enough to get Timbers this game 2 win. And the position for overshield is just everything he's earned from those kills. So difficult for Alter to try and compete, but a beautiful grenade comes through, denies him from being able to activate that overshield. And now all of a sudden, can Alter get this overshield and put it to work? The answer, no. We hop on board. It's been Strikey who's been able to pick it up. He's been able to hunt down a couple of players from Alter as well. And now 2 kills is all Timbers need to take the series lead 2-0.
Should be easy pickings, 49 on the board, and now even a little bit of overshield to continue the aggression. They know where the spawns are. Alter, they gave it a fine effort, but it looks like they are just going to falter once more as we get to the late stages of a game. Here comes the collapse then from Timbers. Several players a week. They do get 2, but it's not going to be enough. Timbers make this 2-0 in this series in the winners bracket quarterfinals, and they get 1 foot in the door of the semis. And it really was a great response after a difficult early stage. And let them know as well, a little bit of choice words across the stage. It looks like they are starting to feel hot right now.
Yeah, this one's personal for the Timbers, right? Everybody was probably talking about their poor performance from yesterday, how maybe these guys aren't who we thought they were this weekend, and Timbers needed an opportunity to rebound, an opportunity to respond to some of the criticism that they've received from their gameplay on Friday. And I think this is the perfect way to do it, Dan. Alter, they're no pushover. We've seen them have success against Centenegra Nubis. And now if Timbers is able to come out and make a statement here, that will show you the kind of tier differential that we'll see throughout some of the teams we're comparing against each other as the bracket continues to unfold. As we take a look at the stats, it is going to be Gambino, the guy we said to look out for, dropping 17. Noble right behind him with 16, only 9 deaths for Noble as well. So both of those two having one hell of a performance. Strikey popped off in game 1, and now all of a sudden everybody on Timbers starting to put in their own impact to this series.
And you're right, I think there are clear divides. I was saying there was a big difference between kind of top 6 and the rest. And then it seems like, you know, top 3, maybe top 4 as well, are separating themselves from the 5th/6th team at the moment. But we did see a reverse sweep earlier, and maybe we can see a reverse sweep again here today. And I mean, Wes, you don't want to put your hair on the line again, do you? I don't think it's not even worth it at this point.
I don't think it's much of a bet.
Yeah,
I think if we were really going to risk something, it would be your hair, Dan.
Yeah. Okay, maybe
people will just think that I shave my eyebrows and wear a hat a lot. There's not a lot that's gonna be missing. People are gonna think that I'm bald already.
I don't think I'd look very good bald.
I think you look very good with hair. I'm messing with you. You're handsome.
No, don't even fill me with compliments now. You've already dug yourself a hole. You already said I look terrible. That's fine. My self-confidence has taken a shot, and I'll try and rebuild it. Just as we see Alter Esports try and build their way back into this series as well. It does mean, of course, we get into Game 3, which is going to be another objective, as we know. I'm trying to remember what it was, but I should have written it down because I don't know. But maybe when we see
you
the
want to
series
ask
layout.
me?
No, I didn't ask you. Do you know what it is?
Yes.
Go on, give it to me.
It's Recharge King of the Hill.
There's the memory that we needed so desperately in this duo. Recharge King of the Hill is going to be game number 3. We saw a brief shot of the audience there. Everyone getting a little bit rowdy. You need to calm down over there in Mexico City. You've still got 2 more series after this one. You don't want to blow everything right now.
I'll be the devil on the shoulder. Don't listen to him yell.
Yeah, you should get loud.
Voices on Saturday.
Let them know. Let everyone know. This is honestly, this is such an amazing moment for the Mexican scene, the LATAM scene, because similarly to when Europe had their tournament in Valencia, it was just amazing to see some of these players getting to play on LAN for the first time in Halo Infinite, and I'm sure it is exactly the same here for the LATAM region here in the Mexican regional. Here's some replays of what we saw in game number 2. In case you've just joined us, you can see some of the highlight reels and see how Timbers were able to come from behind to ensure they got a victory in game number 2. What are you feeling for game number 3? Do you think this is going to be a 3-0, or can we go any further?
Yeah, I think I'm seeing an exhausted Alter Esports, and rightfully so. I mean, that game 5, that series before this had to take so much energy out of him, and we're seeing almost a revitalized Timbers Esports that has something to prove here in this series. They look like they're a little bit different of a team. The individuals are starting to step up. They're starting to make plays. And with those plays, you're starting to see why we think so highly of this Timbers Esports roster, right? They have very household names in this MX region, and Noble, Gambino, Nugget, like these guys have been around for so long. You know who, like, we know who they are for a reason. It's because they place well when it comes to tournaments. They play well. They're usually in the big series. Well, Friday, it didn't go according to plan, but I love the fact that the veterans have showed up here in this series. They've been able to step up in this series and start when bracket play starts, playing some of their best Halo.
You've got to turn up when you need to, right? It's about peaking at the right time. May have had a difficult pool play, but brackets play seems to be a different kettle of fish. And we've seen many a team do that throughout the history of Halo, just maybe not taking pool play as seriously as they should, or using it as a chance to get that chemistry flowing if they haven't had necessarily enough practice leading into the event. But going into King of the Hill, of course, we know that King of the Hill is kind of new, or a little bit new. It's not even new anymore, is it? Like, it's got to that point where it's just kind of a staple in this game type. I feel like it's new because we only get to watch, like, I don't know, like 18 series per tournament, so it still feels new enough. But for those who have been playing it in and out, practicing it, ready for these tournaments, I'm sure they are used to it by now. So there's not even the excuse of, oh, we didn't practice King of the Hill. Of course they've practiced it. You've got to make sure you are good enough in every single game type nowadays, don't you, Wes?
Absolutely, but I think when I say a game type is new, I mean, like, we're still trying to figure out what the most efficient meta is on the game type, right? I think when it's very comparison to when you watched Halo 3 and you used to watch Pit, it used to be, hey, push green and camo nonstop, ram it down their throats, right? Well, if you looked back at the anniversary trip that we did back in what year were we in? 2020, 2019. People started to formulate different ways of playing the Pit, and it was like, obviously 10 years after professional play has been on the Pit, the meta started to shift and evolve even more. You'll see that in each one of these game types where people will learn how to counter what is the meta of this map, what is the most efficient strategy. Well, people like Ryan Noob are always trying to think about something else that I could be doing that will throw my opponent off, something else that will make my team have an easier time playing against this style that is the meta. So as we continue to see King of the Hill evolve, I should say, it'll be interesting to see where the meta goes.
I mean, some might say it devolved because some people don't like the way it plays nowadays. They prefer the old style of it, right? It's changed a little bit since when they played it in Halo 2. And you've got all these like 40-year-olds saying, I want my King of the Hill back when it was the good old days. So I guess for them it's devolved, Wes, but for the rest of us, maybe it has evolved slightly.
Was that your Dave Walsh impression, or what was going on there?
I mean, some similarities. Maybe if Dave Walsh was from Texas, then it might have been somewhere along those lines.
I
Anyway,
thought that was just your typical American impression paired with Dave Walsh.
maybe it was. Game 3 is underway then after a brief pause. Thanks everyone for sticking with us. Camouflage is going to be grabbed but instantly eliminated as Timbers look to take control of this first hill.
Yeah, we appreciate you, everyone, for dealing with our banter. We're going crazy over here, but we're still casting Halo. We're still watching some Halo and enjoying ourselves for the most part. Noble enjoying himself up 2-0 in the series. Early time also benefiting Timbers here in game 3. They are currently out of the hill, so a good job by Ultra to come off spawn, but this bottom middle hill can be so influential into just dictating the pace of how this game goes. It's also probably the most difficult hill to try and capture here on Recharge, and to have a nice significant chunk to start the game off with, Timbers has already put themselves in a solid position.
And that's one thing that we've always credited Timbers for doing, is to make sure they put their best foot forward in the early stages. Their starting strategies in this series in particular have been on point, more or less. I know there's been a few fumbles here or there, but they've at least tried to implement something to give them the best chance of getting a lead in these objective games. But this is in a good position from Grimsty, as we get a dead body temporarily, but now we're back to Noble. It's always this difficult situation when you are in this hill. Do you take kind of top elevator? Do you kind of move over and try and set up for the next one? It's always that back and forth of trying to adjust to what's in front of you.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a big fan of controlling C-plat when this hill is bottom middle. You got a nice angle on the hill. You also are in prime position to rotate to this long haul hill that is going to be the next step. So you want to continuously be giving your teammates spawns that will give your team the advantage. And I think not only does the opportunity to deny hill time from the enemy team to cover the hill player on your team, but also give your team respawns towards the next hill, something you always got to be thinking about, something you always want to try and be prioritizing with your decisions. So positioning for the players that aren't in the hill, it's crucial for these teams to have success early on. And Timbers, they're having success early on. And look at Noble, last player alive. He's going back the back of blue, and I love this play by him because he's just trying to find a way to stay alive back here in order to potentially get his team an opportunity to have an advantage when they come off respawn.
It's been a tough hill for both of these teams, but all 4 members are dead on the side of Ultra Esports, so you'd have to imagine Timbers can now get this time and also set up for the new hill. But no, the spawn was long haul. What a return that is, and what a kind of flip that was to get a shot with a shock rifle. Strikey somehow still alive. Eventually Ultra will dive in. It's a 1 versus 1 here for Paradise to try and secure some time. If he dies, they lose the hill, but Noble backs off, then backs back in. It's like a cha-cha slide right now. It's something I couldn't keep up with back when I was a kid, and now I still can't keep up with it now.
Hadn't heard of the cha-cha slide, but I'm sure Shyway will make a video on it here shortly. In the meantime, can Timbers finish this hill? Because somehow, some way, Ultra, they've been able to find a denial of Timbers from capturing it. Up until this point, multiple members of Timbers are going to dogpile into it. They're going to get that last few seconds. That bar gets filled up. The hill moves to long haul, and already Timbers have positioned themselves in a pretty solid spot in order to set up for this one as well.
Have you really not heard of the cha-cha slide?
I mean, I've heard of the dance, but not in the game dance.
Right, yeah, but I mean...
people in the 70s did the cha-cha slide. Maybe people in the 70s and then the Brits.
I mean, the cha-cha slide was a popular song in around 2012, I think, as well. So I think
maybe your high
kids
school
nowadays...
dances. I was dancing to Little John and like all sorts of nonsense that I'm not too proud of, but we can go down that road if we want to.
Well, I think that cha-cha slide is so on the other side of that spectrum that both of us would be equally not proud of dancing to either of those things. But anyway, you'll be proud of a sword hit like that, and you've also got a shock rifle to work with, as well as Timbers now starting to try and put this series to bed. They're already 1-0 up, and they've got so much time in this next hill. 3 are dead on the side of Ultra. We're going to see more control here because Gambino is going to pop himself in the hill after he gets the sword, and we are starting to see the beginning of the end for this series.
Yeah, beginning of the end. Does the stick come through? The answer, it's no. Gambino able to play his life. This sword can be so influential on this long haul hill. It's no surprise that the players are starting to catch on to that, starting to adapt to go out of their way a little bit for it. And Gambino picking up a couple easy kills as he's able to transfer the point over as well. So he's doing it all here and now. 12-3 and 9, but more importantly, up 2-0. And look at that, Dan. They've set up for the elevator already. They're going to cut off the respawners over from the pipes location from Alter Esports, and Alter need to find a way to win this exchange, and they do just that. It's a double kill. You got to hop in the hill, however, because more resources are coming through from Timbers, and they came through Catwalk, able to trade out efficiently just when you think Alter are going to have some opportunity at a moment in control. It's stripped away, and Timbers Esports once again have the benefit of the spawns and the hill as well.
Timbers really starting to grab this game by the scruff of the neck and throw Alter out of the bar. They've stayed for too long. They've had one too many drinks, and it's time to get them into that elimination bracket. I think for Alter, they just need to desperately try and regather their thoughts a little bit here. They do still have time. I know 3 minutes isn't that long when you look at things, as unfortunately Zoran's going to have another kind of 8 seconds or so to gather his thoughts as he goes off the map. But they are still scoring at Alter. They're doing a little bit better at holding on to this elevator. And if they can for maybe 10 more seconds, then perhaps this series isn't over just as much as I thought.
It's going to be a long 10 seconds, though, because they lost all 3 members outside of the hill. The last player alive was in the hill, and now Alter going to have to figure out a way to break the setup of Timbers. They have a nice pick on the Noble, but still a lot of work to do. The nades come through. The shots on the Gambino are good as well. Can you get the triple for Nugget? He gets no shield, and a phenomenal push here by Alter Esports to get a couple of kills, but more importantly, secure the last of that hill time, making sure this game doesn't completely get out of hand. And just when you think it's going to potentially be, that's all she wrote in the series. It's Alter Esports showing us they're not done yet.
They're not done, but they are all 4 dead temporarily. Timbers are going to be able to put some good time on here. This is where you just need to watch out for the grenades. But actually, Strikey's in a position to really ruin the day of Alter if he can hit some of these shots with the shot rifle. And oh my word, manages to connect. And that certainly is everything you could have asked for from the player who has to try and just stop these players from gold from being able to nade the hill. And look at the amount of time the Timbers have been able to get because of it.
Significant time for Timbers, but this is one of those hills that if you can set up, if you can force elevator spawns, maybe you can get a setup of your own, but you got to get some kills, and unfortunately nobody on Alter able to do so. Strikey finds one of the kill feed, giving Timbers a 3-man advantage for now. And with those elevators coming in, elevator spawns, it's going to be the 3rd point very quickly going over to Timbers Esports. So you thought it could potentially be a sign of life from Alter Esports. You thought wrong. As the hill moves to Turbine, as 2 minutes and 35 seconds are on the clock, Timbers Esports have their game to lose.
A difficult hill to work with is Turbine. Also can be difficult to break sometimes as well. It really depends on how good the other team is setting up around it and where they position themselves. If they're winning their pivs in some of these areas that really give good angles on the hill, then you are going to struggle to be able to break said setup. Alter have been able to put a decent enough amount of time on the board so far. And is it going to be enough? Killing spree for Strikey and a chance to try and make a double kill here. The assist comes through in the end, but it is enough to stop the scoring from Alter, and that's all they need to do at the moment, Timbers, is make this hill last as long as possible.
And this is one of those hills that can last a good amount of time. It's in a very vulnerable position being at that Turbine location, but more importantly, that second hill, the hill it's moving to, or the first original hill, I should say, the bottom middle one, also a very difficult one to try and capture. So right now, Timbers has so much going in their favor that Alter have got to play nearly perfect in order to come back here. And although I know a lot of people hate hearing that, are Alter capable of it is the question I have to ask, because we've seen some great things from them so far today, but so far pretty quiet in this series. And if they aren't able to make some noise, they are going to go into that elimination bracket fairly quickly.
The team that's been making noise has been on the main stage. It's Timbers. They were screaming across to their opposition after game number 2. They are enjoying this one. They did not have a fun day in pool play in day number 1, but here in bracket play, it's an entirely different story. Timbers will win this series 3-0 after an emphatic 4-1 win here on Stronghold's Recharge. And that means they'll be going through to the winners bracket semi-finals, where they tee themselves up for a matchup against the one and only Pittsburgh Knights.
Gonna have an opportunity at revenge against the Pittsburgh Knights. Gambino, you know he wants to play against his old team, and they needed to win before doing so, right? Like, you had to figure out a way to gain some momentum, because there's no way you go up against the Knights confidently, especially after the performance that Timbers Esports put on yesterday. But this is a much different Timbers Esports team we saw this time around. Much better gunfights, individual skill, teamwork overall, and just actual objective play as well. I know Bizarre CTF was a pretty close affair with a 2-1 victory in overtime, but ever since then, really, it was all Timbers all day. And as we take a look at the stats, the Noble, Gambino, Strikey, all dropping 22 and 21. Everybody on the team doing their part, and that's what it's going to take against a team like PK next series.
It is. You've got to play at your very best against the Pittsburgh Knights, and even though we've only seen one series so far from PK, in that series they looked a very dominating force with the new addition of Pelu. But of course, that means Gambino gets to go up against his old team, and that maybe is going to be an exciting prospect for him, but at the same time a very nerve-wracking one, because there's then suddenly all that extra pressure of, should they have dropped me? Am I good enough to be on that team? Was I good enough to be on that team? I guess we'll find out when that series actually happens, but there's confirmation of how it went down. It was a very close affair on Bazaar, but a very confident and slaying heavy performance from Timbers. The Slayer live fire probably tells you enough of a story. An 8-kill lead was enough to suggest that it was fairly one-sided, and then of course the 4-1 on King of the Hill Recharge does just wrap this series up with a nice pretty bow, and unfortunately will send Alter down to that elimination bracket, where I'm sure they're going to do some damage based off what we've seen, but it just seems like Timbers was one step too far for their play and their ability to win games here. But anyone who really stood out for you in that one clutch? Is there a particular player that really impressed you?
I thought Strikey played pretty well. You know, probably one of the lesser known players on Timbers Esports, stepped up in the slaying department. I mean, started Bizarre CTF with every bit of, 10 kills in the first minute, almost made it to about 15, 16 in the first minute and a half. And I was wondering if he was on par for a 70 piece there, but obviously killing at that ratio, you're either going to end the game due to caps, or that's just an absolute insane amount of slaying power that he was able to bring. And he really stepped up for this team, set the pace kind of for the rest of the boys to kind of catch up, find their footing in this series. And I think when you have a player that's able to start that hot, you just create so much like confidence in the rest of the team, because everybody's seeing you drop those numbers that quickly in a game, especially with the scoreboard updating live. That benefits their confidence. This confidence is something this team needed coming into the series. I think they found it here and now.
Yeah, they were searching for something coming into this series, and you're right. They seem to have found it, and that means they're going to be a bit more of a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the winners bracket semi-finals. Don't get me wrong, I still think they're going to struggle against the Pittsburgh Knights, but perhaps now they've got that win under their belts, they might give a far better effort than they would have if they had played them yesterday, for example. But as we do look back at some of the highlights, some of the replays, oh my goodness, Strikey was there putting on a show. As you said, he was one of the standout players with that shock rifle. Also gave it a good effort. They were able to get 1 point on the board for that Strongholds game, but it wasn't sadly enough for them. But it was definitely, it kind of showed that they were opportunistic, right? They were taking any sort of opportunity that arose, like when there was maybe a couple of kills that went their way, they really were pushing that hill quick enough to at least try and get some points on the board. But it just seemed like individually they weren't able to win enough of those 1v1s, which is why they struggled a little bit for sure. As we look at, of course, that beautiful trophy that one of these teams will be lifting above their head, Wes, and you actually may have it as a gun buddy, because remember, it got added to the game last event as a gun buddy. I've got it. You got it, Wes? Probably have.
I do have it, actually. Do I have it activated? No, I don't believe in gun buddies. I like my screen to have as little clutter as possible. I want to be focused on gameplay, but I'm not a cosmetics guy like yourself. I understand, Dan, you need the nice purse, you need the nice bag, whatever it might be. I'm more of a old-fashioned guy. I like to focus on what's important.
Yeah, you just have your cards in your pocket. That's what you do. You don't even have a wallet. Speaking of purses and someone who looks good with a purse, I know Lottie has a very nice one indeed. So let's go talk to Lottie and the rest of the guys on the desk. Lottie, take it away.
Oh, thanks, Gaskin. I appreciate that. You've taken notice of my fashion choices, and I appreciate that. To be fair, we do hang out a lot, all of us. This talent squad. We're in game, out of game. We hang out. That is for damn sure. On set, Bravo. Thanks so much for hanging with me, watching that series. I mean, I've got to say, Timbers Esports, they turn up when it matters players the most, and we kind of talked about it, right? Needed this confidence kick. You know, things haven't been so productive for them. So to win this against Alta, this is a big step forward for them, and is definitely going to boost their confidence going into the rest of the championship bracket. You know, Onset, have they done enough for you currently in this series to kind of convince you that this is a doable run for them to get into that position of becoming hopefully in top 3 to qualify, of course, for Orlando, even maybe take it further than that?
They've shown they're a contender for sure. They've shown they're a contender for the top 3 spots, and I kind of say that as where I think the bar is for them at the moment. If they get to the grand final, it would be a little bit of a surprise for me with the way that Cinta Negra have been playing, and also Cinta Negra X have been playing. So they've got to go through those 2 hurdles, and of course you've got Knights as well, who are waiting in the bracket at some point. So they're certainly in the conversation. And it goes back, that series, I think, to that game 1. 2-1 is the final score. If that goes the other way, maybe the Slayer, which was extremely close as well, goes the other way as well. So they did a really good job, Timbers. I was really impressed how they managed to show some grit and determination in that game number 1, just to close things out, just to make sure they had that little bit of a cushion, just to reestablish that they deserve to be in this position in the championship bracket. Because it was, like we've said a few times now, it was a rough first day for them, but they look like they've woken up today.
It was a rough first day for them for sure, and they certainly have woken up, and they've taken a dub today, which is fantastic for them. On the other side of things, though, Alta, you know, Brav, at a moment in time, Recharge King of the Hill, they did manage to get a hill, they capped, and I thought to myself, could this be it? Could this be the start of a reverse sweep? Obviously, time wasn't on their side, but you never know, Brav. At any point in time, did you think, look, this Alta esports team might just turn it on like they had in the previous series?
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of hoping we might see something like that, maybe a little bit of another spark of magic, but it is hard for Lightning to strike twice in that manner, and I think we still got a really good showing. But in the end, I think we see Timbers maybe coming into the form that they hope to come into the whole weekend with, right? Especially with what we've seen from the Timbers players over the past few months and in Halo Infinite so far. I think they can feel really good about that series, realizing that they're a little bit more on the page that they intended to start on.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, I believe we do have an AMD power performance to talk about as well, and it's got to be Nugget. And I want to talk about this individual because actually in the final map of this series, we didn't see him have a fantastic game in terms of slaying ability right at the start. But sometimes it's not down to just slays and what an individual can do in terms of their skill on set. It's a little bit more than that. And when you look at this guy and how he has improved in terms of his stats, what does he really deliver to the team?
I think he's just an all-round performer. I know that's a phrase that gets thrown at a lot of players, but when I mean all-round performer, it means that he's playing to win the game. He's not playing for statistics. He's playing to do the objective when it's required. He's not afraid to be the first person to instigate in a team fight and get that initial damage down. And you need someone like that on your team. You're not going to succeed in any esport or any situation without a player who's willing to be selfless in all situations. And you're looking at their stats, and yeah, he's hovering around sort of 1 KD. If you could do that amount of work and you could hover around sort of a 0 KD, you're going to be in a pretty good position, to be honest with you. If you're going kind of even across the board, I always think of on Halo Reach, Ogre 2 was that player for that Instinct lineup. He was always the player who was hovering around +1, +2, maybe even evens, but the amount of damage and work that he got done enabled the rest of his team to be the brilliant teammates that they were. So you need a player like Nugget on your team if you want to succeed, and he's started to turn up a little bit now for Timber Esports, excuse me.
Yeah, he certainly has, and I think another thing he brings is experience, right? You know, you mentioned Halo Reach there. You know, this guy's been around Halo Reach, Halo 4, Halo 5. He's been one of the top players in the LATAM region for a long time, and he does have that experience under his belt. And I think coming into, you know, a roster and having made changes to Timber Esports, it's important to have that experience and that knowledge and knowing how to win and knowing how to compete. And I think that's going to make a huge difference to this team. And I think this confidence is also going to do, you know, leaps and bounds as well for this roster as well going forward into, of course, Championship Sunday tomorrow as well. But it's been pretty awesome in terms of, you know, the results that are coming forward here. And speaking of, let's have a look at the bracket to see exactly where we're at so far today in day number 2. We have had some scores on the board. And as you can see, Timbers Esports right at the top there in our quarterfinals do 3-0 Alta Esports, despite my absolute want for a close game. I thought maybe these two teams would stack up pretty well. They will go on, though, to face Knights in the semi-finals. This is going to be the biggest challenge for them so far. We do have our Cinta Negra X, who did go forward 3-0, and they will be meeting Cinta Negra, the OG Cinta Negra roster, which is going to be super exciting to find out who will be going forward in that one. And I think actually, Onset, you said it was the Cinta Negra derby. Is that right?
That's true. I think I've said that two or three times so far this tournament, but this is the big one. This is the real one. This is the one that fills up the stadium. stadium for sure.
It is the one that fills up the stadium. And, you know, Bravo, Sintenegra X, you know, have showed promise. But is it enough to go up against Sintenegra and what they've managed to put on in terms of show so far this weekend?
I think in paper, prior to this tournament, if you asked me that question, I'd say probably not. If we look at where they're coming in, right? Sintenegra with the 3rd seed, Sintenegra X with the 5th seed, a little bit less experience across the board. However, I think what we've seen this weekend changes that conversation a little bit. And I actually do think that they're going to put up a really great series, or they certainly have the opportunity to do so. I think if they can just find the right kind of chemistry, the right kind of teamwork, pacing, and timing, that they might put up a really good battle against the OGs.
That's what you want. I'm doing the caster rubbing hands thing because that is what you do when you're excited about a series, and I'm very excited about this one, and you folks at home should be very excited too. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back, we have a winners semi-finals up for grabs on that main stage. Sintenegra X versus Sintenegra. We'll see you right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS MX Regional Finals. We are on day number 2. We're heavily into the championship bracket and we're into a semi-final match as well, which is really exciting. We have Sintenegra X versus Sintenegra. I have Gaskin and Clutch joining me on the desk right now. And gentlemen, this is the derby we've all been waiting for. This is literally to crown the best Sintenegra team that we have in the bracket. And I'm excited to find out who that's going to be. I think if I have any guesses starting off with this matchup, Sintenegra have been looking absolutely formidable. And you can see the winners bracket here. And Sintenegra X are going to have a little bit of work out of them, I feel like, if they want to go up against this OG roster. Gaskin, okay, apart from the name, what makes the Sintenegra roster for you so like original, so OG? What makes them so powerful?
I just think that the roster they put together after seeing, you know, iterations of these rosters fill out the super and kind of swap and change prior to the super as well. Like, most of these guys have played with each other, but it seems like this 4 seems to be the best 4 we've seen under the Sintenegra name. And now they need to show what they can do coming into this tournament by beating arguably the second best team we've seen under the Sintenegra name. And from now on, I'm just going to call them X and OG to just try and, you know, differentiate between the two. But I will say that this is going to be a very exciting series that I'm sure the boys will thoroughly enjoy to cast.
It certainly will. And you can see the elimination bracket right down at the bottom there as well. We got Alter Esports versus Chosen Squad happening shortly in their round 2 of the elimination bracket. Alter Esports getting knocked down by Timbers Esports, of course, 3-0 in that fashion. And then we're waiting to find out who's actually going to be meeting Sintenegra Nubis out of Sintenegra A Day and Team Smog. As you can see, it really is a Sintenegra takeover really in this bracket currently. But we'll see how far our teams will get. Coming back to our semi-final though, on the winner's side of things, we need to talk about the teams as a whole, and I will start with OG Gaskin. I will start with the OG Sintenegra. Looking at this roster, obviously there's not a whole bunch to go by in terms of what we've seen. We've seen some pretty lights out action, but nothing really testing. And Clutch, when you kind of find yourself in that situation with Sintenegra and there is not a whole lot of mistakes they're making, is it difficult to judge a team knowing what they're coming up against when you haven't really seen them being tested or pressured at all?
Yeah, it is difficult to judge this team so far. I think we've seen Johan really taking over a majority of their games, and will he be able to do the same when the individual skill on the enemy team is a little bit higher is the big question. I think Sintenegra X is actually going to be a phenomenal test for the OG Sintenegra squad, and both these two teams, this is probably going to be their most important match of the tournament from a standpoint of who is going to make the grand finals. Because if you had to ask me, from everything we've seen so far this weekend, these are your second and third best teams at this tournament. Timber's starting to pick it up as a potential top 4, but this one could go either way in my eyes from what we've seen so far. But I would lean towards the original Sintenegra squad, and the fact that they've been putting in a lot of work, they've been doing it together, and I just think for some reason you always view Sintenegra as the A team, Sintenegra X as the B team, and then therefore C, D, and so on and so forth till you get to the 27 that are on the team. And then at the end, Dan Gaskin, the caster, is probably the Z on the squad. But when you take a look at Sintenegra X on the other side, Vlad, I mean, they've showed so much individual skill and so much promise that they're looking to create an upset here.
Yeah, they really have, and we kind of saw that coming out, you know, when they were up against Timbers Esports. They looked absolutely formidable against them as well. And you have a lot of kind of star material on this roster, especially with Sepstars. We've seen him really step up to the plate. We actually had him as our AMD power performance earlier on. We know what this guy is capable of. With Sintenegra X, Gaskin, what are you looking for with this squad to go up against Sintenegra? What kind of things can they start to really push forward with, capitalize on when it is trying to take down their big brother?
I think that Sepstars is going to have to show us a similar performance to what we've seen over the past couple of days, where he's really been stepping up. I think that as a team, you're not going to have as much chemistry perhaps as the other Sintenegra roster, but individually there's no reason why you can't outshoot people. So I think you focus on some of those individual battles, but at the same time, make sure you're taking as many 2v1s as possible when you're not in those individual fights, and just try and outshoot them, and maybe not think too much into strategy and too much into kind of setups at this point. Just try and work on your raw individual talent, because these guys really can go to toe with them in that regard.
They certainly can. Well, I've just been told the game is ready to go. We're throwing to the casters. We got Onset and Bravo on the mics for the last time tonight.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow. I mean,
Wow.
I'm going to take that, by the way, from Wes Price, that he's excited to get to listen to us for the last time tonight. That's what I'm taking that as, Andy. I'm sure you're feeling exactly the same. But this is the Sintenegra Derby. This is the two biggest dogs under the Sintenegra banner. You got Sintenegra, as Dan calls them, the OG squad, the team who own the Sintenegra name, going up against Sintenegra X.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. I think this is the match that a lot of us expected Sintenegra X to find themselves in. Once we got a first look at them, we realized, okay, this team is here to play. They might have the 5th seed, but they're certainly getting their eye on something more like top 3 to ensure they get a spot to Orlando.
Yeah, it's going to be a real interesting battle, this, because we have been incredibly impressed by both of these teams, two of the standout teams for sure so far in this tournament. And we get the game type, which separates some of the boys to start with, and it's going to be Stronghold Streets, Andy. I love to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be great to start the series off with that. I think if this was something like an Aquarius ETF, I would feel a little bit gypped. You and I love that game type, but to be honest, with these two teams, we really need to see which one of them is raring to go here. Keep in mind, it's getting a little bit late in Mexico City Central Time, of course, so it's going to be around just after 8 p.m., so this is late on a Saturday evening. You've been grinding for weeks for this event. You've already been on site for 2 or 3 days, and now it's the end of the day. You're going to need to dig deep. You're going to need to show that you're ready to play on this main stage.
100%. And something that we haven't even mentioned is this is the first Latin American tournament in years as well, live tournament, because obviously we had the pandemic, which everyone just seems to kind of put behind us, where we weren't able to get together in these kind of scenarios. So you have to keep that thing in mind as well. The passion has always been there in this community, but just realizing it's been so long for this moment to come about, it's going to make this series even more interesting, because you get through this winners semi-final, you find yourself in that winners final, Andy. And arguably, a lot of people will say the match that's as important as the grand finals win.
It's true. I mean, think about it. When's the last time in an official capacity the Halo was in Mexico City? I do want to say it's 2018, right? I think that would be it, because we were not there in 2019. Of course, the pandemic came swiftly thereafter, shutting everything down. And this is, like you say, this is the first event in over 4 years' time in this region, and how fitting that it has the largest prize pool and the largest turnout ever as well. Mexico City and Latin America showing up in a big way as usual. This will be Sintenegra versus Sintenegra X. Game number 1 going to be Strongholds on Streets.
A perfect game to start with. Fast-paced, control, power weapons, everything you love to see in Halo, and especially on Halo Infinite, is here in play. And we're certainly going to get to decide who is the better of the Sintenegra teams as we now get underway. And we're going to start off with the point of view, of Luar.
Yeah, we'll have to see what these teams have in store, and just so much pressure on these teams on this main stage. They've been playing all weekend. They've had good results so far. They've been the most talked about. Leor with a nice set of kills there. That will be 3 dead for Sintenegra. Sinternegra OG off the opening.
Nice little weapon drop as well to see if he can get the finish with that battle rifle after breaking the shields with the Stalker. But for now, the weapons that are in the hands of Sinternegra X, and the rockets are certainly the one that you want to have in your control. A nice double kill coming in. Sinternegra X find themselves on the back foot as far as control is concerned, but a couple of kills could turn that around very quickly.
Yeah, back and forth between these two. We've seen about 3 dead for both sides back to back, which has led unsurprisingly to a pretty even scoreline, though it will be BC control in favor of X at the moment. We'll see if they can hold on to it.
Really hot start here from X. Another kill picked up, another double kill picked up by Luo, and that's not the first time we've seen that already in this game. So Sinternegra kind of caught off guard a little bit, I think, at the start of this game. You're looking at Sinternegra X, excuse me, it's getting a little bit late over here in the UK as well, and a couple of players already showing form. Luo and Sepstar. Sepstar's currently sat at 4-0.
I mean, yeah, what a start for him, and how much have we talked about Sepstars today? Well, Guardian actually loses his opponent. Something happened to Tires. Looks like he'll trade out with Leor. No, Leor's going to get away. And as you could tell, kind of juking around Tires there. Nice shots here coming in from Primgel. 2 dead for both sides there as we take a look at back A, and the drop shield didn't do too much help there. We're still going to see more kills coming in here for the side of Primgel.
And this is a great start, as you say. Sinternegra X not only picking up slays, but turning it into points. Finally, Sinternegra get a little bit of a stronghold control, but it's going to be flipped almost immediately. But Sinternegra look like they've got the reset onto B and will be able to convert C. So the hot start from Sinternegra and the slays that went alongside it converted into points. Nearly 60 of them. But this is the opportunity now for Sinternegra to try and catch up.
Yeah, that is. Just holding down the L here for just a second as Primgel, and tries to stay alive, as long as he can. Had that Bulldog Stalker, which would have been valuable, but it will unsurprisingly be stripped. 3 dead for CNX at the moment, which gives us a chance to see what Johan's up to. The man was popping off yesterday. Unbelievable performances, and I think anyone who caught the clips on social knows that this man is capable of great things.
Yeah, it was an interesting battle that with Primgel and Johan going up against each other. Arguably the 2 players who have impressed most on their respective squads with individual ability. But individual ability, you don't need too much of it when you've got the rockets in your hand, and it's going to be Magico who has them for Sinternegra. So the scoring has flipped, and so has the score and the lead. As you can now see, BC hold turns into a 66-point lead over to 58.
And how often do we see it, right? The higher seeded team, the team that's maybe a bit more favored, and to be honest, historically, the team that also wins the series, they play a little bit slow and steady to win the race in a Strongholds game. They might lose the first few engagements, but really it's all about your overall strategy across the 250 points. And just as you say, Sinternegra will take the lead.
We'll take the lead, but it looks like a good push actually coming from Sinternegra X, which is going to reset things just momentarily. However, a really strong push on A here from the remaining members of Sinternegra, and some wonderful shots coming in from Johan. Means that A will be flipped as well, and now you have Sinternegra a little bit trapped at B here. Staggered spawns coming in as well. This might be a really good chance here for Sinternegra to collapse.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. Good damage on the Red Room, but needs to make sure he converts on Primgel. Easier said than done. Did enough damage, but an interestingly 1-for-1 trade there, which is not what they would have expected. Now over here to Nasty Bullet. He'll get taken down as well, 2 dead for each side.
I think we're going to go with Sinternegra and maybe CX or CNX.
CNX. I was going to say CNX
make
is
it as easy for you guys at home to be following, as obviously Sinternegra is the organization shared by both of these teams. So we'll go with that for now. Sinternegra are the team who have the lead for now, and even though it was a strong start and we talked about that 60 points, look at the score now, doubling up on their opponents, and CNX really struggling to get any kind of control. The kills just aren't falling in their favor.
Yeah, they're not here. Let's see what can happen with these rockets. It's going to be in the hands of Mexico. He's going to find Leor. That's an easy first rocket. Second one should be easy as well. Doble muerte for Mexico on screen. He'll stay alive in PD as long as he can.
We'll be able to get the reset as well, so that should be a pretty comfortable score. However, 2 players full, and that'll be a flip of C by the looks of things. But Johan has other ideas, manages to just eliminate that player who was in charge of getting the objective back into the hands of his squad. Johan tries to challenge once more, and finally it looks like Sinternegra X will get hold of C, but a lot of resources dedicated towards that flip. But they do have players at B as well. Flood's now coming in on the pink streak from Sinternegra. They want to try and take C.
Yeah, we'll see if CNX can hold here. It's not going to be easy. A little bit of progress, as you mentioned, starting on C. Now back to Mexico, still patrolling around Tires, but going to be a clunky battle there, and actually does not trade out Leor with a very nice win, and that Primgel is going to help with that. means more kills for CNX. Maybe they can get a third here and continue scoring. They'll be traded out, but BC will continue to stay in the hands of CNX for the moment. But Mexico wants to say something about that.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to convert this one. Not too much pressure. Plus the respawns coming over at PD means they'll move up to support him as he makes that conversion onto B. And now you have the battle around Cafe and A for control and continued control for Sintenegra. If they can hold it down and get those kills. Speaking of which, you can see on your screen at the moment, the Sebstars is just running through people at the moment. And by doing so, B will be moved back over to Sintenegra. So they are not done yet. Even though the score is 159 to 90, it is the 90 which is rising.
Yeah, we'll see what Sebstars can do. As we said, he was putting on an absolute show earlier and certainly started to tell the beginning of what could be a pretty epic story for the weekend. Now back over to Dolan, who we also saw with some great plays earlier on today as well. That'll bring the score now 159 on the board, about 109.
Rockets in the hands of Grimgel as well, and this man knows how to use a power weapon, let me tell you that. Let's see if he can do it now. He's only got one more in the chamber to play with, playing this one nice and patiently, and we'll get a little bit of splash damage, but maybe not what he would have wanted. Now the push can come in, but look at the team fire coming in from his teammates. You have to wonder if Sebstars could have just survived a little bit longer there, waiting for his teammates to pick up a couple of those kills. Unfortunately, he loses his life, but Sintenegra on the other side lose 3.
I tell you what, you're no longer in pool play. That splash damage isn't going to be enough. We're now in the big leagues into the bracket play, and you're going to need to make sure that those rockets connect. Still, though, as long as we say that, still a BC hold in favor of CNX, but B now starting to flip just a little bit.
Well, they've had to go back, though, because you can see the Sintenegra X. CNX are trying to make a flip onto A. And they're out-rotating their opponents at the moment. If this kill gets picked up, boom, 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 finally manages to get picked up by Sebstars, they will be able to convert A. There's a little battle going on at C as well, and that will be such a good team play coming in from CNX, choosing to leave B, to out-rotate their opposition, beat them to that stronghold, and then the respawners can push up that B street and kind of formulate that pinch. For now, though, more players to deal with. One of them will be dealt with. Spike Grenade not going to do the damage to get the double, but 2 dead per side means that scoring will continue here for CNX, and they go into the lead.
Yeah, nice little 180 right now to 159 lead, leading by over 20 points here in the home stretch. Now, it's not over yet. It might look like they're pretty comfortable in these final moments, but there's still a lot of strongholds to play. Bullet will get traded out in the back with Rimgel. Stepstars also taken down, so a minor momentary advantage for Sintenegra.
We've seen a lot of decent holds from both teams so far, but it has been flipped both ways. You've got to remember it was about 120, doubling the points for Sintenegra over CNX before they made this comeback that we see in front of us right now. They got that 195, 4 points on the board, and now you see B and C in the hands of Sintenegra. They're catching up once more. Maybe it's going to be doing. No, with this Bulldog that can cause problems. He gets taken down, and Sintenegra, they secure the rockets as well.
Yeah, Johan with that rocket. Rimgel was the only player alive. That's the one that's challenging. Johan actually doubles back to think about trying to take him down, and luckily he stays alive, avoids these grenades, and now with this rocket could really do some damage on Neons.
Needs to be patient with it, though. You can see he's got one player to deal with around his teammate. Rimgel is being a nuisance here. He gets eliminated, and now Johan can move back in to make sure that A is in their hands. He can also watch the pink street. And also with the time that has expired since those rockets have been picked up, you have to wonder if CNX even realized there's still a rocket on the map.
Absolutely. Now look at us. They're about to cross the 200-point mark in just a second. B does get challenged, but still the game is within 5 points, and what a fantastic game one in the series.
And that is why staying alive is so important. You've got a power weapon. It took him a time to finally fire the rocket out of the chamber, but it stopped that conversion onto B. It keeps them scoring, and now he can re-challenge again, but Rimgel wins that fight, and A is getting flipped here. So AC now in the hands of CNX, and they are catching up once more. We've almost got a tie game.
Let's see what Mexico can do here. Bulldog in hand, thrust in hand as well. He's in a vulnerable position, but knows he needs to move quick, stay alive if he can, and just trying to do the damage, but he kind of put himself right in the mid-map and allowed himself to get collapsed on, so that's going to put them 2 dead.
A little bit of a risky play coming in here from Sintenegra as well. They tried to push for this triple cap. And when you get a little bit split and when everyone's not on the same page, it can leave opportunities for other strongholds to be turned over. That is exactly what has happened. And now CNX are about to tie up this game with only around 40 points left. They get 3 dead as well. Nasty Bullet's the last alive here. And you can see from Rimgel's point of view, he knows exactly where he is.
He does, and there's less than 10 points away. Now just 5 points. They're about to tie the game. Still 2 dead for Sintenegra. Make it 3 dead. 2 of the players are spawners. That's going to be Guardian and Mexico, and this might be the home stretch here, especially this series that's going to come in, but good pressure coming in from Rimgel.
Oh, Mexico has to win that fight, and he did. And that means that C will stay in the control of Sintanegra. They will be scoring. They go into just a 1-point lead. Johan has the rockets. One doesn't get the kill. It does some damage. His teammates take damage as well. A desperate push onto B. He gets one, but is it enough here? The desperate plays around B coming in from both teams. They know that a B flip here could win the game.
Well, let's see what happens here. Ooh, great movement, but it's answered back by amazing shots from Bullet as well. The pressure continues. Johan, last player alive for Sintanegra.
Sepstar's just got a massive double kill to extend this fight over at B. B is being held desperately by Sintanegra X. And now finally you can see the Guardian is going to be able to break that hole, but what is happening elsewhere on the map? Because Sintanegra have lost 2. The spike grenades come in as well, and even though they flipped a stronghold, you have to think surely that CNX is going to be able to get in that stronghold, but they just run in. They fly by and just losing. They're cool in these final minutes. It's now all on the shoulders of Dulan to try and convert A. He manages to do so, but now he's just getting frantic with just a few points here for CNX.
Yeah, look, B is about to flip. Let's see what happens at A and C. A and C flip at the same time. Oh my God, down to the wire. What you thought was a for sure CNX win is stopped by a double flip at A and C, and now the game is within 3.
This next set of kills is the game. It's as simple as that, and if they don't happen quickly, then it could be game over. The grenade is massive though, and that's going to allow them to jump into A here. Huge moment. Lior trying to do what he can to scrap away, but it's not going to be enough, and the Ninja won't even count.
Oh my God.
Get me into game 2. 240 to 250 is the final score. Sintanegra, hold on.
We could not ask for a better way to start this series. We knew this was going to be a great Saturday night series, but that was unbelievable. Back and forth the exact way you want your street strongholds to be played in the end. It is the OGs, the first team, Sintanegra, that will take game number 1. Guardian, Johan, Nasty Bullet, and Mexico. Got to be happy with what they were able to do with those late game performances. At the same time that B was flipping, they get a simultaneous AC flip, and they win the game by 10 points.
And CNX just desperately throwing body after body after body, death after death after death to try and get control of B. Allowed that to happen because just walking up the pink street was completely free. And having expended all those resources, it was left to a desperate play over at A in the last seconds to try and flip that. And again, maybe that's the difference, right? A little bit more experience, a little bit more cohesion, a little bit more coolness. And being in those situations before carried them through in those final moments.
Absolutely. Let's look at the estadísticas. Johan, 21 kills, unsurprising to see. Mexico, 21 kills. And then looking on the other side, 23 for Lior. He goes 23 and 22. But look how close every single KD is. That tells you just how close and back and forth this game was.
Yeah, and surprising to see a little bit of a slow game actually from Bullet. Usually he's the player who you can count on to be consistent, but a lot of assists from him for sure, but quite a lot of deaths alongside it without the kills is a little bit of a standout for me. But I mean, you're looking at the kills on the other side of things, and you have to look at those stats and you're wondering what went wrong, boys. We seem to be outslaying them. We had a lot of space on the map. We got to make more of it. We got to be a little bit more efficient in our rotations to those strongholds.
I mean, heavily outslayed when you factor in the stats that you just pointed out. Nasty Bullet, right? 10 and 18, and the rest of the team on the other side is 19, 23, 20, 18. There's really no excuse. They gave themselves all the space they needed, but it comes back to what we talked about earlier, just getting kills across the map, especially on a street strongholds. It might be your best example of it. Just getting kills across the map does not guarantee that you're going to get the points on the board.
I mean, look at the assists as well from CNX. They were ridiculous. 3 players, I think it was in double digits there, which is certainly impressive on Halo Infinite for sure. But again, stats, if you ever needed an example of stats not being everything about the game,
there it is.
Take a photo, take a video, clip it, whatever it is, and make sure that you've got that in the bank to use as an example in the future, because stats are one thing, but as we all know, there's only one stat that really matters, and that's that final score.
Yeah, it's that dub, and we're going to see Sintanegra take that first one. And to be honest, CNX is going to be feeling like they left a little bit on the table there, right? With the slaying control they had, with the late game lead around 240 to 208 at minimum. They let that one slip away, and luckily there's a lot more games to play in this series, but they need to make sure that they're focusing up and clutching up because they can't afford to do that again.
Yeah, they need to bring that slaying prowess into game 2 though, because it's going to be Recharge Slayer, which as we know is a little bit unpredictable at the best of times with some of the most predictable teams in the world. So the fact that we've got 2 teams who are playing at this kind of pace and seem to be, as you say, 8 hours warmed up now, a long time they've been playing, they will be ready to certainly not miss any shots when it comes down to those important battles. And as we take a look at the series layout, just remind ourselves what's to come after that. I mean, how do you see this one going? Is there a way back into this? And for us to see us going into a game 3 of a Recharge all tied up?
I think we certainly can. I think what we saw there, 250 to 240, also the way it was played, right? CNX had that game in their hands. They did let ANC flip at the same time, and a little bit of late game coordination. That's the punishing thing, especially about Halo Infinite, right? That game was not really about who played it better. It was who played the last 2 minutes better. And when you have two teams that are this tight, that's how these games will go. Slayer Catalyst is going to be really interesting because it's going to play completely different to what we just saw, right? Stronghold Streets is you better be holding forward, you better be flying in, and you have to capitalize off of any damage that your teammates have gone in almost every circumstance. Slayer Catalyst is going to be a little bit different. You're going to need a lot more strategy, a lot more overhead thinking of how are you going to move across this map and make sure that your trades are the most meaningful, that you're trading 4 for 1, 4 for 2, and not making sure that you're on the receiving end of disadvantageous trades.
100%. And also, we've seen how influential that overshield can be in this game type as well. You get that in your hands, plus a sword and a grapple. You're going to have a lot of fun here by grappling down those tight hallways and find yourself in a close range to use that sword and certainly make a mincemeat of your opponent. But this is an opportunity here for Sintenegra to really put themselves in a good position in this series and go up 2-0. It would be a statement for sure, but Sintenegra X are going to look to answer back now and send us to game 3 all tied up.
They certainly are, and I think, is this our first Catalyst, you and I, this weekend?
It is.
I think
we
it
did
is.
Bazaar earlier.
Gosh, yeah.
Day 2, and now we get to see Recharge. Recharge? I've called it Recharge.
Did it again. He did it again. He called it Recharge. Don't worry. Here we are on Catalyst here.
Day, man. It's been a couple of days.
It's also very late, as you said, in the UK, and it continues to get
2:25 a.m. Right?
It continues to get later and later in the UK without a doubt. But for these players, they can't worry about just how late it might be getting in Mexico City. They need to dig deep and find the late Saturday evening energy. It's Sintenegra up 1-0 right now over Sintenegra X, and it's also going to be an overshield and an early lead for them to start off game number 2.
An overshield and also a superior opening strategy by the looks of things. However, the overshield gets shredded pretty quickly. Sep starts putting more pressure on, but there is that teamwork. Sintenegra X, CNX lose 2. And off the break here, Sintenegra doubling up on their opponent's score, make it 7-3 now.
We'll see if Sintenegra can really apply the pressure once again. Even though they got outslayed in that last game, they knew exactly what they needed to do on that home stretch, and they put big points on the board towards the end. And a little bit of okay, first time I've seen it. How about you?
Yeah, get that thing out of here.
Playing the sword. Yeah, I like that play. To be honest, I've done the same thing with different weapons across different Halo titles. Maybe a bubble shield or two, if I'm honest. But sometimes you got to toss something off the map if you don't want it to be a factor, and that's exactly what they did. Wait.
Never know what's coming. Let's see if Sintenegra X can deal with what's coming here, and it looks like they were able to. 10-10, we're tied up. So CNX once again showing life here. 27 seconds till that overshield is popping. You can already see a fierce cross-map battle starting to take place as both teams try and get angles, try and get in a position to grab that. The first one went to Sintenegra. CNX will want to make sure that it's 1-1 after this overshield pops.
Dizzying amount of damage coming into Sepstars there as he has to gather himself. It looks like his head was spinning a bit from all the damage that was coming out on those ticks, but gotta say, fantastic neck and neck start to game number 2 as well. 12-11 now in favor of Sintenegra. We'll keep an eye on that overshield. It might have been grabbed over these last exchanges. Haven't seen it on screen just yet. There it is.
Bullet might have just grabbed it, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it should be bottom mid. I think it's bottom mid.
Or maybe it was a burn. I'm not sure whatever is going to happen, but it looks like CNX are making a move for it. It was Grimgale initially who was engaging for it, and he will get it. So you correct me quite rightly, as you always do. And that will be a huge opportunity now for them to extend the lead. The first overshield wasn't enough for Sintenegra to approach that second overshield of the game with a lead in their hands, and now they have to be extremely careful. Although Magico has the opportunity with this skewer to certainly put some barbecue meat together.
That thing is vicious. Nice play there by Grimgale. You might have seen him with a little bit of bailando there. You might have seen the spinning he was doing. That's done just in case he dies. That'll make sure that the overshield gets played off of the map rather than staying on the light bridge. If you angle yourself just perfectly, you'll stay alive while you pop. But if you do die, it will be played automatically and it'll be a non-factor for the other team.
21-18, the game is still anyone's. We saw CNX in the lead for quite some time in the last game, and Sintenegra in those last few moments or so just had the ice to bring it back again. I wonder if we find ourselves in that position if CNX have learned from the mistakes of that first game.
That really is the question. And as you can tell, just a lot slower pace from that Stronghold Streets like we talked about. And anyone who's played enough of this game type is going to be familiar with that. But if you might be joining us, maybe new to Halo Infinite, you will see this game type playing at a very different pace just because it does not have those same demanding timings that a Strongholds does. And to be honest, I think these two teams are thankful for it. They can take maybe a little bit of a breath in this game number 2 and just keep things close. It's now 23-21 in favor of CNX.
Keeping that 3-kill advantage, make it 4. The grapple not quite engaging quick enough. I also saw my favorite ping I've seen in Spanish so far, which was Grand Salon. And now, if you're from the north of England, if you say Grand Salon, it means something very different. I can only imagine that that is not the call out, right? Oh, grapple with the overshield.
Got taken down though. Overshield probably, yeah, based off the angle, just like you say, it probably got played off of the map. In the end, maybe the grapple also got played off the map. It was a successful grapple, but really good timing to answer back by the side of CNX to deny that overshield grab.
But look at the score. Look how close this is now. It's just 2 kills between the two teams. A little bit of a mini comeback here from Cinta Negra. As Hrimgau tries to escape. And needs to escape because 2 of his teammates have fallen. He's coming under all sorts of fire, but somehow he's extending his life just long enough for his teammates to get a pick. But there is Bullet coming in behind enemy lines to give Cinta Negra a lead. CNX once again letting their opponents just catch them up, giving away a few deaths they didn't need to, but we're tied up at 30 once more.
I mean, tied up at 30 once again. I love series like this. We're so lucky to get 2 teams that are so tightly stacked, and the series has been delivering, right? They're tied up here right at the 30 mark. 3 kills, though, go by the way of CNX, and as quickly as I say that, but we got to highlight Hrimgau. He is 14-7 in a game that only has a 4-kill difference.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is a little bit different when it comes to these Slayer games. He seems to just find the angles, find the cleanups, but also make sure that he gets out with his life and extends his life for as long as possible, which is always vital for that help to come in. And now we're seeing a little bit of Sepstars. He's saying, hey, it's not all Hrimgau right now, it's me as well. He's sat at 10-7, so a positive 3 for him, and he's trying to get some damage down. And now you've seen that lead change again. CNX, they've got a little bit of a cushion.
Yeah, very nice here. They'll maintain that lead. 37-34, make it 38, as we're going to see a nice little skewer coming in from Hrimgau. He's positive 7 in a game that they lead by 5. Another nice shot as well, and he wants to end this one as quickly as possible. Huge numbers from Hrimgau in this game so far.
Yeah, Vente de Garage. Don't know what that means, but it's what popped up on my screen, and that's what I'm going to say because Halo has never lied to me. Leor now is starting to make some moves of his own. It's a 6-kill advantage, goes for the stick. Teammate going to be there once more, 2 dead per side. It looks like the spawns are going to come in first here for Cinta Negra.
41-36 now. CNX has played this game well so far. Can they close it out? It's not over yet. They've worked hard to get here, but still need to make sure they finish strong. It's a 5-kill lead.
Skewer is in the hands of Cinta Negra here. Magico is the player who can make a difference, but he gets taken down as well. Look at this flood. Now coming in from CNX. It gets dealt with initially by Guardian. However, there is another player to deal with as Leor, who's here, and he gets dealt with as well. So a 4-kill difference between the 2 teams. CNX have been here before, and in the last final minutes, can they make sure the mistakes are not repeated from game number 1?
Dolan with a great kill there. It's a big one to make sure it goes 45-40 instead of 44-41. Those are 2 very different things. Sword still out, though, for Guardian. They do not want to go down without a fight, and we could see a repeat of the last game if they're able to find the late-game composure once again.
Player managed to just repulse himself away for a second to extend his life, but here comes Leor now. Big 1v1. No. Turns into a 2v1, and you're seeing it happen again in front of your eyes. It's now just a 2-kill game. Cinta Negra, they love these final moments. When the pressure is on, they seem to turn up.
These guys are the 1999 New York Yankees, which might not be a reference that's that well appreciated in Mexico City, but like you say, a 1-kill game, 46-45. Cinta Negra X with the lead. But Cinta Negra wants to take this one. They'd love to steal game 2 as well.
They would, but this could be the end of it for the series. Johan, he gets the pick. Hrimgau goes down as well. It's a huge lead change with just 3 kills to go now for Cinta Negra, but it's just a 1-kill difference between the 2 teams.
All the pings going down. They need to build an arc because here comes the flood. Tries to fly in, but gets taken down. 48-47.
48-47. Overshield could win the game here. It's going to get picked up by Hrimgau. He's got a 1v1 with Johan. Johan stays alive, but not for long enough. And in the last seconds, it's a 50-48.
Wow.
CNX tie up the series. What a mad ending to both games we've had so far.
Unbelievable series so far. This is fantastic, and how fitting. I mean, we needed this series to go 1-1. There's no way we could have let this go to a 2-0 lead. And also, you know that CNX could not allow themselves to blow the lead back-to-back in both of those games. They will clutch up in the end, and it came down to two big things, right, Mark? We saw a really bold push coming in from Cinta Negra, and it just got ripped apart there on the gold side. And at the same time, off the back of that kill, Hrimgil will slide right in, get the overshield, and make a very easy push in to close out the game 50-48. And just like that, we're tied up 1-1.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I can only imagine what the energy is like right now in the venue. I know everyone was probably feeling a little bit tired. Long day for everyone, but I'm sure it's picked up right now. And the audience, excuse me, and the members of the community who are still in attendance in the arena are probably watching right now, glued to their screens. I'm sure people are at home as well, because 50-48, I thought for a second, Addy, they'd let it slip through their fingers again, but they show a little bit of ice themselves.
And look at him go. He's rocking that demon service tag, and for good reason. He goes 17-12, +5 in a game that they narrowly win by 2. Huge performance from him. Also, Sep Stars, of course. I'm still calling him baby. He goes +4.
Baby. Yeah, I mean, he's earning the name right now, and his teammates are still going to be calling him that if they manage to take home this series for sure. But they've got some more work to do now as we head towards our game number 3. This series, I know it's 2:35 a.m. in the UK right now, but I have woken up. I'm ready for this. I'm ready to go.
I am ready to go. It's been fantastic. We want to thank you all for joining us across Twitch and YouTube. Also, of course, everyone in the room in Mexico City as well. It's been a fantastic series of events so far over the past 2 days. But to be honest, this is probably our favorite series so far. One of the series we've been waiting for in bracket play. And so far, Mark, it has certainly delivered.
It certainly has delivered, and this is the match maybe I was looking forward to most, because these are the two teams, like we've been talking about the whole day, right, who just seem to be impressive and seem to be separating themselves outside of PK, who have been the team who everyone has been talking about as the favorites for this tournament. But we're seeing there's some real talent on both of these squads, and a real aggressive play style as well, which could certainly cause some disruption if those two teams do meet up, or one of these two teams, will meet up if Knights go through to that winners bracket final as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun, man. Like this series is this is why we love Halo Infinite, right? This is why we love Halo. These kind of things just come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, I'm here, I'm engaged, I'm sold.
And keep in mind, right, there's a lot more than just the advancement on the line here. Both of these teams signed to a Cinta Negra roster. Neither of them really want to go back to their managers and their CEOs and say, the other team you signed was better. They're a little bit better than we are. We'll get them next time. You want to go back to your leadership, to your management, and say, yeah, we're the better team. We're the one that
me a pay rise.
Exactly. that too. Yeah, exactly. And but so glad that we get to see a 1-1 series here. This is one that we always pegged that could go the distance. That certainly could be the case here between these two. And I tell you what, CNX is going to be feeling good, though. They only narrowly squeaked that one out by 2. Keep in mind, they were up 45-40. And that game ends 50-48. So once again, a little bit too close for comfort for the side of CNX. But regardless, they got the job done, and we are going to a game 3 all knotted up.
We are indeed. And you can see the players right now, they're just locked in. No one's getting carried away with things. We haven't got any Chico bounces happening on the main stage right now. And I think both teams understand what is on the line in this series, right? And also probably just don't want to dance like Chico does. I understand that. You know,
I do love that.
A little bit more.
I do love that there's now, there's moves named after the Chico bounce. I'm a big fan of it. Hope we get to see a little more bouncing from the likes of Chico in the squad later. But right now, all eyes on these two teams, of course. And I think we've been seeing tweets from Tashu, we've been seeing tweets from Unisec as well, just how amazing this crowd has been. We wish we could be there in person, of course, but we know, as you said, Mark, that they have been stoked on this series as well. Here's a look at the series layout. If you're just joining us, well, first of all, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You just missed 2 of the best matches we've seen all weekend. Yep. You can catch those on VOD, but hold the phone because you picked a great time to join. We're tied 1-1 going into Oddball on Recharge.
Now, if you needed a chaotic game type to put these two teams on to just duke it out, you just put Oddball Recharge on, don't you really? You just see what happens. It's almost like a crazy science experiment. You put a couple of things in a jar and you just wait for it to explode, because I think that's the kind of situation we're going to find ourselves in Based off what we've seen in those first 2 games, it seems like both teams have a real strong grip on how they want to play objective game types. They're both extremely aggressive, and I just wonder if it's going to come down to something that Dan loves, which is who is going to take the risk to pick that ball up when they've got the numbers and get it back to a safe place. Maybe give away a death, but at least get that oddball back into a position where you can get that 15-20 seconds on the board before you got to fight again.
Yeah, I agree entirely, and it is kind of a sick and twisted experiment. If you did want to see just people go at each other, you would pick Oddball Recharge. You would throw them on here, you see what happens, and luckily for all of us watching here from the booths and also at home, we get to see exactly what's going to happen between luckily, we're sick and twisted.
Yeah.
Actually, no, we're just kidding. Once again, credit to League Ops for being sick and twisted, for deciding that this should be game number 3 between these 2 teams, because it's an absolutely perfect one. And I also think it's going to be good, because we get, of course, not just something that's going to be over quickly. We will get at least 2 rounds of oddball, maybe 3. And if the first 2 games were any indication, we could easily be going to a 3rd round in this game as well.
I like how you're joining on the train now of just unnecessarily going at members of the community.
I don't know how this happened.
I'm sorry,
now
I'll take full blame for it, dude. Like it's 100%.
Credit to Richie Hines for knowing this series would be that good, for making sure that Oddball Recharge was game number 3. You sick twisted man.
Anyway, it looks like we
appreciate it.
We love Richie Hines, yeah. And also, it gives us a second to just dedicate this part of the show to Richie Hines' arms, because I think they need to be talked about more in a global space, more than they currently are. The guy's got guns right now. Like those things are getting out of control.
He's in great shape. Hines 2.0 is a force to be reckoned with. We wish we could be in Mexico City with you, Richie, but we thank you for all the hard work. I know all the teams, of course, on site as well do. It's not easy to run a tournament of this size with most teams ever in Mexico City, so it's going to be a fantastic weekend overall, with all these teams having not only great matches in the open pit, but come Championship Sunday, everyone crowd around the main stage. As you said yesterday, Mark, it will certainly be standing room only, and it'll be a pretty wild finals. But in order to get there, we've got to get through these teams. Actually, here's a look at the venue now. Thank you, of course, to production for giving us a look at everyone inside here. And it might be getting late. Might be going on 9 p.m. in Mexico City, but not too late for our LATAM community that are ready to rock. They want to see these final matches on the main stage.
Yeah, that guy might have just caught a laser for a second there. See the hand went up, just making sure.
I think you passed out.
Somebody check on that guy right now.
There's some waves.
There may be a medical emergency. Yeah. Oh, look! Hey, we got the Halo couples in the house. We got the good-looking community over in MX right now. That's what we want to see, right? We want to see everyone turning out to watch these games, and what a time to. I've got a Lior fan.
Look at the Lior poster. Hell yeah!
That's what we love to see. You're gonna have to translate for me.
I didn't really get much of it. The poster went down quickly, but I can tell you that it said Leor in big letters, and they are certainly Leor fans in the house. And many fans, of course, of these Sinta squads. And to be honest, statistically, most fans in the room are actually Sinta fans, because of the amount of Sinta teams that we have in the tournament.
I've got a request to production. Can we just go back to that shot? Because, I just love looking at the event, the community, and to be honest with you, everyone looks better than we do. Thank you, production. Yes, keep it going. That Sentinel shirt, I thought saw there for a second. Maybe just saw the white and red. Might well have been, but I mean, look at them. I've got to appreciate the lasers as well. Look at the lasers on the wall. Beautiful to see. You've got production there in the background doing their thing. I want to know what that guy's eating, because he's looking very happy. He's not eating anything. That is an Xbox.
It's a controller.
Do not eat that.
Dude, don't eat the controller. We've seen that too many times. We know how that story ends, but. Of course, we got our
translate now.
Dude, this is.
You want to translate?
It says no. I don't want to translate.
Is it broadcast appropriate?
That's dangerous. I'm not going to translate here. But I do want to give a shout out while we have everyone on screen to our entire LATAM community. But it sounds like we're ready to take a look at the maps, and I think we might be ready to get back into gameplay.
Okay, we'll come back to you, MX community. Thank you for your. For your time. For now, we're going to remind everyone that Oddball Recharge is going to be the battleground for our game number 3 and the swing game in the series. Here, Andy, whoever takes this one home is going to be just one game away from closing things out. And I've got to say, for a series layout, this one's pretty good, isn't it? Let's be real. This is a pretty good one.
I think this has
to Catalyst. Maybe we have a Street Slayer in there, and then I'm completely sold.
No, come on. Catalyst Slayer's fine for game 2. You got your Street strongholds. Let's use that as the Streets game type. You are greedy as hell right now. And then to go to Oddball Recharge, I agree. CTF Aquarius is one of our favorites. And then a Slayer Livefire. Even Clutch is happy, which I'll tell you what is not easy to do, because he's happy to have a sniper rifle in that game 5 Slayer. This is a damn good series layout. We're hoping we go the distance, and honestly, based off of the first two, we know we're at minimum going to a game number 4, and we could have even more in store. As Mark said, Oddball Recharge will be our next game type, but gotta also say, a huge shout out, as we said, to the entire Latin American community. We know many of you are joining, even on the English stream, which is crazy and brave of you, because there's amazing casters on the Spanish stream. But we just want to say muchísimas gracias por la comunidad latinoamericana. You guys are amazing, and we wouldn't be able to do shows like this without you. So we're happy to have you joining.
100%, and I'm so glad they get to cast with you so that you can relay the message in the way it should be. As well. I'm going to learn, by the way. I'm going to learn as well. I'm going to learn some Spanish for the time that we do get to get out to these events, and I'm going to do my best, Andy. That's my promise to you. I've said it on broadcast now, so it's going to be clipped and shipped. So I'm now going to make true on that promise. And I'm the kind of guy, as you know, if I make a promise, I follow through on it, unlike certain other members of the talent pool.
You've been slowly increasing your vocabulary as the weekend goes. Let's not forget, we were just in Valencia as well, in Spain. So, not only that, but also Gran Salon, as you were saying. There's some good call-outs. Keep an eye on that bottom left of the screen, because there's a lot of fun call-outs in Spanish that you can learn. Also medals as well. So I've been pretty impressed so far with you, Mark.
Thank you, man. I genuinely am trying my best. Like I did, as I say, Duolingo got visited for about 2 months. If I went and opened that app again right now, it would probably have dust on it. But I did try.
I think the bird, if you were to open it, the bird would start screaming at you, and you'd have to force.
Hasn't been fed.
You'd have to force quit the app.
Hey, so a little bit of a delay here while we get into game number 3, but nothing we're not unfamiliar with. So don't worry about it. You get to see us. My request again, though, to production. I know that we do still have. It's my new favorite thing. I want this to be a normal thing where we just get to appreciate the community, Andy. We're going with the audience. We're getting in our ears right now that we're going with the audience. Andy, take it away.
Okay, I will say, here we got the Cinta Negra banners in the room. By the way, how do we get a Cinta Negra hoodie? Who do we talk to?
These are sick.
Necesitamos Cinta Negra hoodies. That's what we need for sure. I'll take a banner as well if we're giving them away. But big shout out to all of the Cinta Negra representation here. Fantastic Mexican-based organization who has, of course, supported so many of these teams here this weekend in the bracket. There are spares.
Some spares.
The camera guy's looking at the spares.
This is why we were talking about the importance of Steadicam operatives yesterday, by the way. This is the kind of stuff they can do for you. Take you around the crowd, give you that in-house experience. You don't get that without Steadicam operatives.
Those are definitely extra hoodies.
I'm pretty sure.
There's a pile of hoodies right there, I told you. There's a pile of them.
Who else we got in the room right now? We got some Luminosity shirts in the background there. Some Luminosity fans. Shout out to you. I feel this is getting a little bit Eurovision right now.
It's a reference it's a reference that not many outside of Europe would appreciate, but I certainly do. Got some waves from the crowd here. I gotta say, one thing that's fantastic is just hanging out with the Mexican and Latin American community every single event. We have a great time. If we were there in person, we'd be heading out for some late night tacos and margaritas without a doubt. And to be honest, they're unmatched. They're unmatched. It's getting late.
You never want them mouched.
Don't get mouched. It's never good.
Okay, I feel sorry for the crowd now. I feel like we've put the camera in their face.
And maybe we'll show the players. We'll show the players now.
Let's go to play. Let's go to the main stage. I don't know. I feel like we've got like a line to the Steadicam cam operative at the moment. He's not disappointing. Let's try it out. Steadicam operative. Can you turn around?
There he is.
See,
perfect. There we go.
What he did is he had to transition himself as well and stood really
during the transition he sprinted over, which is incredible.
And now he's stood as still as a statue. It's impressive. But I mean, beautiful main stage as well in Mexico City, and I love the addition of the UNSC banners. By the way, I think it's a nice touch. Andy, do you?
You mean the UNSC Eagles that are on the main stage? Is that what you're referring to?
The banners, like the drapes.
I love the whole, absolutely. I love the whole stage there. The whole stage design, I think anyone who's caught it on the wider shots as well. Beautiful stage and really a beautiful venue there. And we're glad that everyone in Mexico City is having a fantastic time. We know the matches have been good. And to be honest, Mark, they're only heating up because this one's probably the best one of the tournament so far.
100%. And I think we get to look at the series layout again, which is still going to be Oddball Recharge. And it's still going to show us tied up at 1-1. But what this little break does, Andy, is build the tension, right?
I can feel it.
The tension. I'm sure everyone at home is thinking, thank goodness we have this elongated break right now to just really appreciate what we've seen so far in this series. And it makes this next game even more important. That's how I feel about it.
I can feel it in my toes, I can feel it in my bones, and this one's going to be a good one here. And to be honest, the players on the main stage as well know that there's a lot riding here. These two, I mean, you really cannot ask for closer matches between. That's probably in terms of series that have gone 1-1 this weekend, very few of them have, by the way. These have been the closest score lines to do it. So this is going to be a good one here. We're now flying through Recharge once again, a very familiar place for you and I this weekend. And you got to hope for these teams, a very familiar place for them as well, because they want to go ahead and come out of this game with a lead in the series.
Well, it looks like we are ready to get into the next game, and we are going to see Recharge Oddball finally ready to be played between the two teams. If you're just joining us, it's Cinta Negra versus Cinta Negra X, and it is going to be the swing game in the series. We are tied up at 1-1, and I want to see Johan get that shock rifle in his hands and do something even more disgusting than the last time we saw him.
Certainly. What's scary about this series is the series is packed with the players we've been talking about all weekend long in different series, right? We've talked about Sepstars popping off. We've talked about Johan and Guardian popping off. And now they find themselves in the same lobby on the main stage against one another. And really, it's just a battle of who is going to put on a show. And in these past two games, each team has silenced a few players on each team in a way that we really haven't seen. So it's a crowded stage. There's 8 players in the game, and really there's only going to be a few stories that come out of it, right? All 8 players cannot pop off. That's not how this will go. So can't wait to see who's going to pop off in game number 3.
Maintenance still required on the batteries. What we're going to do, though, everybody, we apologize for this, but we're going to go to a quick break right now before we get back into the series. We don't want to keep you waiting. We want to get into it just as much as you do. So apologies for the little delay. We're going to go for a break. We will be here when we get back and when the game is ready. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere, although I'm sure some of you wish that we would. But that's going to be it for now. We'll see you in just a few moments. Welcome back, everybody. We're having a good time over here. Don't worry. And I'm sure you will be soon when we get back into some gameplay. Hopefully, we get some gameplay coming your way as soon as possible. We can only apologize, everybody. We know how these things go sometimes. And if we had the answers, trust me, we'd be fixing everything right now and making sure that the games are on your screen. But for now, all we can do is update you on the series and where we stand. It's 1-1 between Cinta Negra and Cinta Negra X. I believe that you said is correct.
I gotta say, I've been watching the Spanish casters. By the way, they've been absolutely crushing it, absolutely killing it. Shout out to HCS for also posting the Spanish language commentary on Twitter, because honestly, those are the clips that should go there. They're absolutely epic. And yeah, I think they're referring to unsurprisingly Cinta Negra X as Cinta Negra X, and I think maybe that's the way we'll try to do it too.
Well, I don't want to get too ahead of us here, because I've seen this before, this fly through. Me and this fly through go back, and it's treated me badly. So I'm going to hope this time is going to be the turnaround, and this is going to be the start of the game 3 that we've been waiting for quite some time now. And hopefully it's going to be the start of the swing game for this series as well. So hopefully we're going to get there, and I'm hearing good news, everybody. We're into the game. Thank goodness we're here. We're live. This is not a replay, I'm telling you. And we have the opportunity to see who is going to go ahead in the series against Cinta Negra and Cinta Negra X.
X.
Like Dos Equis. Darn it.
Do you guys have Dos Equis in the UK?
No.
A beer? No?
No.
Okay, wow, okay. That's true, it's only Stella. All right, well, here we are. Game number 3. Series tied 1-1. Cinta Negra and Cinta Negra X. An epic series so far. Unbelievable matches. A 250 to 240 stronghold if you're just joining us. And then a 50 to 48 Slayer in game number 2 has set us up for an epic game number 3. And to be honest, rest of the series as well. 3 dead for Cinta Negra off the break. We'll see what X can do.
Something so satisfying about seeing a one-shot get cleaned up in the LAN environment, right? Just whipping that battle rifle around and just clipping that player is enough to get the damage done. You know, online that player is getting away 100% of the time, and now Khumgel is trying to put another player into the dirt. Not going to happen this time, but 21-2 is the score here. And Cinta Negra X, who came off the back of that win, a very closely fought win in that game number 2, have the lead here in game number 3.
Yeah, Khumgel, the guy that got the overshield and also made the final push there on goal and put up an absolute show, trying to connect on long hole as well. Has to retreat for just a second. Not a lot of ball time on the board just yet. We'll see what the next few minutes hold here. Is still going to be a battle for control.
Well, Khumgel is in the feed again with that shock rifle, and he is still creating space for his team to hold that oddball. It's 24 points on the board right now, but with a couple of kills falling into the hands of Cinta Negra X, then there is going to be the opportunity for them to scrap up a little bit more. But someone has to be aware of that oddball. They need to also be aware of this player pushing. They're holding off the push at the moment, and this is going to be more time. 3 players fall for Cinta Negra.
Yeah, look at that. And we'll see Cinta Negra X, or CNX as we've been calling them, when our mouths get really tired. Have a lot of points on the board here. 40-2, 41-2 in the end. By the way, I've said I have a very tired mouth. By the way, I've said it before. No one will replace Jeff Steitzer. But ooh, speaking of, look at this Eagle Eye coming in. Hrimgil almost does it. That will be CNX with 3 dead off the back of that. But my God, the Spanish-speaking announcer, I haven't actually changed my language in Halo Infinite.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but please go to Johan. I think he's just picked up a disgusting triple kill, and I was wondering if you get there. Because sorry, Andy, we didn't get to see it. But please continue with your story.
No, to be honest,
you're completely right.
No, to be honest, I was keeping an eye on it too. I was thinking the same thing, and I'm glad you said something. And also, a little bit of deja vu, right? There's something about Johan with the shock at top glass. He just knows how to hit the multi-kills and knows how to put the points on the board. But CNX here now up 50-30, 20-point lead, about halfway done with the round.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances for Johan as far as the stream is concerned, not catching some of those plays. But as far as the game is concerned, very, very important for his team that those plays do get made. However, 4 players fall now for Sintenegra, and now it's going to be CX who will have the opportunity to pick up this ball. They've got it back to blue, so the play ball is there. There's a wonderful kill. Can he turn 2? He almost did it to him. Dolan with some crispy battle rifle shots, and the cleanup immediately coming in once more.
Yeah, very nice work. There's only 1 alive there. That's, I think, going to be Johan there in bottom control. We'll see if they can clean that one up as well. And I don't know, there's something about Bola Tomada that is just absolutely epic when we talk about the Oddball in-game announcing. Somehow even more epic than Ball Taken, for sure.
I mean, look at the score, though, doubling up at the moment. Sintenegra X. Really strong first round from them, and Sintenegra really struggling to break this long hold, long hold kind of works as well. That is coming in at the moment. Hrimgel's got the shock rifle back in his hand. This time we need to stay on this man because he's not missing too many shots. As I say that, I curse him for just a few seconds, but maybe he's going to make a little bit of a desperate play for this camo. If he gets away with camo shock and they have set up and ball, this could be the game, but finally gets taken down by Gotti.
I mean, this is also just as fast-paced as we expected, right, Mark? We said these two teams are going to be flying at each other. They're going to waste no time. Based on the last 2 games that we saw, they are just going to be playing as aggressive as possible. It will be also a grapple here for Johan. He checks the shock ledge, not up just yet, but we'll see if they can hold here and close out this game.
Good shots coming in from Johan as well onto Lior, the player that we're watching right now. And now you're seeing Sintenegra get a setup of their own for the first time, really, in quite some time. If they're able to hold as effectively as CX were, then we might be getting to a point where this could be the game. So, or should I say the round, excuse me. A couple of kills go their way as well. They clean out Elevator. Now if they can clean this final player out on Pipes, that'll be a fresh 4 dead. And they've got a total setup here, complete map control, and they are closing in on that 82-point lead.
Let's see how they push here. All right, we saw Dolan was the last one to spawn up. Hrimgil, Leor, and Sepstars all spawn together, so expecting to see a rotate if they get gold control here.
Yeah, Bullet's got the shock rifle as well. He's already managed to pick up 1. They should have a 2v1 situation here on Pipes. They can clean this player out. That will be 3 dead as well. An opportunity to just scrape a bit more ball time up, which they're not going to turn away from. And now you're seeing them just within a few points here. Huge moment in this game. The next set of kills could be the round. Even with 2 minutes and 20 left on the clock, if it's a Thresh 3 or 4 dead, that could be it. Guardian's last alive now for Sintenegra.
2-1. Look at this. Guardian tries to nade it. He has to get away. Sepstars barely stays alive as well. That was a 2v1, and Guardian did what he needed to get the damage and keep the nades off somehow. Sintenegra able to maintain a little bit of composure there, even in that 2v1.
Well, 2 dead as well. Lior, though, playing sneaky in that corner. Needs to get in a position to get this oddball, though, because you can see that the lead is now in the hands of Sintenegra. They have managed to turn this game around once again. This round looked like it was destined to go into CX's hands, but with just 6 points on the board, it looks like there's not even enough time for Hrimgil to get across the map and get that ball out of their hands. That will be the round, and Sintenegra, what a hold that was, because they were down by about 60 points.
I mean, how fitting, right? This is the only way these two teams know how to play. It's neck and neck every single time we see them, regardless of the map, regardless of the game type. They do it again. That first round will narrowly go in the hands of Sintenegra, and we'll see if they can now get another round on the board.
We see that both teams know how to move that oddball, how to hold, how to set up. It's about who's going to be able to execute best and who's almost better at breaking the setups that could win this game. Johan's getting the camo early on. He's last alive, though, so a lot of resources thrown towards getting that first power-up.
Gonna grab the grapple here. Probably slow play. This shock is already off the platform, so that's his first priority. He's actually going to find him in Trimgel, and he gets some help as well. Got to highlight some big performance here. It's got to be Guardian. He's already 14-8 in this game.
Repulsor was good. Grapple was good to stay alive for a few seconds as well. Well, you are completely right. The players that are putting up the most kills on the map seem to be falling onto the side of Cinta Negra for now. Rimgel, can he be the catalyst here? Can he be the player to just light the fire? The sparks need to be lit at this point. The player tries to escape on his team. He keeps him alive for now. Lual actually manages to get away from that somehow or other. But 2 players now down to low shields, and Rimgel's going to re-challenge on the pipes as the push comes in.
Very good shots from Rimgel. Oh, boom, boom, boom. My God, Guardian flies, and he's got flies in the gamer tag for a reason, because he just comes into pipes and sneaks away with a melee battle and then scurries away. And you got to think it's plays like that that were a big difference maker in the first round. But look at the time on the board. That's our first ball point scored in this whole round. These two teams playing a little bit more apprehensive in round 2.
I don't think there's just been an opportunity to get that ball back to pipes. Finally, it's going to be taken. Apprehensive is a good word to use. Everyone just valuing their lives a little bit more, not being able to get a fresh 3 or 4 dead to get a complete setup. But Cinta Negra now do have the semblance and what seems like the starting point for a setup to start to form. However, Dolan gets a kill, and now it's up to Bullet to hold off these pushes coming in as last player. Bullet, excuse me, as last player for his team. Lual's managed to get that ball in hand, and now if he can hit a few shots here, Bullet, that could create an opening for that break.
Bullet's just going to wait and bait here. I love this play. Look how long Bullet's taking. He plays the ball out of bat ledge, then he just rotates gold. He plays his angles. He's a total pain in the butt, finally picking up even more kills and batteries as well, and that whole time denies any time for Cinta Negra X.
Look at this flank coming in, though. Picks up 1, opportunity to pick up 2. Really, really solid shots on the player trying to approach on the stairs, but just loses him for a second. We'll have to find out how that fight happens at another time, but Magico is going to have the camo. That's the most important thing to focus on here. He's the player who can make a difference.
We'll wonder for a long time the end of that tale. 17 kills on the board here for Guardians. Actually 17 and 10 will finally hit double-digit deaths. It took him a long time, but great shots from Mexico on Leor as well, and he'll stay alive at backseat.
Gets a clean up as well, and Sepstar's now the last player alive. Don has just come off of spawn, so you see the oddball now being moved back towards the pipes. That's where the successful setup came for Cinta Negra. They won them that first round, and if they can recreate something even slightly similar to what we saw, this could be the swing game, match number 3 going their way.
Certainly could. Rimgel, last player alive for Ekis, and how many times have we said that over the course of this series? It feels like even though he's popping off in a lot of the games, he's also the one left with the responsibility of deciding what to do as the last solo player alive and having to make plays like this, like the one you're seeing on your screen where he's panicking and trying to do whatever he can to get a kill when he's alone, and so far he manages to do it again.
I mean, he could have done more in that situation. He is doing everything he can to survive, to escape, to get kills and create openings for his team, but no damage being done for him to really capitalize on by the rest of the team. And Cinta Negra just seem to be locking down this pipe setup once more. It's 52-20 now.
Yeah, 18 and 10 for Guardian at this point. He's going to keep racking up kills while they keep racking up points, and about to be 60-20. Only 40 points to go for the side of Cinta Negra, and they are just shooting every single thing that moves at bottom mid there, and it was a camo burn for Rimgel, and it seems like it's a story that's all too familiar for the side of Cinta Negra Ekis.
Score's got out of hand now. That elevator set up, the rotation has come in. Johan's cleaned out all of blue and long haul, so you can see the pipe spawns, the gold spawns are as far away as possible for this odd ball to be challenged from. The player who's holding it is going to be safe for another 10 seconds or so, and that might just be enough to see this round done and dusted. If a couple of kills can be picked up, Johan finds 2 with a stick. That's a killing spree, the perfect time to do it. He's hunting down the triple. Unfortunately for him, every single player has fallen, and that will be game number 3 going to Cinta Negra.
Wow, and that's a very different game from the other games that we've seen in this series. It was highly contested 1-1, but to be honest, that second round was a bit of an outlier in this series. The first round pretty close, but Cinta Negra, the OGs, they will take game number 3 with a score of 2-0.
A really, really strong comeback from them as well. The way that they dominated that game once they got those holds was very, very impressive, and that's sometimes the thing that kind of separates these top teams, right? We see the Slayers, sometimes they're close between a few of the seeds. They're sort of outlying from each other, but it's those real control-based objective game types where you do see the better teams really start to come to the fore. And I mean, Guardian, 18 kills for him, just the 10 deaths. Very, very impressive game from him, but you could look at, again, all the stats, everyone doing their job as required for Cinta Negra.
Yeah, great performance from them, and you have to wonder, maybe that's just a little bit of extra boost that they needed to remind themselves that they're a tier above the likes of Ekis, and maybe we'll see them quickly end this series in one more game. Of course, on the side of Santa Negra Ekis, they're going to have something to say about that. They want to send this to a 5th game if they can.
Next game is going to be Aquarius as well. So another fast-paced game type, another objective-based game type, and another one that you would feel maybe is going to fall into the hands of Santa Negra, having seen the organization they had in that last game and the way that they were able to control certain areas of the map and deny any kind of space. Hi everyone. Any kind of space for their opponents to work in. I think this could well be the last game of the series, but if it does go to that game 5 and we've seen Santa Negra X surprise us once more, then I mean, with a Slayer, anything can really happen, and it's live fire, so anything really can happen.
I'll get blown wide open. Hey Lot.
Hey Wes.
Hey Wes. Good to see you guys. We're just checking in with the squad. We want to see how everyone's doing. 10:15 p.m. on the East Coast. It's whatever 6 a.m. in the UK. We're just making sure everyone's chilling.
You can't just make things up like that. It's 3:15 a.m. in the UK.
It doesn't matter.
It's not 6 a.m.
It's just the same thing. It's the same thing. Time really doesn't matter anymore.
Hey, if I'm casting Halo, I'm happy. I don't care what time it is.
But the one thing we will say, the only place that time matters right now, to us it doesn't matter. It hasn't mattered for years, actually, for us, and probably for many of you joining on Twitch and YouTube as well. Time is no longer a factor. But for the players in Mexico City, right, we're past 9 p.m. It's getting later in the evening. It's been a long day of Halo. The longer these series go on, right, the more energy they're going to have to find, that they're going to have to see if they have in the reserve, because this series is not going to get any easier. For the side of Santa Negra, they're going to want to close this one out. For the side of Santa Negra X, they need to win this game right here. They need to send us to a game 5 and get ready to see what Sunday might bring. But neither of these teams want to go down here and lose at this stage.
They certainly don't, and you never want it. Remember, this is an upper bracket game, right? This is a championship bracket game, and every single step along the line is more money, more opportunity to compete for that 3rd spot, that 2nd spot, that 1st place spot, all of which will be going to Orlando to compete in the major. And I tell you what, with the way these teams are playing at the moment, if you're like a decent North American team, you're thinking, I'm going to go into this tournament feeling really confident, and I see one of these names coming up in the bracket, I'm worried, because these guys are shooting better than straight. They're pulling off some crazy stuff, and if they can find that coordination, they're going to make a deep run in that tournament.
Oh, certainly. I think a lot of these players are maybe starting to realize, right? Maybe on Friday it was a little bit surreal. For a lot of them, they don't have a ton of LAN experience. And they're thinking, okay, this is awesome. I'm really excited to see what we could do. We've done the work online. We know what this takes. But you have to think, maybe after 2 full days of play, they're realizing, wait a minute, we've made it this far out of pool play into the brackets. This really could be a big tournament for us. We could come home with some big paychecks, guaranteed spots in Orlando. There's a lot to play for. So this might be becoming a bit more real for these players as time goes on.
Well, for now, the players just taking a second and waiting for whatever issues seem to be occurring to disappear once again. As you get the world's this isn't actually the Steadicam operative, by the way. This is a camera on a stand.
Fixed cam operator.
Yeah, this is a fixed cam operated by an operator. I don't know where to go at this point. I've been filling so much time today, Andy. I'm kind of running out of content. I've got to be honest.
That's not
true.
Come back
to us.
You know you're not running out of content.
Spanish lessons. Can you teach me how to say congratulations to our champions?
Felicidades.
Felicidades?
No. Felicidades.
Gee, I picked like the worst word. Like,
what if
break
you
it down? Break it down for me. Break it down for me.
Okay.
Felici.
You got it.
What's the next?
Felicidades.
Lades.
No. Dades. Dades.
I'm going to say good job. Anyway, let's go back to... I mean, the good thing is, last time we saw this, I was probably shooting an oddball recharge. We've done that.
We have. Progress.
Done. Look at that. filled in the blue, light blue, the sky blue, the turquoise of Santa Negra Esports as they take it 2-0 in quite some fashion. And now we get to move on to capture the flag Aquarius, Andy. Now, my question to you is, do you think that we're going to see this graphic again, or do you think we're going to go into the game very soon?
Okay, I think we're going to see Santa Negra close it out. I want to see it go to a game 5.
Okay. It looks like we're going into the game. However, I have been fooled before. Let's hope we can get in there and see if we have the conclusion of our series and Santa Negra do close it out and move in that upper bracket, one stage further along towards that grand final, or if it's going to be Sintenegra X who send us to a game 5. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm down for a game 5 right now. I feel like a game 5 is going to be a lot of fun.
Sign me the F up. I want to see a game number 5. That's what I want to see. And I'm ready for it. I'm going to teach you another word, Mark, while we wait. No, not. We're going right into gameplay. Let's go. Here we go.
I'm terrified of what you might have on the menu for me. You might
game number 4. Let's go.
Okay, game number 4. Let's get on with this. Let's refocus and let's do our jobs for just a few moments at least. Camouflage is going to be up top middle, and you can see Doyan not getting that, but looks like he might have just about got the burn there. Not sure if that is going to be still down top middle. It looks like I've just heard the audio for it being popped, so maybe it wasn't popped. We were fooled. We were bamboozled. We were hoodwinked.
Happens to the best of us. Johan's going to get that camo, and like I was thinking the same thing. That camo made a little bit too much noise there at the end. It was picked up in the end. Sepstars was the Johan gets eagle-eyed by Leor. These players are the sharpest-eyed players I've ever seen. Every single camo in the game is getting eagle-eyed at 240 hertz, and Johan gets melted.
Did a good job to get that double kill, considering that he did get eagle-eyed in the way that he did. Sepstars is just making sure that the plants are nice and healthy, fully watered, as he waits for his teammates to move on the pink side to give him a bit of support. Unfortunately, the time that it took meant that Guardian was able to spot him out and take him down, but I mean, you look at how this game is playing so far, Andy, it's no surprise. It's just two teams flying at each other, just trying to get any kind of opening to get that flag moving.
Absolutely. 2 dead for both sides momentarily. We are going to see players come off the respawn, but no advantages that are coming in just yet. Mahiko is going to keep his shields, try to see if he can make a gen push happen here, and very nice shots against Leor, but they do find Rimgel, who is across enemy lines and should be cleaned up at the bottom, and they will, so that will make it now 3-3 across the map.
A little bit of hand-holding going on bottom middle between the two teammates there, and it works out for them as two players do combine to take down 2 members of Sintenegra X. Unfortunately, Rimgel's going to be there once again just to cause a problem, just to cause a ruckus. There's the thrust, but there again it's Rimgel. That's a double muerte for him. But across the map, there's Guardian listening to those call-outs and getting the cleanup.
So far, a scoreless start here across the first 2 minutes of play, and to be honest, with the speed that these two teams play, a little thrust here coming in for Leor will not pay off in the end, though, and excuse me, the nameplate was updated there, and I can't keep up because Caster's Curse is absolutely just dominating anyone that pops onto the screen. Flag is still out. Johan's going to stop the run momentarily. 2 dead for Sintenegra, but here comes the Ekis run.
Well, here is the run, and who else but Rimgel, the man who seems to be at the center of all things good that have happened to Sintenegra X throughout the tournament so far. A couple of kills have been picked up by his teammates as well. He just needs to run this one home. It seems they've got the slays that are required. They also need to get a flag return. There it is, and it's going to be Sintenegra X who managed to get that first flag on the board. This has got game 5 written all over it.
Bandera capturada. Incredible cap there, and they're going to be the first to strike, as you say, and Sintenegra Ekis certainly wanted to put one on the board first, and in doing so, they give themselves just that little bit of extra cushion to continue slaying, to continue pushing up the map. Let's continue the pressure on, but that one flag is really going to help them make sure that they play the game at their pace.
Well, Sintenegra having to play some defense at the moment. I had to say defense. I had to think about that because I've got into this like motion of saying defense, which is how Wes would say it. It's defense. Dolan, he's going to be trying to just escape for now, and Guardian now is going to go on the offense and try and push forward. And might have the opportunity to hit this slide and get this flag moving. However, there is Rimgel again, just to be that nuisance. Every time you see him on the screen, I mean, the man's 12-4 at the moment, Andy.
I mean, ridiculous numbers. He's absolutely popped off. And ooh, the flag stays up top. Unfortunate for Guardian, and that will mean that Sintenegra will need to go back into the base to continue that flag run, which, to be honest, is going to be a bit awkward and clunky. It's great defense from the side of Ekis, but I could not agree more. Rimgel, this is not a name that we are going to see the end of anytime soon. He's 13-4 in this game. He's put on a show, and it's only Saturday.
And the perfect place to put on a show, right? On the main stage, under the bright lights, in a pressure situation in the winner's bracket with a chance to move on and be the player that everyone's talking about after the tournament is done. But Bullet's got the camo now for Sintenegra. He's going to pick up 1 kill. Maybe this is the opening they require just to get a bit of map control, because it feels like at the moment Sintenegra have had to play a lot of the game on their side of the base.
Certainly have. Feels like 2 dead for both teams for the majority of the game. That really has been the story, and that explains the low scoring. It also explains a little bit of the stalemate feel that we've had in this game. Meanwhile, Hrimgel will be the major outlier in this one, 13-5 at this stage, which is pretty wild, and certainly putting the team on his back in a little bit of a capacity. But Leor and Dolan both double-digit assists already as well.
Who else but Hrimgel? Hey, put that on a t-shirt. As he picks up yet another kill, but this is the first time we've seen a run that looks like it has some semblance of success about it. The kills are vital though. Every single player on the map is alive right now. Guardian gets the first pick though onto Dolan, and now you've seen Johan get his hands dirty, get his hands on that flagpole and run it home, and it looks like they've held off just long enough. They pick up the kills required. Johan makes a mess of it, or maybe just makes it look a little bit flashy, but at the end of the run, it means it's converted. It's 1-1 now.
They looked at him, they said, Johan, put your hands on that flag and get that thing back to the base. And that is exactly what he did. He's not afraid to put the points on the board. We are tied 1-1. And Johan, by the way, is 13-8.
13-8. Once again, popping off a little bit here. Not only the objective point going to him, but also most kills for his team. Sintenegra X now trying to deal with the pressure. Oh my word, those shots were ridiculous from that angle. Lovely little bit of movement around the front of the base on the bonfire to cause the problems, but having bought himself enough time. Now you're going to see Sebstars bringing this one home. They've lost a couple of players, but the flag is not home, so they've got to get that return once more.
Yeah, 3v3 here. Sebstars narrowly avoids the nade that came on the Gen Bridge. Luckily stays alive. A little bit of extra damage as well. Well-timed shots. And honestly, based on the engagement there from that side, you're surprised that he's able to even get that much damage all the way into Pink 1. And that should give his team an opportunity to push up. That was 2 dead for Sintenegra. This should be a return.
Should be a return, but look where the respawns are coming in. Bullet's not going to be able to get around that corner. This isn't online Halo Infinite. This is LAN, and those shots are certainly going to hit hard. The kill's just being staggered at the moment. And you can see that Sintenegra have lost a couple, so now the focus on return turns to just defending this flag themselves, and Johan's flying in, and Johan don't care. He wants to get his hands on a return this time.
Wants to put his hands on every flag he can. That's exactly what he has in mind, and we'll see if that's going to be the case. This is a big moment here. Big flag standoff, tied 1-1. This one could be a big factor in the final scoreline.
Well, it's having to be careful as well, as an overextension is coming on the pink side. That's usually a little bit of a sign of desperation. 2 kills now full. Sintenegra not in a good place here, and it looks like the return might be coming in pretty soon. However, it looks like they managed to once again get a touch on that. So Bullets decided it's time to go forward and see if I can be the man to be the hero for my team.
Nice little work here from Bullet, just flying and hitting every slide he needed to get across the map. And here comes the assault. They need to get the kills, then they'll follow it up with the return. The second one comes in. Should be a third big trade in the back of the base, though.
Huge trade. If that trade doesn't happen, the flag is going home.
It still should. There it goes.
A little bit of delay on it. It does go home. There's the 2-1 lead. Sintenegra go up by 1.
In the end, Guardian able to hold it down, and they will get 4 dead, and it required sending all 3 players of Sintenegra into the Eki's base. They said, this is enough of that. We're going to send in 75% of our squad. We're going to leave the flag on the stand with the very capable hands of Guardian, and see if we can make this 3v4 push happen. In the end, they did it. They got all 4 dead. That will be the return. And now we're seeing another flag being ran by Bullet once again.
This could be the dagger. If you lose one flag, you lose the flag standoff, and then 2 seconds later, you find yourself having to desperately fight not to go down 3-1. That could be too much to come back from at this stage. Good patience being shown here by Sintenegra as well, waiting for those desperate lunges to come in. Desperate angles to be taken, and they take advantage of it. It's now 3-1. They're up by 2, and with 3 minutes and 16 seconds left on the clock, that might just be too much of an ask, but we have seen crazy comebacks on Aquarius.
Yes, yeah, especially on Aquarius CTF. We have seen some wild stuff, so we've learned the hard way not to count anyone out just yet. This game is still within reach. 3 minutes on the clock. They're only down by 2 flags as well, but I tell you what, Sintenegra, they have looked a different breed in the second half of the series.
Sidekick only gets to pop the shields, not pop up in the kill feed, as the player will get that beat down. Sebstars are starting to come in alive a little bit for Sintenegra X as well, who's struggling a little bit earlier on in this game. Dolan is on our screen at the moment, and he seems to be a little bit slower than what we've seen previously as well. 8-19 for him, but if he can start just catching fire at the right time, and he needs to, If they want to keep this upper bracket run alive, then there might be an opportunity here. Guardian's fallen here for Sintenegra. It's a 3v2 on the map, so they can get this flag moving, but next kill's once again vital. If they don't fall to Sintenegra X, then there will be a return, and not only that, a counter cap opportunity.
He knew how fast he needed to go. Look at this, on the heels. Guardian and Sintenegra were ready for that return. He pulled that flag with only one dead. It was a risky pull. It doesn't look like it's going to pay off.
Looks like the return has come in, and also the flag is moving. So Sintenegra X, they tried to commit. They tried to do everything they could as they need to get that flag home, and here's Bullet just returning to his base with that camouflage. This is looking like it could be one of the final plays of the game because the flag is back home. They just need to get that touch, get that return, jump on it with the camo, and that will be 4-1 to Sintenegra, which might just be too much.
Ooh, Magico will be taken down, but like you said, the flag should go. Magico is going to be the one on your screen to take it down. 4 dead, though. So, yes, it's a 4-1 lead. 1 minute 30 left. Can we see Sintenegra Ekis get another flag on the board? You have to think with the time left, the result might be inevitable, though.
Felt like if it was 2 flags,
maybe
I'd give them a chance. 3 flags, yeah. I'm not sure if there's enough time to really make enough of a dent. Johan is going to be taken down there. Humgao is just saying, do you know what? I'll do everything. I'll pick up double kill in the base. I'll out BR someone. I'm plus 10. I might as well run a flag as well.
Less than 1 minute left now on the clock, and could be a flag that ends it, or it could be just time that ends it for the side of Sintenegra.
3 dead.
Dolan running this flag, though. 2 dead for both sides. Might be able to make it 4-2 here. Should be able to do it, but a flag does get pulled on a pink run.
Gotta watch that pink overextension. We've all been there. We all know how frustrating it is when there's just one player who sneaks in, just throws that flag out, delays that flag cap, and now with the seconds just burning away, even if a return comes in here, there's not going to be enough time. That's 4 dead for Sintenegra X. The return will come in as well. And now with 20 seconds left, Danny, I think it's time for us to almost announce that Sintenegra will be winning this series 3-1.
Yeah, this is a victory lap. These last 10 seconds, they just get to pad the stats just a little bit. Whatever side of the stage you're on, but I think there's one side of the stage that's going to be really happy as the time ticks down.
Time is ticking down. The shields are flashing, the noises are there, but the only noise is going to be coming from one side of that stage, and it's Sintenegra who close out the series 3-1 with a comfortable win on Aquarius capture the flag.
And you got to feel like with all that was teed up for, feels like Sintenegra Ekis is definitely going to be thinking about this series when they get back to their hotel room this evening, thinking there's more that we could have left on that main stage. We could have gotten a little bit better results. However, I think they should have their heads held high. They played against a very, very talented Sintenegra team, and honestly, Guardian, Johan, Nasty Bullet, and Magico, they looked great. And to be honest, they're another team that even though in the beginning things looked neck and neck, those last 2 games were very different.
Yeah, they certainly were. It seemed like they just found that cohesion, and maybe in a series, sometimes you play against a team right and you're caught off guard a little bit, and you have to work out how exactly you want to approach the games that are ahead of you. And Johan, I mean, Johan. I've been loving watching this guy play Halo the entire time that he's been on our screens. He just seems to be in the right place at the right time, running flags, doing whatever is required, and he's dropping a 30 bomb as well in a vital game in the series, but just not a 30 bomb. 19 deaths, but 13 assists as well. Joint most on his team, and just one shy of Sepstars, who's leading the lobby with 14.
Yeah, great numbers there, without a doubt. 4-1, your final score. And to be honest, if you're on the side of Sintenegra, you're going to be real happy with that result. It does not matter that you don't see a 5th flag on the board. The way that they played that was absolutely perfect. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find examples in that game of incorrect decisions being made by that squad.
Yeah, it's just, again, I think you just started to see the golf in maybe a little bit of class in the team. So a lot was put into that game number 1, a lot was put into that game number 2 from Sintenegra X, and I think maybe they just ran out of steam a little bit. It's been a long day for all the teams, and coming into a series like that, you have to be on top of your game, and you can't afford to have a little bit of a lax one if you're any of the players, if you want to be the underdog and take away a series like that. And unfortunately, that seems to be the case here. A 4-1 loss in that Aquarius game. It never really looked like it was going to go their way, and that was the final nail in the coffin for them, but not the end of their tournament. They will fall down to the elimination bracket, where they will want to find themselves rematching against Sintenegra a little bit later on.
Yeah, certainly. I think they're going to be thinking about those last few games. They're going to leave a little bit of a bad taste in the mouth, because the last round of ball and that last game that we just saw was pretty tough for them. Here's a look at your final series layout. As you saw, this thing was neck and neck, and we were set up for a historic series between these two teams, if I'm honest. ridiculously close games 1 and 2, but games 3 and 4 quite different.
Yeah, quite different indeed. And even the game 2, you have to feel it was Cinta Negra who almost made a crazy comeback as well. So this could have been a 3-0 had Cinta Negra X not iced up in those final moments and managed to close out that game number 2. But when you're looking at the objective game types, Andy, it usually tells the story of how the class is between the two teams, who is the higher class team, so to speak, who has the experience and the knowledge. And you look at that series, it kind of tells the story, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that Cinta Negra also is going to be a team that feels on the other side really good about exactly how everything went down there, and they're going to go back to their hotel rooms on the other side and think, wow, we're looking better and better and we're ready for tomorrow. And keep in mind, they don't just want to make sure that they place top 3. I think they want to win this tournament without a doubt.
Well, now it is time for us to throw to Lottie and the guys on the desk to have a quick chat about what we just seen, because Cinta Negra continue their run in the winners bracket.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yep, fantastic series there, and I love how hotly contested it seriously was, which was absolutely amazing. So, yeah, we love to see that. I've actually just been told we have to go to a break. We're keeping things pretty tight up in here because we have another series of the night to go to, so we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we have plenty more action for you here at the HCS MX Regional Finals. Oh, and we're back on. We're back on, but it's okay. We're going to head to a break, folks. As I was saying, it's better to say it face to face, right? We're going to head to a break. We'll see you guys right after this.
I've got you deep in the heart of me, so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you
on to the Halo Mexican Regional. We have got still another kick-ass series coming your way, so I'm glad you are still firmly planted on your seat. I'm Gaskin alongside Clutch, of course, and I'm excited for this one, whereas we've got the Pittsburgh Knights, who are going to be going up against Timbers Esports. Last time we saw this matchup, it was a grand final in the Super, but now it's an entirely different Timbers roster, and I wonder whether they can put up the same kind of match we saw previously.
Yeah, PK, they've looked good all weekend long. Timbers, they just started to look good in their most recent series, so big question for me is, can Timbers continue the success we saw them have in their winners bracket round one? For PK Knights, can they just do what they've been doing for what feels like a couple years now? And that's really setting the bar when it comes to caliber Halo here in the MX region. We know Atso, Drift, and Tapping are going to bring it just about every single time they step on the battlefield. But Pelu, he's been a breath of fresh air for us so far. Continue to keep eyes on Pelu throughout this series and their winners bracket run to really dictate how strong is this team's potential.
And of course, on the other side for Timbers, you've got Gambino, who used to be on the PK Knights, and of course was replaced by Pelu alongside Strikey, Noble, and Nugget. They have all shown that they can kind of hang with the big dogs, and they can certainly play the way that they would like to. In the previous series against Alta that we saw a couple of hours ago, we really saw them change their fortunes. Yesterday, they were looking like they were struggling in pool play, but today in bracket play, they look like a completely different roster, which has me at least hopeful they can put up a match here against the PK Knights. But it is not going to be easy. PK Knights have dominated this region for what feels like forever at this point, and I'm sure it's not going to stop now. With a winners bracket finals on the horizon, and of course that would be a guaranteed top 3, which would mean guaranteed going to Orlando as well. Would they join Sintenegra as being one of these rosters to represent the LATAM region? I guess that remains to be seen. We'll get a series layout at some point, I imagine, but Wes, how do you feel like this series is going to go? Are you confident about PK Knights? Because you've been backing them all tournament long.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty confident about the PK Knights here. They're just too strong of a team, just overall, right? I think when you look at just the history they have, especially compared to the competition that is around them in this bracket, they dominate. They never take series off, and I expect that domination to continue. I expect them to want to make statements here on LAN, like we saw from Ascend over in the EU scene. So looking forward to kind of the first real test, I would say, for PK. But I mean, even so, Timbers has got to play even better to make us really believe that this is going to be a true test for the PK Knights.
Yeah, I think the PK Knights are coming into this confident, but we saw yesterday they had an extensive warm-up, and I know it's a bit of a joke at this point, but that makes me feel like they were a little bit worried and concerned about every single team that they're going to go up against, and I'm sure they'll be feeling the same way against this Timbers roster. They know not to underestimate them. There are the Knights roster on your screen. Tapping Buttons, Pelu, Atso, and Drift, arguably some of the most historical and biggest names in this region. Tapping Buttons, for sure, I think has been one of the biggest standout star players this region has ever offered, and he will be looking to try and continue his winning form in this tournament, but he's got to get through those boys on your screen first. Timbers Esports, Nugget, Strikey, Noble, Gambino, Magico. Wait, that's 5. Why have I just read 5? Now I'm really confused. There's just extra names here for me to look at, Wes, but yeah, these boys are a very strong roster, and I'm sure they're going to be looking forward to this one indeed.
A strong roster. Honestly, both these two teams, we probably would have predicted to be somewhere near the finals by the end of the weekend. But Dan, when you've seen Timbers so far, we've seen good Timbers, we've seen bad Timbers, maybe not even great Timbers.
We'll have a look at the bracket and see whereabout we currently sit with today's action. It has been a walloping day, is one way to describe it. Amazing matches. The Sintenegra versus Sintenegra X matchup provided with great entertainment, a 3-1 victory. And of course, earlier on, we saw the Alter Esports versus Timber Esports match. And we even saw, reverse sweeps in pool play. Down in the elimination bracket, matches we haven't seen, Wes. Chosen Squad were able to beat Last Chance. That was in an open bracket team.
Fives.
Yeah, a couple of game 5s. And then Sintenegra Ade, who did come out of that open bracket undefeated, they lost to Team Smog, but then Team Smog did go down to lose to CN Nubis, and we're still waiting for the result on Alter Esports versus Chosen Squad, which I'm sure is going to be a juicy one, Wes.
We might have lost him.
Maybe lost Wes, but it's okay.
We might have lost him.
I
think it's going to be. I think it's going to be juicy though, Dan.
Oh, I'm hoping that Bravo, that your audio is going out, and if it is, then you know I'll be a happy man. But this is looking like a bracket that's starting to tee up well, as Wes is back. And Wes, sorry, I think we lost you temporarily, but I was just trying to get your thoughts on the bracket. How are you feeling about all of this?
3 Game 5s we missed for the stream. You hate to see stuff like that, but hopefully some fans inside the stadium were able to enjoy it. But looks like Team Smog put on a great competition coming out of the open bracket, not even on the winner's side. Didn't see them in pool play, so their tournament, their run, it's done. But Centenegra Nubis, they move on. That's exciting. I think everybody saw Centenegra kind of advancing to that winner's finals as strong as they've looked. Centenegra X is probably going to be that strongest team in the elimination bracket. It's a matter of where do they fit into the puzzle. You would hate to see them match up against Centenegra Nubis before they had to once again, just because they've already played each other in winners. So it would be really unfortunate for them to be on the same side of the elimination bracket. But eventually, if both those two teams keep winning, we're going to have another Centenegra competition in front of ourselves. And then hopefully Centenegra just throws a tournament after this one, maybe next weekend, where they can invite all of their teams and once again have those guys go at it, because I feel like we've seen Centenegra on Centenegra crime all weekend long.
I mean, just like Thanos, these Centenegra matchups are inevitable, Wes, and they are going to happen, and we're going to have to deal with them when they arrive. We've already heard that, you know, name changes have to come into fruition just to try and keep us going through those casts. But I'm excited. I've got to say, all the Centenegra squads have been so impressive. The organization has picked up some incredible rosters, that's for sure. And their number one roster, the OG roster, they've qualified for Orlando. You know, they've got to the winners finals. That's a guaranteed top 3. Wes, so they're going to be on top of the world right now. You know, that's the first box tick they can start to think about now further into the tournament. But how do you see them doing on international competition, considering now they are going to be going over to Orlando?
It's tough, right? You know, they look solid. They're top 24 for sure, but anything past that, they're going to have to earn. And some of North Americans teams are having a lot of swaps, a lot of change-ups in that area of the bracket. And I mean, even inside the top 8, top 6, a lot of teams have changed. So a lot of Halo left to be determined there. I think a lot of teams still left to form, especially on the back end of the top 16, the back end of the top 20. And there's a lot of talent in the American scene as well. I think they'll stack up pretty evenly with those teams, but if they can get top 16, I'd be impressed.
I'd be impressed as well, but we've already seen one team do it from this region, but we can take a look at what this series layout is going to look like then between the Knights and the Timbers Esports, because one team that did do it on the international competition was the PK Knights, top 16 in Kansas City, and you could argue that maybe they could push themselves even further as we look to Orlando, but they've got to get there first, and standing in their way is Timbers Esports. Stronghold Streets is of course where we start. Slayer Catalyst is going to be game number 2, Oddball Recharge 3, then if we need them, CTF Aquarius and Slayer Live Fire, the same series layout we just had in the previous winners bracket semi-finals, of course. Any kind of takeaways from this series layout, Wes? Is there anything you feel like one team might be better than the other, or do you think this is just going to be a walk in the park for the PK Knights?
I think PK Knights have a strong advantage there early in the series with Stronghold Streets, but to see Catalyst Slayer on there, we talk about that being that coin flip of a map as of right now, just with the meta still not really evolved on it to a point where teams can set up and formulate a strategy that seems to be consistently successful. I feel like that map typically plays like, I don't know any better word other than random. I'm a big roulette guy and I enjoy random dynamics, but maybe not when I was playing Halo. So Catalyst being a favorable opportunity for a potential upset. Timbers are happy to see that one there, but you look at Recharge Oddball, you look at Aquarius CTFs as game 3 and 4, and this one should be wrapped up in 4.
Should be, and hopefully will be for the PK Knights, who will want to just start thinking about tomorrow, thinking about those winners bracket finals already. But like, if this was the Timbers Esports squad that I had seen on Pool Play Day, and if it is those guys that turn up, then I think this is going to be a very quick 3-0, because they look very disappointing on day number 1 on the Friday, which was yesterday. But I've got to say that today they looked far better. Timbers looked like they had finally got their act together. They were finally clicking. Chemistry was starting to be there for the squad. Gambino had some amazing performances on the bizarre capture the flag that we saw in their previous series. So they need to come into this series with that same kind of energy and hopefully bring some momentum in it. But map fly through, you know what that usually means. It's going to be game one, going to be starting very shortly. I'll keep my fingers and my toes crossed and anything else that might be able to cross at the same time. But this should be an interesting series. Knights versus Timbers. This is a tale as old as time, or it was before Timbers changed their lineup. But maybe the Timbers can live up to the same team that did previously, Wes, and try and put on a performance for us here.
Question after we get into game one, when you cross your toes, is it just big over the toe next to it? Streets, not the name of the game right now, as we're looking at a recharge, by the way. So hold that question for maybe a time off camera. As we do get into gameplay, Atso's finding himself a double. 4 dead for Timbers. Camo in the hands as well. B, A, C. It's all going to be controlled by the Knights and an early trip cap as well. Atso. Jock rifle in hand, as I do believe we've lost to Dan Gaskin momentarily.
I'm back.
Something not lost or any of the strongholds so far. Dan, if you missed anything, it wasn't much. There's a trip cap in the Knights' hands. They're looking fairly strong, fairly aggressive, and although they've lost A, they got multiple members over towards A, so they're going to be able to retransfer this one up. With a couple of shots from Atso, they're going to be able to hold this trip cap and potentially jump out to a massive lead here early.
Don't worry, I'm back. The problem was I took the train to Streets because that's the map that we're supposed to be on, and maybe the one they probably should have started here. And I think they might have started the wrong one because that's what the series layout said.
That's a good one.
Usually I trust the series layout, don't you? But don't worry, everyone.
Did you end up in the PD or did you end up in tram? Were you?
Oh, of course I ended up in tram.
On the way?
I ended up in tram. I'm not a naughty boy. Otherwise, you know, I would probably not be casting this game right now. But I do think that these guys, looking at the series and the series layout in particular, I know I asked you if you saw any standouts. That Catalyst game really is going to be the difference maker. We've seen
well, it might not be there anymore, so.
Well, yeah, that's true. The series layout could change, and maybe it was incorrect. But if Catalyst Slayer is there, which it should be, because I'm working off Mark and Bravo what they casted a little bit earlier, so it definitely should be happening in front of our very eyes. Because if they, you know, they were like, oh, we're finally casting some Catalyst, Andy, and Mark was like, yeah, can't wait for it, and then it happened. So I'm hoping that that will be the same, because it should be the same bit in the bracket. But anyway, game number one, we'll find out whether it's Street Strongholds or whether it's Streets Recharge. But I do think it is meant to be Streets.
No, it's not going to be Streets Recharge.
that's just my brain now, just putting both maps together, and I'm like, well, there's a train going from one, and maybe it can end up in Recharge, but I'm excited to see Streets happen if it does. Whereas Strongholds, when it first came into, you know, the equation in Halo 5, I think there's a lot of questions around how teams were going to play it, right? And it's developed in loads of different ways. We've seen teams change and teams get more aggressive, teams try and hold one, teams try and hold two. But now we see this kind of rotational strategy that some try and play on Streets. Do you think that that is going to be what we're going to see from both of these teams? Or do you think it's going to be like a 2-1 hold?
From what I know about the PK Knights, they like their trip caps, and I think that that's typically the dominant strategy on Strongholds, especially across the more dominant teams, especially the better teams in North America. They're always trying to push for that trip cap because of the amount of points you can gain in such a short period of domination, right? If you can just dominate the map for a minute, maybe two, if you can keep control of power weapons, power ups, and fully utilize not only the small maps that are the arena maps in Halo Infinite, but the movement skill to allow you to traverse, to quickly rotate between the three. If you can keep 3 strongholds in your favor, you can basically win the game there in about a 2-minute standpoint, as long as you're able to dominate. It's easy to punish if you overextend, which is the other side of the coin, but if you're clearly the better team, a lot of the time you can use that momentum in your advantage and you can really steal some of these games. So we'll find out if a trip cap is going to happen here on Streets. It happened early on Recharge for the Knights. We're underway, tapping buttons. He's got rockets in hands. He's already going to be capturing B. He's under heavy fire, but they're going to be the first points on the boards going towards the Knights as well.
Different map, but same start. The PK Knights making sure they're the first team to be scoring. They were able to get control of those rockets as well. And Noble doing what he can to stay alive here on the arcade side of the map, but Grenades should be able to help him and will help him indeed. A will be taken in control of Timbers, but Knights doing fantastically to reset B here. And this is a big fight for Pelugod. He gets some help, but unfortunately Strikey eventually shuts him down. But very fast pace to begin with. Off spawn, both these teams are just piling themselves into these strongholds. And that's going in favor of Knights because they're winning their pips.
Knights are going to win their pips pretty much all weekend long. If you find yourself in one-on-one battles with these guys, it's going to be a tough series ahead if you're Timbers Esports. Drift and Tapping, they just have so much individual skill, and that's not even to account for what Pelu and Atso have been up to so far this weekend. Numbers all in the favors of Knights. Not even a single trade comes through. And the Timbers, they're falling down. The Knights are speed running this Street Strongholds match. It's a trip cap, and now it's just a matter of how long can they hold it.
Only for a few seconds, it would seem, because C's being contested and C will be taken. But, you know, the damage may be already done by the PK Knights. It looks like they are not going to let anything slip by them right now as a rocket goes straight into the Dangly Dooglies. And instead now, Trip Cap is going to be back in control of the PK Knights.
That's the first for me. I don't know what you and Shurzy have been up to in your free time, but you keep that to yourselves. We're going to keep this as far as Halo is concerned. Back on Streets, back into the English language and back into the Knights' hands as Pelu with these rockets has been able to extend that trip cap. B is momentarily transferred over, but the issue here, Dan, is that when Timbers are able to transfer one over, it's stalling their ability to push out and create space. They're not getting the slaves they need, and because of it, they're just getting collapsed over and over. Once again, the trip cap in effect.
Honestly, this is just demolishing at this point, and this is so demoralizing for the Timbers roster as well. You know, you waited to play this series, you've been kind of bigging yourselves up, saying, yeah, you know, we can take down the Knights, we can be the team that beats the #1 seed, and then you've yet to get a point on the board. Maybe now, B starting to be taken in control, and we are going to finally see points being scored now for Timbers. Now, we do see comebacks in Strongholds. This is going to be probably one of the best of all time if it were to happen, but I wouldn't put my hair on it, that's for sure. Double kill for Drift, and we will already see ANC back in control now for Knights.
Yeah. This ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna let you know right now. Drift shooting too well, finds a second kill of his life, gonna play his life well as he can over in this red room. Good grenades from Gambino to capitalize on that damage, but you can just tell the way the Knights are moving. Every time we switch to their screens, they're the ones being aggressive. They're the ones on the balls at their toes, and that's how you win Halo games, especially in Infinite. You got to be aggressive. You got to take space. And Knights, they're just taking space, taking kills, taking faces, and 3 down for Timbers once again. With rockets coming up, it's going to be a very difficult time for them if they can't secure these rockets.
Taking names, faces, then rockets to the Dangly Dooglies. You know how it works around here in Streets. Where's 188 to 10, and we're starting to see Timbers fall like flies once more as Atto hits the fine BR shot onto the face, and it's going to be a reset. Still total control, and Timbers, they have no shot getting back into this one. Knights have just been on an absolute movement through every single passage of this map. And at this point, I think Timbers might just want to put their pads down and start to think about map number 2.
Yeah, they're going to be thinking about map number 2 shortly, probably before they can put their controllers down at this point. They got about 1 more life in order to try and stall the push from the Knights, but just look how aggressive they're being, and look how the teamwork as well. All of these players getting shot at from multiple angles. It's because the Knights are so aggressive, and that's going to do it. It's 250 to 10, Dan. I haven't seen a score line like that since we matched up back in 2009.
And it was a shame that you had to lose that game, Wes, and I'm sorry I had to do it to you. But you know, sometimes these things happen, and these are the games that we remember. But you can see on the stage the WIN, the win for the Pittsburgh Knights in their nice orange and black background. That is a nice little graphic work that's been done. Hats off to the team. But this is probably what we are going to expect from this PK roster. They have been such a dominant force in this region, and even Timbers, a squad who definitely look amazing when they get rolling, they can also get rolled, and it was a shame to watch it like that. And it's not going to be easy for those players having to do it on the main stage, that's for sure. But as for Knights, it's business as usual. You know, this is another day in the office for them, and they're making sure that they are getting this one done quickly so that they can get ready for that winners bracket finals tomorrow, when we start to, of course, find out who would be joining them in the Orlando Major, because there are 3 spots, and we've already got 2 of them guaranteed once we've got to those winners finals, and PK are on their way at the moment. Those are the kills then, 12 kills spread between 3 of the players, only Atso getting less than, but I don't think the KDs really matter at that much. It was more their control wares and how they were able to just fly around the map as a unit.
Yeah, the teamwork, it was clear as day, right? The angles that they were able to have, everybody on the same page, and everybody playing at the same pace for the Knights, and that was a difficult pace for Timbers to kind of deal with. And Dan, as we continue to explore other regions, as we have the European regional, as we have this MX regional, as we go over to North America shortly, it's very clear the different tiers of teams as we continue throughout brackets. We wondered how big of a difference there was going to be between the Knights and Timbers. And even in just game one, you can see why the Knights are such a dominant team, have the record they do, have the prestigious accolades that they've been able to acquire here in this region. And this is why when they come over to North America, they can push the Sentinels to a game 5.
They can, and I think the speed of which we're seeing them play kind of matches some of the North American speed that we've seen as well in recent times. And I am wondering whether, you know, this series is gonna be one of those where it's just domination after domination after domination. I'm hoping, I'm crossing fingers, I'm crossing toes, as you said, that maybe this was just a bad game type for Timbers, but we'll have to see whether this can change going into game number 2, which of course is going to be Slayer on Catalyst. And we've already seen that Slayer Catalyst throughout the HCS has shown us that things can really change once you get into that game type, because a few people struggle with it, a few teams still not kind of getting it right, even in the best of teams in North America. So maybe these guys can try and get an upset here, because if it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be on Slayer Catalyst.
That's the saving grace here, and that was the map mode we called out as far as the opportunity that Timbers were going to have. The issue here is, Dan, is you want a game 1 to be a little competitive, because if you're talking about individuals and confidence and what it would mean for these guys to win a couple of fights against the PK Knights, well, that confidence, it's got to be at an all-time low, especially against these PK Knights. At least for now, it's going to be difficult for them to start the next map and be expected to win gunfights against a team that just got done rolling them as bad as they did, 250-10.
Well, I'll tell you what, Wes, let's take a look at that series layout once more. No, we won't. We'll look at the replays instead, because I fancy looking... No, wait, it's a live game, Wes.
This is gameplay, Dan.
This is gameplay. We're into Catalyst already. It's 4-3. Ignore everything I've just said, as the skewer is going to be in the hands of Strikey.
Much better start for Timbers as of right now. Only down 2 kills, but I mean, we're only about 40 seconds in, so we'll see how quickly that changes. Drift finds 2 in the kill feed, and Strikey gonna need to strike while the iron's, I guess, cold. You need to heat it up. Turn the iron on first off, and maybe hit a couple of skewer shots. That would be nice for Timbers fans in the crowd to see, but Orsa just trying to play his life right now, and map control starting to get smaller and smaller, continuing to shrink as the Knights continue to collapse.
3 dead, and Timbers and Strikey leading the charge to try and get back into it. Already 4 kills behind the Timbers find themselves, and it's always difficult fights to be taking in these bases because there's so many pillars you can hide behind, and Knights do it perfectly. They eliminate all 4 members of Timbers. They make it 14-6, and we're already on our way, Wes, to another stomp here if it carries on this way. Or tapping buttons also going for the montage clips.
He didn't miss those often, but fortunately for Timbers, he misses that one. What really make a difference is the question can't get the kill, and Nugget, Noble, they find an opening. They create a numbers advantage for what feels like the first time in this series. That would have been a phenomenal skewer shot on the respawner of Pelu across the map. Unfortunately, just centimeters off, and with Overshield coming up, it's a 3-kill game. Kills going in the hands of Timbers. They may be able to get a little bit of momentum now if they can secure this Overshield and put it to use.
Timbers are all 4 dead, but then they manage to get 3 down on the side of Knights. Is that going to be the difference? Is there going to be one player that just catches them out, waiting around the corner, maybe looking for a little bit of an ambush situation as it's a 2 versus 1, and Timbers unfortunately lose 2 players. And there is also going to be a skewer now in the hands of Atso this time to try and work with. No one really connected with any kind of sexy shots yet with the skewer, but we'll see whether that changes the further we get into this game. I want to see some long-range shots being hit. I want to see someone hit a predicted projectile skewer across the map and really get us excited late at night. Well, that's a close one, but it will do, I guess.
Well, fortunately for you, Atso perfectly times the last bullet of the skewer with the respawn of the new skewer. He's able to just pick up that ammo, keep it moving. Unfortunately, can't hit the next shot, and the reload time on this weapon, it's so costly when you miss one in the middle of combat. As Atso just did, you can almost bet that he's going to get taken down, and he does. And now Atso getting taken down there, Dan, does no damage, right? So that's a massive opportunity for Timbers to potentially not receive any damage from a single player, receive the kill and push numbers, but the Knights somehow, some way have fought from that 3-4 deficit in the numbers column and turned it into their favor once again.
I do feel like Catalyst is like that sometimes. Catalyst Slayer in particular, where you feel like you're in control and you feel like you've just got 4 dead and you're like, this is going to be easy. This is going to be a breeze. We've got all the weapons. And then suddenly off spawn, you just get ripped apart because you weren't paying attention or you just allowed yourself to be pinched. And you have to stay so focused here on Catalyst Slayer. And maybe Knights would have learned that lesson after the previous passage of play. Overshield is going to be up. I tried to say the name in Spanish, but then I thought about Onset trying it earlier, and I felt like I probably shouldn't have gone for it, which I didn't. Try and get away with the grapple, and Pelugod will survive and has a little bit of Overshield left over.
Overshield on the flank because of the grapple use from Pelu here. He gets information on a few players from Timbers. Can't get a kill because his teammates are so fast, but he's already got 11 to his name, looking to add to the column there. The Overshield, it is gone, but turned into a successful push. Is 32-22. It's a 10-kill lead for the Knights as they do cross that 30-kill mark. And Dan, it was looking promising the last time the Overshield came up for Timbers. They acquired it. They added themselves within a 2-kill reach, but ever since then, it's been all PK.
All PK, all day, all series, all night. 35-24. Pelugod has 12 kills, and he's looking for more with the sword as well. He knows someone was around, he could smell them. But maybe his sense of smell, his sense of taste might be needs to what he used. Get licking them walls, boy. Try and find some salt, but Gambino manages to take him down. And tell you what, that's some solid shots from him.
Good shots from Gambino. One of the more renowned players in the MX scene that's not on this PK roster. Probably wish he was on the PK roster now as his team's starting to crumble. Unfortunately for him, just not given the space, not given the opportunity that these PK Knights players have. And I mean, PK Knights are playing so quick. How quickly is this Team Slayer on Catalyst going by? Just with the pace that they set, they want to make sure they set the tone. They do such a good job trying to match the energy, the level of speed that top North American teams play at. And because they're able to practice so often against those North American teams, they find so much success against teams that play slower, potentially the lesser teams in their region. I believe we're seeing now.
You are right. This is a very fast game. Blink and you'll miss it, or blink and you might end up on streets with what's been happening earlier. 45-34. Drift still alive. Oh, he does get taken down. We are seeing some good shots being hit by Timbers. I don't want to disrespect this team because I know how good they are, but they just look so second best against the PK Knights. But I feel like a lot of teams this tournament are going to look second best. It's very easy for us to harp on about how good the Knights are, but they certainly are showing what they're made of. Gambino, unfortunately, gets out-BR'd in that scenario against an old teammate, and suddenly the Knights are only a couple of kills away from making this 2-0 in the series. And you have to know that Tapping Buttons is going to be absolutely beelining it towards a player, because that's what he's been doing all tournament long, Wes. It's been the Tapping Buttons, aggressive push, run at everything, and let the rest of the team follow. But you've got to be careful. Okay, never mind. I was going to say 49-41. It is turned over to 50. And there was a little bit of worry in my mind when 2 players fell, but they were able to get the trade. 2-0 in the series, and a 50-41 Slayer Catalyst that went by so fast, Wes. And that means we're going to be going into Game 3 quite shortly.
Game 3 is coming up, and taking a look at the stats here, it was Pelu, the newcomer on the squad, the guy I asked to see if he could step up, if he could keep up with the other 3. He does better than that. He dropped 17 to his name this time around. 17-10 performance from him. And when you're playing, Dan, against the guy that you replaced, right? There's a little extra chip on your shoulder, right? Tell me about the dynamics going through Pelu's motivation in this series, and not just the rest of the Knights here.
Well, I'll tell you, Wes, when I used to get dropped back in the day and I had to go up against someone that would replace me, it inspired me and it made me play better. But then if you have to play them in a series and they start absolutely stomping your entire team, you start to say, fair enough, maybe they made the right choice. And that's not going to be a good mindset whatsoever, because then you're going to start to doubt your teammates. You're going to start to think about the good old days when you were on the #1 team in the region. And Gambino probably wishing that he could have that opportunity to be on this squad once more. But we have seen many a player come and go on this Pittsburgh Knights roster ever since and through Halo 5 and even previously in Halo 4. There are some players who have their moment in the limelight and then they drop down and unfortunately never really get back up either. But a fantastic performance on Slayer Cassis. I'd be surprised even if we have replays because it went by that fast. The replay operator probably sat down with his cup of tea. This one says be fabulous, by the way, because I just want to remind myself every day to be as fabulous as possible. And then he was like, oh, the game's over. So unfortunately, I doubt there's going to be any replays, Wes. But maybe for game 3, who knows?
He maybe didn't make it back to his chair from going to get tea before it was already over. And that's how quickly the Knights can end it, right? That's how dominant this team is. And that being said, they look great. Dan, from what we've seen from Centenegra and Centenegra X even, being in the elimination bracket, is there any hope for the outsiders of the favorites going into the rest of the bracket? I know we still have one game left here. We can pretty much write this one in stone, I feel, after watching game 1 and 2, especially knowing that it's a recharge oddball, one that the better team typically wins a large percentage of the time. Is there any team in the tournament, I guess, that can stick out as the best competition for PK Knights?
I think it has to be Centenegra, the squad that's in the winners finals, right? They seem to be the closest competitors. Centenegra X, from what I can see, did give a good effort in pool play against Pittsburgh Knights, but it wasn't good enough to even get them a map win. I will say though that I think if Timbers Esports are to drop down to the elimination bracket, which is where they're heading, I'd love to see that rematch between them and Centenegra X. They are looking, I'm sure, for revenge. But firstly, they've still got another game and potentially another few games if they can get back into this series. It's going to be Recharge Oddball to round out this third, maybe final map if the Knights can carry on. Atso's got the grapple, Atso's got the ball. All the pieces are starting to come together. And it is going to be a slight bit of gold control. But Atso knows full well that it's not going to be a full-on setup because of this. The push is coming through. The plasma pistol also helps him out. Manages to get one. The nade almost got him two, but not quite.
Yeah, just look at what Atso's able to do, even just by himself. He gets one player, knocks another to no shield, and everyone on the Knights just making plays left and right, Dan. That's a massive DPS output from just one individual on the team. Didn't even need an assist to make two players force their lives onto him. And with that, I mean, when everyone's able to perform like that, the game just becomes so easy. And right now, this is the screen I want to see Dan Drift with the shock rifle in hand. He's in a power position as well, and he is so strong when it comes to this. Can't hit the shot onto Noble, but if I know anything about Drift, these shots might not have connected, but I can almost guarantee that something's coming up shortly.
He may have missed a few, but that's not going to phase him. These players will keep on firing until they suddenly find a skull to crack. Or a skull to fry, I guess, would be a better analogy here. And that one's just going to be a body shot. Now comes another body shot, gets the help from the team. And sometimes the body shot is all you need when you've got a team to work with you and the bodies are hitting the floor. 32-2. Ball control not quite in the hands of Knights, but at the moment it looks like they are just having fun running around and slaying.
Not too concerned with the objective, even though they do have that 30-point lead ahead of them. They know they don't have to prioritize the oddball. They know their stats are also recorded, and when you're up 2-0 this comfortable in a series, don't think that that's not in the back of their heads at some point or another. They know that objective isn't needing to be stressed nearly as much as maybe if they were playing the likes of Sentinels back in Kansas City, but for now, they've been able to control a majority of the power weapons. The power-ups are once again in their favor, and Atso, let's see what he can do with Camo.
Gonna be a little bit sneaky as Atso sees one. He's gonna have to fight another. Actually, that grenade can really help him out, and now he can be a real nuisance as well. Nugget is gonna be the one who has to take the fight. But unfortunately, Nugget walks into the wall that is Atso. A few body shots and a little bit of laughter as well from the man on your screen as he gets another kill on the board. 3 are dead for Timbers. And this is looking like Knights are just trying to have as much fun as possible now, whereas they are playing with their food.
Something we learned about Atso so far throughout this series, he loves to crouch in individual fights, right? That's sometimes a successful way to make a player miss is throwing off their head, the reticle placement of the head. Just by crouching, giving it a consistent crouch too. Some people bob and weave when they crouch. Atso just hits people with that hard crouch and with a good shot to back it up. He's been able to turn a couple of fights in his directions, but now Drift with the sword. He's behind enemy lines. It's actually going to be Drift with the shock rifle on screen. I believe it was tapping with the sword in the back of blue. The Knights solely focused on controlling these power weapons, and I mean, look at the difference in slays. That ball time hasn't amounted to much right now, but the slays are starting to heavily favor the Knights.
Yeah, Timber's not really able to get any control at the moment because as soon as they spawn, there is a Knights player staring at them and usually drilling them with a battle rifle as well. It's not been a fun experience for the Timbers roster, but they have got 3 dead. Knights, just Pelugod, the last remaining player, but still, as a sole player on the map, he still has a presence, he's still doing damage, and he still makes 1 or 2 of those players from Timbers retreat ever so slightly, but they should know where the spawns are going to be. I don't think they've been able to set up accordingly, and now the ball could be under threat here because Pelugod is approaching pipes and he's got the sword to work with.
You got to know he has sword. You've fallen victim to the sword already in Pelu's hands. You have to get out of that pipe situation. You have to figure out a way to create some space before he gets an easy kill, and unfortunately they don't do that. They lose numbers, and now the push from the Knights has been a successful one. They've broken what was Timber's first real opportunity at a setup. They're not even able to play the ball. It's stuck towards elevator, and if Drift can just buy some time here, additional resources will come for the Knights, and they're going to find themselves the very opportunistic setup of their own over towards the elevator.
1 minute left, and I don't think the Knights really care about this ball. It has to be said. They just want to put some numbers on the board. They want to pad those stats a little bit. They want to make those graphics look a little bit better when we start looking at tournament KD ratios. Although finally they've remembered there is an objective on the map. 51-16. They are starting now to scoring it closer to that 100, but with only 59 seconds, they could certainly continue to play Slayer like they have for the majority of this game. And I think this is what you were talking about, Wes, that it's hard to learn about this PK roster when they're playing in this way, because obviously we know how good they are, right? Individually so talented, the fact they are just able to slap around a team like Timbers in this manner. But if Sintenegra does offer a little bit more structure, if Sintenegra is able to wrestle back a little bit more control on the map, what do Knights do then? And I'm sure they've got an answer for it because we've seen it in other tournaments, but we just haven't had to see it so far in this tournament because Knights have been that much above everyone else.
Question is there a team in this bracket that can really challenge them? I'm not convinced even Sintenegra will put up a highly contested bout because these Knights, they've been dominating this region, and this is the moment that they've been waiting on. This is the biggest prize pool ever in Mexico. This is the biggest tournament ever in the MX region, and it would be a shame for them to fall short here and now. Very similar to the Ascend story over in Europe, right? When they were the most dominant team in Europe for so long, you just thought that the regional has to go their way. They've almost earned it over time. Like, it's almost due that they're paid for all of the success that they've had. The Knights are the Ascend of the MX region, and they're headed towards their date with Destiny as they continue their winners bracket run. This round 1, it's going to end in 13 seconds. No reason to be able to pick up that ball, or no reason to pick up that ball. And they're going to be 1 round away from finding themselves in the winners bracket finals.
And I'd argue that even the gap between Knights and the rest of the teams, maybe bar Sintenegra, because I'm waiting to see what happens in that winners bracket final, if that's where we end up. Maybe it's bigger than the gap between Ascend and Europe, because I mean, Ascend in those grand finals on LAN, it went all the way to a game 7, right? We've seen them in the online games where it would go to all the way to a best of 5 at times. Quadrant were really pushing them. Other teams were also taking games off them, whereas Knights at the moment don't even look like they're dropping a game to any of these teams. So I think they are so far ahead, which is crazy.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with the fact that there are other teams in Europe that can definitely compete at a very high level. I don't think the difference between Europe and MX right now is we're seeing that we have one very strong team in MX, but the next in line, the rest of the pack, they are much further behind than the rest of the pack in Europe. But from an accolades perspective, very similar stories from the Knights and from Ascend towards the ending of Halo 5 to today's date and how teams have been able to perform.
But it's not over yet for Timbers, even though we're speaking of it already being done and dusted, because it's likely going that way just with how dominant it has been. Still a round ahead of us, and of course already a lead for Timbers. Sword in the hand of Atso has to drop down because he lost his shields, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team are there to clean up the pieces. All 4 are dead for Timbers, and we return to our normal scheduled broadcast of Knights dominating this game once more. You have to feel for the opposition. I feel for kind of the rest of the tournament, really, when there is one team that is kind of head and shoulders above the rest. But the Timbers, they just need to kind of accept that this is what it is, learn what they can from this series, and try and bring it to what is looking like the elimination bracket for them.
Well, hopefully they check their corners next time they jump up top glass. That player, no business getting that kill. I believe it was Pelu. And what a performance he's having once again. 24 to his name, having a phenomenal tournament. And the big question is have the Knights found that roster they feel the most comfortable with going over back to the North American team? With the win here, a beautiful shot from Drift in the double kill with the shock. But with the win here in game 3, they're gonna punch their ticket officially to Orlando, and Drift punching some shock rifle shots into the domes of Timber Esports. It's a triple kill from Drift. Can he find the Ove? It's being called out, but Pelu too quick to the trigger, able to take that player down, and Drift eventually does get his reign of terror stopped.
Oh boy, that's another one. And again, it's just Melee Central. Sorry for the noises that came out of me during those moments, but I was very excited to see those shock rifle kills, as Drift really showing us what an incredible performance he's having at the moment. Atso, by the way, hasn't really had to get many kills. Atso has 9 throughout this game because he's just been the ball guy. Unfortunately, he's the one who's not able to have fun. They've said, look, someone's got to do it, buddy. You've got to do the objective, otherwise we're just going to be here forever, slaying these guys out. Now Tapping Buttons is getting involved with the shock rifle headshots. 86 to 21. This one is pretty much over.
If it was the rest of the Knights, they'd be looking forward to a game 4 where they could continue to get their stats boosted. But Atso, being the mature one of the group, clearly saying, this one's over. I'm hungry. I'm tired. I got dinner at a very nice taco restaurant at the end of the night, so
pick up the ball, Tapping Buttons. Thank you. There we go. He can get his tacos. It's 3-0 to the Knights. It is the dominating performance we were expecting, Clutch. The dominating performance that Knights were expecting as well. They move their way into the winners bracket finals, and of course they guarantee their spot at HCS Orlando. We will be seeing the PK Knights again on an international stage. Top 16 in Kansas City, and now with their new look, the new addition of Pelu, can they better that? Can they push themselves into the top 12? The first task is completed, getting into that top 3, but now the PK Knights, I'm sure, will be looking at winning this tournament and trying to secure that 20 grand for themselves.
20 grand is a big amount of cash for these guys to put in their pockets, but more importantly, they punch that ticket to Orlando, Dan. They get an opportunity to go back to North American soil to take down some of the top teams, or another shot to do so at least. They had such a strong performance that ended in very disappointing fashions. I mean, Sentinels won Kansas City and they took them to a game 5. You know that these guys understand their potential. They know that they can compete with some of North America's best. They want another chance, and they've got their tickets punched. It's just a matter of finishing this weekend off the right way at this point, and they've done everything right to this point.
Well, there we have it. The PK Knights. It is kind of just another day in the office for them. It has been a absolute blowout. Timbers, unfortunately, they will go back to the hotel tonight, probably feeling a little bit dejected, but at the same time, you don't expect that when you're going up against the PK Knights. These guys have played each other enough times now. They know how good they are. An amazing series for the PK Knights. A bad one for Timbers. 3-0. Lottie, Bravo, Onset. What do you think?
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, you are completely on the mark there, Dan, Clutch. I mean, it really was quite a bad series for Timbers Esports. They really couldn't get much going against the Knights. I mean, PK have just looked absolutely lights out from the moment they stepped into that arena, from the moment they really plugged their controllers in. And with that being said, Onset, you know, what is it about Knights in general and their gameplay that is so unreachable for most in this region?
Organization, individual ability, everything you want in a good lineup. You know, they're winning their 1v1s, they're hitting great shots with the shock rifle when we saw it on that recharge game. And then they've got a bit of maturity about them as well. One player just sitting there going, I'll hold the oddball. You just do what you need to do. But it's a deeper understanding of the game than I think some of the other teams have. And that comes from experience, right? These guys have been abroad. They've been overseas. They've played against some of the best. They've been tested. And they would have learned from that. Tapping Buttons always says, I learned so much from training with some of the best players in the world. You don't get that unless you get to that next level, to that next stage. And that's what's the difference is. It's just experience, it's knowledge, and it's difficult to find that if you don't have that competition. Pittsburgh Knights are probably going to be teaching what they've learned on the North American scene to some of these Latin American teams as well, and these MX teams. So it's just going to be one of those things where over time the gap will close, but it is going to take some time.
Yeah, it certainly is going to take some time because the pace that Knights are on right now is pretty unstoppable. Bravo, overall, what did you take away from this series? What did you learn about either one of our teams?
I think Mark put it well. I think just to add to that, I think the way that Pittsburgh Knights plays, we were wondering, right? They didn't have the international performances they've wanted so far on LAN. I think we're seeing them look tighter and tighter, though, in the way that they approach this game. And I think you could tell by the likes of Ascend, to use other international examples, you could tell by the likes of Quadrant that they have what it takes to put up the best test against the global stage. And I think as soon as we wrap here on Sunday, and maybe even sooner, that's when the questions are really going to be raised of what can these guys do beyond that. I think we're starting to see the seeds of a really great end to the year for them, but I think they just have to remember that it's not going to be easy, right? And they're going to need to play lights out, the best Halo they've ever played, not just this weekend, but over these next few months if they want to have a memorable impact on the scene. I think they want to do more than be the best in Latin America. They've been doing that for a long time. I think they want to end this year with a really big statement and some extra cash in their pockets as well.
I think they certainly do indeed. Well, with all of that wrapped up now and a 3-0 sweep for Knights against Timbers Esports, let's take a look at the bracket to see where we are lying heading into day number 3, of course, folks. We've had a bunch of scores coming across it, as well as our elimination bracket happening as well off screen. But Knights, 3-0 against Timbers Esports, will be in our winners finals alongside Cinta Negra, which does mean that these two teams have qualified for Orlando pool play. That is a huge goal out of the way now for both Knights and Cinta Negra, and honestly now they can just focus on trying to win this entire tournament, trying to win their regional finals. It's going to be so imperative that they keep pushing forward and trying to get that bigger kind of goal here. But with that out the way, a lot of I think a very good sleep tonight will be on the card to both Knights and Cinta Negra. We do have Cinta Negra X though coming down into the elimination quarterfinals, waiting for the winner of Alter versus Chosen, and we do have Timbers Esports obviously bumping down there for their quarterfinals as well for another lifeline against Cinta Negra Nubis. So I'm excited to see what Cinderella story emerges from our elimination finals as well. Well, gentlemen, I think that's going to do it for us here on the desk. Day 2, it has been a pretty wild ride. We actually saw a reverse sweep. We saw a couple of closer games. We saw some closer results. Quite a few 3-0s on the board as well. But I think that day 3 is going to produce the goods. I think we're going to see the competition get a little bit more spicy, a little bit more hot. Thank you guys so much for joining us and for tuning in. I hope you guys have enjoyed all of the action. We will catch you guys tomorrow. It's going to be Championship Sunday, and we'll have plenty more Halo Infinite for you here at the HCS MX Regional Finals.